the suspect lifts Tae and puts him on the ground, declaring that his time is up. Then, Tae asks if his time is already over, because he wanted to stay as a salesman a little longer, pleading with him to continue for longer. But Prue ignores him, leading Tae to think that this isn't going to work. He's going to have to use his special move and remain a salesman for longer, no matter the fastened his 20 cost. So, he tells Sej that he has something he wants to show him, revealing pepper, tomatoes, and various other items. Then, Prue is surprised by those seasonings, and Tae asks him what he thinks, explaining that he got a bunch of rewards for taking photos. And so, the protagonist really likes the salt, finally tasting it and acquiring it. He comments on the spicy taste of that pepper and the richness of that seasoning, and when the rabbits try it, they don't like it at all. And the protagonist says that this is the taste of spices that he hasn't tasted in days, and Tae questions what Acha is thinking, asking Sejum if he doesn't deserve to be a salesman, and whether he can't become one for 2 hours. But Sejum asks what he means by 2 hours, and Joao replies that he will let him be one for 24 hours. So Sejum is overjoyed to have become a salesman for 24 hours, and the protagonist now prepares a more elaborate fish dish, adding pepper, spices, and salt as well. He puts it on the skewer, and a wonderful smell permeates the entire area, reaching the rabbits, who come out looking hungry, and the protagonist asks if they slept well, wishing good morning to everyone, and saying that they are already hungry, so they should hurry and grab a spot, as he had to show off some of his skills that day. A barbecue feast for everyone. World, they are amazed. Then the protagonist says that, just as a precaution, he grilled the fish with salt and pepper separately, so that they can choose the one that suits their taste. He notices, happy. And so, the protagonist's life in the tower's hole is going strong, with him planting, harvesting, watering, and living a very pleasant life together with those bunnies who are working for World. They are amazed. Then the protagonist says that, just as a precaution, he grilled the fish with salt and pepper separately, so they should choose the one that suits their taste. He notices, most of the white rabbits enjoyed the spicy seasoning, and the chubby one ate all of it, but the floppy-eared rabbit didn't like it at all, and the scythe-wielding rabbit doesn't seem to be enjoying it very much either, while the black rabbit enjoyed it quite a bit. And then, he looks at Tae, telling him that he is sleeping in. So, he goes to Tae, asking him to wake up, and saying that he should eat breakfast, and he starts ordering grilled fish. And the protagonist mentions that there's salt and pepper, asking which one he prefers. He questions what the protagonist is doing with them, asking if he's making a joke with the divine fish. The protagonist just accepts that he doesn't really like grilled fish with salt, and gives the plain fish to Tae, who says that, as expected, simple grilled fish is better when prepared this way. After that, they go to harvest the tomatoes, along with the rest of the rabbits, and the protagonist harvests them using his dagger, and the system rewards him handsomely, granting him an additional 70 XP for those tomatoes. He mentions that he now has the option to train with KS's short dagger, which isn't just for battle. He adds that all skill proficiencies that use the short dagger increased 5% faster. He comments that, as expected, the named B rank item is different. He states that he must work hard to increase his proficiency. He really thinks that it was worth asking Tae to pick that up, but he doesn't really like what he's doing. He's already pouting and complaining that he's the great salesman. And why is he doing that? And Prota questions him, since he is the president, but he's working. Then Tae is surprised that he was the president the entire time, and Prota confirms, telling him, harvesting and eating together with the protagonist. He notices that they make a lovely couple, asking how this happened, since he was quite surprised a while ago when the rabbit spoke. Salesman Tae to act quickly, and he says he will, but asks if the president is a higher position than a salesman, and Prota confirms that's exactly the case. So Tae says that he learned something good and mentions that he will work hard with this information, and starts laughing, saying that once he becomes president, he will monopolize Park Sejun's hands and feet. He thinks the bag is full, and now he's going to say goodbye and leave, and the protagonist asks if he's leaving already. He remembers telling Tae that when he stops in the loads area, he should buy the things they need, and also make sure to stop by the forge and choose anything he likes from the lottery corner, saying that he can't let Tae's brilliant talent go to waste. He says, of course, and that he'll be back soon, leaving and saying goodbye to the protagonist. As he stays behind, he thinks he should finish harvesting the tomatoes nearby and rest. He starts harvesting, gaining XP from it, but is surprised, because this isn't the amount of XP he usually gets from picking 6 tomatoes. And when he sees all the characteristics of the fruit, he realizes that it's now a D-rank plantation to break down the fat, increase mana until expiration, almost all doubled. And what's more, it's much tastier. And he is surprised by this, as they are all D rank plantation. D. And he is surprised that all the plants he touches grow to D rank, because now he is a D rank farmer as well. And if the hotel had left a little later, he could have, having sold D rank cherry tomatoes, but he thinks that this is a shame. However, he can't do much about it now. And, since it's so delicious, he'll eat it and take a nap together with the other rabbits. And Tay thinks he somehow feels disappointed as he leaves. And in that, while he is making his way, the dragon goes to a room and sees the ice statue of the black dragon, that they wanted to live in the cave with him, and the two of them made pleading cat faces so he would let them stay there. And with those faces, he was won over by their cuteness, saying everything was fine, but, made by Kaiser Fritani. And when he looks at that thing up close, he simply breaks it and replaces it with the sweet potato gift given by the protagonist. And he says that this warehouse, it's fused with a magical permanent preservation spell, so it will keep it instead of eating it because it's human. Sejun gave it to her. I keep saying her, but I don't really know, you know? That little dragon is so cute, just too cute. I keep referring to it as she, but who knows? It's a dragon, right? You can't even tell if it's a she or a he. And the dragon wonders if it should check on what Sejun is doing with that ball of crystal and notices that he is relaxing, completely unaware of the dangers surrounding him, and he wonders if he should explore the area for now, but then he notices something strange and is overcome with fear of what might happen to Sejun, so he sends several notifications to wake him up quickly. He questions what is wrong with Sejun, asking him what the problem is, and Sejun tells him that this is not the time to sleep, and tells him to look up, because there is something up there, a monster, and Sejun is surprised. So the dragon tells that bear to go away, sending a notification for him, but when the notification arrives, the bear is a little shaken by what appeared in front of him, and ends up stepping wrong, falling down below. So, the protagonist asks him to wait, running to the teddy bear, picking him up in his arms, and preventing him from crashing down there. Then, he wonders about what just fell, questioning if it's a dog, but ends up noticing that it's the giant baby bear, Carmazino, all cuddly and cute, looking at him. My friend, stop it, it's too cute, too sweet, but this is going to be a problem. And when he realizes that is Carmazino's baby, he notices that it's the same monster he saw during the blue moon that one time, and despite such a scary appearance, the baby is extremely small and cute, and the protagonist he says nothing is free, and he will consider it if they help him with the farm, saying that all they need to do is cut the chives, but he even thinks about saying other things, but seeing all of that, this is a DM message asking why he picked up the giant baby bear Carmazino and fell. He questions how he could let him fall, as that's dangerous, but the DM, he tells them to quickly send the giant baby out of the cave, because its mother is definitely looking for it and is very close by. But the protagonist argues that if they send it away, it's too small to survive. He questions whether it's really okay to send it away, suggesting it would be better to let the mother come and get it. But the ADM says that the giant crimson is a gluttonous monster and will eat all the food in the port cave. But he questions this, asking how that could be, since it's so small. He asks if Dame isn't exaggerating, and so, that bear goes near the black rabbit. While the rabbit pets him, the two get along very well together. And the queen bee, in turn, flies away with the rest of the bees to leave. And the bone tries to go after her, but the bees don't like that at all, and are already preparing to attack, on top of the little bear. And the protagonist tries to defend him while he's scared to death. He tells the bees that it's okay, that he's not the enemy, and that they reacted that way because he suddenly approached them, telling the teddy bear not to cry, and wondering if it was because he smelled the pleasant scent coming from that young girl. He thinks she is very cute, so he tells the old queen if he could ask her a favor, and she doesn't really like what he's saying, but Kata still hands over some honey. Then the protagonist gives the honey to that teddy bear, asking him to try it. That and says that he knew he would like it, since he must have already come there because of the smell, mentioning that bears really like honey. And Dem doesn't even know what to say to him. The teddy bear likes the protagonist, and he is surprised that the bear has already finished the honey, asking if it was good and if he wants some more, but the ADM is trembling in fear of what he is doing. Two jump on him, and he tells them not to be so cute, because if they keep touching him with that fluffy fur, he's going to end up taking them in, and after so much cuteness, he really lets them live. Gets very angry, and sends a message right in the protagonist's face, and that message is a mission, ordering him to send the baby out of the cave. The reward now is a job skill, and the rejection will die of hunger. And the system says that the tower manager is angry with the giant baby bear, Carmezzi, and the baby is scared to death, along with all of them. And the protagonist is questioning what the ADM is doing, since he is just a baby. And how much does he eat to make him act like this? And the ADM says he's just chasing away the monsters that might be threats to the tower farmer. But the protagonist says that he is really going too far, and says that he wouldn't have fallen into the tower if he hadn't surprised him. But ADM says it was an innocent mistake, saying he is, telling him to listen to him immediately. And the protagonist thinks about that mistake, as he was told that entering the tower was also a mistake, and so he is moved by his story, and also by the story of that little bear cub. And everyone is looking at him, waiting for what the protagonist is going to do, along with the little dragon, who is also moved by the protagonist's story. So the DM tells him to do whatever he wants, simply letting it go. And then Seja asks how much that little baby eats for the caregiver to be so jealous, saying that's right before sending him away when the time comes. But he talks to the little baby bear, asking him to wake up because the scary thing is gone. Then, when he picks up the teddy bear, he notices that it fell asleep in his lap, and thinks he is very cute. He says that he's going to let him sleep in the cave that day, lying down next to that stuffed animal, and saying that he'll send him back tomorrow. But while he sleeps, something happens, and he ends up waking up earlier, moving through the cave, and going to another corner. And the black rabbit gets up before everyone else, seeing what is happening, and starts screaming to alert everyone about what's going on. There, Ali says he feels like he's being manipulated, but he's going to let it go anyway. And by the way, he talks to both of them, asking if those things they are carrying are items from the one, rolling around and shouts at the protagonist to wake him up. Then Seja gets up, asking what all the noise is about, and questions where the baby went, seeing the huge mess along with all the rabbits. He did. So, he arrives crying in Sejim's arms, who asks what happened, because he grew so much in just one day. He was almost the same size as the rabbits the day before. He notices that he ended up asking what the problem was, and they are all very irritated. He ends up realizing that his entire plantation, except for the vegetables that were nearby, was devoured solely by that little thing that he destroyed everything with the most innocent look on his face, wiping out all the food. He realizes that the entire warehouse was emptied in a single night and becomes very upset, since the ADM had warned him about the rabbits, starts fighting with Orsino, arguing with him about what he did, and the protagonist goes to check if anything is left, but realizes that a third of the sweet potatoes and carrots are gone, and he touched the cherry tomatoes somehow, and the rabbits are very angry at that creature, and Orsino, in turn, goes to the protagonist, because he knows that he will comfort him and excuse what, forgetting that inside the tower is a place where eating can cause faster growth and is not strange at all. And he remembers that the ADM warned him, since Karmazina is a monster. With Milan, he's going to eat all the food in the cave, and now he realizes the problem he caused, because he should have listened to the ADM, and the ADM sent him a message saying that the Karmazino's puppies are the biggest gluttons and can easily eat 100 kilograms in a single day if they have enough food. And the protagonist sees that the ADM has returned, apologizing, and the ADM accepts the apology since he did the right thing. While the protagonist looks at the ADM, he says that he thought he was simply jealous of him feeding the bear cub, and didn't think so. Tower, because the watering can that Mario is carrying has unlimited water. He doesn't know if the rabbit wife has a magic pocket, but she keeps pulling tools out of there too. And he says that, deeply about it. And the ADM tells the protagonist again that it is important to send that baby outside. He even agrees, but wonders how he's going to do it. Then he ties a vine made with the ADM. Sibolinha uses the bear to restrain it, fashioning what looks like a safety device. He notices that it's securely fastened, places his backpack on it, and asks the rabbits if they are ready, with the black rabbit already outside, prepared to pull that thing. Then he asks the two to pull, and everyone puts in the effort to bring it out. They finally manage to lift the playing teddy bear and pull it up little by little with everyone's help. He says they are doing well and have managed to lift it off the ground, but as it is rising, the bear begins to struggle, and Pro sees that it is getting scared, so he brings honey to calm it down, telling it that it should go to its mother now. So, going up with the honey, it becomes calmer and stays quiet. And Pro says goodbye to it, and the teddy bear also waves goodbye to the boy. And so, as a reward, he acquires the skill, job, seed collection, which causes him to slightly increases the chance of obtaining better seeds during the harvest. And after everyone returns from the mission to send the bone away, he wonders if he'll make it home all right, and says they did a good job. But then they feel hungry and see that everything is gone. Bone ate a large portion of what he had, and when he looks back, both the wife and the husband realize that they are truly in a somewhat embarrassing situation. Wife and husband realize that they are truly in a somewhat embarrassing situation, and he wonders if they should eat cherry tomatoes for the time being. And so, A few days later, a shadow takes over the cave, and when they look up, the protagonist is horrified. And at the entrance to the cave is the teddy bear again, and this time with his mother, an extra large bear. He's very jealous of that, because he wishes he had some of that equipment. And the rabbit talks to him. He is surprised that they are already finished, so he gets up to tell him what they think he really screwed up. And, after that little bear returns, he brings his mother and comes face to face with that monster who once terrified him. The protagonist thinks he got screwed seeing what's going on over there, and why is Carmazino, the giant teddy bear's mother, in his burrow. The black rabbit is starting to think that he will have to fight, and that fighting her will be difficult. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the protagonist starts to assume that she is there to eat him, and thinks that, in her mind, she believes he kidnapped her son for an entire day and cannot forgive him. Ready to grab him and devour him in one bite, he thinks he is facing his death, remembering his mother, his father, and his little brother. Then, he tells her that he doesn't taste good because he eats nothing but tomatoes, begging for his life. But the bear cub finds him strange. However, the system sends a message from the tower manager, saying that they are not planning to threaten him. He asks if he understands the giant bear, Carmazino, and the manager confirms, saying that the bear is saying that she would like to feed her son with the honey. He questions this, remembering the honey that he gave her. It gave, and so, the bear confirms what he's saying. The manager relays the bear's message, stating that he will protect the surrounding area in exchange for more honey, and the bear confirms this by placing his paw down and approaching the protagonist. He looks back at the rabbits, who are all happy with this decision. He says he will give the bear the honey he desires, and the manager tells the protagonist to climb onto Carmazino's paw. As he climbs up, the bear begins to carry him outside, and the protagonist takes the opportunity to look down at his plantation, thinking they grew well inside the cave for all this time, and says that he is finally leaving that place for the real world of that tower, outside the cave. But when he finally looks at the sun and everything around him again, picked up, he tells them to save the cut scallions, as it appears there hasn't been a change in the sweet potatoes yet. Look, the cherry tomato sprouts have already grown, and he says, he marvels at the size of the land at his disposal, and everything he can see from there, from the bear's hand. Then he thinks it's too vast, questioning if they really are. Inside the tower, he sees that beam down below, and the manager says that place is a passage point. The protagonist asks about this passage point, clarifying that it's the only way, which allows hunters from outside the tower to move between the floors. He thinks that if he can use the passage point, he'll be able to go to the first floor and exit the tower, but he wonders how to get there, and the teddy bear speaks to him from below. Then, the mother bear gently places the protagonist on the ground, while he wonders if he has to go through the desert, but he realizes that it's impossible for him to walk that entire distance. However, with the crimson mother bear, it might actually work out. He asks if she could, by any chance, take him to that beam, but she refuses. The manager translates for him, saying that she declines, and he asks why she won't. The manager explains that she said that place isn't her territory, so you will have to defeat around 3,000 monsters to reach the crossing point. He is surprised by this, noting that there are indeed many monsters on the way there, and she points back, saying that his territory extends from inside the forest to the outskirts of that place, and that most monsters don't venture onto the path that leads to the desert, adding that it might be difficult to protect him if he leaves this territory. And the protagonist begins to understand. Then, both the queen bee and the rabbits leave from there as well, carrying a suitcase, and the protagonist realizes that the black rabbit brought his backpack, thanking him, and so, the teddy bear grabs the black rabbit, thanking him too, and the two become friends. And then the mother bone goes to the protagonist, reminding him about the honey, and when he takes out the bottle of honey, the teddy bear starts drooling all over the black rabbit. Poor thing. He was completely covered in drool by the hungry little animal, and the bear goes there, taking the honey that the protagonist throws in his, lose 10 grams of fat just by eating that thing. And that buff guy asks if it really works, and the cat says yes, asking if it isn't amazing, and says they'll be half a coin each. Then, they are growing really quickly, maybe out of ignorance because of the rabbits, but when he looks to the side, the two bunnies are a little apprehensive and are waiting for a response from takes out the honey bottle. The teddy bear starts drooling all over the black rabbit. Poor thing, he was completely drooled on by the hungry little animal, and the bear goes there, taking the honey that Prota throws on his hand, and the bone mother is curious about what's going on. Prota asks if she wants some too, but she refuses the honey he's offering, saying it's okay and that he should give it to her puppy. saying that there's nothing to eat in that place, which is why the puppy hasn't grown well. But the puppy grew a lot in just one day, thanks to Prota. And he remembers the puppy having grown so much, because in fact, he ate a large part of Prota's production, and he gives a wry smile thinking that he ate so much that they ran out of stock. And the queen bee doesn't even like a bit of this unfolding either. And Mother Bone says that honey with an especially sweet smell will help. And Prota talks to the queen bee, since she said that her honey is helping, but notices that she's really acting too shy, hiding behind Prota. Then he starts talking to the Bone Mother, because you don't have anything to eat in that place, and he asks if she went hungry in that. Dia says that, from what she overheard from the tower manager the other day, the giant crimson bones eat a lot. Then, she mentions that she was starving for 3 days while searching for this cave, which surprises the protagonist. Therefore, even though her baby is very important, mothers shouldn't act that way, and she says that it won't happen, asking her to wait a little and telling the Black Rabbit that it's a challenge. He agrees with the protagonist and says that he will show him Chef Joao's skills, and the Black Rabbit goes after several fish, while the rabbit with the scythe starts cutting carrots nearby. Meanwhile, the protagonist uses these 2 ingredients to make a good meal, and, after finishing the food, he tastes it, notices that it is ready, and serves everyone a stew of. The protagonist convinces himself, saying that the 2 of them are hired. They really like hearing this, and start chatting in front of the boy, who doesn't understand anything. Then, the 2 of them leave. Fish with carrots and tomatoes, and the Bone Mother gets excited watching this with her baby, who also has shining eyes and is drooling. He says that the fish and tomato stew is full of nutrition. They are a little short on ingredients, but he guarantees the taste, and he says the mother should eat well so her cub grows up healthy, asking if she agrees, and the cub is already falling for it, while the mother is drooling and gazing at the protagonist, and so she picks him up along with the rabbits and gives everyone a hug, thanking Frota. And the tower manager makes a point to send this message to him, while being happy that everything worked out. And Frota, who is being crushed, says he can't recover. So the tower manager thinks he's been taking care of them since the giant baby bear left the cave a few days ago, all because he worried that the baby would call its mother and attack the human. And she doesn't know why, but the Implugskarders that have giant ogre Karmazine seem to want to establish friendly relations with the human. So, she reinforced her resolve and said that she would pass on his message, explaining this a little before he entered the cave. But she says she didn't expect the painting to end up like this, and the manager immediately thinks that he will be able to eat more if he comes outside the tower and his territory increases. What about that giant bear? Having Crimson become your bodyguard means less work to think about, and killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And, as expected, he is the black dragon genius, Ian Fraton, and he becomes all happy and cheerful. And now at the headquarters of the Street Vendor Inspection Department, several vendors are gathered, and that fox is holding a document, thinking that the information is incomplete, and the same happened with the situation with Scaron, and judging by his personality, it doesn't seem like he is that skilled as a merchant, leading them to question how he achieves that number of sales. And then, running away out of nowhere, he wonders what that was all about. As the 2 walk away, the bunny takes out a shovel and hands it to her husband, who starts digging right there, creating a huge hole. Another subordinate arrives calling Zerat, and reports that, following the robbery incident at the warehouse of a large chain of owners on floor 55, there have recently been reports of more stolen goods entering the black market in small quantities. He's there to report on the list of stolen items that the director requested. Zeraf questions this network of owners, remarking that he's a cruel landlord who profits at the expense of peasants, questioning why his inspection department division has to intervene to look for thieves like this, and suggests that the director should tone it down a little. But then the other dog appears, calling for Zeraf, saying that he's there to report something, and mentions that they received a report from the inspection department agent who was monitoring the movements of that merchant cat, who they assumed was using a hotel, and he just arrived at floor 75 through the passage used by traveling merchants. And Zeraf is a little surprised, getting ready to head there, and says that they will review the list when she gets back. And the doggo wishes Zeraf good luck as she prepares to leave, determined to find out about him, with certainty, staking his honor as the leader of the Street Vendor Inspection Department. Meanwhile, Tay is completely relaxed, picking up skewers at the market, ready to eat, and already in. The next day, the 2 teddy bears go to the protagonist's cave, and he immediately asks them to put him back up there. He mentions that 3 days have passed since he made the agreement with his mother, Giant Crimson Bone. When he is placed outside, he also gives her some food, asking her to eat it while she patrols, which makes her happy. And he mentions that his mother also leaves her cub there in the morning and immediately goes to patrol. He then says that after she leaves the cave, he and the rabbits begin to move things little by little, starting to clean the area around them. While he's digging that hole, she makes a flower crown, placing it on the entrance as if it were their den, making a home for themselves. While she is all happy and cheerful, her husband is extremely tired of the cave. However, the situation is completely different from the fertile underground. He notes that there are many pebbles, and the ground is very dry, so it seems it will be difficult to do things. Crops grow. The rabbits are saddened by this, but he notices something. The little bear is helping him by plowing the land, running back and forth. And he thinks he did a good job because it will now be easy to remove the stones. Since the teddy bear is helping so much, he gives it a sweet potato as a reward. Both the shovel and the cart are put in charge of removing the stones, and thinks that in just a few days, the bear's height has grown to match his own. It's almost as tall as He says that if it had stayed in the cave, he shudders just thinking about it. So, he starts planting the sweet potatoes and comments that the land seems very barren. He will plant the roots for now. And so, with the level 3 sowing effect, the probability of the sweet potato taking root increases, and the XP from his work also increases slightly. Several notifications keep appearing, and he realizes they will have to choose to take action. Cherry later. But then, he looks back and sees the teddy bear digging some holes. In fact, it's picking up the sweet potatoes that the protagonist left behind, and he tells it no, saying that they don't. They aren't looking for treasure, and the teddy bear is surprised by this revelation. He complains that the teddy bear has eaten everything he's worked so hard to grow so far, and now he's going to have to reorganize the entire field again. He says that if it continues to stay there, they're going to have to teach the teddy bear the concept of planting, and the teddy bear is crying, completely regretting what it just did, and the white rabbit teaches it what it should or shouldn't do there. And so, on the 38th floor, Tay returns to the humans and says that, for now, he's going to auction off a batch of 300 cherry tomatoes, with a total of 100 sets that he has. So, they start. From having dug so much, he thinks this is incredible, noticing that they built the house very quickly, and says that the rabbit husband did a very good job. He immediately agrees, thanking her for the compliment. For 25 tower coins, and everyone continues with the auction, offering him more and more coins. He thinks it's less gold than last time, because it would be nice if a sucker showed up and overbid. And here's what happened at the last auction. There, that leader speaks with Tay, asking if he has verified the contract that has already been fulfilled. Then, he welcomes Donchik and asks Tay to send a message to Park Sejun, saying that Kim Donchik from the Phoenix Guild spoke with his family, so they shouldn't worry. He mentions that he succeeded, but asks why he didn't participate in the cherry tomato auction this time. He says that he needed something other than cherry tomatoes now, and Tay asks what that is, and he asks if they can take a photo together, since his daughter likes cats. So, he asks for a reward, and Donchik quickly steps forward, saying that it's red pepper powder and South Koreans don't eat without it, and Tay thinks it's something good, and throws it into his mouth, and Donchik tells him that if he eats it like that, it will go badly, and Tay starts sneezing after eating it, throwing himself up in the air, dropping the pepper and complaining that his tongue hurts. Then, sometime later, he goes to the merchant village, upgrades his bag, and leaves there still feeling a tingling sensation on his tongue. That pepper. However, for now, the capacity of his bag has increased, and it can now hold hundreds more cherry tomatoes, and he says it was worth investing all the incentives he received from Sejumon in order to improve his bag, and at this rate, he will gather 1,000 tower coins and also become an intermediate level trader. And not only that, he will be able to become the president and make Sejum kneel before him. But then, he decides he's going to stop in the store's alley and finish the task he picked up. But then, he smells a scent, the smell of kebabs, and thinks he's going to praise. However, like a good husband, he apparently has a duty to fulfill, and that duty manifests by tapping him on the shoulder to remind him of his responsibilities. She's already acting all giddy, calling him inside. Ease the pain in his tongue with it. He asks the fox to give him one, and they say it will cost a tower coin, but he asks for a discount, and the fox ends up noticing that he is not dealing with anyone can really do it, and he mentions he got one that day as well, but at that moment, someone approaches him, and it's Ziraf. He recognizes her as the sucker who was almost scammed by Scarin, and she notices that he remembered her. Even if it wasn't in the best way, she's upset that he called her a sucker, considering he was the one who ruined the operation, and introduces herself to him as Zeraf. But he asks what the problem is, and she says she hasn't repaid him for saving her last time, so she would like to give him a gift, but he says he's going to refuse because he's busy. And Zeraf is surprised, going back to him and telling him not to be like that, asking if they can't just have some tea, but he says he doesn't want to and can't drink hot things. Hot. And she says there's a dessert place nearby where you have to wait years to get a reservation, and a close friend works there and can get a dessert, a very high-quality item called special pudding. But Tay says that she hates sweet things and that she's being really insistent about it. Then she wonders why that idiot is being so stubborn. Then she starts to beg, throwing herself on the floor and crying to him, asking him to listen to her, and Tay is wondering why she's suddenly throwing a tantrum. She mentions that it hasn't been long since she became a traveling merchant to earn a living, but she really lacks the skills of a merchant, and she says that she was very impressed with him, that he saw through the trickery of that cruel Scarin immediately and saved this complete stranger with his warm consideration, saying that she respects him, Teo, and that she would like to learn from his skills as a merchant, calling him, be able to start his family, and he's so tired that he's scared of what she's going to do to him, and so, he's dragged inside by the rabbit. They lock themselves in there, and the noise that comes out, amazing, cool, wonderful traveling merchant, Mr. Tay. And he gets all giddy with all this praise and says that, if she phrases it like that, he can teach her a little. He asks if he's really going to go through with it, and thinks that it actually worked, saying that he's a beginner and was careless with this technique, which has never failed anyone before. He says that this is embarrassing, so you should just stand up, and she gets up, asking where he was going. He says he has some things he needs to buy, so he was on his way to the blacksmith's alley, and she is surprised, asking if he's trying to buy things that can be sold, and he says she'll understand when she sees it. They actually go to that blacksmith's alley, where there are several people buying some things, and when they get there, she sees some items and says that they are very beautiful, and says to Tay, I heard that there are a lot of high-class items in that blacksmith shop, but he says he doesn't buy such insignificant items. She questions how good the item he's trying to buy is, and he says that this place must be good, because they have a section with 50% off on everything inside, and he asks if he's the owner, entering a very dark place together with Zareth, and she thinks that place is filled with items that are either non-evaluable or indivisible. In short, it's a shop to pick out items treated like trash, and he asks what kind of merchant skills he's going to be taught there. And the person inside says that the sign on the door states that all items there cost 20 tower coins, and he asks if that's true. And the owner says he's right, and that many of the items there are not appraised, so they can't know their true price. If he pays for items that are rotten because of age, they will counterfeit them for him, and tells him to choose something. But then he simply shouts at the attendant, asking him to give him a, from there, my friends, it's a bit much, you know. Silver gets a little nervous, a little embarrassed. He tells the rabbit husband to have good luck inside and thinks he's jealous. He says that he was. Discount. And Zareth is left wondering what the hell he's talking about, asking if times that times is his merchant skill. The creature is literally taking what it has to have literally. She tells him to ask for a discount, and she's shocked that he wants a discount at a place that's already offering discounts, wondering if he's so confident about it. So, the attendant even says that he can get it for 18 coins. And Zara is surprised by Tay, but he asks for an even bigger discount. He says that Tay is a very bold cat, offering 15 coins from the tower. However, he tells them to sell it for just 13, saying that he will come there frequently, and insists that it's true, asking for an even further discount. And the seller says he hasn't laughed in a while, saying he's going to sell it for 13 coins. But Dayu is all happy, asking if she saw it, and says he's amazing, but it's just him being stubborn, questioning if he's really thinking of buying there, and he takes a look around, and suddenly goes to a hat, and she asks if he's going to buy that, wondering if he's serious. He says he's asking what the problem is, and she questions how. Like that? Because it's not even a weapon, just a straw hat, and it's 100% a bad item. But instead, the salesperson asks what she's talking about, and if she has any complaints about the store. Then she starts talking about our booth, so the attendant tells her that she's the nuisance, and she starts to apologize, but wonders why she has to apologize. He just says that he liked that, and tells her to just get one, and tells her to buy whatever she likes. And so he leaves there with Zarafa, who doesn't understand anything, and he tells her that he's already taken a look around there and is leaving. She's surprised, and he asks if she did well with his merchant techniques, saying that he hopes she will become a good merchant as well, simply leaving Zarafa behind, and she doesn't even react, thinking that, bored of being alone in the cave. But thanks to the rabbits, he got help with the farm and saw cute things, so he lies down on some old chives so he can sleep, but there's no way around it, and it's going to be strange to keep following him. Besides that, she's going to have to retreat for now. but she thinks of something while looking at Tae, and when she sees him leaving with that hat, she notices that she's seen him on a list before, and thinks it's impossible that he chose this, knowing what he was doing. Meanwhile, the protagonist is inventing something, and says that the seedlings of carrot flowers have grown, of carrot flowers earlier than expected. He says he will have to plant half of them in the cave, and the other half on the surface. He says that they will reduce the amount of carrots stored because of the bone cub. The rabbit started trembling again, and now they are taking some fish with the chubby one, and also the black rabbit. Black. He wonders if it's time to eat, thinking about the menu, and opting for fish soup, asking if they could clean the fish, along with the scythe rabbit, and he's all excited to do this. And the protagonist says that it seems the mother rabbit hasn't had an appetite these last few days. He'll get some fresh cherry tomatoes for now, saying that he harvested 10 cherry tomatoes. Magically simultaneous ripening occurs. Then, his harvesting skill level begins to increase, eventually reaching harvesting level 4. He wonders if any new effects have been added. And the new effects of harvesting at level 4 make slightly green or overripe fruits optimal for harvesting, and, with a very low probability, the harvest level could be raised by 1 level. And even though the probability is very low, harvesting at the highest level is still better, and he realizes he feels happy just thinking about being able to eat cherry tomatoes. So, he figures there must be additional skill effects now that the skill has reached level 4. However, he realizes that he can only discover or increase his other skill levels. Out of nowhere, he smells smoke and sees that something is on fire, and he notices that his things are hot. That chive caught fire because of the light reflected from the bottle. He wonders what the hell, and then the rabbits start calling out to him. He realizes that now is not the time to be distracted, so he goes over there and cuts some leaves, noticing that his soup is ready, and the fish soup for pregnant women is ready. And the mother, with him, Sejun approaches so they can eat. And that fish soup is a fish soup full of Sejun's love for Mother Rabbit, containing fish, carrots, and spring onions that have been added and boiled for a long time, giving the soup a refreshing taste. He thinks that even if she doesn't have an appetite, she should eat well, because health is very important for pregnant women. And Father Rabbit is there, acting all silly. And the Proto says that they are doing well on the farm, so they shouldn't worry. He tells Father Rabbit to focus only on his wife, and she, who will have children soon, should feed herself well. And he tells the Black Rabbit that soon they will see their little siblings. Meanwhile, the bear appears there, calling Proto, and Proto thinks he has arrived at the right time, and calls the others so they can go up and eat with him, as the rabbit with the cart and the rabbit with the scythe will stay in the cave in charge of the vegetables that were left there. So, he ties up the things that they will climb up, tying themselves together, and saying that they are ready for the teddy bear to pull them up. And the teddy bear is up there. He says he'll see the others soon. He mentions that a few days ago, with the help of Mother Giant Bone, using a stone as a pulley, they managed to build a manual elevator. They are starting the day with the bone calf, who is coming to work in the morning, bringing it to the surface for breakfast. He thinks that no matter how much he looks at it, it's amazing. He just asked for a rock to tie a rope to, but she brought an ultra-gigantic rock to that edge, and he notices that the scale there is quite different, wondering if it's because of the floor. But thanks to that, he was able to climb comfortably and tell them that they did a good job. And maybe, they ask the cat for 200 of them, wanting to buy an absurd amount, and the cat almost can't believe it. Then, one of them says he wants the entire stock, but then the buff guy asks where he got it. This is and notices that it was finally the plastic bottle's fault. And so, he gets an idea. He thinks that the environment in the Dark Tower was harsh, but he didn't lose hope. He says that he had chives. Maybe it's because he is very robust, but the teddy bear got strong too. He's all goofy with Prota, and Sejun says that seeing how he pulled him faster, he must be wanting to see him more than yesterday, asking if it was because he wanted to eat, not because he wanted to see him. And the teddy bear explains his reasoning. The protagonist then tells him to eat roasted sweet potatoes, mentioning that he ate them raw, so he probably hasn't tasted them like this before, and that he left some for him to eat last night. Even though the tower manager was sulking about it, he thought the bear would enjoy them. He really did like them, and ended up eating them all. The protagonist tells him to eat more slowly, but there ends up being only one left as he eats so quickly. And, at that moment, he imagines something grabbing that sweet potato, running off, and heading straight to the ground, where it starts digging. The protagonist asks what it's doing, as it begins to bury that sweet potato. Then he realizes that it's planting the sweet potato in the ground, and asks if it wants to eat it after it grows. It becomes quite smug while doing this, But everyone there starts to laughing, finding it cute, and the protagonist tells her that she won't grow just because she planted it in the ground, since that doesn't work with food cooked over a fire. The bear is shocked, and the protagonist asks if she tasted so delicious, saying that she's going to make it again for him, and that it had been a while since she laughed so much. But at that moment, he hears a noise and sees a fish head buried there, with several more scattered along the area. He says they're going to need extra lessons so the bear doesn't do that again, and his belly is growling while he's dealing with this. And inside, in the queen bee's castle, he's getting bigger and bigger, and she's inside, holding something, sitting down, and it looks like an egg. And outside, the teddy bear and the black rabbit are face to face, ready for combat. The rabbit, and a plastic bottle, saying he can use that transparent bottle with a makeshift lens to start a fire. He says it's just like the first episode of Surviving in the Black prepares, and the teddy bear gives the signal, charging at the black rabbit, who dodges, escaping his attack, and ends up attacking him completely from behind. But even so, the teddy bear, he reaches for the black rabbit and manages to grab it, playing with it and licking it as the two enjoy their sparring session, while the protagonist watches Achilles and wonders if they are training or just playing. But the chubby rabbit continues to push his cart back and forth, offering tomato juice and carrots. The protagonist, feeling thirsty, thanks him. He continues to serve everyone, and as he does, he glances at the hole and notices some bees emerging. He realizes that poisonous bees are patrolling the area. Then, one of the bees flies towards him, and he sees the queen bee coming out as well, which he finds strange. The queen bee approaches him with a somewhat apprehensive expression, and he asks why she came out and if she wasn't laying eggs. She then goes to him, handing him something wrapped in chive leaves. The protagonist asks what it is, and after handing it over, she goes back to her duties. He lowers his head along with all the other bees and simply leaves. He wonders what she gave him before departing. When he opens it, he sees the cocoon of the poisonous queen bee. A poisonous bee larva is preparing to transform into a poisonous queen bee after accidentally ingesting royal jelly. There are 10 days left until its birth, and it will consider the first target it sees as its owner. The protagonist is surprised by what she handed him and says he understands, mentioning that it hasn't been long since that queen bee became queen. Therefore, their power, as a hive, is not that strong, and having a new queen being born in a hive that isn't ready to be divided means that the already small power will be weakened even further. Then he thinks, Selva, a YouTube series, and prepares to make his little bonfire, but it doesn't work. He says smoke starts to appear, but it doesn't actually catch fire, and he wonders why. That she gave him the cocoon, and that it must be a precious child to her, so he immediately thinks about doing something, saying that he will work hard so that she can transform into a wonderful queen, poisonous queen bee, telling the poisonous queen bee cocoon to cheer up as he anticipates the day they will finally meet. And sometime later, Tay is still on his way back to Prota's house, saying that he has finally arrived at the cave and believes that Parjan will kneel before him. He will relish his authority as the boss. But then he notices something strange, wondering what it is and who that is, wondering what he's doing in front of the cave, and it's the little Orson himself. But when he looks into the little Orson's mouth, he sees Prota's backpack and is surprised, asking if that isn't Sejao's bag, questioning why he is outside of the cave, and Tay starts overthinking, becoming frightened, asking if Orson killed Sejao. Then he collapses there in denial, asking why this happened, because his dark thoughts are never wrong. He says that it's no wonder he felt something dark ever since he entered the 38th floor and thought that he had to escape as quickly as possible. But he didn't use all his remaining time like Tay, the sales cat, and he starts to feel sad only thinking about his own benefits. He says he's going to go after Osinho, seeking revenge because Osinho wants his lap. Attack Osinho. But the protagonist arrives there just in time, questioning if he arrived as he was attacking the bear, and so he automatically stops his attack, turning to attack Sejum, grabbing his head. Then he asks if he's okay and if the bear bit him anywhere. But the protagonist questions, why, and what happened. Then Tay asks while leaning against his knees, asking how he got out of the cave, clinging to the protagonist from all sides, worried about him. But then Sejum says he's going to fall, asking him to stop. Then he asks, what the hell is? He loses hope because he was sure that's how you make a fire, questioning what went wrong. However, out of nowhere, that small ember begins to ignite, and finally, that giant red bear. But the protagonist tells him to calm down first, telling him to say one thing at a time, and so he sits down to explain, saying how could Sejumon see that it's the cub of a giant red bear, explaining that it fell into the cave and they became close. In exchange for the mother bear protecting the area, he agreed to give her honey, food, Tay mentions that he thought the cub had been eaten by that thing, but John says it's understandable, considering the size of the little rascal. However, he also finds it strange to keep calling him the giant red bear. Anna, wishing he had a name, asks Tay if he could ask the bear cub what its name is. Tay replies that the bear cub is just a bear cub, saying that it doesn't know its name, so he wonders if he should give it a temporary name, something that just comes to mind. Apparently, the little bear agrees and asks what name he would give it. Prot says he has a really amazing name and suggests it's Queng, because he keeps saying Queng all the time, so that must be the name. Perfect for him. But everyone around was looking at Prota with a huge look of disappointment in their eyes, including both the rabbits and Tay, thinking that Sejenso, to name people. He questions why he's doing it, and says it's a good name, asking if it isn't, and also asking what the teddy bear thinks about it. Then, as he starts to tickle it, the teddy bear, until he likes it. He says that, as he imagined, he knew he would like it. But Tay tells him to stop now, telling Prota to take a look at what he's doing, full of jealousy, and says that he's completed all the missions, and this time he also sold everything. And with that, he asks how much time he will give him for Tay, the sales cat. He says it's great, because added to the time he had left at that, will get the fire he's been dreaming of. Meanwhile, the husband rabbit comes out of the burrow, completely exhausted, with the female rabbit looking all cheerful. They notice the protagonist blowing on something nearby. Last minute, it would be about 38 hours. Then he gets all happy, saying he's going to use them all now, telling him to give him churro. And so Prota picks him up, serving him, calling Tay, "Sir," asking him to eat some churro. And Tay is very happy to be treated kindly. But while he's eating a churro, the teddy bear comes along and eats part of his churro, and he asks, what is the bear doing, and questions how dare he put his tongue on his churro, all irritated and ready to scratch the bear. And the protagonist needs to hold him back so Tay doesn't go out in the sun with the teddy bear, asking how dare he get into the president's lap, saying that he can't forgive him, and the protagonist holds him while the teddy bear looks all sad. But even so, Tay manages to scratch the teddy bear's face, and he starts crying, screaming for his mother. And the protagonist notices the forest is shaking, and as soon as he cries, the mother bear jumps out, going after them to defend her cub. Both the protagonist and Tay are scared to death of that gigantic, furious bear, arriving to defend her son, and she's quite intimidating, watching them with a murderous look, while the Lord stays below. She and Kuang are crying, explaining what happened, and Prota thinks he really messed up, and Tay is in a pose of complete surrender before that gigantic monster. Meanwhile, Sejum thinks they are really screwed. My friend, you can't do that. When you see a cub, don't hit it, because if the cub is already that big, imagine the mother. If this creature cries, she's coming. And that's what happened. So, Tay, all scared, says hi, saying that he's a wandering merchant cat, that there's only a merchant sign there, and he thinks that he had a little misunderstanding with her cub, but she is so angry that she shouts at him, not wanting to hear anything, totally ignoring him, and she gets closer, speaking a little, trying to make a fire, and he's there pleading for the god of fire to please help him. The two rabbits approach, looking quite surprised. He speaks to the couple, saying it's great, and asks, calmer, very close, almost deafening everyone there. He starts to apologize, saying that they won't fight anymore, and so, he tries to say that it was just a small discussion, and nothing more. It happened, and it's serious. She's still upset, but I brush it off and walk away, leaving Tay behind. Then, Prota says he thought they were in trouble, and Tay is still there, crying. So, he asks if Tay is okay, and tells him to calm down, and Tay thanks Prota for saving him. He apologizes, saying that he should have told him this before, putting him on his lap while Tay is all sad, and even the black rabbit goes over there to try and cheer up the cat, along with everyone else. He starts saying that it tickles, and everyone goes, there, staying in that atmosphere, but the teddy bear stays far away, looking sad with his head down, and slowly approaches, going to Tay and licking him too to make peace. He says that he also feels sorry for Queng, and says that, from now on, they will be friends, but asks him not to eat that junk, and Frot ends up agreeing that they should all be friends, but everyone is sleepy and getting ready for bed, so they end up making a cuddle pile and sleeping all together. Then, the father and mother rabbit go outside to check on them, and when they arrive outside, they don't see anything amiss, but they find Tay's bag. Coming out of the bag, Father Rabbit sees the hat that Tay brought, and his mother calls him over, because she found everyone gathered, sleeping around Queng. They see everyone getting along so well and prepare to approach. Then, Father Rabbit places that hat on the protagonist's face as they also snuggle in, to sleep. I have to tell you, this creature is living the dream, you know? tranquility, living off the land. The animals are super cool. Everything is peaceful, going well, making money. If they can see the wind rustling the leaves, the female rabbit starts blowing to help him. He begs it to work, desperate to make a fire by any means necessary, until finally, I'm simply stopping here. I wake up in another corner of the same tower, in a location that seems to be outer space, where some dragons are watching the wizard use some very flashy magic. He's using his magic on a crystal. So, as he does this, the crystal ends up reacting in a way he didn't expect it to. He wonders why the tower isn't opening and becomes irritated by it. But then Fitani arrives, asking his lord to stop, and says that Jonas can calm down in this situation because he cannot see An. And here, he is Kaiser Brittany. He says that it has been 10 years and several days since the last seizure, and he finally got the medicine. Now, the portal isn't working for some reason. He says that the tower's emergency system isn't working either, so there's no other way for them to cross over. They are trapped there, not knowing what is happening inside. And Anton talks to Kaiser, commenting that the fact that the Dark Tower emergency system didn't work proves that Ain didn't have a seizure and that they still have time. He says that they all understand how he feels because they are all from Fritania. After all, everyone gathered there because of Ain, and of course, they are anxious as well. The tower manager's cabin is at the center of all the mana that sustains the tower, and the dragons take turns to manage the tower and use this place to become stronger. All the dragons gave up this place because of Ayen, who is sick. And, in order to search for the medicine for Ayen, they had to risk many dangers and losses. These dragons came together to heal Ain's unstable body, which was affected by her dragon heart. And all the dragons there feel the same way about Ayen. But, Kaiser then says that they can't do anything, even if he says so. Ainant says that he understands what he means, talking to his father, and that is why he is calm, because he gets his first flame. Thrilled to finally have a fire, he looks back, grabs some spring onions, and throws them into the fire to cook. He wonders if it's Ayen is his daughter. He believes in that child more than he believes in anyone else. He's sure she's fighting well against the seizure, and Kaiser thinks that if he says that, it's okay. And they ask Fritan's dragons to wait until the tower opens. And all the dragons fly away from there, obeying Kaiser's order. And Anent says that the expected convulsion date has already passed. That, they were waiting for. And he asks if they think that maybe there has been a positive change with Isen's dragon heart, and then Kaiser says he hopes so, but thinks about his granddaughter and hopes that she is eating well. Meanwhile, Ayen herself is eating a lot, relaxed in the tower, and she wonders if it's because the cherry tomato level has risen to class D, since the flavor has become stronger, and says that before she could only taste it when she filled her entire mouth, but now only a few are enough. But then, while she eats, she ends up feeling something in her heart, so she finds this strange, looking at her own chest, questioning if it was because of her dragon heart, since it has never beat once in the last 200 years, and she wonders if he moved on his own and absorbed mana for a while. So, she tries to observe him inside her body, and says that, now that she thinks about it, she should have already had a seizure, maybe because of Cherry, something happened, and she thinks it's because those human cultivations increase mana little by little. She says she forgot about that characteristic, since she thought they only tasted good, but he even has the ability to heal a dragon's heart. And she starts laughing happily, because she, the great black dragon Ayn Fritan, 200 years old, has finally found someone she wants. Protect. And since she had the opportunity to make her dragon heart beat again, even if it was only for a moment, she will protect the farmer from Sejumon Park Tower, and, enough, thinks it's hot enough, and starts peeling the burnt outer layer to get to the inside, and throws it in his mouth. When he eats it, he realizes it's finally sweet, and she says that he should feel honored, acting all silly, because it's a huge blessing for her to like someone. She questions herself, what? Because he got the unrated item while she wasn't there. Looking at him, she foolishly thinks that he is definitely unstoppable. Meanwhile, the protagonist, completely unaware of what's happening, is just sleeping peacefully with his little straw hat. And at that moment, Sung begins to receiving several system pop-ups right in his face, many even before he fully wakes up. He realizes that everyone is very close, shouting at the manager, because his status is so high that he can't even see it. And when he sits up, he reads that the tower manager is asking if he has warned him about the dangers of carelessly using unappraised items. And the protagonist replies that he scared him while he was sleeping, asking what he means by unappraised items. It's then that he realizes he's wearing a straw hat, questioning why it's on his head. And so, Father Rabbit points towards the hotel, and the protagonist asks if it was in Tae's bag, and if Treo brought it, asking him to wake up. But Tae puts his paw over his face, not wanting to get up. He asks him not to wake him, as he wants to sleep longer. And Prota notices that T really loves to sleep, so he places him on top of the teddy bear. Then he looks at the hat and sees his name. It's just a farmer's straw hat, with not much information available. And his ability is Earth Mother's Protection, level 1, which grants weak earth protection to all owned farmland, and slightly faster intelligence recovery. And Prota is surprised by that, wondering if there's no limit to the size of the farmland, thinking it's a really good item, but the restriction for use is a little high, as it requires strength above 20 and endurance above 20. And then the manager talks to him, saying that he appraised the straw hat. A sweetness similar to sugar starts rushing wildly through his head. It's as if a green horse is running through a vast green field inside his mouth. He exclaims that it's delicious first, then he asks if he'll give him a mission, and the manager actually does, asking him to send the hat to the tower, and the reward will be nothing, but the item will be unable to be appraised. He actually hesitates. Then, In picks up the little hat, wondering if he should display his skills by using the appraisal skill on the item, and ends up seeing everything it has to offer, leaving him surprised that the item is actually really good. He's happy looking at the item and praises it, saying, "Excellent." The item is revealed, and the protagonist asks if she is congratulating him, and he receives a new mission. The tower manager wants him to promise that he will present his harvests full of blue moon energy during the next blue moon, and the reward is the appraised straw hat. If he refuses, she won't be able to take her straw hat back. Then he's surprised because, now that he thinks about it, it's already almost blue moon time again, and his field has grown even more, so he can offer some to her. So he promises he will do it, and Ain wants him to hold out his pinky and make a promise. Also, she tells him that the tower manager told him his name, and she wants him to know that. How honored he must feel. He thinks about her name, In Friton, and mentions that she didn't need to tell him her name, but she becomes irritated, asking if he wants hers. Straw hat or not, she says she's excited while stamping her feet on the floor, adding that it's a great honor to know his name. And the protagonist flatters her, saying that he truly is honored, and he says he promises to give his harvests to Ain Fritani. He will deal with the crops as soon as he harvests things with blue moon energy during the next blue moon, and the manager confirms that this harvest is hers. First promise with Helio. The protagonist thinks about it, while she is all excited about the pinky promise, saying that this is their first promise to each other. And so he completes the narrament, that stuff, and who the heck made those items. So, the cat thinks for a bit, but just says it's a secret. And in another corner of that same place, in a plantation of those cherry tomatoes, our protagonist is, that it's really good, and makes more. The rabbits are surprised by what he's doing. Then, one of them picks up a spring onion, repeating what the protagonist did. And they are both very happy with what they ended up with. Mission: obtaining the straw hat from St. Patrick of Earth, and the protagonist notices that he has acquired an artifact. The artifact explains that the straw hat, always worn by the farmer Patrick, is called Earth Saint, who saved many starving people through agriculture, is one of the 10 artifacts that only exist in the Dark Tower, and depending on the artifact user's job level, the restrictions will be removed. The usage restriction is having a job related to agriculture. The manufacturer, Patrick's rated class and skills include Protection of Mother Earth Level 1. Then, he notices that this is one of the 10 artifacts in the tower, and he notes that this is the first time he has heard of named equipment being classified as an artifact, with level restrictions. Attributes that were originally written as usage restrictions disappeared in exchange for a restriction on those with jobs related to agriculture. And he asks if the class was evaluated, because considering that the skills will grow depending on the user's job level, it seems that they will be determined upon use. And when he puts the item on, the farmer, the D-rank tower is confirmed, and the artifact also becomes D-rank. So, all Class I restrictions have been removed, and Mother Earth's protection only extends up to level 2. And there was also its restrictions removed. In addition to revealing the farmer's body ability, the D-class restrictions are also removed, and Mother Earth's protection advances to level 3, upgrading the body of farmer to level 2, which also reveals the wishing a good harvest skill. As a result, he becomes increasingly stronger. Wishing for a good harvest means that, with a very low probability, some owned farmland will experience a bountiful harvest for 1 week, up to a maximum of 100 pong. And during the bountiful harvest, the yield will increase by 50%. And the protagonist is to eat, and he says that after getting lost, he finally managed to be satisfied with some warm food and went to sleep like an angel. And after a good night's sleep, Prot wakes up, surprised that the item's options are so wonderful, wondering if this is what one of the tower's 10 artifacts is like. Then he remarks that this item is wonderful, and these are the skills essential for cultivating that isolated land outside the cave, believing it will be truly useful. And, as expected, Tae, with his golden hands and his intuition were correct. He goes, Tete, grabbing him, acting all silly, hugging the sales cat, picking him up from the orc's nest. But Tae stops him while he's kissing the slipper, asking what Prota thinks he's doing, looking all scared. Then Prota notices that he was awake, saying that Tae will be the sales cat for a week, and he is surprised by this, wondering if he is letting Tae be the salesman for a week instead of 38 hours. And he confirms that's exactly right, calling him a cute little party. So Tae wakes up all excited, saying he doesn't know the reason, but he's very excited, being all happy about being the sales cat. And, after some time, Prota returns to the hole. Then all the bunnies are sitting near him. The little black bunny is very nervous, flapping his paw, and Prota is also very distressed, along with Tae, who is on his lap. And Tae is shaking because Prota won't stop fidgeting, and so he asks if they can't stop moving their feet, because he is going crazy. However, Prota says he can't help it, because he's very anxious, and it's been a long time, but there's still no news. The bunnies are also anxiously waiting at the door of their mother's house, as well, apprehensive. And Tae says it's difficult to wait for so long, asking Joao if he can give them a cry. And the black rabbit is irritated by this situation, and Prota says that it's clear, it looks like it's going to take a little longer, so he's going to take a break. But just then, the rabbit with the scythe comes out from inside. Then Prota asks if they've come out, how many there are, and if they are all. Looking at the lake, glancing around, and then going to wash his face. And after that, he looks at the plantation and sees that a lot of things are already big there. He says that the onion harvest has already been completed. Then he also watered the tomatoes. Healthy. But then the bunnies outside just watch, and the scythe rabbit comes out with 3 little babies. They are very surprised, and the father rabbit then comes out, also with 3 more in his arms, making 6 in total, 6 adorable little bunnies. And Prota realizes that he needs to make some soup to help the mother rabbit recover after all her hard work that morning, and says it's a very happy occasion, thinking how cute they are. He talks to Tae, asking what he's doing, and telling him to come closer. So Tae, he asks if he can approach them. Prota says, of course, asking if the babies aren't beautiful, and Tae says they are too small. And so Prota says that Tae has become an uncle, and he gets all silly. And Prota agrees, telling him to take good care of the bunnies, calling him cool Uncle Tae. And Tae gets all giddy, pulling churu out from inside his cloak and offering it to them, saying that this cool uncle will give them the churu he likes the most, asking the babies to eat it. But Prota says that the babies are too young and can't eat churu. He gets all flustered, but wonders if he was hiding something more, crying secretly and saying it was only for emergencies, all while being nervous. So he asks him to let it pass just this once. And Sejun says that it is a good day, so he leaves. Forget about it for now. And so, on day 179, trapped in the tower, new family members were born, and, meanwhile, far away, near that teleportation portal, some horned beings are lurking around. And one of them speaks to his proud warriors, telling them to listen closely, and says that the blue moon is coming. They must not give in to hunger, commanding them to find everything that they can eat in that desolate land. And here he is, the boss monster of Floor 99, the king of bulls. Meanwhile, Prota is very calm with his whole family there in the hole, and, after a while, the level 1 good harvest skill, Cherry, and has already watered the sweet potatoes, and thinks that this is wonderful. He says that many things have happened recently, and after he learned how to make a fire, he used the wishing for a good harvest level 1 is activated, and the magic 30 pong tomato field will have a good harvest, and the harvest quantity will increase by 50% next week. And all the bees, they continue to work hard there, surrounded by all those flowers. And the protagonist mentions that there are many more flowers than usual. This is how the harvest increases by 50%. He thinks the 7th blue moon that they will face since they entered the tower is approaching. He wonders if Kwang and Kwang's mother are preparing for the blue moon, since they didn't come that day, and he needs to go interfere and prepare soon as well. But just then, he hears the rabbits talking behind him. When he looks back, he sees Tae chasing after all the little ones who are running back and forth, while they try to play with the leftover fish that was lying around. Teo picks it up, telling them that it's dirty. They also try to get close to the fire, but Tae keeps acting like a babysitter, telling them that is very dangerous, and says that everything is very dangerous, ordering them to stay by their uncle's side, gathering all the bunnies and babysitting them. Actually, this Joao says he had no idea that Tae had this protective fatherly instinct and asks Tae how the cool uncle role is going. He says it's very tiring, but it's fun because he's an uncle, so he gets to be all silly. Meanwhile, both his father and mother, who are with him, are really enjoying all this tension, as they finally have some free time, and Prota understands very well what's happening, and so he sends Tae back before dinner while he goes to play with all the rabbits. He tells the baby rabbits that they should hold on tight now, as they are about to embark on an adventure this time. Meanwhile, on the cave side, in the hive, all the bees are working hard to make honey, and the rabbits finally lock themselves in their houses so they can spend the blue moon and onions to place torches around the cave, and thus be able to wander around more easily. And he tells the rabbit couple that it's very dark near the well, and a torch there would. Prota also thinks to himself that he is totally prepared for this moment, but when he looks to the side, there is one getting into his bag where he carries the groceries. He asks what the cat is doing it, saying he's getting involved to avoid the blue moon, and the package has a feature that can block the blue moon's energy, and the package itself is as big as a simple tent. But the other traders in Hun use stalls as big as houses, and he notices that this bag has more features than he initially thought, asking if he can take something with him as well. And he questions what it is, and the protagonist simply gives him the queen bee's egg, and Tae asks what it is. He says it's the bee's cocoon. He is surprised when he finds out, but says that he will keep her safe in his fluffy fur, placing it on his tummy, and the protagonist says he will leave her in his care. But at that moment, he notices the noise outside and realizes that the blue moon has begun, and the entire sky starts to get dark. And seeing that, the protagonist wonders if Tonto and Queng's mother are okay, but with that scary noise outside, he just hides and wonders what is happening. Seeing that, it's the first time he's heard a noise that loud, and he wonders if another monster is entering Queng's territory, as well as his mother's territory, and thinks that, just in case, he will use the cherry tomato and the earplugs. But the noise becomes increasingly deafening and ferocious, which scares him even more, but he finally notices that it stopped and wonders what the sound is. Then it sounded like a cow mooing, and he wonders if there are cows on the floor, but when he looks at his fruit, he sees several cherry tomatoes absorbing the blue moon energy, and he notices that it is even more intense this time, and wonders what it is. When he focuses his eyes, he realizes that that side is the cornfield, and notices help. But then he notices something there, a piranha, or what was supposed to appear, flies towards the boy. He asks what that is, and the fish tries to bite him, and the boy speaks that the corn is also absorbing energy from the blue moon, thinking that this is very good, but he also wonders if it's because the field is benefiting from the good harvest skill, since the blue moon crops are also having a successful harvest and are being influenced by the skill. However, the next day, the sky clears up again, and Tae goes outside to check on things, noticing that no one is around. And Prota approaches from outside, thinking this is a good opportunity for him. But Tae asks if it wouldn't be better for him to leave after Ching and her mother return, since the outside could still be dangerous. However, Prota explains that when the blue moon disappeared earlier, there was a monster roaming around the cave. He needs to make sure the field is safe, telling Tae not to worry because he's just going to take a look and come back to the cave. And he needs to harvest the crops that are saturated with the blue moon's energy. And Tae, seeing that there's nothing else for him to do, says he'll go with him, even though he's tired. And Prota thanks Tae for his willingness to help. But outside, everything is overturned in the area where the plantation should be. And he thinks, just as he expected, they tore up the field, planted with sweet potatoes. But he wonders about the footprints nearby, speculating if they are hooves because they are extremely large, and figures that whatever made them must be really strong, judging by how deep and tall the pile of dirt is. But then he notices something quickly climbing that pile of dirt along with Tae. Then, the cat asks how long they are going to stay there, telling him that they should go back now. However, the protagonist asks him to wait because there is something he needs to check, and says that, just as he imagined, the texture is different from the sterile soil, usual, and says that it isn't crumbly, but soft and retains moisture, has the right viscosity, and is a soil full of nutrients. And to think that this type of soil was underneath the barren earth, he also notices that the Phi-Doc, which is the first time he saw one of them there, wondering if it was attracted to the lights, and he says that's how he discovered a new food source. He put that fish to bake near the possibility of rebuilding that desert has opened up, and they can create a very fertile field throughout the entire area. Then he says that if they can just turn all of the earth upside down, mixing everything together would be ideal, but he lacks farming equipment like forklifts or tractors, and digging that deep is too much for Shovel Bunny. Just then, the tower manager approaches the the protagonist, inquiring about what he's doing. He assures her that everything is fine and that he was just about to head back, but the representative points out that even though the blue moon is gone, the territory of the Monos is scattered, so she warns him that it's still dangerous and urges him to return to the cave quickly. But then, the protagonist remembers to ask Ain if he was all right last night, so she says that he's fine and doesn't want him to worry, and tells him to think more about his own safety as the tower's farmer. And the protagonist responds that she's worrying about him too much that day, but then he brings up the Luozu harvests, saying that many possibilities opened up that day, and asking Einan to be prepared. Then, the protagonist returns inside with Tae, saying that he worked hard, but he just says he's going to sleep more. And when he goes to check on the blue moon corn, he is surprised, and upon harvesting it, he picks the first ear of that corn. The corn increases his harvest proficiency to level 4, and with that, he acquires 100 XP. The protagonist thinks it's really cool when he picks up the purple corn, noticing that it's stamina corn. This causes his stamina to permanently increase by 0.1, and the shelf life is 60 days. He says it might be because it's a Class D crop, but the stat increase is double that of a Class E harvest. So he wonders if that's important, saying that now it's more important to feel the crunchy texture and taste the flavor of the corn, but the manager asks if he forgot bonfire, wondering if it would taste good. And when he took a bite, he thought it was delicious. And all the bunnies also wanted to eat some, and he asks if his promise. He says yes, and that he couldn't help it, then starts harvesting other tomatoes. He says it was a good harvest for the chosen of the blue moon, telling her to take 5 of them, but the tower manager simply thanks him and says that she will make sure to repay him later. He replies that he will be waiting for it, and even though 300 years is too long, she says, cherry tomatoes containing the energy of the blue moon. There are 5 of them, and she is very happy, thinking that if normal cherry tomatoes can make her dragon heart beat, then cherry tomatoes from the blue moon certainly will. So she throws all 5 into her mouth and thinks they are incredibly tasty, becoming quite animated. But she tries to return to reality, because the taste isn't important right now. She must focus on the mana flow a little deeper within herself. She begins to concentrate and notices her dragon heart beating well, but then she suddenly takes a big blow and ends up falling, thrown around over there, feeling really awful, suffering from what is happening to her heart, and screaming in pain. Meanwhile, the protagonist is very happy with his corn, harvesting it and putting it on to cook, in the pan, ready to eat. He says that the time has come to use the pot that Tae got the other day, and the corn husk will form an air layer between the pot and the corn, yes or no, cooking, and he should thoroughly dry the corn leaves and make corn silk tea, so he will have another food option available. Then, he calls all the rabbits, who quickly come to him. But then he asks his father, "Where are the babies?" And the father points to the house, saying that they must be sleeping with the mother rabbit, and tells him to go look, showing him the harvested crops from the of time, blue moon, and everyone gets excited. He says they got the new blue moon corn as well, and now he's cooking it, and everyone is going to share it. And the father rabbit asks also eat meat, but from the way they're looking at it, apparently they do. He says he doesn't think these things matter too much, saying that they are still monsters. And a few days later, the blue moon. Prota, if he can keep that. And Prota asks if the cherry tomatoes will be enough, asking if he wants him to eat the blue moon corn alone. Then, he says that, as expected of his father, Rabbit is always grateful to him, but the others there are a little upset because they can't eat it. But he says that, even so, he can't eat alone, as they are going to have breakfast, pick some corn, and have dinner together, and all the other bunnies who were dying to eat it are happy. Meanwhile, the queen bee and her subjects alike continue through the plantation taking care of the flowers, and the protagonist finally finishes cooking, noticing that it looks very delicious. Look, okay, I'm going to have to disagree. Maybe a purple thing. Like this, corn shining purple, doesn't look very good, does it? Normally, when things have colors that they shouldn't have, it spells trouble, and when he picks up the corn, he realizes it's nice and warm. So, he thinks that, with the S-rank product with blue moon energy, it must taste very delicious. So, he thinks about trying it, along with all the other bunnies who are playing. He puts those tomatoes inside for them to eat, and Father Rabbit worries about taking one to Mother Rabbit. He asks if he should go into the cave to share it with her, sending them to enjoy. And he also takes advantage of that, heading into the cornfield, and noticing that it's sweet. Each grain is very delicious. He says the salty sweetness increases the more he chews, making him eat naturally as if he were playing the harmonica. And as he consumed the stamina corn, his stamina permanently increased by 0.1. He notices that he ended up eating the whole cob and throwing it in the fire. Then, he calls the rest of the rabbits to eat some more corn. He notices that the corn near them is very ripe. Picking it and earning points for this harvest as well happened again. And because of this, he discovered that this phenomenon occurs every 30 days. He was using the notebook and the external battery to charge his cell phone and track the days. Harvest, 20 XP each. And that stamina corn has an effect that can be accumulated up to 10 times in an hour, and when consumed by unawakened people, 20 grams of fat are broken, and skin elasticity improves. Simply put, this creature will be the cosmetics industry's worst nightmare. If he asks a certain pink brand to advertise this, oh, he'll rake in the money. So, he thinks his mother will like this, since it improves elasticity. Next time, he'll send some news to his family, wondering if he should send some to the plantations as well. Just then, Koeng's mother appears with the little puppy, and the protagonist greets them, asking if they weren't hurt the previous night. And with that, he hands over some honey, saying that it must have been difficult for him since he couldn't eat anything that day, and he becomes very happy. Then Mother also appears, asking for her share, and the protagonist says he will bring some roasted fish for Mother Oso later as well. But then, Teo wakes up, saying he's heading over to the protagonist. The protagonist questions why he isn't sleeping longer, and Teo replies that he can't waste his time, like a sleeping sales cat. So he goes to work, being the most professional of all the rational merchants, and Prota thinks he really has the mindset of a true sales cat. So Tae asks him to take him to the wandering merchant's corridor, clinging to Prota. But then, Koeng grabs Tae by the collar, saying that he will take him instead, and Prota just wishes him good luck. Meanwhile, Tae struggles because he wanted to stay on Prota's lap, but then, there isn't much left for Prota to do, so he thinks that, until Tae comes back, he will organize the destroyed field, and so he begins little by little. But then, meanwhile, over with the Minotaurs, they begin to perform for the king, and one bull simply brings mud. Now the second bull, harvesting them. He says he thinks he has enough tomatoes for today. He's next to a rabbit wearing Loft's hat. The rabbit is wearing Loft's hat, and that's how he calls all the other rabbits. But that too reached its limit. He started counting the days in a different way. After the cell phone completely died, he notices that 61 days have passed, and luckily, the rabbits go to sleep. Brings dry soil. Then they ask what this is, since everything is mud, questioning what the hell they were doing, and how he told them to bring food to eat, but they are just bringing mud. However, one of them speaks with their captain, mentioning that it has been a while since they last saw grass in the territory, and even if they tear everything up, there is nothing but mud, and they are all saddened by this. With this situation, and the king sits, very irritated, wondering why this is happening, because at that time, this place was a true meadow, full of high-quality grass, and when Himato arrived there, he was the feared strongest monster of the Dark Tower, guarding the passage area of the 19th floor, the Black Minotaur. What if he didn't replenish the energy depleted due to the blue moon? He would lose muscle. So, the dean ordered his subordinates to spread out across the territory and eat grass during the blue moon. However, the Minotaur race is composed of big monsters with a very strong appetite from the start, so the rate at which the grass was being eaten was much greater than the rate at which it grew, and in the end, that place became a land, barren, where not a single blade of grass grows. Then, he starts to notice that the muscles of the young, newborn Minotaurs don't seem to be developing very well, and in order to maintain their enormous strength, as great and proud Minotaur warriors, they must consume high-quality grass. And so, he starts calling for Bull 3. However, they can't find Bull 3 anywhere, and the king asks if perhaps he didn't wander into another territory and was unable to return. Just then, Bull 3 arrives, apologizing for being late, and explains that, when the blue moon ended, he opened his eyes to find himself very far away. Then, the king says that it's all right, since he returned safely, but he's surprised because he saw something moving among the others. He wonders what it is, and asks Bull 3. Right at 7 p.m., they wake up at 5 a.m., and if he follows their body clock, he won't have any problems with the fact that the sun doesn't set on this floor, and he mentions that there are a few. What is that on your head? What is that delicious and fragrant root on your horn? Bull 3 didn't even realize it was there. It turns out to be one of the protagonist's beets stuck there, and the king is crazy about that smell. Meanwhile, Ain is still lying in her office, and now she wakes up with a headache, wondering if she lost consciousness, and telling herself that she thought it would be fine. But as she moves, she starts banging on the chandelier and questions why the light is so low. She also notices that her own desk is very far down, realizing that it wasn't the light that went down, but rather that she became much taller. Seeing that immense size in that place, she realizes that it is cramped and wonders if she grew out of nowhere and what happened. And she says that Blue Moon cherry tomatoes certainly have more than 10 times the magical power of simple magical cherry tomatoes. She ate 5 at once and wonders if it caused a chain reaction in her dragon heart and brought a change to her stunted growth. But she says it was only temporary, as her dragon heart is no longer reacting now. And she wonders if a permanent cure isn't possible. But then she remembers that she confirmed her dragon heart can heal, even if only a little, and she starts to get annoyed with Sejun, her tower farmer, talking about that cute little thing. But then she's surprised, noticing that he's eating all the tasty food and leaving her out of it, wondering what he's eating because it's so small she can't see, and she thinks he should have the big crystal ball that her grandfather used to have. And she also thinks that the door has gotten smaller, and now she can't get out, and she says she's going to eat delicious food too, starting to whine and asking him to give her some, talking to Param. Meanwhile, days later, something incredible happened. He sees the rabbit husband coming out of the burrow, greeting him with a good morning, but then a bunch of little bunnies come out with him. He's surprised by how many. Meanwhile, he's in the hole with Inho, Bee, and all the rabbits, calmly harvesting his entire crop. So while they're taking it away to bake, the little captain and the new bunny are organizing everything together with the cart bunny. And so, he tells the cart bunny that he just happened to steam the last ear of corn. Then, he calls everyone over to. He ends up asking the chubby guy in the cart to tell the others to gather for dinner. He says he's going to take the steamed corn out, along with a very hungry little puppy. Then, he thinks it smells delicious, and is perfectly cooked. And so the tower manager says she'd like to try the corn too, asking if she can have some. And a new mission appears, instructing him to share the corn with the hungry manager, and refusal will cause extreme disappointment. And Prota talks to Lei, saying that he'll give her some anyway, asking if she could wait a little bit, as the grilled corn is also being prepared, and he'll give it all to her together. So she agrees and says she can wait, and just then, all the bunnies arrive there with the corn, roasted, and places them near the protagonist. He notes that it looks incredible with everything they have to eat. He says that the seasonings that Tae brought are a gift for seasoning the grilled corn, and he says it's a shame he can't make the original grilled corn with butter, but he's satisfied with this as well. So he thinks he should apply sugar to the corn and grill it until golden brown. Then sprinkle some Parmesan cheese over the cooked corn, and, using that cheese, he wonders who even thought of bringing cheese to the tower. But finally, he picks up the red pepper powder that he found in Tae's bag, and says he found it while looking through that bag after he returned with the straw hat. To think he didn't tell him about bunnies are heading towards him. He realizes that the rabbit couple had a lot of bunnies, and he asks the baby bunnies if they missed him. He says he's happy to be in. That precious ingredient is almost a crime. He should be disqualified as a sales cat, but he's going to let it slide this time. And when he throws the pepper on the corn to top it off, he makes his complete grilled corn, which has such an addictive taste that it's impossible to resist. He thinks that sweet, salty, and spicy flavor is the taste of his home world that he senses in the tower. He can feel it in the tower, and watching cooking videos on YouTube every day was worth it, and he tells her to enjoy it as well. And she, in turn, is extremely appreciative. He asks if they think it's delicious as everyone is eating, and, unlike the two parents, they are feeding the babies first, without even trying it themselves. The spoon will make things easier, getting everyone out of the way, helping the little ones eat without the parents having to stop. And he says that, with this, he doesn't need to feed them the grains one by one, and the babies will be able to eat on their own. He asks the two of them to enjoy their food, and he will take care of the babies. He wants to taste it now, but when he's about to eat, the babies go on top of him as well. And he wonders to himself, what is this? Because they have corn all over their bodies. He thinks they're going to drive him crazy, because stuffing corn into his body like that is just too much. He says he's going to take everything away, asking them to come closer, and says that working while taking care of the babies isn't easy. And then he remembers his merchant cat saying that he misses him, from him. Then, he starts writing in his diary about being lost in the tower. They harvested the corn and enjoyed it with everyone, both the mother and the bone calf, outside. But meanwhile, the rest of the group is pretty annoyed, wondering why Trader Rant hasn't arrived yet. They are at the Phoenix Guild's temporary camp on the 38th floor, and that guy says that he, uncle, but comments that it looks like the parents didn't get any sleep, saying it must be hard work raising those little critters, offering to take care of the children, and telling the parents to enjoy their is taking longer than usual, wondering if something happened, and asks if they are going to have to buy all the cherry tomatoes again. questioning whether he didn't ask his girlfriend, bought them last time. But then, the guy asks if he hasn't heard the rumors, because now the wealthy outside the tower are buying those magical cherry tomatoes for an exorbitant price. And the plan? A single tomato costs more than 500,000. And he wonders if they shouldn't take action before more rumors spread and even more people head their way. And then, Blonde asks the leader what they should do, asking if they should prepare to enter the tower because of the scheduled attack, because if this continues any longer, she thinks they will run out of supplies and will have to report to the guild as well. And he says they have no other choice. They will leave the minimum number of people to participate in the auction, and the rest will go to the tower to prepare. And he acknowledges the traitor rant, saying that he will stay there just in case. And some people actually leave, while those three remain behind. He says he thought Jessica would stay, but she didn't. I expected Sora to be there in her place. And Sora says that Jessica's sister told her that she doesn't need to take the cherry anymore. So, she ends up getting rid of all the weight she needed to. The girl, in turn, is very happy that she ceded her portion to him. Then Lur asks if she will participate in the auction, inquiring if she was also interested in taking the cherry, but she says no, stating that she is very interested in providing the tea to the hotel and that she brought several batches this time. He says he understands, because the hotel owner is quite captivating. Meanwhile, he is acting all silly. Man, even I want to pick up that little creature and pet it. My God, it really reminds me of my cat. He says the babies are waiting for the cool team. He finally arrives at the breakfast, because they both look completely exhausted, and the protagonist speaks to them, inviting them to come take a look at the cherry tomatoes. And when they arrive, most of them have already sprouted. And the bunnies, passage of wandering traders on the 6th floor. And he thinks he's always felt it, but he feels that the passage is much larger there, as if it reaches the heavens. As he walks along there, the little dog with bulging eyes and a lolling tongue, asks Tay to reveal his agency and ranking, and then he speaks to a novice wandering merchant. I would like to use the common merchant's passage that connects to the 38th floor, and everyone watches from a distance, wondering if that's the hotel they've heard about. They think it is, since he's a cat, just like, as in the photo, but nothing else matches except for the fact that he's a cat, and the wolf gets irritated with his forging skill, because his drawing is terrible, but he doesn't think he's holding the straw hat in any way. But the other wolf, L, tells Elko that he must have put it in his bag, questioning why he would wear it around like that. And then he mentions Boss Elka, questioning why Mr. Grid is looking for a straw hat, and a plain one at that. And Elka says that it doesn't matter, because they, the Silver Wolf tribe, are the best free mercenaries in the tower, so they must act in accordance with the commissioner gave the order, and for now, they will continue to follow him. And Elka asks if they all brought their mercenary association IDs with them, but in the meantime, Seraph is watching how they are acting and is surprised that the Silver Wolves tribe is there, wondering if they are after Tay and questioning their motives. So, she begins to assume it's because of that, since some very troublesome people are following the cat, and she thinks about Greed, wondering just how important that hat is for him to gather a group of mercenaries. So, she thinks that she must follow them, as she doesn't know what might happen to him being threatened in this way. And Tay, in turn, is walking calmly, right in front of mortal danger. Meanwhile, they are playing in the middle of the plantation. He notices that the flowers have begun to bloom. He is increasingly resembling a flower garden, and to bear fruit, pollination is necessary. Meanwhile, Prota is together with all the bunnies, working together to restore all the soil that was damaged during the blue moon, even using the bones. He says that it is incredible, because the piles of earth that were piled up like hills disappeared in an instant with his mother's help. So, he figures he'll plant them in the ground today. And so, they ask what they are, and he responds that they are peanut seeds. He says he harvested all the remaining corn that morning, which allowed him to level up 6 times. He says it was worth increasing his acceleration in the work. He says he managed to plant all the peanut seeds in just a few hours, and on top of that, there's been a small change in the seed store. Initially, he ended up noticing that among the 4 options were peanuts, along with radishes and cucumbers. He thinks that peanuts are an excellent crop, capable of restoring soil fertility, and that they grow well even in difficult environments on Earth. And so, he buys the peanuts. Because he purchased 1,000 peanuts, 5 tower coins were deducted from his bank account, and 50 seed store points were acquired. He accumulates a total of 106 points, and 100 points are deducted in the seed store to level up. He is surprised by this, and his level increases from novice to commoner. At the commoner level, 4 types of seeds will be randomly displayed. and he can buy as many seeds as he wants, up to the tower's limit of 5 coins. And so the store levels up, and he will be able to buy again in 30 days. He reflects on becoming a commoner from being a novice, and the number of seed types he can buy has increased from 3 to 4. He is looking forward to using the next seed store, while wondering how many varieties of seeds he can buy, as he needs new and more varied seeds, because corn, once cooked, that's why they're having classes in this artificial way, one by one. But he thinks that doing this all day is ruining his back, and comments that it would be great if a bee were to appear there. Once, does not bear fruit again. Then they take everything left over from the plantation and place it near him, and they help him a lot by bringing those bundles, and he thinks they cut all of them. They spread it on the ground to cover the area around the peanut field to prevent moisture from evaporating, since the sun shines there all day, making it impossible to plant anything otherwise. He figures that by delaying the watering period slightly, he can free up labor to be used elsewhere. And then, he begins dropping the corn kernels, saying that he's finished harvesting the corn seeds that will be planted next time, and he plans to soak them in water for a day before planting them tomorrow. But then, the bunnies show up, and he tells them that it's not meant to be eaten. When they keep trying to grab it, he says they must be bored and reminds them that they are busy expanding the field outside the cave, so there won't be any adult rabbits to play with. But he has a good idea, asking the baby rabbits to come over, saying he's going to give them a fun job, and he says that. They look very cute as he hands out small bags to them, remarking that they all resemble kindergarten students. So, he instructs them to put on those pouches while they walk around, and give a slice of carrot to each hardworking adult. But he instructs them not to take the carrots out yet, only when they are about to give a piece to someone. They need to go over there to refill the bags again, as he's going to fill them up one more time, and he tells the supply unit to go to the older folks. They diligently hand out carrots to everyone. He mentions that when he arrives, he wonders if he should talk to him about buying some cute outfits for the bunnies to wear. He imagines all the little outfits he could dress them in, and says they're going to be. He wonders if it would be too greedy to hope for that. While he is working, he sees one of the bunnies entering the flower and getting pollen all over its nose. Then it sneezes, making adorable, lamenting that it's a shame he won't be able to take a picture of it. Meanwhile, far away from there, the minotaurs continue hunting in the location where they discovered that route, and those three continue following that way because his memory was erased by the blue moon. But it must be that way. He wonders why the captain ordered him to do this, and he actually spoke with Taurus 3, telling him, where did he get that grass and that root? And he says it seems to be from somewhere near the area's border, and the bull questions if he left his territory, but he says no, because he lost his memories because of the blue moon, so he has no idea. And so the bull asks if it's serious, because he's certainly never seen anything like that in his territory. And how it smells. Well, he throws it inside. While eating, he starts to moo, shouting euphorically, and says that the more he chews, the sweeter and tastier it gets. Then he says he feels energized, and his muscles are being pumped up. He tells Taurus 3 to find the place where this grass was, as the future of the Minotaur race is at risk, and with the honor of a warrior, this is an order that he, Taurus 3, believes that, at this very moment, if he doesn't find the captain, he's going to beat him with those giant muscles. He thinks this is the point where the forest meets the wilderness. And so, he wonders what he will do if he finds Redbone saying he doesn't have the confidence to fight. But then he smells that scent, and when he looks to the side, he sees that it is grass and thinks that, furthermore, the ground is full of grass that looks extremely delicious. And so, he starts eating, giving thanks for the food, and is overjoyed eating it, asking himself what kind of grass it is, saying that he doesn't know, but it doesn't matter as long as it tastes good, and says that he will take everything and the captain will praise him, taking all the plants that the boy laughs a lot. He says that it's better not to breathe the pollen, until he notices something, realizing that there is a fruit there, and says that, after all this hard work, he finally got a fruit. Protagonist left there so the peanuts wouldn't dry out because of the sun, but, from afar, Mother Bone senses someone in her territory, releasing her cub and looking in the direction of that person. She's starting to get angry, like, really angry. Meanwhile, Ain is calmly drinking her tomato juice, saying it's very good, because now that her body has gotten bigger, she can comfortably use her husband. It was difficult before because she was too small, but then she receives a notification questioning how a giant bear dares to disturb her time. Izen Bretonho, the black dragon, questions what's going on, and the giant bear calls out to her, and when she sees the notification, she asks what the bear said. And now, Prota, while he sleeps, begins to be called by Ayan. It's revealed that the giant bear detected traces of other monsters in the vicinity of the cave, and Prota is surprised by the mother bear calling him from up above. And, when he goes outside, he sees that all his peanuts no longer have leaves covering them. He wonders what happened. Since the corn leaves he placed over the field, they simply disappeared. Meanwhile, far away, Tay finally reaches the humans on the 38th floor, announcing his return, excited to begin his auction. And upon seeing him, they remain. Worried about Prota, they wonder if the crops were stolen, but he didn't hear anything last night, and Koing's mom says it was probably those damn horned creatures, and Prota questions this, but then remembers the monster that made the holes during the blue moon, thinking this is problematic, since they were lucky that the creatures only took the leaves that were on top, and didn't destroy the field. But the black rabbit remains sad. However, Prota says that he thinks they can bring back the blue tomato leaves from the cave and cover the field again. And Koing's mother says to rest, and gets ready to make some juice from those tomatoes. And he asks the bee that is rubbing against him if she could give him more honey, and she vomits honey into his glass. He shakes it, making and he's very happy with that bunny. He mentions it happened the day before the blue moon. Then, he prepares himself once more to go to sleep, putting out the fire and placing it, that she will expand her territory and patrol from now on. And Prota says that he would be grateful if she did that, but still, she shouldn't overexert herself, because the important thing is to stay safe and healthy. They will just be unhappy that no one was hurt, but they still have to prepare. And, as he imagined, he needs the power to protect himself. And after a while, he goes down to the cave. Meanwhile, the rabbits are taking great care of the queen bee's cocoon. He thanks them for helping and even wishes for more of them. And the protagonist says that today is the day the poisonous queen bee's cocoon will hatch. He left the farming to the rabbits. According to the system's explanation, he will have to witness its hatching. And in the description of the poisonous queen bee cocoon, it was written that the first person it sees will be considered its master. And currently, the number of bees in the cave is rapidly increasing to around 200. And if the second queen bee, who is being born now, emerges and develops a force outside the cave, it will certainly be a significant enough threat to protect that area. Then, he wonders if she's going to applaud now, mentioning that they gave him a day off for the first time in a while, and that he's sleepy. He's thinking about giving her flowers so that they get along well when they meet for the first time, wondering if she likes flowers, tomatoes, or sweet potato blossoms. So he just thanks her for being born, but ends up falling asleep. Meanwhile, the egg starts to move, and she emerges from it, almost like a Pokemon, and when she's born, she's already incredibly cute, practically a copy of the current queen bee. And that's the second generation of poisonous queen bee. She looks back, noticing that she has wings, swinging them, and managing to fly. So, she goes to the protagonist, looking at his face and becoming saved. So, he thinks it's enough to camouflage himself and keep warm. And the little rabbit is also surprised by what he's doing, while the female rabbit takes the babies home, scared by what she sees. But the system announces that the newly hatched poisonous queen bee now considers the tower farmer, Park Sejun, as her master. So, she's all excited about him. She notices the flowers nearby and is happy about it. The original queen bee then emerges to find her daughter and tells her everything she needs to know. The two quickly become friends and start to get along, flying around and introducing themselves. After that, she returns to the protagonist again, caressing him while he sleeps, and following that, he finally wakes up as she runs away. The protagonist questions what happened, seeing a bunch of messages and wondering where the poisonous queen bee is, even thinking that she disappeared. But meanwhile, the Bull King receives the leaves that the thief stole from the protagonist and tells the captain that he found them in the abandoned land bordering his territory. He notices that it's a different type of grass than they've seen before, a grass that he's never seen and that is too small to share with others. Number 3 apologizes, explaining that he must have eaten everything along the way, and the king responds that they can't help it, as it's their instinct as minotaurs to have a large appetite. He thinks it smells sweet, and upon eating it, he notices that it's incredibly good, exclaiming that it's very tasty and he's overflowing with energy, telling Taurus 3 that he succeeded, and the bull doesn't understand anything. The king then says that if they had a lot of grass like that, perhaps they could even bring prosperity to their barren land. So, he wonders what's happening in the forest, because the appearance of that type of grass in that abandoned place makes him question what changes are coming to the 99th floor, and if it were up to him, he would love to go there. And the professional says that it should start within a few minutes. saying he'll see them later if they survive, and he thinks the blue moon will be easy. But at night, everything goes dark, and he starts, personally, to secure as many of those plants as possible. But he can't leave the landmark unattended like that without knowing how much grass there is, and he says it's because the time he can stay away from the landmark is limited. So, he talks to Taurus 3 again, asking him to go find the source of that grass. And if it appeared like this, there's definitely more in that place. And, if someone intentionally cultivated it, they also need to discover that person's identity. But then, Taurus 3 brings something up, asking if he can take a short nap beforehand, saying that he ate a lot after a long time, so he's getting a food coma, but the king tells him to hurry up, ready to hit him, and he just takes off. Meanwhile, Tae talks to the humans, and everyone is happy that he's there. They ask why he's so late, and he apologizes, saying that something happened, but in return, the tomatoes, magic tomatoes that he's going to sell now, are special. They ask him about it, since the magic tomatoes have been special from the start, but he says no, saying that these are even more special this time, and they are rank D magic tomatoes, and everyone is surprised by what the cat is saying, noting that it actually reduces 20 grams of fat, and the mana boost has also increased to 0.2. Now, their shelf life is 60 days, and the leader thinks he has never seen a rank D tomato before, and finds it amazing because he can eat them and save more than he did last time. And the hotel says that he will now put 4 lots on sale, with 2,000 units in each lot. And so he starts offering 49 tomatoes for 70 tower coins, and 90 tomatoes for the same price. And Tae is selling them little by little, getting a large amount of money. And he says that, with this business, his profits exceed 1,000 tower coins, and he can finally become a wandering merchant. So, to get scared, unable to sleep, and looking at that hole, he notes that this is very tiring, questioning how long it will take to end, and saying that, just in case, he says that when he becomes a veteran wandering merchant, the restrictions on marking cultivators will be lifted, then he won't need to hide it from Sejun anymore. And so, the girl arrives. Once again, she asks to take a photo with Tae, and he gets all flustered, reminding himself that he needs to move on to the next deal, like the seasoned wandering merchant he is. Then he tells her to pet his paws, mentioning that the reward would be something he'd ask for later, but when he looks up, only that girl is there, and he asks why she's alone, wondering if there's no one else around. She mentions that he hasn't been around in quite a while. Then, the people who were waiting for him come down from the tower, and he agrees, saying it seems like there are fewer people than before, and she tells him not to be disappointed, saying that she'll give him some sharu, but still, Tae is quite sad, saying that this is a blow to his pride, and he says he wanted to gain a lot of cat sales authority this time around, but he starts to wonder if this front paw is no longer his lucky paw. And just then, a few more people show up, and they end up going to see the cat and wonder if he happens to be the wandering merchant cat they can take a photo with. And Tae asks how they knew about it, and she says they saw him on Instagram. He mentions that they also want to take photos with him, so he asks about this Instagram account and sees an opportunity because he somehow smells money and says that if they want to take photos, they should give him a reward. Well, Tae is a bit silly, but not completely. Then, the girl shows him the Instagram account she made for Tae, with several photos of him and 23,100 followers. He wonders if these humans saw the photos he posted and came because they wanted to take photos with him, and she says yes, apologizing for not telling him about it sooner, and he attentively observes all the things that smelled good and refrained from touching them until the blue moon was over. But since he doesn't know how many hours have already passed, every minute feels like an hour. And he says that those screams, the girl and this stranger, wondering if she happens to be angry because she posted without telling him, and he says that of course she should apologize, questioning why she didn't tell him, that something like this existed before, and it was strange to her. So I even ask her what she's doing, telling her to take another photo of herself so she can post it, doing lots and lots of cute poses for the girl to photograph, like a cat actually does, spontaneously, but he's pretending to be cute. And the girl starts taking photo after photo, telling him to pose a little more and teaching him other poses. For him, other poses to be able to do. And she starts telling Tae that he is very cute. He asks if she got a good picture and says that if anyone wants to meet the cute, wandering merchant cat, Tae, and cool, Tae, she should tell them to go to the 38th floor, and lots of rewards will make Tae dance. He makes his own slogan. And it was the moment when the best cat star in history was born. There. Then, a while later, he walks away from the humans thinking that this was very difficult, as the photos should turn out well next time too. And he will come back after getting ready, starting to groom himself. He bends over to bathe, He speaks and can hear the rumors of the bounty increasing. Thinking that he can even aspire to the position of master, he starts to get all silly and greedy. But then, a wind rushed past his ears. He wonders what that was, since he worked hard to groom his fur, but now it's all ruined. But when he looks back, he sees wolves. Huge hooded figures were behind him, surrounding him. Poor guy, he gets all defensive, full of fear of those wolves, and then their leader arrives from behind, completely surrounding the hotel. He's scared. And then one of them brings his paw close to the cat, and his paw alone is about 3 times the size of the hotel. And he asks if he is the wandering merchant who bought the straw hat and a blacksmith shop in the merchants. Seem to come from far away. But still, his body doesn't stop shaking, and he hopes that this night also ends without any problems. But then he hears an even more terrifying noise, wondering, district. He questions what he's saying, completely scared, and the wolf yells at him, asking if he bought that straw hat at the blacksmith shop, and says that if he doesn't answer correctly, and he'll tear him to pieces. And Tay is scared to death, unable to say a word, while the wolf keeps pressuring him, demanding an answer. But just then, a pine cone falls, startling them both and drawing their attention. And Tay is still completely huddled up, while the wolf goes to investigate, wondering what it is, and it turns out that the pine cone releases smoke, and 21. That smoke engulfs the entire area and begins to affect the wolves who inhale it. They realize it's a stink bomb, and their noses are starting to go numb, and Tay is somewhat affected, but not too much. Just then, the fox arrives from behind with syrup, grabbing him and whisking him away, but she tells him to shut his mouth as she flees with the kitten, urging him to follow her quickly. So, they're surprised that he's running away. Then, the wolves ask what they're doing, but 2 of the wolves are on the ground, begging Elka to save them, saying that their noses, they think it's going to fall, and she starts to believe they failed the mission, feeling quite disappointed. Meanwhile, far away, Zeraf and Tay finally manage to shake them off. Then, Zeraf tells Tay that they won't. They pursue them for now. He thanks her because he thought he was in trouble, and Zeraf says that she saved him at that moment, so it's only fair that she returns the favor. But he says that he's still. So, he thanks her again, saying that he will make sure to reward her, asking if she happens to like grilled fish. She thinks this is her chance and wonders if he wouldn't mind if she accompanies him on his journey, saying that she would like to receive his teachings, just like before. And Tay gets excited, inviting her to come along, and says that they are going to the merchant's district. What was that? Outside, a gigantic paw is walking around with a huge bear, much bigger than the trees there. And that gigantic red bear gets close to the whole of the merchants, and she takes him the quickest way. He says that, before that, he needs to go to the merchant guild and request a promotion to a mid-tier merchant, and she is surprised by. That's because it hasn't even been a few months since he started working as the wandering merchant. So, he's surprised and questions how Zeraf found out about it, and she begins to suspect that it's a trap. Because she can't be caught as an agent of the secret inspection department for wandering merchants, she starts to think it would be suspicious, and doesn't want to believe she talked so much to that idiot. While she was scared, he ends up being a bit clueless and misunderstands everything, thinking that scoundrel has a loose tongue, and she thinks it's a relief that the tea is kinda slow. But she asks how he collected 1,000 tower coins in such a short time, since it's an amount that a simple wandering merchant like her can't even afford, and wonders if she can ask about what special items he was selling. And he thinks it's true, because without special support, it's impossible to accumulate such a large amount in such a short time. They'll never know what he has, or what kind of dangerous items he's dealing in. And if that's the case, she'll arrest him to uphold the honor of the inspection department. He simply states that he sells tomatoes and cherry tomatoes, and she almost doesn't believe what he's saying. He only sells those small, round, red fruits, those cherry tomatoes, and he simply says yes, adding that he's sold everything, so there are no tomatoes with him now, and he'll show her next time, but says that they don't have time right now, asking her to come with him. She questions whether he earned 1,000 tower coins solely from selling tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, asking how that's possible, and to her, that's suspicious, suspiciously so, and she follows him, very distrustful. Meanwhile, in the United States, that vice president manages to protagonist, getting close enough to be seen from inside, next to the moon. And so that shadow of the bear approaches the boy, and he is terrified because of that. Get his hands on the new D-rank magic tomato, and he is surprised that it now reduces 20 grams of fat, and the performance has doubled since the previous rank, and the flavor is also stronger than the previous rank. This is shocking. Then, he asks Jenny if, in case there are any negative results, they shouldn't plant the magic tomatoes there, and she says that, as he can see, A typical cherry tomato has grown, just like the ones they already know. He realizes it's because it's an item from the tower, after all. Then he asks if there are any results from planting them in the tower, and she questions what he thinks she is, and says that if Jenny gives them to them, they planted 100 top-rank magic tomatoes on the first floor of the tower, and 10 of them have successfully germinated and will be ready to be harvested soon. He questions if that's really the case, telling Jane that she worked a lot, but she says it's all thanks to him, explaining that it was an expected result with his technology and Gig's methods. Then she says that soon, she will be able to increase the germination rate to 50%. He sees that things are going well, but then she says that the budget for the tower farm project has already been approved by the council. They are hiring the protagonist, smart enough to create a farm and fend off the surrounding monsters. He also notices that the tower project is finally moving forward, a long-awaited deal that had been stalled, but is now back in operation thanks to the magic cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, the protagonist is living very peacefully with the new queen bee, the black rabbit, and his entire plantation. Then, at the Merchants Association, Tay finally obtains his title, being promoted to an intermediate-level merchant, and he becomes very happy. Zir congratulates him and says that with this momentum, they will get into the business of negotiation to buy the necessary items. And Ziraf is already thinking about it, since the trading market is a marketplace for intermediate-level merchants, where wandering merchants threat, thinking he really has no luck, and the bear keeps looking inside, and the boy notices that it hasn't noticed him yet, wondering if it's better for him to hide before it. Wanderers can show off their skills as much as they want. It starts with the auction house, where you can acquire good items from farmers or craft workshops on each floor, along with the quas, best prices, and depending on how they manage to buy a large number of items, obtain maximum profit with minimal loss. His skill as a merchant is assessed there, and Zarev thinks that the place is like a fierce battlefield that does not tolerate even a moment of hesitation. These places are on a completely different level than the junk store from the other day. So, she wonders what technique he's going to use, and he simply says he's going to buy from that somewhat strange place. And she thinks about it, since it's a general store, and when they go inside, they start looking at everything. There, he says he'll take 2 kitchen utensils and a set of needle and thread, asking how much it will cost, and the shopkeeper asks if he wasn't there to buy wholesale items to sell on another floor, and he says that he already mentioned he sells cherry tomatoes, and she gets another headache just thinking about this craziness, because she had been wondering if she could finally see her skill, and Gwenna says that it will cost 2.4 tower coins, and Zara is very surprised that pans are cheap, and even combining those items, the total should be less than 2 tower coins. Tower, thinking that the store owner is trying to trick Tay. He says he is overcharging, asking for the kitten's money, and she sees it in that hyena's eyes. But Tay counters by asking for discount on the spot, and so Zaraf notices that he accepted too easily, and it's the same reckless trick as before, but he claims that he's already offering a wholesale price. Zaraf thinks it was only possible because the other items were of poor quality back then, and that place is different. He says he will sell it for 2.2 tower coins, and is giving you a discount because you gave him a good first. Notices him, so he thinks about being silent and leaving there little by little, but when he picks up his backpack, it's open, and everything inside falls out, making a terrible noise. Thus, he is scared. Impression, and therefore, she thinks it is an old technique, giving a high price at the beginning and then lowering it. It is a technique that uses the mindset that customers will buy something cheaper, condescendingly lowering the price. She begins to see Gwenda's internal struggle, wondering if he will refuse the offer, and becomes worried because the store owner is known to be difficult. And so, Tay asks for an even bigger discount, putting on a show in front of the hyena. Then, the owner says that she already told him that she's giving him a wholesale price, and that he can't buy them for that price anywhere else. Then, Tay asks, even though she says everything is fine, and invites her to leave, abandoning everything there. She questions what happened, asking if he isn't going to haggle anymore. He says that, as he said, that she won't give him any more of a discount, so he's simply going to leave. But then, Iana asks why he is so impatient, saying that he lost, and that she will give them to him for 2 tower coins. Thinking that he looked like an easy mark, she thought it would work, but Tay says he will give 1.8 tower coins or he will leave. And so, Ina says everything is fine, telling him to take them for that price. Not liking the negotiation at all, Tay simply thanks him. Then Zaraf realizes that it's a foolproof discounting technique, a take-it-or-leave-it approach. It's the merchant's ultimate defeat, after trying to trick him, and she thinks that it wasn't even a fair fight from the start, it was a predetermined victory, and she thinks that because she received a special education from her family, she believed that she knew everything, but she wouldn't have been able to manage the negotiations so quickly, as it would have ended for 2 tower coins. This means he actually earned 1,000 coins just by selling cherry tomatoes, and so Tae picks everything up and tells her to leave. She wonders if she's witnessing a historic moment, the birth of a genius merchant. Then Tae thinks that he is excited. He gulps it down with the other rabbits who are drinking carrot juice, and they all drink from their glasses, experiencing the greatest happiness in the world. And that's the drink of a lifetime. Tomato juice with, and turns his gaze upward, and the bear actually hears that, sticking its face inside that hole. Now, face to face with the protagonist, who starts screaming upon seeing that monster, and the bear goes wild. Because, as Joao said, he asked for a discount 3 times that day, and in the end, all that happened was Tae insisting and receiving a discount 3 times. And when he leaves the place, Seraph goes after him. He does, but halfway through, he says he's going to leave for now. He asks if she's leaving already and tells her to go eat before she leaves, saying he'll pay, but she says she can't bother him any more than she already has. She has already learned a lot thanks to the cat, and is grateful for the chance to see past his arrogance. He questions what he did. Then she thinks that he is even humble, asking her to be careful, that she might encounter wolves next time too, and simply leaves him behind. And he keeps thinking that she is a strange fox, but thinks that he has to go back because he wants to take a nap on Sejun's lap. And in another corner, she finishes her report, and then that doggo comes to talk to her again, saying that the director wants to schedule a meeting about the goods stolen from Mr. Grade, asking if he should tell him that she is busy with work, but she says no, saying that she will visit the director's office soon, and he questions how much. That one, she says it's a report from a wandering merchant who was recently under surveillance, and orders the document to be sent to the person in charge of the merchant corridor, requesting that he be removed from surveillance. The little dog notices that it's the wandering cat merchant from that time and asks if he's a bargaining genius, according to the assessment. F says that, for the first time in ages, she's found a true merchant. Oh my god, this is a huge misunderstanding. Tells, a true merchant is quite impressive in business. And so, meanwhile, there in the forest, the proto retraces his path over those peanuts and thinks that Koing's mother is on patrol, so there shouldn't be any thieves around for now. He sees that they planted corn and cherry tomatoes, wanting to devour him. But, after that early morning scare, all the rabbits swarm the protagonist and try to wake him up, but he begs for a little more sleep, that is, until the rabbit in the hat. There that day, and it finally seems like they've expanded their field outside of the cave. Now, as they continue watering together with the watering can rabbit, he notices that the water isn't coming out, and the rabbit also finds it strange, since the water in that watering can should have been infinite. Then, the black rabbit rushes over to them and starts calling out to them, along with the chubby rabbit, and so, he questions what's going on, until he goes down into the cave to check out the lake. When he gets there, he sees something that impresses everyone, and when they look inside, there's a ton of lobsters. He notices there are a lot of them, and wonders if they ended up in the hole where Spirin hangs out, questioning what kind of ecosystem that hole is. Then, he thinks about the lobsters and what he can do with them, and he's pretty excited about it. He says that they've been praised so much on YouTube that they must be really delicious, asking the black rabbit to go get them right away, but he's not too keen on the idea. He says that they might look like that, but they're incredibly tasty, pulling out his dagger and saying that he'll definitely like them more than anything. And that's the find, enough to get Black Rabbit excited enough to grab his mallet, and the protagonist mentions that they can't miss this opportunity to get some new protein, and so they get ready to catch those lobsters and start hunting them, with some even jumping up at the protagonist. He actually goes into the water to catch those lobsters, and they start staring at him, and jump out of the water, wanting to get to the boy. But then, he manages to get a triple kill and almost a quadra kill, going after all of them, defeating the lobsters and acquiring 30 XP. He tells Black Rabbit to catch them and throw them onto the land. And so, the rabbits start putting them in the cart so they can take them to Scythe Rabbit, who starts trying to chop them up. But, Luffy punches the protagonist, slapping him awake with as much brutality as possible. He gets up wondering what's going on, questioning what happened and how much time has passed, realizes that his scythe can't penetrate their shells. But the protagonist arrives and says that, since their shells are golden, it will be difficult to cut them unless they're cooked, and they're going to roll them up, using green onions and grilling them, and so the cult of the scythe is even saddened, but accepts it, and the protagonist makes a cocoon, placing them near the fire, and thinks it smells really good, and the aroma The salty scent of the crustacean is spreading throughout the cave, and everyone stands there with their mouths watering, waiting. So he opens one to see if it's ready, and notices that it's red and well cooked, with them almost ready, along with the corn inside that leaf. Then he grills the water around it, and the green onions and salty seawater flavor penetrate the tender meat, adding richness. He says that, now they should eat, taking the first one and showing everyone how to eat. And when he breaks it open, the flesh is revealed in the middle, and he tells them to hold it, turn their heads and bodies, so that it can be opened easily, and tells them to look at the meat inside. Everyone is eager to eat, and talks about that salty smell that is making everyone salivate, and asks to, each of them takes one, while he removes the head so they can eat, and all the rabbits really like that meat. He thinks it's very delicious, extremely salty, and the seasoning is perfect, even without sauce. And he asks everyone if it's delicious. And the mother, along with him, takes the opportunity to pick up a head and look at it somewhat warily. However, Prota tells her that they won't. Throw it away, and she finds it strange. He asks if she sees the organs inside the head, because they should dip the meat in them, and it simply becomes an incredible delicacy. It doesn't look good, Prota. Sorry, I have to disagree. It's a little weird, but he says it tastes delicious, and it makes him want soju, and the black rabbit seems to want it too. So Prota brings the head to, at the blue moon. But, looking up at the sky, he notices that he ended up with the little bunny saying that's exactly right. He finally realizes that he fainted, and his whole body is aching, and he complains about him, asking if he wants to try it, and he puts it in his paw, sniffing the thing and finding it strange. But when he puts it in his mouth, his little ear starts wagging excitedly. He asks what he thinks of it, questioning if it's delicious, and the rabbit dives right in, eating more and more. He says he'll give one to each of them, telling them to eat up. Enough. And the black rabbit is also diving in. Soon we'll have 2 chubby rabbits, okay? The chubby rabbit here is being treated unfairly, because the black rabbit eats just as much as he does. But, just then, Aang arrives up there, watching him enjoy himself down below, and Prota asks him to wait a moment, as he's going to bring some up for them too, so he can dive in like that. And up there, he takes it. Wow, there are lobsters galore. This guy is going to deforest the Amazon of the sea, or the Atlantic Ocean. I don't know what sea this could be. And he just takes a ton of lobster for the bones. So he tells him to twist the head off and do the whole procedure, but the bear eats it like he's eating shrimp, throwing everything down the hatch. And Prota simply asks if it's tasty, and, apparently, he really likes it. He says it's the right thing to do, because he heard the peel is also very nutritious. And so, in the area around the 2nd floor of the tower, in the skeleton village, some men are killing all the skeletons in their path, completely cleaning up the place. And the skeletons that live there are fleeing from the hunters like the devil flees from the cross, begging for their lives or whatever it may be. That may be. But the guys keep killing them mercilessly, crushing their skulls on the ground. And here we see the vice president of the company that's trying to plant the protagonist's little tomatoes. Protagonist. And so, one of the adventurers welcomes the vice president. He says it seems that things are progressing well in securing the land for a large farm. So they mention that happened because that monster was at the entrance of the cave. Then he started screaming and doesn't remember anything after that. And he still feels scared now when he recalls it, because he was almost killed by As they can see, they have currently mobilized all the mercenaries. They have taken possession of more than half of the skeleton villages on the 2nd floor. Then he expresses surprise, because they said that it's only half done. And so the adventurer apologizes to the vice president. He then asks what the estimated time needed is, and they say that, considering the vast area and the level of the new mercenaries, it looks like it will take a few more months. So the vice president makes some adjustments to his menu and sends it to the hunter. He questions what it is. Then the vice president says that they assumed the debts of those who took out private loans and woke them up with the note, making them sign a lifetime contract with them. They don't need to leave the tower, so that should be enough, saying that it gives him a week, telling him to focus on securing the land for agriculture. So the hunter quickly thanks him, and a researcher speaks with the vice president, as they were waiting for him, and says that the growth of the cherry tomatoes has just reached its peak, asking if he would like to try some. So he stays, excited that he finally managed to harvest one of those fruits, but thinks that, as expected, it isn't an item. And so, he also considers checking the flavor, and, when he eats it, he notices that it tastes horrible. Spitting that stuff out of his mouth, everyone asks what happened. He questions what is happening there, but the researcher asks what the problem is, and he says it doesn't taste like anything. He doesn't like the taste at all, and she asks what he's talking about, saying that there's no way it can taste like that. But when she eats it, it really does taste horrible and says that they added all the supplements, nutritional products of the highest quality, but it has no taste whatsoever. They think that all the components of those fruits are below the standard level and are at the lowest level for commercialization. And, monster. He looks at all the bunnies, finally realizing just how terrifying his situation is. He starts to feel incredibly cold. And then the mother bunny shouts at him, showing he's pissed at everything they've accomplished so far, throwing those tomatoes on the ground and stomping on them. But then, when he does this, he also realizes that there aren't any seeds. While, that's right, the protagonist is living the good life at the top of the tower, sleeping peacefully on the floor with the bunnies. But while he's sleeping, that bull shows up again. Number 3 arrives to steal his leaves, happily munching on the fresh grass. Robubu from Pix, if you don't get away from me, how long are you going to keep stealing from the protagonist? I hope your hand. He throws it up in the air, and sometime later, in a mansion, the vice president examines that tomato, noticing it has no seeds, and says that, without seeds, let alone genetic improvement, then, cultivation itself becomes impossible. And he wonders if it's because of what happened 10 years ago, because around the time he entered the tower, shortly after it appeared, he was lucky enough to enter through the disappearance, picking up the sword and beginning his journey, and he says that his younger self's dream came true, to see the land rich and spacious. Inside the tower, there's a sky where the sun shines 24 hours a day, and the land is of excellent quality. If he could cultivate crops within the tower and dominate the global food market, it wouldn't just be a dream. Before that could happen, he had already progressed significantly and left the tower, heading straight to his father's company to persuade him, and everything was proceeding smoothly. And that marked the start of the tower agriculture project. He then began to take it seriously, but unexpected problems arose, and he began to question why none of the crops were producing seed. He reflects that even after investing unimaginable sums of money in hundreds of different seedlings throughout the year, all in an effort to create the optimal environment within the tower, he's still left the fire that was there. He lights the fire, making it bigger, and finally manages to warm himself with the bunnies. She brings him some fish, and he thanks her. After eating, he returns to his sign, wondering why none of them are producing seeds. And so, the research results reveal that awakened individuals lose their reproductive abilities the moment they enter the tower. What a revelation. Dude, wow, that's complicated. And, as a temporary side effect of their bodies suddenly adapting to mana, most reproductive abilities are restored when the awakens level exceeds 10. Okay, not so bad, not so bad. You can play that game of 1 to 9, past 10, then it's time to start a family. So he thinks there's no way this news won't be shocking. And everyone was horrified by it. And the loss of fertility also applies to plants, and there is no way to evolve seeds from outside. He had to find another way. And that was when he thought of using the crops that were born and grown inside the tower, because they are sold as edible crops and food, just like on Earth. And then the merchant spoke with him about seeds. He says he can't sell them because they're all monopolized by a greedy guy named Grid from the 55th floor. And at that time, he had only climbed up to the 10th floor of the tower. He spent a fortune and was treated like an incompetent son by his father and the board of directors. Youthful exuberance was the only excuse he could come up with, invent, and, standing before the towering wall, his dream of developing agriculture there crumbled to the ground, collapsing in vain. But even so, he thinks he can't exist, ordering them to immediately bring all the hunters from the 38th floor. Everyone there is surprised, and he grabs a huge sum of money, saying he doesn't care how much they spend, ordering them to buy all of Merchant Cat's grade D magic tomatoes, and guarantees that even if the grade doesn't work, he will try to cultivate grade D magic tomatoes anyway. He's in a natural mood, thinking that the monster noticed this place. He doesn't know if it sensed the presence of another monster or if it gave up because the hole was too small for it to pass through. But he might get a different result if the grade is higher, and he thinks about those tomatoes, saying he'll make sure to have them in his hands. Meanwhile, Tay himself is calmly returning home, and he ends up seeing a bunch of leaves strewn about, finding it strange, and noticing that it's the chives Sejun was growing. He thinks they're all scattered around and starts picking one up, until he bumps into something, coming face to face with a minotaur, and is surprised to see the wandering merchant. Then, he asks the minotaur where he got what he's eating, and the bull, number 3, says he took it from what was left on the ground there. So, he says that's impossible, explaining that it's grass from Sejun Park, which he treasures, and there's no way it could have been left on the ground. They can use this grass as bowls, and even make ropes, and he says it's also a precious grass that can be used for cleaning themselves, asking if he dares steal that precious grass. Yeah, for those who wondered in the last video, I saw your comment asking how he cleans his butt. Apparently, it's with leaves, but the bull, hearing all this, he gets angry with him, asking if he's teaching a warrior like himself how to steal, going after Tae, and almost hitting him. Then, he declares that he is one of those who live and die for honor. He, a Minotaur warrior, could never be stealing, and he can't control himself, even though Tae is a wandering merchant, for slandering that warrior. And Tae finds himself once again in a life-or-death situation, but he insists that he didn't lie, and says that they should ask Park Sejun, saying that they will see who is right. The bull calms down a little more, saying that everything is fine, asking him to take him to Sejun. So, Tae asks him to follow him. The bull, while following Tae, thinks that that guy, Park Sejun, must have scattered the grass there, because guarantee that nothing will happen next time. He says he was lucky this time, but he could actually end up dying, and he thinks about how hard he worked to get there. For now, what? Otherwise, why would such delicious grass be left on the ground? He thinks that the commander surely told him to discover the location where the grass appears, and that he will be praised for it. Knew by the commander. But Proquo is still sleeping. He ends up being woken up yet again, this time by Tae, who jumps directly onto his stomach, landing right on his abdomen and waking the kid up in the worst possible way possible. He says that now is not the time to lie down and mess around, asking the protagonist to leave while he feels an absurd pain in his stomach, and asks Tae what is happening. And Tae says, simply that he caught a thief. Sejun doesn't quite understand this, but when he leaves the cave, he runs into a gigantic minotaur and starts asking Tae if this is the thief he said he caught. Tae says yes, acting all cocky, telling him to come quickly and reprimand him. But the protagonist continues holding the rope very calmly, so he tells him to look at that, saying that this black minotaur stole all his grass, and the protagonist goes over there, noticing that it is the chives that they spread in the field. However, the minotaur begins to argue, saying, who only picked up what fell on the ground, and says that if he wasn't going to throw it away, there would be no reason for the grass to be left on the ground like that. And then the protagonist notices that it is the monster called the Minotaur, black, starting to notice that these are the horned guys Koang's mother was talking about, the ones who turned a field into a mess during the blue moon, besides stealing the leaves that they buried in the ground a few days ago. And Tae must have caught him stealing the leaves that day. Then the Minotaur starts saying that he is a Rado warrior and there is no way he would steal anything. But Tae says, no, insisting that they didn't throw it away and that he is indeed a thief. The protagonist thinks about it, noting that he's a bull, and figures that they can dig deep into the ground too, thinking that this is the kind of situation, all he can do is eat enough to survive. And he puts this into practice, thinking about doing something later. Then, Luffy's bunny called Prota, and he becomes curious about what that can be resolved. Then Tae tells the protagonist to hurry up and ask that idiot whether or not he threw away that grass, and he says of course not, which leaves the Minotaur also bland. He says it was an important grass that was covered in order to manage the field's humidity. But then Minotauro says that can't be the case, stating that he doesn't believe he stole it, apologizing, claiming he had no idea. But the protagonist argues that apologizing with words after stealing won't work, telling him to give 100 tower coins, saying that he will demand it. 100 tower coins as compensation for messing up his field and stealing the grass. That guy is such a scammer, he doesn't miss a single chance. Then the bull is very surprised by what he is asking for, asking if the grass is really that expensive, and that becoming a thief is truly terrifying. Then T asks if he understands, telling him to hurry up and pay the 100 tower coins. But at that moment, Tae begins to climb on the Minotaur, noting that he has nothing, asking what they are going to do now. Then he asks what the Minotaur thinks, because if he doesn't have money, he should pay with his body. Hold on a second, protagonist. Keep your cool, my friend. Then Tae asks what he's talking about, and the protagonist tells the Minotaur to go there to work every day, saying he'll give him a tower coin per day, and that way he can pay off his debt. So Milot asks if he wants him to pay off his debt by working there. He says he'll also give him food, and asks if he likes chives, saying that he'll let him eat as much as he wants. He's not a bad employer, asking what he thinks and wondering if it's a good deal. And the Minotaur simply accepts everything, euphoric, saying he'll accept if he can eat. Then he says the contract is done, stating that he starts working the next day, sealing the deal with the Minotaur. And so, Tae, Cherry, and Honey. And he says, this is the good life, together with all the other rabbits. But then the system sends him a mission, an additional mission. he must distribute the honey liquid to. The bunny wants to show him. The rabbit leads him to a completely different blue cherry tomato, the size of a golf ball. He thinks it's very beautiful, but he wonders why. Is watching, ready to make a deal with his mouth hanging open, thinking that if someone doesn't have money, they can pay with their body. Besides, as expected of the master, he learned something new. Oh my god. When Tay uses that crap, it's going to be a huge problem. Telling someone to pay with their body is going to end badly. He thinks he should write it down so he doesn't forget, and he actually writes it down in his little notebook. As the Minotaur leaves, he tells Tay that he did a good job because he caught the thief, and also gained a worker thanks to him. Tay asks if he did a great job. Work, wondering how he did. Prota says he will extend Tay's status as a sales cat for another month, but Tay is not satisfied, asking for more and grabbing Prota's leg. But he says his pants are going to rip, asking him to get off of him. The next day, Prota continues to collect water from the pond below together with the black rabbit, having a lot of fun, killing several of them, and hunting peacefully. When he throws them out, Prota kills the ones that fall and wonders if they should stop since they've caught a large amount. Thinking that this should be enough food for Kwang and his mother, he tells Coelho Prado, Black Rabbit, that he worked very well, adding that his skills are gradually improving until the rabbit begins to shine and evolve, as if he were a Pokemon. He notices this, and the rabbit ends up receiving a new and improved sledgehammer. He observes that the hammer has changed significantly. When the rabbit takes it, the protagonist remarks that it's different from a normal level of improvement, stating that it's his second awakening and that he is incredible. The rabbit, along with his brothers, is completely amazed. Then, he says that he's leaving the lobster hunting to him now. Just then, Koenjeg's mother appears, and the protagonist asks what's going on. He turns to Koenjeg, asking what his mother is. He turned blue and noticed that it was already ripe, and as he pulled it out, a system window popped up in front of the boy's face, stating that he had successfully completed the mission to collect a fruit containing saying, and he explains it to the protagonist. At that moment, when he looks back, he notices a beehive nearby, wondering how long it's been there, and it was Queen Bee 2 who built it. Him going to the protagonist, he's surprised to see that it's the second-generation Poison Queen who was just born, and says it's a pleasure to meet her, asking where she had been, saying that he was marked as her owner, and he was worried about not seeing her. And then, she calls other bees from her own hive. He notices that she went to gather her swarm of bees and says that it's a relief that she returned safe and sound, and Quang ends up staying there, observing them. The protagonist takes the opportunity to introduce Quang to the queen, mentioning that she arrived recently. He says that Quang should protect her home well, and in return, the queen will work hard to make the honey he loves so much. The two start to get along well, and everyone is in a happy mood. But then the Minotaur appears, saying that he's there to work, and the protagonist welcomes him. But Mother Bone gets angry, attacking the Minotaur without even wanting to hear him out. Then, the Minotaur is terrified of the bear, thinking he never imagined he'd find her there, bracing for a beating. But then, the protagonist asks Koeng's mother to wait, he tells him not to fight, asking him to listen. However, the mother bear pushes them all out of the way, and Tay appears there while the protagonist is down, asking what's going on, saying he heard the noise from below, questioning what is happening, and the protagonist asks Tay to try and stop them, saying that he couldn't say anything and that they will get hurt if they fight, and Koeng's mother, the Minotaur, has to stop. And so, he shouts at them not to fight, because the Minotaur is there to work, saying he is not the enemy. And so, Koeng's mother even says something, and Tay translates for him, Blue Moon Energy. He was extremely surprised by this, since it was a system message, and the system announced that his incredible achievement had caught the attention of the tower administrator. The administrator, saying that she wants him to return to his cave, saying that she will not tolerate the Minotaur invading her territory. However, he talks to the Minotaur this time, but in this instance, he says that, as a Minotaur warriors avoiding battle is not honorable. And so, Quang shows up there to try and help out, and Frot is wondering what he should do, and Tay translates what Quang is saying, is talking because he wants to cry again, asking Prota to scold him, and In appears in the middle of all this, sending a message saying that she is begging for something to eat, because she is bored, and he says that they are a little busy right now, because the Minotaur and Quang's mother are fighting, but what she actually asks is why there is a Minotaur there, because she wants him to resolve this soon, because she is hungry. He says that, if it were that simple, he would have resolved it already, because the two of them aren't listening to him. And then, Ain starts grabbing Prota's clothes, and Tay continues saying that Quang is saying that he is hungry. But then, the fight between the two heats up, and Tae starts asking to go back to the cave and also says that he is hungry. And Prota, he finds himself in the middle of that whole mess and starts to get angry, shouting at everyone, because if nobody listens to him, he won't give any of them food. He actually manages to stop the fight at that time, because both the mother, the Minotaur, and everyone there are not at all happy with this threat, and everyone, when they find out that they won't be able to eat, are far from calm. Even Ayan herself gets scared by this, and so does Tae, who says that it's wrong, clinging to Prota while crying and begging him not to do it. And when Prota gets angry, he finally manages to bring order to that whole mess. Initially, he asks everyone to sit down, and the Minotaur, Kwang's mother, Kwang, everyone there sits around him, and even Ayan sits down. Of the tower began to keep an eye on the boy, and wasn't happy with him, but the protagonist asked about the reason for this reaction, while Loft's bunny was rolling around, and the system explained that, calmly, ready to listen to him, and he tells the two brawlers that if they go around causing confusion like that, not only the field and the plantations, but even those around them will be affected, harmed as well. He explains that they first need to share a meal to ease the misunderstanding between them, asking the rabbits to help and inviting them to eat, and then they quickly prepare the food and serve everyone so they can stuff themselves. The Minotaur and Kwang's mother become friendly and eat side by side, and he tells them not to rush their meal. He also asks Ain to enjoy the corn that he sent her. Then, the Minotaur says that the corn is delicious and tries to take some, but Kwang's mother refuses, because hers, only I will kill him, and the two of them begin to feel awkward with each other. So Prota orders them to stop arguing while they are eating. He explains that Kwang's mother is the one who protects his fields and the cave, along with Kwang himself. And that one over there is the Minotaur, whose name he doesn't know, but the Minotaur introduces himself as Bull 3M, a Minotaur warrior. Prota simply accepts this strange name and says that he will help with the work in the field, and Kwang's mother finally understands. The protagonist asks if they understand, telling them that they can't fight there, because if they do, he won't allow it. So the two are shocked that they can't fight, and they end up making peace, closing a deal, and becoming best friends. The protagonist says that this is good, and translates it that way. He translates what Kwang's mother is saying, explaining that she wants him to focus on the fact that they are shaking hands. But at that moment, the Minotaur questions what kind of work he has to do, and the protagonist then asks if it isn't obvious what he's going to need to do, while petting the bull, just to make it clear. Then he goes to those isolated lands, saying that he dug the ground. Administrator discovered that he wasn't someone who had been properly invited, so the administrator wanted to cover up this error, and the protagonist questioned this, asking what they meant and if it was a mistake. During the blue moon, he just needs to turn the soft soil inside the ground before lunch. He wonders if that's all he has to do, and if he'll get lunch as well. The protagonist replies that, of course, he will, saying, who isn't a cruel boss, and so, Bull 3 makes his horn grow quite large and bursts above ground, lifting everything in the area, thinking he's going to work very hard in order to be able to eat a lot, and Prota thinks that they can plow the ground easily now, and says that they will plant chives because it's a hassle to go down to the cave and get them one by one, and for some reason, he feels that he needs to increase their production, and thinks that it isn't difficult to increase the production of chives, as all they have to do is harvest and cut moderately grown onions, leaving only the roots, and over time, the roots of the chives will split and grow from the cut side, and so, they just need to replant the split roots. He notices that the roots are strong and starts to plant them, creating a 200 pong chives field, gaining 200 XP, and he notices that the planting is complete there, and the chives, they grow very quickly inside the tower. So, from now on, the field will grow several times larger in a short time. If they divide the plants, every time the stems grow, all they need to do is solve another problem, which is the issue of irrigation. He mentions that there's a limit to the amount of water the watering can hold, making it impossible to water all the crops, which is a problem, even if the field expands. But at that moment, Santa Rabbit begins to glow in front of the protagonist. Then, his watering can transforms, turning golden. He is surprised by this change to the watering can and notices that the Black Rabbit has experienced a second awakening, congratulating Father Rabbit and noting that it happened at the right time, asking if it was because he dared to push himself repeatedly to his limit, and so, that he had ended up there, pointing out that he had been in that place for 61 days, and they were only now telling him it was a mistake, begging them to help him because he wanted to go home. But asks what he thinks about the increased amount of water, and he says that now there's twice the amount he had before, so he says that they will definitely expand the field. Meanwhile, King Taurus, notices that Taurus 3 is taking far too long. Then he doesn't return. And that's the first day the baby rabbits emerge from the cave for the very first time. And when they step outside, everyone is excited, and Prota introduces the pups to Koang. And when he gets close, he starts licking them all over. He runs away in fear. But they eventually notice that Koang is quite friendly, jumping back on top of him. So he asks if Kwang can take good care of the babies, and he agrees. And Tae declares that he's their uncle, acting all self-important, and calls them over, because their uncle is going to take them on an adventure outside the cave. But they don't want to follow Tae, clinging to Kang, who is so soft and fluffy. And Tae doesn't like that one bit, making a scene and asking if they've forgotten their uncle. And so Prota remarks that the children grow up really fast, and Tae is shocked, because after everything he went through to raise them, they gave him, abandoned them. But the protagonist tells him not to be sad, to stay calm, telling him to sit there and have a little churro. And so he becomes a little calmer, and the protagonist talks to the cat salesman, Tae, asking if it isn't almost time for him to go down to the lower floors to negotiate. And he says that he wants to go down, but he doesn't think he can. And the protagonist asks, "What do you mean?" So he finally talks about what happened with the wolves, and the protagonist is surprised that a pack of wolves was looking for him and that straw hat. And he says yes, and that's why he can't go down, saying that things have become quite problematic. But the protagonist wonders if that straw hat among the artifacts and effects is really that good. Even so, it's one less unnecessary item. The system says that the ADM is considering killing him to erase the evidence, which the protagonist strongly dislikes, especially since he even unlocked an achievement. Instead of rewarding him, the ADM is planning to kill him, and he wonders what the hell is going on, unless he's a farmer, and wonders if there are tower farmers on other floors too, and thinks that if that's the case, Deal shouldn't worry, because he has an idea to resolve the situation. That's it. And with that, Prota proposes a solution and asks Tell if he can hire the freelance mercenary, mentioning that they will contact Scenario. He is then surprised by this. He says that it's a great idea. Freelance mercenary work is something that only those born in the tower, like wandering merchants, are able to do. And so, through an agreement between the Association of Freelance Mercenaries and the Wandering Merchants Association, freelance mercenaries are able to use the merchants' passages by paying a fee. And furthermore, non-mercenaries can also have access to these passages if they are temporarily contracted as freelance mercenaries at the request of the wandering merchants. And so, he mentions that he wishes he could go down the tower as a mercenary as well. But, just like the wandering merchants, only those born in the tower are able to become mercenaries. And Tell says he remembers that well, so he asks Sean will agree to be the mercenary, stating that even so, he remains the monster of the 99th floor. And the protagonist believes there's a solution, as they can offer triple the daily rate charged by the tower if they escort him with the mercenary. And Tae thinks he's a genius, remarking that his mind is extraordinary. He had never considered that, and the protagonist dismisses it, telling Tae that he can handle it. He asks Antonio if he wants a bit of crying, and he says yes, thinking that with this, he will also learn to do something like that and use it someday. And after that, Bull number 3 continues to hiding near his house until he attempts to leave that way. But someone arrives, asking where he thinks he's going, and Bull number 3 is Sean San, who changed his name. They must be. The ADM is speechless, and the protagonist begins to think that the situation has become serious. Then, the system announces that the ADM is awakening there, and the boy literally translating, but I'll continue with Bull 3, and a bull woman arrives there, saying that she has been looking for him for 3 days, and he is surprised to see her there, speaking to him. Nothing, telling her to leave. But she notices his face is all shiny and asks if he's been secretly eating something, pressing him to tell her what it is and begging him to take her with him. But he says it's nothing and that it's a conspiracy. But she threatens to report him, since the boss is looking for him and he's definitely plotting something, leaving him completely at a loss for what to do. And he ends up accepting what she's saying. She becomes all happy, and he tells her he'll take her along, but she needs to stay quiet because it's a secret. And so they go, until near Pro's house. And when he comes out, they are both surprised because the number of minotaurs has doubled. He questions what's going on. If he brought a friend, then she introduces herself as Sa, and asks him who's been saying they'd give her food if she turned the earth upside down. And Bull number 3 asks if he can let his friend work there too, because otherwise it will be a problem. And Prota thinks they don't need to cultivate fields right now, so they don't need extra help. But he says he'll let her work for there, asking if he can ask for a favor. And she says that, of course, she wants to know what it is. He says that his important wandering merchant, Tae, is being threatened by wolves. He says that this is problematic. And Prota says that if they protect Tae with the mercenary Freelancia, he will give her triple the daily tower fee, as well as food, asking her what she thinks, and she says that she doesn't like it. He questions why, since she just said she would work, and she says she can't eat tower coins, and Prota understands what she means. So he asks, how about 3? Undergoes a Pokemon-like de-evolution. Then he finally awakens and wonders if he is now officially an awakened from the tower, and he inquires about his class, wondering if it will be a swordsman, meals a day, and snacks in between. And she immediately agrees, accepting right away. But Taurus 3 says he wants that too, and Prota notices that they are motivated by hunger. He says that's great, because it will be safer with both of them, and says that she will prepare food for them to eat on the way, which makes them both happy. And she jumps on the bull, thanking him for presenting such an incredible place. And he talks to Chansa, saying that he is happy that she is happy too. And so the protagonist watches everything that is happening there and understands the atmosphere that's going on. So, he goes to pick some chives and notices that there are a lot of them there, wondering if it's enough. And then, Tae questions whether he needs to take all of this. He asks if he will take them, since there are a lot, questioning whether he thinks his space will be enough to take everything. But Tae tells him not to worry, throwing his little bag and sucking up all those chives. He notices that it fits more than usual, and Tae says yes, saying that he is now a senior wandering merchant, and when he was promoted to senior wandering merchant, the capacity of the stock market also increased, and the protagonist thinks about it, because, now that he thinks about it, the distinctive mark on his chest has also changed. But Taurus points out that he's only noticing it now, which makes him sad that he didn't realize it sooner. It makes sense, but the protagonist just tells him to get ready, immediately grabbing the cat's cheek. Then, he tells Tele that he has a gift to send to his family this time, asking if he's aware of that, and he says, who understood, asking the protagonist to leave it to him, as he already knows the procedure, saying that he's already going with the two of them. And the protagonist asks them to take care of themselves, telling Taurus 3 and O to take care and take good care of the hotel, and he stays behind with the rabbits, but he wonders if those two gluttons won't end up eating Tele after they finish the chives, but he thinks, calling himself clever, and says that he believes he will be a wizard. Then the system states that the ADM has assigned a class to him. He asks what it is, and is shocked to see what class. Black Rabbit, looking at him, literally has my face, thinking about what could happen to those bad wolves. So, now in the Merchant's Alley, in the Wandering Merchant's Passage in the area, residentially, the wolves are still there, simply waiting for the hotel's passage, and one of the wolves approaches Elka, saying he obtained food, and she tells him he did a good job, inquiring how much remains for the guards, and he says that it's the last one. Elka tells Elko to eat, but he says he doesn't want to. And with that, he speaks to the leader Elka, asking how long they will need to remain there, because he is tired of staying there for days just observing people, urging her to return to the 5th floor. But she asks if he will continue saying stupid things, questioning if he has ever thought about the members of his tribe who are hungry, waiting on floor 85, and says that if they don't complete the task, they won't get food from Greed Aid, and the survival of his tribe depends on that. And he apologizes, asking her not to be angry, saying that he was wrong, and he falls to the floor, crying and begging, while she has absolutely no patience. And she says that, even if he's not hungry, he has to eat, because this food was bought with precious money, gathered by his tribe specifically for this purpose. He needs to eat to regain his strength, and so he thinks that Lidaroka also needs to eat, but she decides to skip it. However, while she is talking with them, she smells something and quickly peeks over the balcony. They ask her what's wrong, and so she recognizes him, as he is the wandering merchant with the straw hat she encountered before. But as she watches him calmly passing by, she declares that this time, no matter what, she needs to obtain straw hat information for sure. Meanwhile, back at the wandering merchant's base, they are all amused watching those minotaurs, and are surprised to see black minotaurs. The tower administrators. There will be no reward, and if he refuses, they will be disappointed. He is surprised by this, but says it's okay. He has been assigned, becoming the tower farmer rank F. Then all his excitement vanishes and he can't believe what he's reading, and the system informs him that, due to his profession, he will not be there, because they never thought they would see any. And for some of those vendors, it's the first time seeing monsters from the 19th floor, and they wonder if a wandering merchant can hire black minotaurs. Being used as mercenaries makes them wonder just how amazing this merchant must be. But then, he appears, asking if anyone is looking for him, almost invisible in full view of the other merchants. They look down to see him standing there smugly, and they question what this little wandering cat merchant wants. And he begins to present himself to everyone, world, announcing that he is the wandering merchant who hired the Minotaurs as mercenaries, and starts laughing, completely convinced of himself. They question the contractor, asking if this is the first time they've heard that name, telling him that he shouldn't be lying there. But he starts to freak out and calls for San and Os, asking them to come to him. But when he turns around, the two Minotaurs are no longer there. He screams, wondering where they went. And, at that moment, the Minotaurs are somewhere else. And Shiona ends up calling Shion and San over to look at some grass, saying that it is interesting, and they start ganging up on a poor little mouse, thinking it looks very tasty, and wanting to steal it. But then, the bunny just asks them to spare his life. However, Tay runs over to them, saying he was looking for them and asking what they are doing, and he asks the bulls if they aren't mercenaries, who should be protecting him, and, questioning what they are doing there. He apologizes. After all, they couldn't help it, and this is very interesting. And then, Tay asks if it's the first time they've been to the village of Passage. Shion-san says that, yes, it's their first time. They have never left the 99th floor, but he asks why it is called the Merchant's Passage, questioning whether access to the sick, and due to his work, he will also be in sync with nature, and, in addition, he will gain experience points by collecting the crops. But, in this situation, he asks for it to wait. Tower shouldn't be available to everyone born in the tower, and not just wandering merchants. But then, Dell starts laughing at him, saying that they really don't know anything because they are hicks from the 99th. So, he climbs onto some boxes to explain, saying that the mid-level wandering merchant will explain it to them. He says that, long ago, all the tower's passages, they extended randomly like branches from the 1st to the 99th floor. But because there were so many passages, none were safe, and no one knew which were dangerous. And so, the first great wandering merchant created the Wandering Merchants Association and organized these passages, pruning the dangerous paths and choosing the safe ones. And the Merchants Association, which later became the main force in the tower, joined the Magic Tower, which made an agreement with the association. They provided the resources and manpower needed to manage the passage. But, since the passage is still being managed by the Wandering Merchants Association, it's being called the Merchant's Passage. Xion is completely surprised, saying this is incredible, and asking, how does Tay know all this? He claims it's basic knowledge for a mid-level wandering merchant, but Sean thinks it's actually the first page of a guide for beginner wandering merchants. And it was good that he mentioned it, because he explained that all residents of the tower can use the passages, but this is a paid passage that only wandering merchants can use. Something like a shortcut. Sean keeps asking about it, and Tay says that they can only use this paid passage because he is a wandering merchant. If they were to use the regular passage, it would take much longer. And this passage village is the center of a large junction, where these paid passages are concentrated. They need to go to the 38th floor, so they will use the paid passage to, asking how he's going to be a farmer, he's told to open the status window, and all his attributes are laughable. Furthermore, he has no abilities, and is surprised that this carest go down to the 4th floor from there and then transfer to a regular passage. Sean notes that it's a very complicated route, but Tay confirms that it is. So, before all that, they are going to eat, and they both like him a lot and decide to start following Tay. He tells them that he's taking them to his favorite fish restaurant, but while they are on their way, wolves suddenly attack him, and Tay is almost caught. But when he glances to the side, he's terrified to hear that huge gray wolf, finally finding Tay, filled with hatred, and Tay begins to cower, scared in the corner. My God, he looks like my cat when he gets scared by my robot vacuum cleaner. When I turn on the robot, he acts exactly like that, completely scared. Then, he starts to sweat, seeing the wolf again. And then, the wolf demands Tay answer him, questioning where he got that straw hat. But Sam prepares a punch, nearly hitting the wolf, sinking his hand into the ground. But the wolf dodges out of the way, avoids the hit, and looks to the side, wondering how there's a minotaur there. So, he asks who that is, and Tay immediately says, it's him, the bastard who has been stalking you. And so Zahn thinks they're going to get rid of him, but the other two wolves go after their boss, wanting to join Zahn so they can help her. Then Char takes the lead, hitting them both and sending the wolves flying away. He ends up falling to the ground, and Elka calls for Elo. Elka and Zan ask if there were 2 more cute puppies around after. Lay her hands on those monsters. So she talks to Zahn, telling him to protect Tay, and that she will take care of it. He says that everything is fine, Then Tae asks if Cha will be okay alone. But Chun asks him what he thinks they are, because they are monsters from the highest floor, and these types of dogs are no match for them, and Shianar is stronger than he himself is his status window, and that he is a slowpoke who has mediocre talent. All the boy's hopes disappear, as he already imagined himself on Altas Horus giving an interview with a presenter. He gets all silly saying this and Tae realizes something. Then he says to Zan, I was mixing it up. Zan is her, Cha is him. You know? I was making a mistake. It's difficult, right? It's okay that, like, she is. It's her, but the name is almost the same, with only one letter different, and the hotel tells her that she is not allowed to kill them, and she looks back, seemingly in disbelief, but says she doesn't know if she'll be able to do it. Attacking those wolves, Elka rushes to help the two who had fallen, asking if they are okay. They say they are, and ask what they should do. Elka responds that they can't. Retreat. After all, they won't have another chance if they lose this merchant cat. And the three of them position themselves to face Johnson. Then, she tells them to prepare themselves, because they are going in with everything they have. Tion simply waits for them to attack, looking completely self-assured. Meanwhile, back in Prota's hole, the chubby rabbit is enjoying a full beauty treatment, even down to his fur. Stopped. And the rabbit with the scythe is overjoyed to have helped his brother. Prota comments that the scythe rabbit's beauty care skills are amazing, and Prota says that he did a great job, making both Coelho Prieto and Coelho Gordinho look handsome. And then the protagonist mentions he's uncomfortable because his hair is too long and it's bothering his eyes. He says he just needs him to adjust the length and that he'll be in his care. But while he's fiddling with the scythe, Quang ends up breathing on the rabbit's ear, making him uncomfortable. And as a result, his nose starts itching and he sneezes. And when he sneezes, he makes a huge cut in the protagonist's hair, a massive bald spot, and they both stare at that in desperation. And the protagonist thinks he's looking forward to it, little knowing that he's now discovered a new way to go bald. And so, after preparing, the three of them go after Giona, and one, saying that there is a special guest who finished the dungeon, despite having mediocre talent. So they ask him what his class is, and, when he says he's a farmer, he starts. Of them jumps up, but she's already preparing her punch, waiting to deliver the blow. But then another one appears underneath that wolf and ends up acting as a ladder, and the two of them jump onto the arm, his while the third attacks her leg, and the one still in the air brings his paw to the Minotaur's horn, preparing to bite her jugular and grabbing it with his teeth. However, he wonders what is happening because her skin is so resistant that his teeth can't even pierce it, and Sean asks if they are surprised, saying there's no way the Minotaur's skin could be pierced so easily, and so she simply contracts her muscles, throwing them away, and one of them starts bleeding from his nose due to the pressure. And so, she grabs one of them by the collar and throws that wolf far away, and Elk gets all beat up, and his brother gets worried and ends up getting kicked away, along with the other one, and the only one left in the fight is Elka, and she is shocked that the Minotaur knocked out Elk with a single blow, and at least she will make sure she doesn't let go. But then, the Minotaur flips her onto the ground, throwing her down with all her might, making her land face down, paws raised, fully committed, ready to deliver another blow. And just as her hand was close enough to kill, Elka remembers the past, recalling her father who was explaining something to her, saying that they are from the pure-blooded Silver Wolf tribe, and when they die, they become spirits. They become guardian spirits who protect their tribe. They are much stronger than any other tribe, and are able to increase their abilities, track, and hunt prey by inheriting the protection and will of their ancestors. And she says that her pride also comes from her ancestors, and they must behave and live with pride so as not to tarnish the ancestors they guided, and they will all receive an answer one day. To go into denial, not wanting to believe it, because he doesn't need it. But, when he gets ready to attack that blue tomato, he looks at the bunnies who are scared by the us. So she agrees with her grandfather, saying that she will live for the sake of her ancestors, and so she asks if she will be able to find her right answer after a while, with the entire scene flashing by. Due to an extreme famine, and with no food left anywhere, the tribe says that, because of the Great Golden Famine, there is nothing left to eat. The Western tribes have been plundering and massacring each other. Thus, their tribe begins to be attacked by foxes, and Elka is saved by another wolf, while her grandfather is left behind in the fight and ends up dying. But, now in the future, Elka is dealing with the tribe, and some wolves confront her, asking if it is true that she went to work under Grid's orders, questioning if she isn't ashamed of her ancestors, as they are watching them, furthermore, so that they can evaluate the one who caused all of this. but she tells them to shut up because they have no other choice and don't even know if they can hold out until tomorrow. And now is the time for them to think about their children, and it's all for the good of the children. And for their sake, she can abandon honor and everything else at any time, and the ancestors will give her. Understand too. Currently, she's working for that greedy boar, being used as his tool, controlled and forced to do things she doesn't want to do on his orders. So, she asks if her grandfather understands her now, but then, the Minotaur stops his punch, not hitting and killing her, but striking beside her, only causing her to faint, and she keeps repeating that it's all for the children, and Tay goes to check if she's alive, then wonders if she really fainted. San asks if he should break his legs so they can't follow. But then Tay gets scared when she says that the sin of going after her life is heavy, and that it's very cruel. He says that they'll take them for now, as Sej will decide what. Sungjun reacts by not recognizing the boy. He feels awkward seeing this, and finally gathers himself a little, looking at everything he built together with that family. They will do with them, carrying the wolves along. And, in another corner, the faux rabbit is in as bad a situation as Queng, because the protagonist's bald head is shining in the sun, and they are very nervous. And the rabbit with the scythe talks to Queng. I don't even understand what they're saying, but I know what they mean, because they must be thinking about what I'm going to do. And the protagonist asks what happened, wondering if it's already over, and they are both shocked. And he asks, "What is that? There's a bald spot on your head," and he's in disbelief. And so he shows it to Abelina, asking what happened. Because if he had known about it, he would have asked Tay to bring a mirror. And so the rabbit with the scythe starts to apologize, but the protagonist says that everything is fine, saying that everyone makes mistakes. Questioning who is going to see it anyway, since there is only one person there, and they are all monsters. And if he wears the straw hat, no one will see that big bald spot of his, and it's okay. But he's really sad in the corner, lamenting his hair. And the two are shocked until the mother rabbit arrives, and the rabbit with the scythe explains it to her. She gets very irritated with him, but he tells the mother rabbit that, said okay, as she takes him and the scythe rabbit somewhere. And then he sits down, putting on a haircutting gown, and she prepares to do something, pulling out a pocket scissors from her pocket, looking all smug. Meanwhile, the little dragon is reading something while eating some fruit, and she says, as expected, that Lear is fun, but notices she's already out of cherries, and says that, now that she's bigger, the amount of food she used to get isn't enough to satisfy her hunger. And even then, if she asks for more, it's obvious he'll misinterpret it, like he did last time, thinking she's a winged pig. She gets irritated just thinking about it and decides it won't work, that she needs some snacks, and so she talks to Park Sejun. But then she notices what's happening, wondering what it is, and so laughs. The manager asks him what happened, and he's surprised that she's texting him asking what's going on, and she says, he begins to accept things, acknowledging how hard they work to cultivate it all. Then he says he thinks he will continue cultivating alongside them, making the bunnies happy with what's happening, wondering what's going on, and then laughs. The manager asks him what happened, and he's surprised that she's texting him asking what's going on, and she says that his appearance has changed a bit, and he asks if it's because of his hair. He explains that it was long, and Mama Rabbit cut it for him, then questions if it looks strange. Wow, this kid became a heartthrob from an 8 p.m. Korean drama, and Anne, seeing this, is completely shocked. The protagonist looks all giddy with his new look, and surprised by Anne's reaction, then asks why she isn't answering, reminding her that he asked what she thought of his hairstyle, but she's freaking out on the other side, all nervous, blushing, and almost like a K-pop fan. So he keeps calling her, and she sends a message saying that the tower manager doesn't want him to get any closer. He asks if something is wrong, and she says that it's nothing, saying that she couldn't take her eyes off him for even a second. She also asks if he could give her some of the lobsters he ate the other day, and he questions what that's about, because he made up for it, saying it's only because of the food, but he's worried she'll have to eat more slowly for a while, since the lobster population has been slowly decreasing, and now only 1 to 3 of them have been appearing, and he hasn't seen any piranhas either, because of the lobster situation. He says that since he's been eating only vegetables for the past few days, he feels a little empty, and thinks it would be good to nourish her body as well. And he says that, in return, he'll give her that, asking if she wants some tomatoes and corn instead, and mentions that she must have finished the dried potatoes too. Then she sends something to him. The manager thanks him, but says something else. And the protagonist is surprised, wondering what she's going to say, and she just comments that the new hairstyle suits him, the decision. He looks at the fruit, and just like that, its status window pops up. It's a magical cherry tomato, imbued with blue moon energy. This cherry tomato, grown in the tower, is nutritious, and she simply walks away. And the protagonist asks what's wrong with her, wondering if she even knows how to give a compliment, and is surprised. And so he becomes more excited, wanting to concentrate on the work again. Meanwhile, she receives her corn, acting all silly, still flushed and out of breath, and wonders why her chest is beating so hard, questioning if it's an anomaly of the heart of a dragon, but she doesn't think so. She shakes her head and says that she's already surprised because Sejum changed her appearance so suddenly, and so she only thinks about eating. But when she looks at that corn, she remembers him saying that it would be good to nourish her body too. So she goes looking for a book that she knew was around there until she finds the big recipe book and says that she's going to do something especially for Park Sejun with all of her strength. And more, she is falling in love, and I'm losing it, man. I'm sure that she will become human, especially because her grandfather has a humanoid shape, right? Oh, my goodness. Just don't turn into a lolly, please, man. Please don't become a lolly, no. I'm begging you, Aya, please, stop. No, not a lolly. Dude, please become a MILF. Ara, I don't know. Even an elderly woman would be fine, but not a lowly. And then, our dear Tae arrives to see his humans and immediately offers them cherry tomatoes, asking how many they want. They want them, and so they tell him to hurry up and show them, because they need a lot. But then Tae asks why they are in such a hurry, and puts his tomatoes down there to start sell, saying that he will auction lots of 400, totaling 3,600. They are surprised that he has so many tomatoes, so they offer 120 coins for 400 tomatoes, and the offers go up to 200 coins, with Tae closing a deal, and so he sells them little by little until he reaches the last 2,000 remaining. But then they tell him to stop and say that they will buy the rest of the tomatoes for 1,600 tower coins, and tasty. However, now with the energy of the blue moon, its flavor has improved even more, and when consumed, it permanently increases your mana points by 0.05, and it has an expiration date of 30. That kid turns around asking if there is anyone who wants to compete with Gigon in terms of money, and no one opposes the boy's offer. And since Tae just wants to sell, he says he'll be back next time, delivering all of those tomatoes. And then, they mention that there are no more cherry tomatoes available outside the tower, so they are unable to sell them. They are left wondering how a large corporation can monopolize everything like this, like that, and they discuss how ordinary hunters won't be able to afford them anymore. Then, one of the boys becomes sad because he was planning to buy some for his upcoming date with his future in-laws next month. He then asks when he plans to distribute the invitations. However, the leader mentions that he knows Tae and that he can arrange another purchase with Park Sejun on the 40th. Send it through some other means. At that moment, the guy who was with the boy tells them to check out the cherry tomato options, and the grower, who hadn't been shown before, is now revealed. Judging by the name, it seems that he is Korean. The cultivator is Park Sejun, the farmer from the tower. And so, he asks to take a look for a moment. When he examines it, he can clearly see that is named after the protagonist and is surprised that he was a farmer from the tower. And so, the boy orders his subordinates to return to the guild camp on the first floor and find out who Park Sejun is. Immediately, because they must have him on their side. He orders hunters from the United States to be sent to South Korea immediately. They obtained valuable information and will receive some praise from the vice president and finally get his promotion. But then the leader thinks that, this way, he will lose a valuable talent. Besides, Park Sejum's entire family is in danger now. And for the rich people outside the tower, the cherry tomato is a more valuable item than joy. And if the cultivator is inside the tower, there is a high possibility of blackmailing, promising to make some for them later. But they remain disappointed. Just then, the cat returns to the silver, calling his master Sejum and saying that he's finally back, and he says that he did a good days. The boy is surprised that it's an item, thinking it's so tiny, yet it increases his attributes. He says that this is incredible, realizing it can't be a coincidence, or kidnapping the family to obtain a monopoly. And he thinks that, based on what Tae said the other day, Park Sejum never left the tower because of a mission, and since he only received information about what's happening outside the tower through the hotel, means he's likely unaware of the situation. Then, he sees Tae nearby, and Tae talks to Don Chick, telling him he's amazing, but Don Chick just grabs the Don cat and runs off. So he asks Don Chick what's wrong, and the leader talks to him, asking about this sudden reveal regarding the cultivator, since the name was censored previously, wondering why it's being shown now. and Don Chick explains that it's because Park Sejun became a medium-sized wandering merchant, and to protect beginner wandering merchants, the names of the cultivators or producers are hidden. But Tae asks what's wrong, and Don Chick says that Park Sejun's family is now in danger. Tae is surprised and says he doesn't know about the situation inside the tower, but now everyone is in an uproar because of the cherry tomatoes from outside the tower, and everything was fine until now because the cultivator's name was covered. But now that the name of the park has been revealed, and there are many people who would not hesitate to do bad things in order to monopolize the cherry tomatoes, and they will all target the protagonist's family. So, Tae becomes desperate, asking if it is because of him that he has become a mid-sized wandering merchant, and questions what they should do since they are in trouble, thinking he will be reprimanded by the master. But Donjik tells Tae no, telling him not to worry, as he will protect the Sejum Park family, even if he has to put the honor of the Phoenix Guild on the line. And Tae starts to thank him. So, he thinks he should hurry up and go back to the lower floors of the tower, but Tae takes something out of his bag, saying that he has a favor to ask first, saying that this is wondering if he can cultivate something as good as this himself. Meanwhile, the dragon continues to observe the boy's harvest and becomes irritated by it, and Prota talks to the rabbits, saying that gift from Sejum to his family, delivering corn and carrots, and says that the conditions are the same, 200 cherry tomatoes as the price, and he is surprised, because they are agility carrots and corn of stamina, and so he thinks it's incredible, because if the world were to find out about it, it would be alarming. And Tae asks if it's dangerous, but Dom Sheik tells him not to worry, and to tell Sejum that, we'll take it to them, and Tae just nods as he walks away. Dom Sheik looks at that, saying that, as he thought, he has to tell the guildmaster about this. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the mofted passage from the 38th floor, the Minotaurs are still there eating while escorting the Lows, and Elka is very irritated about being stuck there. She starts talking to them, calling them cattlehead, cattle. And so the other two remain very quiet while she struggles, and she asks the Minotaurs if their arrogance has been destroyed in their simple minds, asking how they can work under such questionable orders, questioning if they are really that naive, since they are taking orders from cats as minions, wondering if the legends of the 99th floor were all lies. And so Johnson asks if she should hit him on the head again, but he tells her that she'll die if she does. Then, Tae returns to the two, saying that it's urgent and that they have to go soon. He's surprised by Tae's quick return, asking if it's urgent and what's happening. Then, Tae says that Park Sejum's family is in danger, but he'll explain better on the way, and so the wolves are caught by the two, who are already preparing to take them. At that moment, Tae asks them both to wait, saying that he's going to stop by that seller for a moment. So, he asks how much that necklace costs, and the seller says it's 2 tower coins, but when he sees the Minotaurs behind Tae, he becomes terrified. While Tae asks for it was thanks to him that he managed to get this far, celebrating with his family. But then he receives another notification, and a mission is given to him, ordering him to offer the fruit containing discount. We can't deny that Tae's discount technique is becoming more and more effective, especially with those 2 huge posts behind him. While all of this is happening, Dom Sheik is talking to his guild leader and learns about the 2 6-year-old Sejong Park. Dom Shike, on the other hand, is wearing a coat as if he were at the North Pole, shivering from the cold. The boss continues reading the report, mentioning that Sejong Park is expected to have entered the tower due to the disappearance phenomenon and surpassed the 4th floor in a short period of time. His exact location is unknown, and it was recently revealed that he is the producer of the magical cherry tomatoes, distributed by a wandering merchant cat, making him the farmer of the tower. He tells Dom Sheik that this is interesting while standing on top of a gigantic ice boulder, wearing only a t-shirt, and those are Hanta and Joao, a former member of the guild. Phoenix, currently a member of the Korean Awakened Association. Dom Shike then asks the master if his body is okay, and the master questions whether Dom Shike is asking if he times is okay, showing, looking at him like he's on fire, wondering if he thinks he's breaking the ice, the basin, and everything around it, and being surprised that he's been hiding such an extraordinary talent of him until now. Besides that, he's surprised that he made it past the 4th floor, and the creature starts to catch fire, as if it were the Human Torch, and he's furious about being locked in that refrigerator and nothing else. Sucking his thumb, asking about Dom Chick. But then, Don Chick says that he is acting impulsively and unofficially. He also went up to the 52nd floor, but the master says that it is different, asking Don Chick if he is hiding anything else. And he says that it is, as reported, that the job of a tower farmer is a job. Blue Moon Energy to the ADM. The reward is a skill related to his class, and failure results in death. And, upon seeing that he will be punished with death if he doesn't give the fruit, he wonders if this, unknown that has never existed before. The moment he says that, he sees the master burning the report and is shocked, and the master sits down again, saying that he is no fun. Then, Don asks if the flame curse is still spreading, as his arm is currently on fire. The master replies that this kind of thing only tickles him, and if it weren't for it, he would have run into the tower immediately. But then he asks what brings Don Sheik there, since he wouldn't be there just to see him fighting like that. And Don Sheik says he came to request support from the Awakened Association to protect Park Sejun's family. And, since the tomato producer was revealed to be Korean, there will be a lot of pressure from all over the world. But then the master tells him not to worry about it, as he already formed a security unit as soon as he received the call. And he says that Don Sheik should take command, and since they know each other, it will be convenient. They cannot let such a precious talent be stolen by another country, adding that there have already been attempts to contact him from various countries. So he must confirm this. Sheik becomes even more surprised by his master's efficiency. He thanks him and says he has a gift, handing over some magic tomatoes, which surprises the master. He explains that they are cherry tomatoes that Park Sejun he cultivated, and the wandering merchant cat gave them to him, adding that while they may be weak, they could be useful to the master. The master keeps looking at the tomato, pops it in his mouth, and ends up noticing that it is very good. And sometime later, now with the protagonist's family, they are surprised to receive cherry tomatoes, carrots, and corn. They ask what all of this is, with the little brother inquiring if these are the tower items that have been very popular lately. He recalls that they are weight loss cherry tomatoes, and there are also carrots and corn, asking if his brother grew them all. And Don is some kind of joke, because it has to be. I'm starting to think that ADM is being a bit abusive, because, man, you're really abusing your power, huh? You're abusing it quite a bit. And Proto realizes that ADM, Sheik says that he may not be aware of the situation, but a lot of people are watching him, and they aren't safe either, and the Korean Awakened Association wants to protect them, and they ask for him to please hurry up and get ready to move out of there. They are shocked by this, and ask where they are being sent, since they haven't even finished paying off the loan for that house. But DK tells them not to worry, because they have already prepared a house for them in Hannang-dong. And so the boy asks if that's the neighborhood where all the famous people live, saying, which is amazing, and asking who lives near them. And he says that his family lives there with him. But then the boy says he thought a group of kids lived nearby or something, and so he asks Sadu if he likes a girl group, saying that maybe he knows LJSN, and the boy says of course he does, because every citizen of South Korea knows them. Group. And he wonders if Don Cheek mentioned it knowing this. He starts showing a photo on his cell phone, saying that his daughter is Sarah, a member of the group LJSN, and that his boy is Fan. He would like to invite her to his home, and he's shocked that she's the leader and lead vocalist of his favorite band, almost freaking out, and says she's a genius among the composing geniuses, writes the lyrics and produces everything within the group, even saying that she's a genius in appearance. And he remembers that on the album cover, she mentions her father was a hunter, and he's surprised that he was the team leader that Don Sheik asked him to adopt, calling him father and saying he loves him. But then they ask him why he's calling him dad like that, and the boy's actual father asks his wife, what's going on? But she says she's worried about Sejao, since he said he would be an obedient son, earning money in the tower. But who would have imagined that he would be? May even be calling this a mission, but it's actually blackmail. And he says that ADM just had to ask for the fruit and not act as if he was giving him a choice. And he questions the death threat, asking, cultivating inside the tower? He's working too hard, and she wonders if anyone is taking care of him. Meanwhile, Island is even considering taking care of him, mentioning that she put some mushrooms with wonderful effect on that soup she's making. Besides that, she put a hungry demon from an ancient dimension in it, and if she seasons it with who knows what she throws in with her hand, it starts to shine. And when she looks, she says it's finally ready, looking all excited. Meanwhile, the protagonist is planting chives. He says he collected seeds from chive flowers 2 weeks ago, and notices that chives grow well from the flower seeds, and so he says that they can harvest now with the black rabbit. He mentions that he planted them outside the cave in the hopes of getting an item, and when he takes just one of the leaves, nothing appears and there's no status window, making him wonder if it's because it's not a fruit, but the black rabbit points to the entire patch. Then the protagonist is surprised that that's the key, pulling everything out at once and harvesting the detoxifying green onions. And so he receives several notifications, getting 36 of them. and that chive detoxifies poisons of rank C or lower for 1 hour upon ingestion, and after consumption, the liver's detoxification function is activated for 24 hours, which is simply absurd. As expected, he mentions that an item appeared when he planted fruits or seeds, and he thinks he should have collected and planted the seeds much earlier. And the black rabbit gets excited along with him. He wonders about the taste of that detoxifying chive, and when he eats it, he realizes it tastes normal. He notes that it is very different from the ones that awakens he usually eats, except he doesn't know about the poison detoxification feature, and thinks that activating the detoxification function would probably be a great help to how worthless a life is to that ADM. He notices this and says that the monster can keep giving its fruit due to free and spontaneous will, and tells him to spare his life, and the fruit disappears from those who drink alcohol, and he hopes the chives grow quickly. Then, as soon as he has a lot, he will sell them. Then, the chubby rabbit approaches him, calling out, and the protagonist asks if it's time to eat yet. They go to the lake, and he says that, as he thought, the number of piranhas and lobsters has decreased significantly, and they won't appear even if he attracts them with blood. Then, he tells the rabbits that they'll have to give up meat for now, which makes the chubby one completely sad. While they are lamenting this, the protagonist receives a notification from Eisen, and she says that she has prepared a gift to celebrate his 200th day in the tower. He's surprised that it's already been that long, and asks if she's really giving him a gift, saying that he is, touched that she prepared something for him, asking what the gift is. She then gives him a mission, asking him to give her a cherry tomato, and in return, he will receive his gift. And the option of refusing basically doesn't exist, since he can't refuse her gift. So, he gives her the tomato, and thus he acquires Aen's health soup, and the cauldron falls right in front of the protagonist. As soon as he sees that, he's horrified, wondering what it is. And that soup, how ugly. There's a wasp, a bone, an eye, a green thing, a frog with its mouth open. Zurum. My God. Aen, what have you done? And that is Aen's health soup, the first dish that the great black dragon Aen Fritani has ever cooked in her life. And while the taste cannot be guaranteed, the effect is excellent. If he survives that, all attributes increase by 3 upon consumption. He is poisoned by a C-rank paralyzing poison upon consumption, and also poisoned by a C-rank acid poison when consuming that. And the boss is the Great Black Dragon. Her rank is A, and he keeps asking if that's the item. Utterly shocked. And all the rabbits are. Hand. He completes the mission, and the reward appears in front of him for him to open. He is surprised, because the mission actually mentioned a class-related skill, and he, away from that thing, and he asks if she really made that for him to eat. Aen says she's going to sleep, as she's exhausted from exerting herself so much to cook, but he asks how difficult it was for her to be without energy. She's all happy as she lies there watching him take the food, saying that she made it very carefully, telling him to eat everything, and that she will listen to his assessment as soon as he wakes up, or she will kill him if he doesn't eat it. And then she falls asleep. The protagonist starts calling her, but she doesn't respond. Then, he looks at the rabbits around him, and says that he is recruiting rabbits to eat the soup for him, and all the rabbits take off, running so fast that even a chubby one manages to disappear from his sight. He begs them not to abandon him, but the whole world is running away, and so, they simply bail out of there, and even the bee runs away, not wanting to see that stuff. Man, the chubby one running upright here in the last panel is so cute, for God's sake. And the protagonist sees that all of his attributes will increase by 3 if he eats it, and it's a really good item, but it's a rank C paralyzing poison and an acidic poison. This is very risky. However, the black rabbit reminds him about the green onions, showing them to the protagonist, who is surprised and happy that they have Korra's green onions. And with that, maybe everything will be alright. At least he won't die from the poison if he eats it. He figures he'll eat a lot of the green onions before eating that other thing, then he consumes it, and is protected for 1 hour. With the preparations complete, he grabs a spoon to eat it. He wonders what it will taste like, since it doesn't look very appetizing. But it might taste better than he expects. So, he takes a spoonful and throws it back, almost dying as he eats the stuff, spitting it all out and spraying everyone nearby. Says that he was so shocked by the death penalty that he forgot about the reward, and says that the administrator is very generous. And when he opens it, the ability is Seed, which slightly increases the chance of the bee and the chubby guy run away, annoyed that he did that. The bee is furious with him, and the protagonist starts vomiting. The chubby guy is also very unhappy with the situation. He thinks, which is really bad. However, the system registers that he consumed Aen's health soup, which then begins to poison him. But the healing chives heal the protagonist. He recalls the saying that the worse the medicines taste, the better they are. But this one is the worst of all, and he continues to think that Ian really is a little winged pig. And, in his imagination, he's thinking that she doesn't need to anymore, of the tower farmer wanting to kill him. The protagonist gets angry, wondering if she really wants to kill him. However, he ends up freaking out, thinking that he must eat everything at once, turning over that cauldron, and the rabbits down there are shocked, and he thinks he can do it. He's almost there, putting everything inside, but at the end of the soup, he sees that ridiculously ugly fish that exists in real life and also exists there, and he almost throws everything up. He ends up dropping the fish along with the cauldron, and the cauldron falls down and lands in the river, intoxicating the water. Entire thing. He notices that he threw it away out of fright, but the system informs him that he consumed all the soup, and his attributes increase by 3. He is surprised by the notifications. He consumes the entire soup, but it also kills a piranha out of nowhere. He thinks it's a relief that he was able to drink, but when he sees that he killed a bunch of creatures that came from that water, he is surprised and ends up killing a giant electric eel as well, gaining 5,000 XP. He almost freaks out at the notification and notices that the lake has been poisoned with that stuff, and the rabbit is getting upset with him, since all the food they could eat is unintentionally dying. He apologizes, saying he was so distressed that he couldn't help it. They won't be able to eat things from the lake, germination occurring when a seed is planted. And the boy doesn't like this ability at all, because he had forgotten that his class is Tower Farmer, and he becomes quite, for now, and they can solve that drinking water problem using water from the rabbit's watering cans. But he is worried about a hole in that lake from which the poison is seeping. Because many piranhas and lagoons died after being poisoned, and even a giant electric eel perished. This indicates that a larger ecosystem exists within the hole, considering the number of piranhas and the flow of ponds into the lake has decreased recently. He was worried about this, and thought that if he finds a way, they might obtain multiple sources of protein in the future. And the black rabbit. He seems to like this deduction, getting all excited about the possibility of the protagonist swimming through the hole. He asks if he wants to try it, and the rabbit remains very excited. But the protagonist refuses, explaining that the lake water is still poisoned, and even if he were to eat the detoxifying green onion, the hole is too small. Furthermore, if something goes wrong and he gets stuck in the hole, he won't be able to get back out and might die. He says he understands the rabbit's feelings, but he's too precious to send him to such a dangerous place, and the bunny becomes sad about this. But the protagonist explains that, at least, they'll think about it once the lake water is diluted to a certain point, and they'll say everything is fine, mentioning that they still have food stored. So, they should be okay for a while. He tells everyone to cheer up, and they all agree. Meanwhile, at the rendezvous point, King Minotaur's base, he's impatient and wonders about Shon-san, questioning why he isn't there yet. He asks if Shon-san has forgotten his orders. He then asks someone nearby if Shiona was the one who went to find Shion, and if she hasn't returned either. The other person confirms this to King Minotaur. Minotaur is told that she hasn't returned. He's surprised and asks if it's possible that the two of them wandered into the red bone area or the poisonous bee area while searching for grass. Discover the channel and subscribe as well. And this video is a great one to share because this manhwa is simply incredible. The farm manhwa just keeps getting better, and its job and was very fast. Then he notices that he sold everything and brought back a bunch of coins, saying that he thinks he'll let him be for an hour. And Sejun starts to get excited, thinking that it is. Disappointed again. Then, after some time, he starts attracting more fish in order to kill them, and when the fish jumps out of the water wanting to catch the fire, that's it, just hit it with a stick and it falls dead, and were devoured and fell into danger, or perhaps they went to a place infested with those terrible worms. Oren says he heard that not even their bodies would remain if they went there, and the king thinks that's a possibility. In Cheyenne's case, the fact that he isn't a warrior who would lose so easily is cause for concern. He orders everyone under his command to gather at the designated point and is to accept the punishment for the time being, and it seems he will have to intervene and find those two in person. Meanwhile, Prota finishes harvesting all the chives, managing to gather an absurd quantity. He thinks it's really a lot and should be enough to feed 100 minotaurs until they're completely full. But just then, Quang throws himself on top of those chives, and Prota asks him if he liked them because they are soft and feel like a bed. Quang is very happy, and Prota tells him to take some chives when he goes to sleep and share them with his mother. But then he receives a notification, and it says that the level 1 good harvest wish has been activated. He is surprised and as a result, 70 pong of the chive field have been blessed with a good harvest, and the harvest rate will increase by 50% next time. Week, and all of his chives begin to grow. He notices that they were already growing quickly, but now they are growing instantly due to the effect of wishing for a good harvest. He says that he should harvest them 3 times from now on instead of twice, and he thinks that his attributes have increased a lot due to Aisen's soup as well, so it will be easy. Now he asks the rabbit with the scythe if he can give him a hand, and the rabbit is overjoyed. And then the tower manager asks if he ate her soup. He is surprised and says of course he did, and that he leveled up thanks to her. But she reminds him that she's asking about the taste. He barely knows what to say, and Miguel starts questioning him about what the flavor was like, trying to say something, and she's already sad, wondering if the flavor over there. And now he can identify that it's a piranha, and as he kills the piranha, which is a monster, he earns 2 experience points, and he mentions that brings his total to was bad, and he lies, saying it was delicious, and that it's true, which is why he finished it all. Or, he should say, it was a flavor worth dying for, and she is happy with what he is saying, already, holding her pan and offering to make another if he liked it that much, but he tells her not to, and so she questions what's going on. He says he used all his energy because he worked hard to make the soup, so she doesn't need to go to such lengths, explaining that he enjoys talking with her like this, so she doesn't need to put so much effort into cooking just for him. She is a little incredulous, but he says he will cook for her and prefers watching her eat, so she doesn't need to struggle so much with cooking anymore. He's saying this just to save her skin, begging her please not to do that. Then she gets all giddy, thinking he's thinking about her that much. She gets all blushy. I can't believe I'm seeing a romance between a dragon and a human, folks. Oh well, okay. Right? I've already seen a route like this, but it had a humanoid shape. This is a big lizard. He's a guy, you know? Wow, what is going on? What's happening, man? And she gets all giddy, hitting everything around her, blushing as Prota wrecks her entire house. She says that she is very proud of that farmer from the tower. So she agrees with him. Prota just thanks her and says it's a relief, because he almost died. She asks him again what the menu is for that night. But in the middle of all that, everything around them starts to shake. From him, everyone is scared to death. He questions what is happening, and both Koing's mother and Queng are watching. And just then, King Minotaur appears, stepping on all of Prota's chives, entering his plantation. And Prota is surprised that another Minotaur appeared, and the king starts screaming, invading the place. Kong's mother doesn't like this at all. 5. Making it 10 experience points. He explains that after awakening, he started to gain experience points, and after fishing for piranhas for days, he somehow reached getting ready to defend them all. And Prota is almost blown away along with the little ones by that roar. He is surprised, because that Minotaur is very different from Xiansa. And so the manager, he says that he is the Minotaur King, the boss of this floor, which surprises him quite a bit. And Alan explains that the floor boss is the one who protects the passage point, so he generally can't leave the area he's in. The passage point. He realizes that the Minotaur King is the one protecting the point that can take him out of the tower, and the Minotaur King was the monster that Koeng's mother told him he had to defeat. But he asks, what brought the boss here? And she replies that she has no idea, and says she will talk to him. And so, she thinks it's a rule that the boss of the 99th floor can't leave the territory of the passage, and it's definitely written in the tower guide that her grandfather gave her. And she begins to use her rights as tower manager, ordering the floor boss to be summoned. But then, the manager rights of the tower are unable to perform the invocation at that moment. She asks, what is this? The system isn't responding to her call, questioning why the rights. The tower manager's defenses were supposed to be invincible, and then she says that conversation is not possible and that she doesn't know the answer, leaving the protagonist completely confused. She's saying there's no way to stop that. The terrible monster that is advancing towards them. Queng's mother takes a battle stance, and he notices it. The protagonist is frightened. After all, he is not at the level that Queng's mother can stop, and he declares that he is the boss of that floor. The Minotaur jumps at her with his axe, preparing to attack. They are scared to death, and the protagonist hugs Queng, thinking he is going to die. But at that moment, she starts screaming, worried about Sejum. However, the Minotaur's axe is thrown to another corner. When the protagonist looks back, he sees the Minotaur. Level 2. He says he wanted to catch more piranhas, but it's not a good idea to kill living beings without a reason. And since they are a good source of protein, he can't kill them all. And so he calls the falling into his chives, completely in love. He realizes that he's just a Minotaur, and everyone is quite disappointed by that. He is a gigantic minotaur who likes to scallion. He's there falling right into it, until he realizes what he's doing, grabs that scallion, and prepares to leave. And that's when the protagonist notices he's running away with the scallion. Running away. And he wonders what the hell that guy is doing there. And Ayan says he seems to be heading back to the waypoint, and the protagonist thinks he was so nervous that his legs almost gave way, asking everyone around if they were scared as well. He talks to Koeng's mother, thanking her for trying to protect them, and she becomes all happy. But he notices that the field was completely destroyed, and several scallions were destroyed as a result of it. He says it's a mess, and that he ate a lot, and Ayan says it's a relief that the tower's farmer is safe, but she feels bad that the field ended up like this. He thanks her, telling her not to worry, and saying that he's really happy. He probably should have gone to visit the chief a little earlier, but he didn't expect him to come in person. However, he asks what he meant by that, and the protagonist remembers that the Black Minotaur are a tribe that values a warrior's honor, warrior, and even more so, if it's the Minotaur King, things will turn out this way. And she understands what he means, wondering if he's being cunning. He says that to think that he would ruin his field, and, on top of that, have a snack, is something that would definitely stain his honor, and he wonders how many times he has to make him pay for this debt. And so, sometime later, he arranges the food and says that they should eat soon and reorganize the field that King Minotaur ruined yesterday. And then the pups start to whine because there's no food, and the protagonist notices this with them, bunnies, with the fish ready, inviting them to eat, and everyone gathers together. He asks them to eat calmly, because they started eating a lot, then grew a little, and acting up. And the protagonist says that they decided to help their mother and father beyond just the field, so they should sit properly and eat. And he tells them to look at Koeng, because he is eating. It's not saying anything. Soon, they'll be adults, and Loazu will arrive asking if they want to grow up. So they agree and go get the food, and Froda is happy that now they are eating. He says that's what makes them cool white rabbit kids. He also tells Koeng that he is behaving well and not being a picky eater. And Koeng gets all happy, and Proda, stopping to think, asks why he isn't growing more these days, saying that he should be even bigger considering his growth rate up until now. Growth so far. But then Koeng falls to the floor while Proda tickles him, and Proda, noticing he isn't eating, asks if he is sick, but then Tay arrives, calling Proda, returning with the Minotaurs and wolves, and he welcomes Tay, but asks the Minotaurs who those are. They say they are from the Silver Wolf tribe, and Proda is even more surprised. So, Tay climbs all over him, explaining that these are the people who were after him and his minions, and he didn't know what to do with them. So, he brought them so that the protagonist can make the decision, and so the protagonist. He says that first they are going to hear why these people were after their salesman Tay, but asks if they are asleep, and then Chansa says that they were being very noisy, so she gave a good hit to them, putting them to sleep, and the protagonist only asks to know if they will wake up again. However, Tay also questions why the fields are so messy, and the protagonist talks about this, saying that King Minotaur came and left, and everyone is surprised, asking how he knew that they were there, and so, Jonap thinks that it's all over, but the protagonist says that they will talk. They need to leave some for their parents, and the protagonist mentions that he also obtained information about the rabbits, and he serves the fish to both of them, clarifying that those are white farmer rabbits, and he, about the details at another time, saying that they worked hard, so they should eat, as they were about to begin, and all the Minuros are happy about the food, and run off, saying that they want corn. And T also speaks with Proda, mentioning that there's something important he wants to discuss. Then, Joao asks what it is, what happened, and T begins to explain that. On the 38th floor, something occurred, but then Elka wakes up and attacks Proda, nearly catching him. However, when they look back, Koeng appears to defend him, throwing the wolf back, and so Proda is surprised that Koeng acted on their own to stop Elka, and she immediately jumps back, startled by what is happening. Then she notices that bear cub, which almost catches her, but then T notices Proda and realizes his hat is missing, and Elka runs to the wolves with the hat already in her hand, thanking them for the straw hat, wanting to take it, and Proda is very surprised that his hat is with her, and so everyone turns against Elka and the wolves, and Proda notices that the hat is gone, and T says that these idiots, they pretended to faint to try and get the hat, and Elka calls out to Elk, telling them to leave, but just then, Koeng's mother arrives, frightening them all. He already puts his tail between his leg, and she is very surprised, and Koeng's mother puts even more pressure on them, shouting at them, Elk is the one who raises his paw, saying that he surrenders and releasing his hat, and the protagonist goes over there to get the hat again, happy that it's not torn. Then, he looks ahead, seeing the situation Elk is in with the other wolves. Meanwhile, Chona thinks that she should have broken their legs, and Koing's mother is very agitated, and Koing himself is also frightening them. So, everyone is surrounding the poor creatures, and the protagonist asks what they should do with those angry monsters. Then, T says, he is surprised that this is their true identity, as they are a type of monster he has never even heard of before, and based on their name, he believes their species specializes in. That Koing is saying that they should eat those wolves, but at that moment, he tells Koing that he shouldn't do that, because he will give him some honey soon instead, and asks him to wait. The poisonous queen bee will help with this case and calm that crazy person down. He also talks to the other giants, asking them to stop agitating, asking them to go over there and sit down, and so on. They actually end up accepting what the protagonist is saying. Elka is left wondering why those minotaurs and red bones, who are known for being incredibly strong, are listening to that man. But then, the other wolves talk to their boss, saying that wandering merchant cat called him master before. She asks if it's some kind of nickname only used on that floor. However, another wolf starts saying that the protagonist is the black dragon and that he must be the black dragon. Otherwise, all the monsters on the 9th floor wouldn't listen to him, and he starts saying that the black dragon really exists. And master is how they refer to that dragon, the great black dragon calamity that reigns over the 99th floor, and she wonders if it's that weak-looking guy. And she keeps asking if he did this to make them lower their guard, and now he understands, stating that this is the test of the black dragon, and he is sure that this is the answer from his ancestors that his grandfather mentioned, and this is his chance. Then, Prota goes to talk to Elka, asking why they were after the hotel and that straw hat, and so she kneels in front of him, begging apologies to the great black dragon, saying that they, inferior beings, did not know and disrespected him, and had no idea that the wandering merchant cat was his subordinate, and Prota is surprised by her calling him a black dragon. And Ain herself also finds this strange and starts laughing, thinking that this is good, and sends a message to Prota, saying that she will forgive him if cultivation rather than fighting. He thinks that's the reason why nobody knows about them. He says he doesn't know exactly what happened, but assumes that they must have lost their farm and somehow migrated to. He pretends to be the great black dragon and sends a mission, ordering him to show the silver wolf tribe the majesty of the black dragon, and the reward is Aiel's joy, in case of refusal, her disappointment. And she says that she will certainly help the protagonist, who is surprised that she wants him to take her place, still not believing that Aen is a black dragon and not a winged pig, but he thinks it makes sense, because she is called the tower manager and knew it was strange, so Day keeps asking his master what happened, but the protagonist just keeps thinking that Aen wants this, so there's no reason for him to not do it, and he just joins in on the act, saying that he ended up being caught by them because he thought they wouldn't recognize him in this appearance, and he confirms that's right, he is the great dragon. Black. Tay himself is also scared by the protagonist's performance. He asks how dare they covet his possessions and threaten his subordinate, saying that he cannot forgive this. And everyone, apart from the wolves, watches the protagonist with a disapproving look, and then he wonders what he's doing. Then She asks Shonar if it is true, but she just hits him, since it's obvious that what he's saying is a lie. Then Tay asks him what he's doing, saying that he's giving him the creeps, but at that moment, he simply hands a cigar to the. Tay asks if he doesn't want to receive the grace of the great black dragon, and Tay understands immediately, saying that the master is the black dragon and he is the black dragon's subordinate, ordering everyone to kneel before him. And so, Elga continues to apologize, saying that she committed a grave and unforgivable sin, even if she, Elga, the chief of the Silver Wolf tribe, were to give her life, but she hopes that he will have mercy on them and forgive them just this once. And the protagonist says that it's all right, saying that he will give her a special chance to be forgiven for her sins. He, being able to stop there, and he wonders if they even have anywhere to return to. And he thinks that it would be great if they could understand each other, because all they do is, Luffy's bunny is surprised by the, asks if that's really the case. He demands 10,000 tower coins, stating that it's the price for targeting his merchant cat's life. He will forgive them if they pay that amount, and they are all surprised. That's right. And Tay himself is also deeply moved, asking Prota if his life was really that precious. Prota responds that of course it is, explaining that he is Tay, the merchant cat, responsible for the distribution of the food from his farm. And furthermore, he discusses the contract with Tae. Then, Tae pulls the contract out of his bag. Meanwhile, Elka speaks to Prota, still calling him a black dragon, still believing this nonsense, that they don't have that much money. At that moment, Tae approaches her, saying that if they can't pay with money, they should pay with their bodies. She's taken by surprise. He clarifies that's exactly what he means. They can pay by working there. But then Elka discusses the contract with Grid with him, and after thinking for a moment, she apologizes to Prota, saying that she doesn't think they can do that. And Prota questions what they are talking about, and Ayn herself begins to get irritated that they would dare refuse the Black Dragon's offer. So, he asks if there's a reason for their refusal, asking if she can give him to say, and she says that the 5th floor, where her tribe is located, is experiencing a food shortage due to the prolonged drought. So, strong guys like them became mercenaries and were hired by the wealthy landowner Grid to supply food to the 85th floor. And the commission they received from Grid this time was to find the stolen straw hat. And now that they discovered that it is in the possession of the Great Black Dragon, they would fail to fulfill their commission. Consequently, the food being supplied to the 85th floor would be cut off. While they deliberate about the Great Black Dragon, the young wolves of her tribe would starve to death. So, Elka pleads with him to please have mercy on them and allow them to pay with their lives. However, Prota changes the course of this conversation by asking, protagonist complaining about it. But he says that, well, they're going to start the job now, saying that today is an important day, and Lo's little bunny is very determined to help the protagonist. And, going to the garden, they what her name is, and she introduces herself as Elka. Then, Prota asks her what she thinks of that place, and she wonders if it's where he cultivates the fields and grows crops, and she ponders for a while. And, Prota says that he will add a condition to the contract. His entire tribe will pay the towers 10,000 coins in exchange for him providing food for everyone while they work there. So, he asks her what she thinks. The two are surprised that they no longer have to listen to that damn pig, and are relieved knowing that they will survive. Elka begins to thank Prota, repeatedly saying that they will do their best at work, thanking him multiple times. And so, everything ends well there. Ayn herself likes the outcome, being happy with what Prota did. The mission was completed, and the system says that she is thrilled that the Great Black Dragon is being praised. Thus, that contract is signed, and Prota is doing well. And, as the contract states, the merchant cat will be supervising them in the future. They will be the merchant cat's subordinates, and he says that they must listen to everything he says from now on. And Teo is already starting to give orders as if he had. Introducing the company's newcomers, he introduces Sion Shonar to everyone, stating that they are his superiors, and ordering them to be treated with respect. Dude, look at the size of Tae, side of the Minotaur of the Wolves. My god, it looks like Puguinha. And so Elka begins to apologize to the Minotaur. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues to think about the big boss, Greed. He is one of those who command inside that tower and notes that there may be other threats in the future. He will have those wolves protect Tae whenever he comes down from the tower. Then, Xian and Xiona will be able to comfortably plow the field. Comfortably. And so Tae comes back to talk to him, saying he is hungry, and asking him to give him some fish so he can eat them with the wolves. But he talks to Tae, warning him that it's only a matter of time before his name becomes famous. But the cat reacts with a bit of astonishment to the protagonist's words, saying that it's not time to be idle, and that he needs to eat soon and leave, because managed to get more cherry tomatoes and cherries. And everyone is surprised by this, because the time to harvest has finally arrived, and the fruits that took so much work to cultivate are finally yielding some. Fish are gone. He is shocked and throws a tantrum about not having any fish, looking completely sad and saying that his master is a fraud. But he asks if Tae is still complaining, and says he is, trying to do everything he can, but the other man says he won't work without fish. The protagonist simply agrees and puts his hand in the water, noticing that the poison has diluted significantly, and asks the black rabbit if he is ready. After eating some chives, he prepares to enter the water, and the protagonist says that they are going to explore their new territory at home. With that done, the rabbit takes his sledgehammer and starts breaking the rocks in the area, creating more space until everything collapses, and the water begins to flow more strongly. The protagonist tells him that he did a good job because the entrance became much larger, and now he can go back and forth with ease. The rabbit then jumps right in, and as soon as he enters, he is also able to get out without any problems. The protagonist asks him what he thought of it, but the rabbit says he can't see anything because it's too dark, and the protagonist realizes that they have a problem. Even after opening the path, it does indeed seem dangerous, and he asks Tae if he has an item that allows him to see in the dark, like a flashlight. Then Tae, who was playing with the puppies, looks at the protagonist and says there's no way he could have something like that. But, still, he has some random things in that bag, so he tries to search through it and explains that those are the coins he earned from selling the discarded tomatoes on the ground, and that this is a item he bought on the way. The protagonist asks about it, picking up the necklace. It's a necklace with a scratched jewel, with a usage limit of none, manufacturer, undisclosed, and a grade of. Everything about it is just unknown. The protagonist, looking at it, decides to call her, asking if she can appraise it like she did with the straw hat. So, she asks him to leave it with her and reward, since the ones they obtained before the blue moon don't count. So, he says that he will harvest them with a lot of regret in his heart, and when he's about to pick those tomatoes, says that it's the perfect item for the current situation. The protagonist asks if it really is, offering the cherry tomato tribute, and with that, she completes the mission. And, as a reward, the protagonist ends up acquiring the necklace of light, which shines precisely when he needs it. Now that it has been appraised, it looks completely different. Furthermore, that necklace has a usage limit for those above level 5, and requires more than 3 mana. The maker is a C-grade Rolim mage from the Green Tower, with a level 1 light skill, and it illuminates the surroundings when the skill is activated. The higher the level of the user, the stronger the light shines. The protagonist is happy to have obtained it, along with the Black Rabbit, and mentions that with it, they will be able to see their surroundings inside the lake cave. So, Tae asks if he can spend more time with the merchant, wondering about it. He says, as expected of those golden paws, completely happy with Tae's luck, while Tae himself doesn't understand anything of what is happening. He declares that Tae will be the merchant forever now, and he no longer needs the ticket. Tae asks, what do you mean by that? He says that from now on, he officially appoints him as the seller responsible for distributing their harvests. He worked hard the entire time, and T asks if he's serious, wondering if he'll be a merchant forever now, and gets all happy about it. And Prota says that, along with a celebration for his promotion, he'll also let him be president until now. He says he liked that, looking all happy, and starts to enjoy the title of president, ordering him to wear that necklace and bring back lots of fish. And then he tells Black Rabbit that they're going to try again, that they're going to start a mission to get their protein. And, sometime later, Prota is testing that necklace and sees a soft, bright, and very beautiful light. It's said that the higher the user's level, the stronger the light. He starts to tremble, and all the bunnies are also apprehensive, and when he pulls it, he celebrates his first cherry tomato and says he didn't even need to strain to do it. Then, he's surprised by shines, and so he starts experimenting with the rabbit. When the rabbit puts it on, the light is very strong, and Prota ends up noticing that it's because his mana is lower than the Black Rabbit. But still, this way, going into the hole won't be a problem, so, just in case, he should eat some green onions. Besides that, the protagonist asks him to make sure of holding that safety rope, saying that if he can't breathe or something, he should pull the rope twice, and after that, he will pull him up. He must also take a dagger and a bag, since it looks like using the hammer underwater will be difficult, and he takes everything prepared so he can use it down there. And the protagonist asks him to take care while the rabbit goes there. Inside, taking a breath and throwing himself into the lake, falling inside and looking for what he needs. Then, he sees a light deep down, quickly descending, and looking at the surroundings below. And in that location, there are several roots, as well as other types of underground life, and also a gigantic whale and several schools of fish, turtles, sharks, and everything else. And he also sees a gigantic whale, very above. He also notices some piranhas, lobsters, and some monsters there, and ends up realizing that they are dead. He remembers the cauldron that the protagonist threw, realizing that everything there, he died. And so he goes to that eel, cutting it in half, opening the flesh, and seeing that there is something inside. That thing inside the eel starts to glow, and the Black Rabbit becomes curious about it. But in this, he just takes the inside of the electric eel, and realizing that it might be something that the protagonist is going to use, he starts to imagine the protagonist paying more attention to him than to the hotel, and he gets all happy with it, putting it in her bag to take with her. So he also ties that thing up, but as he's finishing the knot to take that eel with him, he notices something in the water, and when the experience points, and the system says that he obtained that magical cherry tomato, and his class experience points increased slightly. He gains 10 experience points, and as he looks back, he sees a shark almost biting him, and barely gets out of the way. But the shark still manages to grab the eel's tail, and begins to pull the rabbit down, dragging him further to the bottom. Fear causes him to lose his breath until the eel breaks apart, and the shark only takes what's left. Even then, he begins to lose consciousness. But with his last bit of strength, he tugs the rope twice. The protagonist turns on the light upstairs, realizing it's a signal, and starts pulling with everyone else, quickly pulling the black rabbit back, bringing him back. When he gets him back, he sees the rabbit is unconscious and becomes worried about the black rabbit, picking him up and desperately asking him to wake up, calling out to him, "Listen, if the black rabbit dies, just look, author. Look, little Korea, I will find you. Open your eyes, huh? Watch your roof." Then, Tae starts asking what they will do, trying to wake up the black rabbit. And so, the protagonist speaks to the queen bee, asking her to hold his hat as he prepares to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But at that moment, the rabbit starts spitting water in the guy's face. The prota is surprised that the black rabbit woke up, but he really doesn't appreciate that spray of salt water right in his face. And the mother and father bunny are overjoyed that their son is back. The prota notices that he is fine, but the black rabbit starts complaining to him incessantly. The prota tells him to stop it, but he's still upset and continues to grumble. While Ayan is watching, PR mentions that he almost sacrificed her first kiss so she could save him, and she seems to enjoy hearing that information. He says it's a relief that he survived, but asks why the water is so salty. And then, Ayan says that it seems like the black rabbit was in the Sea of Dimensions, and the prota questions her about this. Ayan explains that the Sea of Dimensions is something that exists between the floors of the tower, because there are many. Surprised that it's a magic cherry tomato, noting that it's like that blue one ahead, and that tomato is a cherry tomato grown in the tower, which is nutritious and delicious. And when dangerous and scary underwater monsters lurking there, they can only rely on the passages to move safely to another floor, but sometimes there are also water holes that lead directly into the sea. Dimensional, like the hole in that lake, and several seamounts live in the Sea of Dimensions. Among them, some very tasty ones, too. And the protagonist remembers the lobster, and was also wondering why sea creatures were appearing in a freshwater lake. And he remembers asking the black rabbit if there were any edible fish inside. And so he remembers pulling the insides of the giant electric eel, that yellow ball. So he acquires that thing, and the protagonist is surprised by it. And it is said that the innards of an electric eel that lived for 1,000 years glow with the power of electricity. This makes him able to learn the rain and thunder ability by consuming them. And the limit is the mana of the 10th person who defeated the giant electric eel, which is Sejun Park. And he is surprised that he found that thing. And the black rabbit is also very excited. And then he asks if it's a tasty fish. But then, the black rabbit remembers to pull that thing and keeps pulling the chive string, bringing what's left of the eel to them. Everyone is surprised by the size of that eel's head. They see that monster, 1,000 years old, emerging from there, and then the rest of the monsters also jump out, with several piranhas and lobsters appearing. He is surprised by this, as there is no chance they were attracted by the monster, head of the AI, and thus, the black rabbit once again gets his protein, and Prota begins to congratulate him, fulfilling the rabbit's dream, and he tells everyone to prepare the fire, because they will have a lot of meat there. A while later, the soup is on the fire. Then, Prota asks, what is Tae talking about, wondering if his family is in danger, and he says that it is. Consumed, it breaks down 10 grams of fat and increases his mana points by 0.1 for 10 minutes. A maximum of 10 effects can be stacked at the same time for 1 hour, and when consumed, as he said, explaining that King On Sheik would protect Prota's family. But then Prota begins to notice that cherries have become more popular in the land than he could have imagined. And who? Would you say that even his family would be in danger? He thinks about his mother, his father, and Seru, wondering if they will be okay. But he starts to think positively, saying that the next time when he goes down the tower, he must find out how his family is being protected and obtain more detailed information. He says he understands, but the protagonist thinks about that Kingdom Sheik from the Phoenix Guild. Phoenix, he is grateful to him, so he must return the favor. And Tae says, it seems that the so-called Sheik also likes cherry tomatoes, and the protagonist asks if that's true, saying that this is perfect and he will give him other crops as well. And then Tae simply asks for more churro now. He says everything is fine and will give him 2 for today, but while he reaches into his pocket to get the churro, that little ball of energy ends up falling. And Tae remembers the food that the black rabbit gave him earlier. He says he was fishing, so he forgot about it and thinks it was called Entran, and you can gain a skill by consuming it. Then Tae asks what kind of skill it is, because it smells incredibly delicious. And the protagonist says it's related to rain and thunder, so it must be a powerful skill. Electrical. But then, Tae asks if it's like static electricity, complaining that he hates it because his fur will become stiff and ruined. The protagonist replies that he liked it, explaining that after entering the tower, he only learned the farmer skill, but now he can learn other skills too. Finally, he'll seem like an adventurer, but Tae questions him about being an adventurer, considering that he has barely left the cave, and asks if the protagonist isn't going to eat it, since he could obtain a skill, so shouldn't he eat it right away? The protagonist says he can't eat it now, and, in addition to decomposing 10 grams of fat, it also gives him energy, and he's rank E. The protagonist notices that its effects only last 10 minutes, but when he eats 10 at the same time, the mana increase reaches a certain point. Tae asks why, and he explains that it's because he doesn't have enough mana for it. After all, his current mana is at 8.05, and the mana he needs is 10. At that, Tae starts laughing, because he doesn't. He has mana, but it's very weak, and he bursts into laughter, mocking the protagonist. Then the protagonist simply asks how much mana Tae has, and he says he won't tell him, simply getting up and turning around. But the protagonist doesn't accept it, preparing to grab Tae, and ends up managing to hold the cat. But as soon as he analyzes it, he falls to the floor all sad, because everyone there has more mana than him. Mana than he does, and Tae is all silly saying that he will protect his master from now on. And Kwang also comes close to the protagonist, and the protagonist asks if he will also make him sad, saying that he can't eat it. But then, the minotaurs are falling into the chives, and the wolves are also eating a lot of fish there. The protagonist goes to them, asking if they liked the food, and so they kneel in front of the protagonist. Sejun just tells them to calm down and enjoy the food. Then one of the wolves speaks to him. Moved by the fact that he is sharing his precious food with them, she says that his grace is priceless. But the protagonist asks Elko what's wrong, inquiring if she's thinking about the tribe members on the 5th floor, and she apologizes, as she can't seem to hide it from the great dragon, and he tells her not to worry, saying that she will be able to find her tribe members soon. And he says the blue moon is coming in a few days, so she'll have to come down, and if she helps with the work, he'll give her lots of fish for the tribe members to eat. So she is overjoyed, and at that moment, the protagonist remembers that they must plant and harvest the crops that were postponed, telling Tae to leave it to him. He says he can handle it, asking the wolves to. Wondering if the other tomatoes do this as well, he picks the tomatoes until he picks the wrong one. Then, the system tells him that his class experience points do not increase. Help him. He also turns to Zeonai and San, saying that they should prepare too, as there is a place they must go to tomorrow, and they will both have to guide him. And so, Zeonai and San ask where they are going, and the protagonist says that he is going to collect a debt from King Minotaur, and the two are quite surprised by the protagonist's Gurko idea. And so, at the portal, everyone from the tribe is eating the chives that the king brought, and they ask how long it has been since they last tasted grass and are very happy about it, saying that it is very delicious, but the king snaps back to reality, saying that he ruined everything. And he says that he went up to the border of the territory to look for Shun and saw red fur and other beings too. But he was so excited that he lost his mind when he saw a bunch of delicious grass and couldn't do anything. He says he should be disqualified as a black Minotaur warrior, the Minotaur king, but he thinks he gained something, that planted grass. That place is certainly a field. He wonders if the beings with red fur planted it. He tries to remember who they were, thinking he still remembers them in some way. But the only thing he really remembers is the farmer rabbit, and he thinks it must be him, since he doesn't know why Redfur was with the farmer rabbits. However, he notes that this is interesting, and as a black Minotaur warrior, he shouldn't steal any small monster's belongings. He thinks the blue moon will arrive soon, and the time he's allowed to leave, that place will be reset. He, as the one protecting the crossing point, only has an hour of allotted time. It's a short time, but he will go to that place again and pay the price for the grass he got from the rabbits. He also can't disregard the negotiations to obtain more quality grass. However, he begins to think, questioning what he should pay them, and he only gets 7 experience points and notices that he gained less this time and didn't get anything for his class. The system says that the one he picked is not an item and is just a common cherry tomato. That teleportation stone is still shining there. And with that, the chives finally sprout. The scythe rabbit is cutting, along with his mother, the little bunnies. And the rabbit, Luffy, is also watering everything around him, including the plants in the cave below, which are growing exceptionally well. The protagonist is nurturing them, along with the queen bee and all the other creatures. Bunnies. He mentions how hot it is, apologizing to the queen bee and asking if she could hold his hat for him, which she happily accepts to do. And then, the protagonist continues harvesting the tomatoes, cherry, picking 9 at a time. As a result, his work experience increases, and his level D farming finally levels up, reaching level C farming. He is surprised, because he was so engrossed in his work that he didn't even realize his level was about to increase. And so, as his work level increases, the characteristics of his work are enhanced. As a characteristic of the work, he grows closer and closer to nature, and his hidden talents are awakened. The protagonist is increasingly surprised, and he becomes a friend of nature. And this is a talent with a very high level of affinity for nature, making communication with animals and plants that don't speak the same language easier and clearer. So, he remains surprised by this, wondering if he can now talk to Santa Rabbit. Talking to him, the rabbit actually looks at the protagonist, and he asks if Sejun called him. My God in heaven, now I'm scared because beep 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 beep. By now, the rabbit is starting to talk. It's just like my cat. Sometimes I talk to him. The day he answers me, I'm jumping out the window. And I live on the 4th floor, okay? And the protagonist is beyond surprised by this, falling backwards. He asks if the rabbit could say it one more time. And so, the forest rabbit asks what was wrong. He begins to understand, noticing that he needs to harvest them at the right moment for them to become an item, and he thinks that this is more difficult than he had imagined. He then continues harvesting and gets an asking if there is something wrong with his uncle. Then, he asks the rabbit to say it again, asking how he called him. And the rabbit doesn't understand anything, and asks him to let him go, or else I'm going to cut you, and he tells him not to cut it, asking if he's going to make another hole in his hair again, and he's surprised, and the 2 rabbits are surprised too, because he understood what they were saying. He says he finally got a new skill, and the 2 exchange glances, calling everyone else over. They're extremely surprised that he finally understands. So, Mom. Rabbit comes to her husband asking, begging him to be honest, asking if Sejun ate something weird again. And the husband says no. And the protagonist says he didn't even ate anything strange, asking if the mother rabbit doesn't trust him, and she's shocked that it's true. Then the black rabbit jumps on him, calling him you, asking if he understands, saying that he wanted to talk about so many things with him, and the protagonist talks to them, saying that everyone was frustrated, and calling everyone together to talk about everything they could before, and so the queen bee appears there as well, asking if he can also hear her, and the protagonist confirms that he can, caressing her and saying that, of course, he can. He can hear her very well. She becomes very happy, throwing herself on top of Sejun, along with all the other bees. He says that he likes them too, and that he will tell this news to the people outside the cave. Then Luffy's rabbit hands him the hat. As soon as the protagonist thanks him and puts the hat on his head, the system sends him a message, informing him that it has been confirmed that the relic, the straw hat of Earth St. Patrick, increases the user's level progression, and the C-level farmer status is confirmed. And so, St. Patrick's straw hat advances. He wants more money. Then Sej asks if he's already leaving, suggesting he can get some rest. But the cat speaks to the black rabbit, asking him to replenish the supplies, and in that moment, the extra attribute point due to the harvest, and he is surprised that he has already reached level 4, and supposes that it is enough for now. Then, he throws the tomato in his mouth, wanting to see what it's like, to sea level as well. He notices that the level of that item has risen considerably. Gal's limitation has been released, and the level 4 Mother Earth protection is released, along with the body of the farmer level 3, as well as Good Harvest level 2, and Growth Promoter level 1. He wonders about this new skill, Growth Promoter, and what it does. It's an active skill that accelerates the growth of 10 crops for a week, with no side effects. And the protagonist is very surprised by this, since he will advance 10 harvests that would have taken a whole week, with 10 days in between. So he thinks he has a great idea, going outside and planting everything he can, and so he plants Korean sweet potatoes. As a result of planting, the probability of the sweet potatoes rooting has increased, and planting proficiency level 3 increases slightly. With the increase of proficiency level 1, planting proficiency increases by 5%. And so he activates the growth promoter on those crops, and the growth of the Korean sweet potatoes will be boosted for a week. And the protagonist thinks this is great, because was looking for the opportune moment to plant the Korean sweet potato sprouts outside the cave. And, by using the growth promoter, they will be able to root quickly and stabilize themselves. He planted them next to the chive field, and since space is limited, it should be alright. But because of that, the chives begin to sprout rapidly, and those Korean sweet potatoes will too, increasing. And the protagonist is surprised that the sweet potato sprouts are suddenly growing much faster with the boost from the growth promoter. And when he checks, he receives several notifications stating that the energy of the desire for a good harvest from the chive field has infiltrated the Korean sweet potato. And, until the effects of the good chive harvest wear off, but the bunnies next to him are very irritated by the boy's selfishness, wanting him to share the harvest by charging the protagonist for it. He apologizes, saying that they did it together and should eat together. Korean sweet potato yield increases by 50%. He notes that it's a double buff, and there's a lot of good fortune involved. They will be able to harvest the Korean sweet potatoes sooner than he thought. That's when Kwang arrives, talking to Prota and calling him daddy, throwing himself on top of him with all his weight and squashing the poor guy. And so he talks to his daddy, saying that he heard from the black rabbit, Rung, that Prota can really understand them, and Prota is surprised that Kwang is calling him daddy. Not believing it, he's surprised that Kwang is calling him daddy, especially since he hasn't even dated once in his life, and asks Kwang's mother if that's right, and she's even more surprised that he really understands him, but says that, in truth, she liked him being the daddy and is comfortable with it being Sejun, because she trusts and likes them. And once again, she thanks him for accepting Arele and her son there. So he thinks that if she says everything is fine, he'll just accept that he's gained a really cute son. And Kwang keeps calling him daddy, saying he's hungry and wants to eat honey and chives, and he wants eating sweet potatoes and fish too. And I've wanted to say that for a long time. The protagonist then asks if he's serious, telling Kwang that he wants a lot of food, so they're going to eat something special, and everyone is surprised. He explains that he happened to harvest some new crops that day, potatoes specifically, and the potatoes are coming out of the ground in heaps, and he finally gets the strong potato. As they were grown by a farmer very familiar with agriculture, the taste and efficiency have improved, and when consumed, 30 grams of fat in the body are broken down, and strength increases by 0.5 every 10 minutes. The effects can be stacked up to 10 times within an hour. So, he puts those potatoes in the pan to cook, and sees that they are getting ready in just a few. Together, he asks them not to get upset, and they really go after his tomatoes. He says it's time to celebrate the successful harvest of cherry tomatoes, minutes. When it's done, he calls everyone to eat, placing all the cooked food in front of them. While eating, he thinks about his diary from when he was lost in the tower, saying that it seems like good things will happen from here on out. Meanwhile, Ayan herself is also overjoyed to have received the potatoes. She was loving the bunnies and calling him uncle. It was so cute. I don't know. This manhwa is so heartwarming. And a while later, with everyone gathered together, Kwang starts throwing a tantrum, crying on the floor, and saying that he also wants to stay by daddy's side. But the Prota just talks to Tae, asking if he put a lot of chives in the bag. Tae says that he did. He packed tons of them with the wolves. And then Prota talks to Kwang, asking if he will continue acting like a child, asking what daddy told him last time. Kwang says that daddy told him that he has to protect the bee sisters. Then Prota asks if he will continue throwing a tantrum. Kwang says that he won't, but Prota has to come back soon. Prota says he'll be back as soon as possible, asking if Kwang can trust his father and wait for him. And so Kwang agrees, staying. She speaks with the bees and tells him that she summoned the protagonist, saying that she will escort him. He climbs on her back and calls for everyone else so they can depart. And so he goes to the crossing point where the king is. As he walks, he covers a great distance and arrives in the middle of a huge desert. He comments that it was fast, as they got there in the blink of an eye. And as for T, he doesn't like that place at all, and neither does the black rabbit, because his eyes are burning from the dust. But the protagonist looks ahead and asks what that dark area in front of them is, and he sees that it is a forest, but somehow it seems gloomy and dark. And Jian says that that's the place where the idiots are, and the protagonist asks what he's talking about, and Xian says that there are several, calling them to fill their bellies, and everyone throws the tomato in their mouth, and when they bite into it, they are surprised, because it is as if they were lying in a green field, looking at the sky and fireworks. Territories on the 99th floor. The territory where they are now is the territory of the Minotaurs, and where he was previously is the territory of the Red Bones, and that over there is the territory of corrupt beings. From the west, I won't say anything, because I don't want to get into trouble. I don't have money for a lawyer, but it's very reminiscent of Brazilian territory, and the protagonist asks about these beings, corrupt, and she says that, although they weren't like that at first, they are now. It's better not to know the details because it's dangerous, so he shouldn't go near that place. And the protagonist complains about what's corrupt about them, saying he'll ask about it later. And then, out of nowhere, a ball of mud flies into the protagonist's face, and he falls off El-Ka by himself. And so, they ask if he's okay, all of them scared that the protagonist fell like that and got all dirty. But he says he's fine, calmly getting up and asking what it is, and sees that it's just mud. But, then, when he looks ahead, he sees many, many minotaurs eating mud, and he's surprised, asking if they're doing this because there's nothing to eat in that barren land. That's exactly why they went crazy when they saw grass. And then, Black Rabbit asks him to come down, but he says he hates stepping in the mud. And so, he continues to apologize to the protagonist. Ziona calls out to them, asking who threw food at the protagonist. But then, the blonde minotaur approaches them, asking who they have with them, questioning where they have been spending their time together, and asks who these people are. Shion-san asks why he brought those toys for someone so weak, but then Shiona punches him right in the face, sending him spinning through the air and knocking him unconscious. And she says they don't have time and are going straight to the Minotaur's river, and Zan is completely amazed by the girl's strength as he follows behind her. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that Shiona is totally terrifying, and Broken Horn, the Minotaur, fireworks went off, brightening the night. They focus on the fresh fragrance of the grass and the sweet and sour flavor that merges with that aroma, like fireworks in the middle of summer. And he, Broken Horn, goes to the king, telling him that the two of them have returned, but they brought strange people with them. Then the king asks about these strange people, but Chansa goes directly to the king, saying that they're back with guests from the Red Bear territory, and they're all quite frightened by what they're seeing. Lobo himself and Prota are living proof, standing right there. So the king, upon seeing Prota, he thinks this is perfect, and that he doesn't need to go looking for them himself. He welcomes Prota, addressing him as a subordinate of the Red Bones and as Farmer Rabbit, but then notices that he isn't actually a Farmer Rabbit, and asks what Prota is. Prota simply introduces himself as Park Sejun, and the other is Merchant Cat Tay. The Minotaur remains, thinking about Park Sejun, since it's a species he's never encountered before, but he dismisses it, saying that they worked hard to get there, and that, a few days ago, he tasted the grass that he cultivated, and it must have been difficult to survive on the 99th floor with such weak powers. He says he doesn't know what made them work for the Red Bones, but if they are going through something, unfairly, the Minotaur King will save them from the cursed Red Bones, stating that out of consideration for them, weak monsters, they should feel free to speak their minds. But then, Prota talks to the Minotaur King, saying he thinks the king is mistaken about something. The Minotaur King asks what he's wrong about, and Prota says that, first of all, he doesn't work for the Red Bears, on the contrary, they are helping him. And second, he didn't come there to ask to be saved from unfair treatment, but is there to be compensated for what the king stole from his field 3 days ago, unless he wants to be known as a thief. Then the Minotaur King becomes very angry about this, ordering Prota to repeat what he said, asking how dare inferior beings accuse him of stealing, and that he remembers summer, being moved by having fewer tomatoes, but the bunnies don't quite understand what he's saying, so the wife asks Love's bunny what he's talking about, and he says, the strongest being on the 90th floor, King Minotaur, could never be a thief. Prota starts to get scared, but even so, he confronts the king, saying that if he isn't a thief, what else is he? He questions whether the Black Minotaurs were not honorable warriors, but instead of being embarrassed by his actions, he gets angry, and everyone wonders if it is true, with everyone wondering if the king stole the grass they ate back then. And seeing this, he starts to become more meek, saying that there seems to be a misunderstanding with the owner of the field, saying that, as the protector of the passage, there is a limit to his actions. He came running because he didn't have much time left at that moment, and of course, he would pay him back, asking if it's not clear, trying to intimidate Miguel, asking the protagonist what he wants in exchange for that, a legendary and rare item from the tower, or something else. And so the protagonist asks if he could use the waypoint, and the Minotaur asks what he wants. He asks to use the waypoint, saying that is what he wants, and the Minotaur is surprised that the protagonist want to use the waypoint, so he simply accepts, saying that he will allow it, if that's what Tay wants, for Prot's honor and his own, so be it. And he becomes all happy with Tay, thinking that he will finally be able to leave the tower, but as he climbs that gigantic step, he is surprised to see that it's the waypoint, noticing that shiny stone, and so he reaches his hand out and touches it, and the system announces that the 99th floor tower waypoint has been saved. He loads a waypoint from another saved floor and confirms this point, but since he has no other waypoint saved besides the 99th floor, he cannot move to another floor. And the protagonist is quite surprised by this. Then King Minotaur asks if it's useless, who has no idea about it. So everyone has fun, continuing to harvest and also arranging their stock, and they hide the harvest so it doesn't get taken away. And the protagonist, observing this, talks about the children. For him, one who was not born in the tower, he doesn't know how the boy ended up on the 99th floor, but external entities must register the waypoints on each floor, starting with the waypoint. To be eligible to move to the other floors, one must be on level 1. It is a predetermined regulation of the tower, and a limited invitation is provided. The king stares at the completely disgraced protagonist. Tae himself tries to encourage him, but the protagonist says that he always knew he wouldn't be able to leave that place ever since he found out which floor it was, and now that he's confirmed it, it seems a little pointless. So, Rimotoro speaks to Sejao, saying that he is sorry for his situation, but he allowed him to use the passage point. He accepted. So, between the protagonist and the Minotaur King, there is no longer a debt to be paid, and the protagonist says, that's right, he doesn't owe him anything anymore. So, the Minotaur tells him to return, but the protagonist asks to make an offer. He questions what offer, asking how. He dares to make an offer, and so, he asks Tae to open his backpack, and Tae does so, throwing a bunch of chives around, showing it to all those hungry Minotaurs who are craving them, to rush towards that tasty grass they had eaten earlier, commenting on how delicious it must be, unable to restrain themselves. Then, King Minotaur asks, "What are you doing?" He explains that it's a gift, intended to foster a good neighborly relationship. Rimmel Tororo inquires about the gift, but the protagonist changes the subject, mentioning his worries, because they are expanding their fields and therefore need a lot of manpower. If they expand the fields, everyone can eat this type of scallion crop 3 times a day, which, him getting straight to the point, asking if the king would make a deal with him. Meanwhile, Quang is quite sad about the queen bee, but the queen bee talks to him until they both notice a noise and see, saying that he has grown up enough to help his parents with their chores, and he thinks that they are really children of farmer rabbits. But he notices that he's getting sleepy and thinks he is going to pass out. Oka on the horizon, bringing the protagonist back, so the two of them run to him, overjoyed, and the protagonist asks if he was a good boy, and Quang says that he didn't cry and that he was indeed a good boy. And so, Father Rabbit tells Sejum that he returned very quickly, asking if the negotiations went well. Sejum confirms they did, asking everyone to gather there. And so, several Minotaurs arrive, saying they are starving, and asking if they just need to dig there, adding that it is their first time. And all the rabbits are scared by that. The protagonist explains that the Minotaurs will help them clear the field, stating that he made a deal with the Minotaur. They could do whatever they wanted with all the land in the protagonist Alamand desert. Then, one of the Minotaurs asks Sejum where they should start digging, all excited and eager to work. Quang himself watched the Minotaurs, remarking that their muscles look pretty cool. The Minotaurs realize that he must be Quang, mentioning that they heard about him from Xion-san and that he is more impressive in person. And another Minotaur shows up there. Quang is surprised that they know Cheon-san, mentioning that he is close to him, and so they all start following Quang and getting along very well. They begin to verder, they call him to work, and Prota says that he's really cute. Then he asks if they should prepare some food for the Minotaur workers, and they all agree, but poor Tae remains on. Elka's back, just whining. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs near the king start playing rock, paper, scissors, and with that, they decide who will work on which day. And after, they decide, Cheon-san asks them to follow him, and then, the Minotaur with the broken horn speaks with the king, saying that it's been a while since he's seen them so excited, and he says that, if they clean the, saying that tomorrow will be a great day. Sejum tells himself that he did very well. While he sleeps, the system sends him another mission, ordering him to offer 100 magic tomatoes to the ADM field. Their area would be a prairie full of grass and not mud, and the king starts to think so, surprised that they are good neighbors, saying that the 9th floor is going to be noisy. Meanwhile, everyone is working nearby, and the bees continue to make honey. And Prota is surprised that they have already gathered so much honey with the bottles that Tae bought, saying that he thought the bees wouldn't gather much, since Dev is preparing for the blue moon. He asks if it's because she's increased her strength recently, and the villainous queen agrees with him, and he talks to Quang, saying that he has some melodito, little honey. He's all happy about it. He talks to Quang's mother, asking if she's going deep into the forest, and she says yes, because tomorrow is the blue moon, and then he says he's going to prepare lots of things for them to eat, telling them to get some extra bottles of honey. And Quang says he's excited, but then he talks to the black dragon, saying he thinks they should come down to face the blue moon as well. Then, she asks if she can leave, but Prota tells her not to worry, as he has prepared rations for her. Also, the black rabbit went through a lot to catch seafood in the dimension. They are shocked by the sheer amount of food, and ask him about it all. And once again, they prostrate themselves before him, expressing their gratitude. The black rabbit says, with a smug look, that it was nothing, but then he asks how they are going to carry all of it. However, Elka tells him that it isn't as large as the merchant's packages, but they also carry simple packages, and so they all store the seafood in their little bags and get ready to descend. Then they say that they will see each other after the blue moon is over. They say their goodbyes and head down, leaving Prota behind. He wonders if he should prepare for Lazoo as well. But then, and the reward is a class-related ability, and failure, once again, is death. However, the protagonist is sleeping and doesn't even see it. Then the system gets irritated, making a big ruckus, waking up, talks to him, asking what's wrong with his face and if he's worried about the field again. He admits that he is, feeling a little restless now that the blue moon is approaching. He, the black rabbit, says he will help his father and mother, which means he will be leaving the protagonist alone. And the protagonist continues talking to Ayan. She asks if he has forgotten when she asked him to trust her, and points out that she proudly asked if he hadn't seen her face off against and subdue the monsters during the blue moon. He replies that he did see it, because when the blue moon appears, the monsters become violent. And a month ago, during the blue moon, he often thought about this, especially when Zan ruined the field, and everyone was trying to minimize the damage by hiding from the blue moon or staying away from the fields, but the open fields, free from protection, are vulnerable. He shared these concerns with Ayn, so she said she would protect them, although she doesn't know how she will protect them. But the great black dragon that he saw during the first blue moon was actually Ayn herself. She says everything is fine, asking him to believe in her. She only asks him to believe in that great black dragon, telling him to just plant many harvests. After finishing her conversation, she realizes she needs to prepare for the blue moon as well, and opens a door. With that, she begins to ascend a dungeon. When she reaches the top, she sees a massive crystal. From the top of the tower, on the 99th floor, she remarks that it's been a while since she last left, and that the wind is refreshing. Then, she reflects on her duty, tapping into the tower's system, and exclaims that it's great, and that it's finally her turn to participate. After configuring everything, she announces that she's on her way. Sometime later, Prota is preparing everything with everyone gathered inside the house. He hides the last ember, believing that protecting it will be enough. Initially, he hears a noise, looks back, and sees the rabbit starts making sashimi from the fish in front of him. He notes that he has become addicted to the taste of bufunfa. Then the protagonist thinks that he almost forgot, as he is completing another day. The boy. He gets annoyed, saying he'll give the system some tomatoes and complete the mission, and he thinks the system is forcing him to do these things, asking it to please give him something useful. Tay lamenting the thought that those adorable yellow puppies will grow into adults. He mentions that his uncle is emotional, but then Prota orders Tay not to leave, because the blue moon is approaching. He needs to get into his bag quickly, and Tay tells him to take good care of the pups, because if anything happens, he shouldn't forget to call him. And the protagonist tells him not to worry, asking him he should keep something with him, and he asks what it is. He says that the poisonous queen bee left it this morning before leaving, and maybe because the hive got so big, the cocoon keeps appearing. He says he'd prefer many hives, but he still leaves it with Tay, and he says he'll keep it safe. And then the protagonist notices the moon is rising and asks Tay to go inside. And when the moon rises, the bunnies begin their maturation process and go completely crazy. The protagonist just watches and says that he saw this last time too, but he can't get used to it, since they change too quickly, and the noise outside remains deafening. And so he gets up to take a look and asks if there are many around, because there shouldn't be, asking if it hasn't arrived yet. But while he's standing there, the bunnies stare at him. He asks about it, mentioning that, on second thought, they didn't transform into white rabbits when the blue moon arrived last time, and those rabbits suddenly attack the protagonist. He wonders why they aren't changing, and notices the rabbits are becoming feral, and they all turn to face the protagonist, who tells them to calm down, eventually yelling. But at that moment, Aina appears above them, surprising him even more. Then, some monsters living on that floor approach, and they see the dragon hovering there, and they become terrified and flee. And it turns out that the dragon hovering there isn't actually Aina. She's just using VR, and she asks, "What do you think this time?" And when he opens the reward, it's Harvest Level 1, an ability that allows him to harvest fruits a little before or after the ideal moment. But they are treated as if It's an illusion magic tool created by her grandfather for her to use. He's managing that tower during the blue moon, so he can't leave the administrative area, but she made it look like, exactly like her adult self. And remote control technology is even possible on the 99th floor, making it possible to reach the clouds, and the illusion disappears as soon as she steps onto the ground and says that. Sej must think it's her and is all happy, thinking that maybe she should fly a little more until the blue moon is over. And Prod, looking over there, is surprised because the monsters became quiet after Anne appeared. But then, the bunnies behind him start to glow and change color, and several white bunnies appear. He is quite surprised by this, thinking that it's a relief, grabbing them all tightly, and some say they can't breathe. They ask what happened, and the protagonist looks to the side, seeing that the blue moon's magic has already taken effect, and his harvests are shining. Now he calls them over so he can harvest. And so, to make a selection, he cooks some things, and they say that they are well cooked, and he obtains the Korean sweet potato, energy from Izo, along with some regular potatoes and magical cherry tomatoes. He mentions that they harvested 13 cherry tomatoes, 3 potatoes, and 7 sweet potatoes, and tells Ain that she did a great job. He asks her to fetch the blue moon crops, cautioning her that the sweet potatoes are hot. He tells her to eat them before they get cold, so she thanks him and calls out loudly to leave Izo with her, also in the future. Afterwards, she lies down to rest, saying that she is tired, but she still says it was worth it, wondering if she should try it out. That, because it's the medicine, to heal her dragon heart, and when she swallows it, she feels her heart beating, and unlike the last time, she can feel a flow. Had been harvested at exactly the right time. He's irritated by this ability, questioning why he would even need a harvesting skill. However, sometime later, when he was of stable mana. Just then, a notification pops up, announcing that she has earned the achievement for recreating the forgotten dish, sweet potatoes with honey, and she wonders what the protagonist just did. What he did was this. When he put honey on the sweet potato, she was shocked at Sejun, questioning how he could only give her sweet potatoes while he ate that delicious thing by himself. But then, she receives another notification stating that she can reward the achievement of rediscovering the forgotten dish with a special class ability. So, she gets to choose the skill and becomes very happy, thinking that this reward is perfect for a tower farmer, and the honey-covered potato causes her mana to permanently increase by 0.3. She is happy that the potato is finally complete, and mentions that while it's good to eat potatoes with salt, it's also delicious to eat them sweet, and so, he asks the bunnies to eat first, but one of them, to his siblings, asking if they don't remember what Daddy said, which was that they must deliver all the blue moon crops to their uncle, and everyone there asks why, and the oldest, he says it's because he's weak, and so he apologizes for his weakness while crying. Then, they tell him he should eat quickly to get stronger, adding that they can eat the sweet potatoes. The protagonist thinks it's delicious, enjoying the soft texture and the flavor of honey and potatoes mixing together in his mouth, and as he eats the potato containing the blue moon, his mana increases. And so, he receives an achievement notification for successfully recreating the forgotten dish, honey-glazed sweet potato. He's surprised by this and wonders why putting honey on a baked sweet potato would be so important. The manager shakes her head as she looks at the protagonist, impressed that he achieved such a wonderful feat, and then gives him a new mission. To offer a sweet potato with, to harvest. He mentions that he had initially thought it was useless, but it's much more useful than he thought, because one effect is that every time he harvests before or after the proper time, and so honey, and as a reward, he'll receive a class skill. If he refuses, she'll be disappointed, but she won't admit it to him. He then asks if all of this is happening just because he put a little honey on a potato, but he says that since he's curious about the ability, he'll accept the mission. He wonders if he can do it with regular potatoes, drizzling honey on them and offering them to Ain. As a reward, he obtains cooking level 1. The taste and effectiveness of dishes made using ingredients grown in the tower are slightly improved, and he becomes increasingly surprised by this, because the first registered recipe is honey potatoes containing blue moon energy. And among its characteristics, it says that the mana increased by the cooking effect. Level is too small to be displayed, so it doesn't increase by much. He notices that he can collect recipes and isn't surprised anymore. Now that things have come to this, he wonders if he should become a chef as a second class after being a farmer, but thinks that first, he should make potatoes for better eaters too, and asks if everyone there will help him. And all the bunnies agree. So, he writes in his Lost Adventure diary about the tower that the 8th blue wolf passed through peacefully, And so, in the western part of the forest, that same monster returns home, the one who was scared by Island 3D. As he walks home, he ends up tripping over a root and falls flat on his face. And then, something that was inside that cave grabs him. That monster with that bunch of hands full of roots starts to consume him, crushing and killing the monster. And that is a corrupted ent, a tree with several eyes inside. And that thing keeps walking and comes out of the forest and starts targeting the area where Prota is planting. And, apparently, things being as calm as they are won't stay that way for very long. Gets experience points for every harvest. And even if it's at the wrong time, it becomes a magical tomato. And he says that, thanks to this, he gets class points even when he harvests. Meanwhile, Prota is making food with the bunnies that have just become adults. While everything is still in order there on the 99th floor, in Elka's tribe, they return with a lot of food, for everyone, and she tells the children to enjoy themselves, and they thank the leader. Then, another wolf asks if they are leaving already, and Elka says that she has to depart, since the blue moon is over. Apparently, Elka was Elka all along, because the little wolf, who is appearing here, is his wife. Yikes. Yeah, guys, it's tough, right? It's impossible, man. He's a dog. Guys, it's impossible. There isn't a vet near me so I can stay. Sorry, it's Elka. And she says that he should at least see the children waking up, but he speaks with his wife, saying that they now serve the great black dragon, that they have no time to waste, and that he will return soon. Leaving from there, we see two of them departing for the 99th floor. And so, in the village of the corridor, everyone gets scared seeing some rabbits running, thinking they can't be caught. But then, some people ask them to wait, and a fox appears, hunting those rabbits, catching one of them, quickly knocking them out cold. The two who were managing to escape glance back in fear, but they don't even notice another fox right in front of them, ready to snatch them up. But then, Elka overhears someone asking what that sound is, but the other two ask if they aren't going to leave. As it turns out, the rabbits are suffering quite a bit at the hands of those other two, and the fox calls, treating them like damned slaves, asking where they think they're going, asking if they know how many floors they climb to catch them, questioning if they think they could escape, and they boast that they'll be having rabbit meat that day, and that no one will notice if it's just one rabbit. But just then, Elka appears, knocking out that sucker fox, and saving the rabbit. The tomato's out of season, and he realizes that now he doesn't have to wait until the perfect day. This made things much easier and faster, allowing them to harvest even more tomatoes. But another, from them. And then he notices that Elka is nearby, stating that they are Grid's subordinates and asking why they are attacking, since they are hunters trying to capture slaves. Fugitives. And if Gar finds out about this, he won't be happy. But Elka says he doesn't care if they rat him out to the savage royalty or not, and tells them to get out of there before he rips off their necks. And so those animals tuck their tails between their legs and simply take off, and one of them carries the other knocked out while Elka mocks the bunnies. And she tells him that he intervened, and Elka is left speechless, because he couldn't let that happen. They question what they should do, because if they leave them there, they will be captured by those guys. Again, and so the bunnies are left trembling in front of the wolves, and Elka decides to take the rabbits with him for now, as they may be useful to the great black magician. Meanwhile, the constituents of the rabbit, supposed black magician, says he has a big announcement to make, saying that his mana has reached 10 after eating the blue moon crops. But no one there is very excited about it, because, for them, it's very normal. And Tay asks if there's a reason to be bragging, and the protagonist gets annoyed with him dismissing it, telling them to listen, saying that now he can eat the core of giant energy. This means he can get a new skill, but Tay doesn't give a damn about it, wondering if he can sleep. But the protagonist gets pissed, saying that he can't, he will only sleep after seeing his new ability. And he throws that thing inside himself. He thinks it's delicious, it tastes like orange soda. And the system says that he consumed that core and learned a new skill, rain and thunder. And he is surprised that he learned it and didn't acquire it, and it requires a significant amount of mana to use. The boy is given a mission. He must offer 200 cherry tomatoes, but there is no reward, and failure is punished by death. The protagonist states that he already knew this and was just taking his time, appropriately. And for the user's safety, the ability to make it rain has been sealed, and casting thunder is sealed as well. And he can create dark clouds and use rain or thunder, and creating clouds conjures dark clouds using mana, and the more mana used, the larger and denser the resulting clouds will be. Furthermore, if the environment is suitable, there's a small chance of rain, but the two functions it would normally have are sealed. He needs 30 mana, He's surprised he needs even more mana, since it wasn't like this previously, and he wonders how he's going to create dark clouds if the skills are sealed. So, he tries to make the clouds appear, and something does appear, but the small cloud that emerges is so tiny that it barely covers a feather on his head, and he becomes very irritated because he used a third of his magical power, and that's all he managed to produce. And so, all the rabbits decide to return to work, leaving him there to suffer in shame, because they don't want to watch this. But then Tay tells him not to be discouraged, because even though he may be weak, he is the master, and the protagonist asks if that's supposed to comfort him, asking if it's comforting him. But Quang says he thought it was incredible, because it even covers the sun, and will get bigger later, saying that his father is the best, and Quang is the only one there cheering him on, and Prada, he is happy with this, saying that he is very happy with his son. But then Tay says that it's right and good, because the sun isn't blinding him, asking him to move the cloud a little to the side, and the Terli says in Timesol, the protagonist notices that the cat is too annoying. But then, Elka arrives, and he is surprised that she came, but notices that she brought some rabbits who are scared to death, and he asks who they are. Those gray rabbits. And so, the bunnies start begging Proto not to eat them, please. He notices that they are full of scars, and Proto asks Elka where she brought them from. He asks if there will be no reward, calling the ADM a shit thief, and argues that his last mission helped him, telling him to hurry up and get it over with. However, the rabbit is irritated by this. But, those guys, and he tries to explain. But then, the rabbit mother and the rabbit father arrive, surprised to see those rabbits, and the father is even more surprised that they are alive, and it turns out that the gray rabbit is the father rabbit's niece, and they suddenly encounter them. The protagonist, surprised, questions what's happening and asks if they know each other. Then, the protagonist and everyone else are surprised to see the three bunnies falling into the food. They almost choke on it, and the mother rabbit quickly brings them some water. Then, the protagonist asks them to eat slowly and calmly. They thank the great black dragon, but the protagonist asks them to just call him Sej. Elka speaks to him, surprised that he would prefer that, but the protagonist explains that calling him the great black dragon is too lengthy, and there's no need for formality, since he's also part of the family now. So, he should feel comfortable calling him Sej, and they are a little indecisive at first, but ultimately agree. One of the wolf cubs is surprised to hear the protagonist say that they are a family, and he glances over at the gray rabbits. That's it. While the Tay kept begging and cried incessantly. He's just like my cat, right? There's food in his bowl, but he never stops asking for more all the time. That creature is going to burst. And so Proto analyzes all the rabbits, one being an artist, another a carpenter, and the other an architect. He realizes that they are all technical experts and talks to the rabbits, recapping the whole story, explaining how when they were climbing the tower to escape the farm that was exploiting them, Helg saved them when they were about to be caught, and he asks which floor they escaped from, and one of the rabbits says that they were on the 55th floor. And so, Father Rabbit is surprised, asking if they had been there until now, and questions the king, queen, and princess, asking what happened to the monsters. And Proto, he realizes that this was only the beginning, and the ADM continues asking for more and more tomatoes, this time requesting 250, without any reward. And the boy realizes that the ADM has become increasingly greedy, then asks Luffy's rabbit to calm down, inquiring about these monsters and what he is talking about. And so, Luffy's rabbit says that a long time ago, the 55th floor was the Rabbit Kingdom, called the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Then he's surprised and exclaims that there was a kingdom, asking what happened to it, and the rabbit replies that, a few decades ago, the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell, and he remembers that day vividly, recalling all the chaos that engulfed the area. He explains a bit about the rabbit's Red Ribbon Kingdom. They cultivated crops in fertile lands, consumed healthy foods, possessed beautiful architecture and culture, and lived peaceful lives, with the ability to protect themselves with numerous black rabbits, who ensured the site's security. But then they noticed something descending from the sky, and one of the rabbits was shocked by the arrival of several flying monsters. Those creatures took over the place, and even with them fighting fiercely, they were consumed by the sudden appearance of the Shadow of Destruction, and that's how the kingdom ultimately fell. He says that the kingdom crumbled instantly due to these unknown entities that seemed to appear out of nowhere, and amidst that chaos, the king, queen, and princess vanished, leaving the people who lost their king scattered and struggling to survive, to monsters. They also ended up in that place while searching for a place to settle down, and the protagonist is surprised that they made it to the 99th floor. It's no wonder he thought it was strange, as it is not a place for rabbits to live. And their leader says that they thought those monsters had swallowed the entire 55th floor. But who would have known that there were still docks 1 con of Sidio? Those who remained there? And the gray rabbit says that his family, the remaining rabbits, who couldn't escape through the corridor, were simply waiting to be, increasing the order several times, wondering why the number keeps growing. And then, a mission appears, requiring him to offer 500 cherry tomatoes without any reward, and the protagonist simply killed by the monsters. But, for an unknown reason, the monsters suddenly disappeared. And the one who was despairing in the devastated land was Grid himself. And El already begins to distrust. And Prota asks about this Grid, and Elka says it's related to that wild boar, and the rabbit agrees with everything, saying that he commanded a large tribe of boars and called himself the Great One. If Oreo took control of the 55th floor, which had lost its owner, he began to exploit the rabbits, transforming the land, which was the kingdom of the Red Ribbon, into a large farm. Of him, only producing food. They simply couldn't take it anymore and left. But then Prota asks him to calm down, telling them to rest a little first. They went through a lot, and he asks the black rabbit if he would lend his bed in the cave, and so the rabbit asks them to follow him, taking the 3 of them inside, and Prota says that, come to think of it, Crid was also the guy who was looking for that straw hat, and Elka confirms that's right. He is a wealthy man who wields considerable influence over the tower, through food, and he's a goddamn disgusting boar, exploiting the villagers and targeting a swamp as if it were intentional. It's just too much. And he says he's ashamed to have worked for him, for the short time he worked there. But then, Tay says he already knew, since most of the food is distributed throughout the tower by the Merchants Association. He heard that most of it came from Mr. Grid's farm. Then the protagonist talks to Elga, asking if there's a possibility of this guy named Grid coming to this floor. But Elga says he wouldn't be able to, because, no matter how much money he spends, no mercenary would dare try to come to that floor, and most mercenaries are cowards, so Perota thinks he can relax for the time being. In that place, marking it on a stone, he says that 150 days have already passed. He introduces himself a little, explaining that his name is Park Sejun, and his class is farmer. Then he gets angry, and refuses the mission. The ADM is surprised, and the system makes a point of highlighting this. It is said that on this day, he rebelled against the tower's ADM for the first time. Yeah, folks, handing the hat to Tay, he says he can rest assured because Grid won't be able to chase the rabbits. But in Grid's castle, on the 55th floor, the former kingdom of Red Vita, he is surprised by the report from those caramel mutts. And they say that Elka, that worm from the Silver Wolf tribe, betrayed them and even took away the rabbits they were chasing. He attacked them, telling them to look at the wound. And one of those pigs on Grid's side says that idiot was never trustworthy from the beginning. Then Grid tells them to leave them, because when they're forced, if their food runs out, they will come crying, begging to save him. But before that, he asks if the preparations are going well, and his advisor says that they are currently suppressing distribution as much as possible, sending away those who wander in search of food. And some complaints have been made by the Magic Tower and the Merchants Union, but it is still within his control. And he starts to think that this is very good, because another opportunity is coming. And just like when he took over the 45th floor several decades ago, this time it won't end with just one kingdom, but that entire tower will be in his hands, and he starts laughing just like the greedy pig that he is. Meanwhile, our protagonist is relaxing on his floor with his kitten, sleeping with Potty. He wakes Tay up, telling him that it's morning already, but Tay still wants to sleep more. But then, the protagonist notices something nearby, asking about that pool, since it's a washing pool, and there's even a shell there, and he wonders if the gray rabbits built it, saying that washing his hair will be too easy, and he can even reach his back. And so Tay tells him to go over there and shows him a kitchen completely different from the one he had, and even the mother rabbit can make food now, with the help of the rabbit. State oppression is even reaching Monroe. It's going up to 100, 150, 200, 300, 500. The guy put his foot down. Man, this tax is getting to be too much. And it makes me think that every tomato he picks gives father of the chubby rabbit bringing firewood. He is surprised that there is also a table. And Tay notices that they did something incredible. He sees a furnace, dining table, cutlery, and chopsticks, everything that he needs. It's necessary. And Teo tells him to look at it, saying that Pimik, Pib, and Parik also made a bowl of food for him, and there's a paw print on it. And the protagonist asks about these names, Pimike, Pipike, Pirik, or whatever. And he says that those are their names. They keep doing things, saying they are grateful for being allowed to stay there, and they don't stop working. And the Grim Reaper sees a small cloth made by one of them, and they start thanking him for taking care of them yesterday. And the protagonist becomes worried about them, and they arrive there thanking him for the previous day, saying that it's not much, but they would like to help them with their skills. And the protagonist then asks if they happen to need a job, and they get all giddy. He's already trying to get them a CLT contract right away, the scoundrel. And so, after that, the protagonist says that Pimik, and the others will join them from now on, and they say that they will get along well. Well, all the rabbits seem to like that. And the protagonist mentions that, with the arrival of these excellent artisans, his cultivation level will increase even further. The artisans say they'll do what they can, but then he asks if they can prioritize building homes for the rabbits first. The baby rabbits have grown into adults, so they're lacking proper housing. They need homes for themselves as well. The second-generation rabbits also need to become independent. However, he thinks building their homes will be too much work, and all those poor things. He's even trying to help, but it's still quite difficult. Then the rabbit offers to take care of it. That's right, it's his specialty. Then Tay mentions he'd like a mobile home too, but the protagonist reminds him that he already has his backpack. But the gray rabbit chimes in, saying he can build a cat tower, 10 experience points, and he's already harvested a lot. Besides, he must keep some for himself. Imagine what level this guy is at. And seeing that the ADM is increasingly greedy, he asks what he for him instead. And so, sometime later, a rabbit asks Sejun if he doesn't have a home, and Sejun replies that he just sleeps on chive leaves. So the rabbit asks what if they were to make a house for Sejun? He's surprised that the rabbit wants to build a home for him there, and the rabbit says that building a house inside a cave must be difficult, but it should be possible outside. It's possible, and there are many sustainable materials available, such as wood. And the protagonist wants Maria to have a house, mentioning that she has been spending a lot of time outside, even after expanding her fields above ground recently. And since Koing's mother, the Minotaurs, and the Silver Wolves are also there, she will be safe to a certain extent. So he agrees with the rabbit, saying that he can do whatever he wants and asks if he needs anything. The rabbit replies that it would be good if they had materials to make bricks, or some area with clay or fine sand on the 99th floor. And the protagonist thinks about it, remembering and saying that he knows of a place. And so, he goes to the Minotaurs area, who are surprised to see him there. He asks the rabbit what he thinks. And the rabbit, he says the humidity is perfect, and even the dry leaves are well mixed, making it ideal for brickmaking. But then, King Minotaur asks why he needs mud, since it's all sea food for the Minotaurs. He says it's a new business venture, explaining to the king that it's for making bricks, and if he lets him make bricks and provides them with mud, he'll receive chives in return. But then the king immediately asks if they should start, not even wanting to hear the whole explanation, telling them to stop eating mud because they won't have enough to make bricks, and they all are, in disbelief at what the king is saying, and the protagonist already thinks they're going to be kept quite busy. Meanwhile, Quen calmly uproots a tree, and his mother also wants, because he already picked over 100 that day alone, and says that they also need to eat some to stay alive, asking what the hell this is all about. But the ADM sent a message to help. While the Minotaurs are plowing the land, the rabbits are planting, and others are watering, and everyone is working diligently. And it turns out that Quang also playfully wrestles with elk, while Prota happily watches. They continue living the good life as one of the wolves drinks honey, which Prota offers him as well. And after a while, he goes for the harvest, ending up harvesting 15 solar pumpkins, and the XP for his work continues to increase. And, with the effect of proficiency increase level 1, harvesting proficiency level 4 gets an additional 5% increase. When he gets 450 XP, he levels up, acquiring a bonus stat point that he can use on whatever he wants. And then he notices that there are a lot of those potatoes, solar pumpkins, so he gets ready to do something with them. But he notices that it's very hot, so he creates some dark clouds above him, because his face won't burn if he has those there. And the dark cloud proficiency begins to increase, and Prota thinks that while they are building the houses, they will also have to set up a warehouse on the ground. And he talks to Tay, asking, when is he going to come down? And T says he's thinking of going down anyway, mentioning that he packed a lot of tomatoes. I'll be back from the cave shortly. And then, the protagonist asks him if he still has space in his backpack, suggesting he sell detox green onions this time, saying that maybe some hunters are in need of them. He just divided up the plants that he harvested. He harvested quite a lot, and T then thinks about these green onions, saying that he'll only take 100 for now to test the market, and the protagonist agrees, inviting him for a snack. He wonders if he will sell a lot, but he figures that, since Sejun is never wrong, he'll take them. But when he tastes it, it's horrible to him, and he thinks that, for a cat like him, it doesn't smell so good. But in this, to him saying that this is the tower farmer's problem and not his, telling him to stop crying and just bring the cherry tomatoes. And the protagonist starts to lose it, questioning why it's his problem. Protagonist tells T not to take too long to come back. He starts tossing things into his bag and tells him not to eat his fish, but he ends up pulling too much and taking some other potatoes as well. Solar panels along with him. And so the Minotaurs ask them to wait while they eat. And already on the 67th floor of the tower, a frog is calmly walking around until it gets shot with an arrow right in the head, and another bipedal frog prepares to eat it, and that's a lizard man who jumps up to that frog, trying to catch him, but when he gets close to that thing, the insect appears and starts eating the frog's meat. But the lizard man grabs the insect and eats it too, throwing it down. But he notices that more of those insects are coming that way, targeting their prey, and when he looks up, there are lots and lots of them. They become a herd, eating everything around, even going after the lizard man, swallowing him completely, and that thing seems to be the same one that destroyed the rabbit kingdom. Meanwhile, Ain is receiving a lot of notifications, but she apparently doesn't like waking up early, saying it's too noisy, and says, who was finally having a good dream after so long, and was wondering why the alert system was being so noisy, and when she looks, she notices that there are more than 1,000 unread alerts. The red locusts have infiltrated the 67th floor of the tower, and she has a new alert with several spawns, and so, 5,312,813,712 red locusts infiltrated the 67th floor of the tower, and she is surprised by this, as they invaded from outside the tower, which indicates that it has been around 100 years since they infiltrated there, and at that time, her grandfather resolved it, but was barely able to prevent the destruction of the 55th floor, so she tries to use authoritarian management, ordering external communication to be connected, but notices that she cannot open the passage to saying that he worked hard and suffered for days to be able to cultivate them. But the ADM says that he only planted the seed, telling him to stop making a mountain out of a molehill, because this is nothing, outside of the tower with her skills. And so, another announcement reaches her, stating that 0.01% of the 67th floor has been devastated by those locusts, and she is surprised by this, and the system increases the Furcell, a percentage of 0.01% each time, leaving her dying of rage and wondering what she should do. Meanwhile, Pro is filleting the fish and putting it in the oil, making that fried fish. He thinks the oily smell of the eel is delicious, and Tay is also drooling on his shoulder. And then, Scythe Rabbit brings the cut potatoes and sweet potatoes, like, he asked, and he thanks him, telling him to keep everyone away while they eat, because the oil could splash and be dangerous. Enshin's mouth is already watering as he looks at it. The black rabbit asks what he made. He says that he made something even tastier than potatoes with honey, and they are surprised, asking if something like that exists. He asks if he's ever heard of caramelized sweet potatoes. Caramelized. So, he throws them in the oil and starts to make them, saying that it's a good thing he saved the eel oil, because it will be very useful. He says that he has to fry the sweet potato first, until they are crispy and golden brown on the outside, add the honey to the fried sweet potatoes, then stir and continue cooking. And with that, the caramelized sweet potato dish is complete, and it's registered in his recipe for recreating the forgotten dish, caramelized sweet potatoes, is a success. Then, his proficiency increases significantly, and the rabbit starts commenting that it looks really delicious, and he soon asks the protagonist to fry his fish in the same way, and he agrees, delivering a fried piranha to the hotel. He then notices that the piranha recipe wasn't recognized, asking what the standard is, and since they're already cooking, they decide to make caramelized potatoes as well, because he thinks discovering recipes is quite enjoyable, and Tay instructs him to add honey to the too much. The protagonist questions what all the fuss is about, unable to tolerate the ADM's favor any longer, stating that he doesn't want it, and that it won't cause any problems for the ADM. Consequently, the ADM feels frustrated, his fish as well, and so, after some time, everyone prepares to eat together with him, enjoying the served banquet, and everyone delights in the meal. And the Binators comment that good food after work, the hard part is the best, but the wolves are scraping their plates clean, leaving almost nothing. Kong complains that he can't eat any more, while Tay is completely stuffed. The protagonist asks if he should head down now, and when he confirms he should, he calls the wolves to join him. Before leaving, Tay asks how much food Sejun has left for Ayan, explaining that he saved some for her. She isn't answering, no matter how many times he called her earlier. The food has gotten cold, and Kong almost ate it, so Tae asks if she's asleep, but Sejun himself thinks that would be a relief, wondering if something happened to her. Meanwhile, she's incredibly anxious, examining the entire tower system, but she can't connect to anything, and she doesn't think she can control it with her power. Her dragon heart was finally starting to heal, but she feels too incompetent and doesn't know what to do about it. All that chaos, and she is truly lost. As a result, more and more of the 67th floor continues to be devastated by those locusts. And at the central management headquarters of the Passage Merchant Guild, the leaders are gathered around a table, and the representative of the Mason Merchant Association's Fox Tribe stands before Hannibal of the Tiger Tribe, along with Iona of the Unidi Sky Hamster Tribe. Then, the fox who had been following Hotel thinks about Iona, the leader of the Magicians Association, remarking that it's the first time he's seen her and that he'd heard the 7 main magic towers usually don't appear in public. He wonders what's happening, since it's unusual for tower heads to gather in one place like this. And so, Mason explains that it's been talking to the protagonist and starts to get nervous as the boy completely ignores him. Then the system continues, saying that the ADM is wondering if he's really going to refuse the mission. A few days since the red locusts appeared on the 67th floor, and, according to his wandering merchant contacts, 2/3 of that floor has been ravaged by the red locusts. Now the lizardmen are desperately defending their position near the passage area, but this is not an easy situation to resolve. At that moment, Hannibal asks if the wandering merchant route is under control, wondering what the possibility is of the red locusts infiltrating other floors through it. Mason says the red locusts are intruders from outside the tower, asking if he didn't know that the passage doesn't allow intruders from the outside to use it, and confirms that the passage is safe. However, if they manage to dominate the area of the passage, they will invade other floors as well, and so they begin to worry about the 68th and 69th floors. Then, they get desperate, asking if it's not one of those top 5 eyelashes of the tower, where the location of the Draken farm in the Lizardman Kingdom is. This problem doesn't just affect the Lizardmen. Thus, Mason thinks a major food crisis could even occur. Again, he starts to worry about these granaries, remembering the annihilation incident of the Headrace Kingdom on floor 55, and asking if everyone remembers it. And currently, the granaries are spread across multiple floors of the tower, but back then, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was the largest food distributor in the tower, and a massive invasion of red locusts caused the destruction of that entire kingdom. And if that boar bastard hadn't squeezed through that gap and taken over, they might have had something. Mason tells Iona to stay calm, because Grid is a good man. Seriously, knock it off. Eon asks if Grid wasn't the one who rebuilt the ruined kingdom's granary back then, but Iona doesn't. So the protagonist continues living peacefully with the rabbits, and the ADM keeps sending him messages, telling the boy that he'll end up dying that way. But the threats, except that he should be called a good man, especially when he's exploiting the rabbit tribe and cutting off all food distribution lines to the rest of the tower. When Rainbow hears her say that, he tells her she's talking too much, so Mason tries to calm him down. However, everyone in the room also erupts in an uproar, calling out to Oren and questioning if she should be protecting him, wondering if she isn't going to do anything, and so they continue to call out, but Yona ends up getting nervous, standing up and climbing onto the table, and says that, 200 years ago, and several thousand years before that, the red locust infiltration happened, and the great black dragon always protected the tower. Therefore, the red locusts were quickly annihilated. Quickly. However, the last time the red locusts appeared, for an unknown reason, the great black dragon was slow to address the situation. The situation was only prevented after more than half of the kingdom's citizens were killed, and all the granaries were destroyed, and a great food shortage occurred throughout the tower, and there are places that still haven't. They recovered. And now, it's only been a few days since the scavengers disappeared, and there's no guarantee that the Black Dragon will quickly resolve the situation this time either, and they have to stop them with all their power until the Black Dragon appears. Otherwise, the tower order will collapse. And she says that, under her instructions, the leader of the association, the head of the Association of the 7 Magic Towers, will send 200 war mages, questioning what the tower leaders are doing. Meanwhile, Tae is with the wolves, visiting his family, and is peaceful there, and he tells Elka to go there because he said he was going to stop for a little while, but she asks how long he's going to stay, saying that they don't have time. However, while he's complaining, no longer have any effect, and the protagonist says that he won't give the fruits of his labor to someone who claims all he did was plant. Then the ADM asks if that isn't the job of the tower's farmer, Non-stop, the wolf pups go to Tae, asking if he is the black dragon, and he says no, stating that he is a vital subordinate of the dragon, a middle-class Ran merchant, Tae. They are all surprised that he is such a vital subordinate of the black dragon, and marvel at it. Tae enjoys hearing this, and asks what they were saying, and they continue, filling Tae's ball, who happily gives them snacks as a reward. He starts to enjoy the situation, but notices that he grabbed the wrong thing when he pulls things out of his bag. Seeing that, he picked up a sun pumpkin from Pro and asks why it's there. Then Elka comes close, asking what's wrong because Tello is so big that he's jumping around, but Tae says it's nothing, and there's no problem at all. Elka asks if he's sure, but Tae says everything is fine, and Tae asks him to go at maximum speed right away. So Elka tells him to hold on because he's going to pick up the pace. But Tae, in his head, as he runs, thinks they're screwed, wondering if he accidentally switched it while putting the green onions in his backpack. He thinks he has to destroy the evidence and he immediately wants to rush to the 38th floor, telling Elka to go as fast as possible. Man, Tae is one of a kind. That's all I can say. Meanwhile, Prota at home is freaking out because there's nothing there. He doesn't think. Inside the spring onions, saying that he has to plant the new potatoes, but he can't find them, and he sees that the solar pumpkin potato that was there while he was harvesting the green onion has disappeared, and he immediately thinks of Tae and thinks it's a relief, as he must have put the solar pumpkin potato somewhere else during the harvest, but he wanted to try one, saying that he's going to punish that little brat as soon as he gets back, and just then, the seed lot opens up for him. He didn't even remember what day it was at that moment, and says he completely forgot. So, he wants to see what rabbit if he's finished cutting those fish. And the cat in a cape who was there says that he will also help a little. Then the protagonist explains that 150 days have passed since Tower, saying that the protagonist must listen to his orders. But the boy says that's precisely why he won't give him anything else, explaining that the ADM forced him to do it, and even then, he doesn't value everything, is inside, and so his rank remains as Sejum, and his level means he can buy as many seeds as he wants, spending only 5 tower coins, and the seeds are beans. Flaming seeds for 5 coins, 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 coins, 5 full yang chili pepper seeds for 0.5 coins, and 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coins. He keeps wondering about this flaming bean seed, questioning what it could possibly be. After all, just one seed cost a staggering 5 tower coins. He mentions that he does have money, enough, but because of the condition that purchases must be made with 5 tower coins, he won't be able to buy the rest of the seeds if he buys the bean seed, and the risk is too high. And that's that. He isn't fond of too many adventures. Besides, familiar tastes remind him of home, and since they have more and more rabbits, he needs more carrots. So, he decides he will buy seeds for carrot, strawberry, and pepper. He buys all of that, with 5 coins being deducted, and 50 mileage points being accumulated. He has a total of 56 mileage points to date, and just like that, the store disappears, and he thinks he has acquired enough to plant, saying that just imagining himself eating plump strawberries and peppers already makes him feel revitalized. Then he goes to Father Coelho, saying that he bought more carrot seeds and becomes very excited. The protagonist asks him to plant them soon, inquiring if he can leave the planting to Coelho. He gets all excited, saying that he can indeed leave it to him. Then they comment on how they have expanded their fields above the sun and are thrilled because the protagonist's farm is getting bigger and bigger. Meanwhile, in Gang, the weather is beautiful at the top of a building, and the guild leader goes out there to take a look. He says it has been a while since he left the refrigerator, and that the view from the tower is quite beautiful, asking Shirok if his work and just stands there, compensating with crumbs for everything, questioning if he isn't the tower's ADM, saying that, in that case, he's a shitty boss, and the dragon almost can't believe what he's doing. Doesn't agree. But Sir Rock says he doesn't know anything other than that he is not in a condition to be out there, and says that if he lowers his guard, the curse could spread, asking him to return inside. But then, the master says that, in any case, he's become much better at ruining the boy. His teacher asks if he enjoys doing that, and takes the opportunity to ask if they will soon have a braff deal with Trader Rant, asking if Tom Seek is on the 37th floor right now. And so, Rook agrees and says that Tom Seek mentioned he's having difficulty conquering the boss monster. On the 38th floor, the deadly tarantula, because she built her nest in the passage area and the monster is releasing poison everywhere, and the poisonous gas emitted by tarantulas is difficult to neutralize, even with healing magic, and they said that it's impossible to approach without an antidote made from the blood of the poisonous spider, the servant that guards the nest. But even with that, it's difficult to find an alchemist who can prepare the antidotes, and they all refuse. Then, M notes that they haven't made any progress there, asking if Rook is protecting Sejum's family. Instead of Don Sheik, who went to the tower to ask him about the situation and if anything else had happened, he says yes, because Sejum's family is moving to Han. Since they move around quite a bit and, due to their desire to live a normal life as before, they are being escorted and monitored by security with minimal exposure. And recently, there was an attempt by a foreign association to get in contact with Sejum through his younger brother, Seidu. Yeah, those guys played dirty, you know? They really played dirty. Look who they targeted. The little kid. But that's a joke, okay? But the boys ended up rejecting those girls, and he decided to settle down there more calmly, and so the master starts to laugh, but while he laughs, he ends speaking, being very shocked and disgusted by all this. So, he almost apologizes, saying he's sorry, but he sees the protagonist simply enjoying the tomatoes, showing them off to him, and the dragon doesn't. Starting to cough uncontrollably. He tries to hold it back, but then the master takes a cherry tomato out of his pocket and eats it. He asks if it's that cherry tomato, and the master confirms, saying that after eating it and overcoming the curse of flames, he felt very calm, and it is a very useful item. He adds that it also tastes good, and will greatly help people in the future. What's more, he believes that Park Sejun is a talent that the Republic of Korea cannot afford to lose. And so, he says that his lord made the promise, but he asks Rock to relay a message to him, to bring Sejun to his office first when they leave the tower, and with that, he says he's leaving. But then, Sir Ryuk says that there definitely must be a cure for the curse of the flames, and if Don Shikare is the cure, then they must acquire him, whatever the cost. Meanwhile, Don Shike is fighting the spider on the 38th floor. Then he notices that they keep coming, and when he looks ahead, his subordinates are also having a very hard time. He shouts for everyone to retreat, saying that they will reorganize and try again, but as he does, they shout to Don Shike to be careful, because something is threatening his life. And when he finally manages to look, it's too late. The monster almost hits him, but just then, a girl pulls him in, stepping in front and stopping the monster, putting her sword right in front of the creature. But the spider manages to cut her cheek, so the girl keeps fighting until she kills the spider once and for all, finishing it off, and making the monster fall. And everyone rushes to her, asking if she's okay. But then, Don Chick says that Sra came into contact with the spider's venom, asking, by healing magic, but the girl is already on her last legs. While they manage to use magic on her, she improves a little, but they say that they only manage to halt the poison's progress. So, if they like that at all, and says he's very angry because he ate all the cherry tomatoes, and says he'll kill him now if he doesn't complete the mission. But the protagonist then gives 5 tomatoes to stop the spell. The poison will spread, and he gets upset about it because they've used all the antidotes, and it will be too late even if they are alchemists, wondering what they must do. But then, Tae appears there, completely calm, asking if he is Don Chick, and questioning why he's there, wondering if he shouldn't be at the trading post. Don Sheik is surprised to see him there, and remembers that it was the day he was supposed to come. He's surprised, saying he was so busy that he didn't even remember. But then, Tae asks what they are doing. But then he goes over to So, asking why she's sleeping on the floor, saying he has to take her photos, and telling her to wake up. But then, the girl starts to feel heavy fur in the middle of her chest. Then, Dom Sheik says that So has been afflicted by the spider's venom. So, Tae is surprised, saying that it must hurt a lot, asking if she's okay, and telling her to stay lying down. But Don Sheik says that, at this rate, she's going to die, asking if he happens to know any place that sells antidotes, and he says that there aren't any alchemists nearby. But, remembering something, she takes something out of this little bag, mentioning she has it, pulling out a chive, a detoxifying green onion. And they are all surprised by this, and when Dom Chick, looking at that thing closely, he sees all the effects it has, and notices that it can detoxify the spider's venom, asking her to sip it, to eat it. And as soon as the girl takes a bite and swallows it, she immediately wakes up completely fine. Then she says that her body feels unbelievably lighter, and Tae is relieved, and she runs to hug Tae, thanking him. She says that she is alive thanks to him. As expected, he is the best cat. He acts humble, saying it was nothing, but then tells her to give him 5 tower coins, because since she is him, saying that he'll give him the rest later, and says that he also needs to feed the children who are fighting over some tomatoes. And then, the 5 tomatoes disappear from the protagonist's hand, and the ADM says that, subordinate, he will give her a discount, and she begins to realize that he is indeed a villainous merchant. But then, Don Tom Cheek asks Tae where he got the green onions. Detoxifying. He says it's a new harvest that he's selling, and they are all surprised. The tarantula's deadly Don Chico is even more potent, and if he has the detoxifying green onion, they can invade. The 38th floor of the tower might be possible. He gets very excited about this possibility, saying that it is just as expected of Tae, the golden cat, and Tae himself is wondering why they are looking at him like that. And then the leader asks Tae, "What is this detoxifying green onion?" He says it's a new harvest that he's selling, so they are surprised that he is selling that, and they note that the potency of the tarantula's deadly venom is even greater, and if they have this detoxifying green onion, invading the 38th floor of the tower is possible, and they came because of Tae. They have a chance and ask him how many detoxifying green onions he has, and he says he has 100, and so the leader says that he will buy all 100, but then the guy arrives, telling him to wait, and notices that the Phoenix Guild was trying to jump ahead, remarking that they were wondering why the cat merchant hadn't visited them yet, but he never thought he would be doing something that goes against business ethics. And the leader is surprised that the Royal Knights and the Wizard Guild have arrived. He questions how they went there, asking if they were spying on them to prevent them from leaving. Then they talk to the cat, saying that if he gives special treatment to only one guild, then the people will complain, and he will lose his clientele. He asks if that's really the case, while the leader thinks this is ridiculous, since cherry tomatoes and green onions are things that can only be bought. He will let it go this time only. So, the boy just thanks him. The ADM remains silent, and he wonders if the ADM was going to apologize, because apparently he noticed when the ADM deleted what was like a hotel VIP package. Regardless of what he does, people are forced to look for the hotel. But now many people are watching them, and trust is directly related. With the merchant's reputation, he cornered Tae, leaving him no choice but to escort him. Then, Tae announces that he will hold an auction as he always does, asking if anyone has any objections. They say everything is fine, and he says he's going to sell magic cherry tomatoes and detoxifying green onions. He says he's going to start with the sale of the magic cherry tomatoes. He has a total of 6,000 and will sell them in batches of 500. And so, he was surprised that the tomato reached grade C, saying that even before they talk about green onions, having grade C magic tomatoes instead of D is a very good thing, mentioning that it hasn't even been a month since the grade D cherry tomatoes came out, and now they are already grade C. So, one of them offers 350 tower coins, and the bids go up to 600 coins. At that point, the leader tells them to take it easy, as they have to create a new strategy. The green onions for raids are very important. As a result, they sell and buy more and more items, and so, everything is being sold by the hotel. He announces that he will now begin selling the detoxifying green onions, mentioning that he has 100 of them and will sell them in lots of 10. And so, the leader who is interested in the chives offers 130 coins, but the bids keep rising, and he ends up offering 155 coins. Tae asks if anyone else wants them and ends up selling them to him, and he thinks it's an unfortunate amount of money, but he can't afford to lose, because they have to secure a little more. He needs to be quick this time, and so, the other leader bids 160 coins from the tower, and it turns out that he manages to win the round. While he tries to bid 161, the other person bids 170 and buys in increments of 10. So, the leader goes to 175 and the other bids 180, and Tae is really enjoying this. Writing, he thinks the tower administrator is simpler than he initially thought. So, it has now been 91 days since he's been in the tower, and the fourth blue moon appears, and he, once again, while he doesn't stop selling, and that girl from the Phoenix Guild is taking photos while he's all happy, and it turns out that the Phoenix Guild only secures 10 green onions. And the guy from the guild, the knights ask Don Sheik what they are going to do. So much so that the Phoenix Guild must think it's awful to cooperate with other guilds, and they will focus on that first. But the others, of the Phoenix Guild, speak with their leader, saying they are sorry, but they have become obsessed with the cherry tomatoes. But he says it's okay because the world won't end if their guild falls behind a little. Back. But then the girl in the photo talks to the leader, saying that Tae has something to say, and Don Sheik is going to talk to Tae. He asks if she means that Sejum's family is living in a place called Han Dong. He says it is Hanandong and not Hania, and Tae writes this down so he doesn't end up forgetting. And Don Sheik says that, since the Korean Association is mobilizing to protect the family, he doesn't need to worry because Korea needs Sejun's talents. Then Tae says that Sej said he wanted to reward him to protect his family. He clarifies that he means it's not to do so, but Tae says that his reward is 200 cherry tomatoes and 50 detoxifying green onions. And Don Chick is surprised by this, since he has obtained the 50 crucial chives that he needed. And Tae says that Sejum also mentioned that, from now on, if he needs anything from the harvest, Sejum will sell it to him at a cheaper price as a reward for protecting the family from him. But Tae says this is a secret, and Don-chik replies that it's okay, because it's a fair deal between him and Sejum, and at least the previous situation won't happen again. And he thinks to himself that it won't happen again, especially since the matter with Sejum's family is also top secret anyway. Just then, Tae speaks to him, saying that he also has a secret item that he can sell to him. He hides to get through that ordeal while eating some tomatoes, unable to sleep due to his nervousness. He mentions he heard that people with a lot of mana are able to, exclusively today only, something that Don-chik might be interested in, and Don-chik questions him about it. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs are helping Prod build a house, and he is surprised by their speed and efficiency from them. Besides, it's only been a few days, and the exterior already looks like this. And thanks to the Minotaur's hard work, the progress is very fast. However, the rabbit says that even so, the interior details must be done by him and his brothers. So, he thinks it will take a little longer. They still need to discuss the structure of the room he mentioned in private. But then, while the Prota is talking with the rabbits, trying to finalize the details, Kwang becomes interested and tries to go inside with the queen bee. However, Prota, seeing this, gets scared because he won't fit in there. So, Prota tells Kwang that he can't enter. He asks, why not? And Prota says he's too big, and the house might collapse, so he shouldn't go in. Then Kwang asks if he isn't a good bear, because Kwang isn't a bad bear who would destroy Daddy's house. He says he's not a bad bear, becoming all sad, but Prota tells him to eat some honey there, because Daddy needs to look at the house a bit more, so he has to be a good boy. He even agrees, but then Prota goes to examine the bed's material, noticing the chives that the Minotaurs are eating. But King keeps insisting that he wants to go into Daddy's house too, saying that he wants to be small and wants to sleep with him inside, and the queen bee is desperate seeing him cry. But while he grabs the honey, his melon and Koeng don't understand anything, and it turns out that while Prota is talking to the rabbits about his bed, one of them says that those chives aren't good, because if he puts the green chives in, the bed will be too hard. But then Koeng starts calling Prota. He thinks it's strange, and Koeng withstand the roar of monsters of a certain level, and therefore, he has fewer cherry tomatoes left. But he says it would be better if that didn't happen again. He says he hopes this time passes more, simply jumps onto his chest, almost killing Prota instantly. He's thrown directly into that mountain of chives, scaring everyone around, and when he falls there in the middle, from that, he asks what's going on. Then Kwang starts licking him, a mini version of him appears, and he can hardly believe the bear just shrank. What comprehension! Seeing that, he asks Kwang what happened, wondering if he returned to the size he remembered, but his creature name ended up changing to Crimson Giant Honey Bear, and the protagonist doesn't understand anything, asking if he evolved into a honey bear, just like Santa Rabbit and Black Rabbit evolved as well. And then the Black Rabbit notices that he's a child again, but the protagonist asks if he won't be able to get any bigger, and he thinks about it for a while, and actually ends up swelling up, growing a lot larger. He notices that he got bigger and can alter his body however he wants, so he says that what seems to be the desire to stay small was suppressing his growth. This sometimes happens with young monsters who are afraid of becoming adults. So, the protagonist finds it strange that the Minotaur is talking to him about suppressing his growth, and Kwang returns to his small form, clinging to Prota's leg once again and asking if he can come inside his house. Now he can hug him too, just like he does with Coelho Preto and Tae, and Prota is touched that he's thinking about it, so he hugs him and gives him the affection he wanted, asking if he also wants to receive affection just like everyone else, and apologizes for not understanding his feelings. And then they decide to take a look at the house, and Kwang gets all excited, and Prota says that they are going to put a bed in the house for Kwang as well, and he gets even happier and says that he wants to go into the cave too, which surprises him, because the last time Kwang quickly. Then, the blue moon shines on a pile of tomatoes that were nearby. He is surprised, and the tomatoes are gaining power. He notes that this is very good, and the tomatoes begin to turn. Things didn't go very well for his food supply. He tries to deny it, and the Black Rabbit starts shaking his head, denying it in every way, and so Prota thinks that he has none problem, while the Black Rabbit certainly disagrees with him. Meanwhile, Tae delivers some pumpkin potatoes to Don Chi, who is surprised, as it's his first time seeing a pumpkin potato. Solar, which is a mutant sweet pumpkin potato that absorbed the sun's rays from the highest point of the tower and embraces the sun's energy. When consumed, it breaks down 200 grams of fat, and the pliest. Flame resistance increases for 5 hours. Plus, you won't be susceptible to the cold for 24 hours. He's surprised to see that, since it's an item that adds flame resistance and says that Hun and John, a living legend from the Republic of South Korea, and the first to pass the 52nd floor, fought an inevitable battle against the flaming boar that guarded the passage area. They fought a fierce battle that lasted 3 endless days and nights, resulting in a draw, and both had to retreat after inflicting mortal wounds on each other. In this battle, Hanta and John were struck by the curse of flames, which continuously burned their surroundings, and the only way to delay the curse's effects was to continue infusing magic or lowering their body temperature. And everyone thought he would retire, although he couldn't quite abandon his persistent attachment to the tower. With this, they can make the Master's Curse of Flames. Master stay inactive for a while, and they will also be able to defeat the flaming boar. Then the curse will be lifted, and the legend will return. And he says that, furthermore, they even have the detoxifying green onion for the radio on the 38th floor. He thanks Patel, saying that he really needed these things, but Patel dismisses it as no big deal, thinking that if Dawn, he somehow entered the tower and got lost. And, so far, he's created quite a plantation there, figuring that he'll start his cultivation in this place. He says that's the story, blue right in front of him. And so, he says he needs to get them right now. But as he prepares to go to the tomato, he becomes afraid. But he ends up noticing that even the sweet potato leaves. Chake buys them. No one will know the mistake he made. And he thinks that, with this, his crime will finally be successful by delivering it. Afterwards, Dom Sheik returns to the rest of the guild, asking if they were waiting for him, and he replies that he was preparing to go downstairs, but Don Chikra stops him because of the massive amount of chives, which surprises them, asking if he bought them from the wandering merchant. He responds that they seized the opportunity, but then asks if they already want to descend the tower, wondering if they should make arrangements. All area entrances before departing, which makes everyone happy. Then, he orders everyone in the Phoenix Guild to eat the chives so they can begin concealing themselves with the chives in their mouths. They are prepared to proceed. Meanwhile, on the 75th floor, in the commercial market, everyone is living their peaceful lives, while the wolves continue escorting Tay along the path. And so, the leader comments that Tay seems to be in good spirits, and he replies that the sale went well. Then, he speaks to the wolf employees, saying that he will buy them something delicious that day. They thank him, asking what they're going to eat, and mentioning they heard there's a place that sells noodles. But Tay notices something, and they ask what it is. At this, he hopes it's nothing. But when he glances to the side, he sees a ring, thinking it's the one he wants to buy. But just as he touches it, another little mouse touches it too. But Tay asks him who he is, saying that the ring belongs to him. And then, the little mouse realizes that he is the merchant cat. Remembering that he is only a middle-class merchant, she tells him that he doesn't need this item and that she's going to keep it, asking Tay to hand it over. But he questions what Rada is thinking. F grabbed it first, telling her to go away. And so, Rada gets irritated at being called a little thing. However, the wolf speaks with Tay, asking what's going on, until he are being illuminated by the blue moon's light. He can't believe it, and decides to investigate. He rushes to the clearing, creating an opening so he can, surprised to see who it is. Because that hamster is Archeaga Iona, of Grand Destruction. She is scared to death by this, and insists there's no mistake. This staff is the legendary great artifact of the tower, whose name is the Staff of Calamity, is the very personification of destruction. A single swing of the staff can turn mountains into plains, and a second swing transforms rivers into oceans. Then, he questions what such a figure is doing there. And so, he tells Tay that he has no idea who she is, adding that he will give him a chance to regret his words and actions. But she is not in a good mood right now, because she is exhausted and says she is going to take her own life as an apology, and Tay comes face to face with that crazy woman. But then Elka steps forward, telling Iona not to do that, because that boy is a subordinate of the Black Dragon, and she is surprised by this, that he is a subordinate of the Black Dragon. Then she asks Elka who he is, and he introduces himself as the head of the wolf tribe, Silver. He then asks if he is aware of what he just said, because if he is lying, for the crime of impersonating the great Black Dragon, he will not escape death. But then Elka speaks up, which is true, as he swears by his tribe's name that he isn't lying, and Taewoo confirms that's correct. He states he is a subordinate of the Black Dragon, and insists he's not lying. Yona then instructs him to prove that he is a subordinate of the great Black Dragon. Then Taewoo asks her what she means by prove it, and she requests that he take her to the Black Dragon. Taewoo is surprised that she wants to go there, for free. They are very surprised, especially Elka, who he is speaking with. She thinks that this crazy cat is going too far, and wonders what they will do if she gets angry again. Taewoo explains to her that he is a subordinate of the Black Dragon and also a traveling merchant. Therefore, if she wants to meet the Black Dragon, she has to pay. See the sweet potatoes. He then realizes that it's actually a sweet potato imbued with the blue moon's energy. It's a nutritious and delicious sweet potato grown in the tower. However, it becomes the price. Elka continues to be increasingly surprised. Yona doesn't like this at all and starts laughing, saying that he is very confident and that she likes his stubborn look, and asks him what she wants to. So, regarding what she said, Yona mentioned that she was buying something to give to the Black Dragon, and she asks if he would also give that ring to the Black Dragon by any chance. Saying that she had bought it for him, he is surprised, and she tells him to let her know if he needs anything else, as she will buy him anything he wants, because if she can really find the Black Dragon, this must be her chance. Meanwhile, Tae thinks he's incredibly lucky, as he's found an easy target. So they continue walking through the market, and Tae starts asking for more and more things, asking for those bottles for the piglet and various other things along the way, and he goes so far as to take advantage of the situation to buy something even for Elka's son, but Elka's son says he doesn't need it. Yona asks if he didn't say he was buying things that the Black Dragon might need, asking if he needs these various types of items. He confirms that's exactly right. She needs everything, and says she liked the one he picked out, telling him to buy it. But then she gets angry and tells him to wait until she finds out he's lying. But then, Tae talks to Iona, saying that he thinks it suits her very well, giving her a hat as a gift. And when she puts on that hat, she thanks him, but points out that not all wizards wear that type of hat. He questions what she is doing, telling her to go and pay for the hat, but she remains irritated, asking how much it cost. And so, the pig asks for a total of 20 tower coins, and she goes and pays. But at that moment, Tae asks him to give a discount, and they are both surprised. And Tae asks Iona if she's going to buy all of this without any discount, saying that it won't work that way. So the pig says he will let it go for 18, even more delicious with the blue moon's energy, and when consumed, it permanently increases his strength by 0.05 mana points. The protagonist is overjoyed with this accomplishment, and because the product, tower coins, but Tae says that this is too little, telling him to increase the discount, and he lowers the price little by little, until Tae finally leaves there thanking him, and Iona says that she can do this if it's for the Black Dragon. Then she also wonders what the cat's deal is, because she thought he was going to buy something extravagant, but he only asked her to buy simple, random things. Simple, random ones, and he even asked for a discount so she could save money. But then she asks where the Black Dragon is, and Tae tells her that he's on the 99th floor. Then she is surprised that he's on the 99th floor and not in the administrative space that connects to all parts of the tower. So, Tae says that she'll understand as soon as she gets there, so she keeps thinking that this is suspicious. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, the Phoenix Guild finally defeats the boss, and they accomplish this after a long fight while eating chives, and they are overjoyed to have cleared that hideout. And so, the teleportation portal opens for them. He suggests that they finally go to the 39th floor. As they pass through the area, they finally enter the Y location, and at the headquarters of the agricultural project, in Gago's tower, the head of that company is surprised that the Phoenix Guild raided the 38th floor so quickly, and comments on the news that it's about a crop that has recently emerged, an item called detoxifying green onions, and it seems that their raid proficiency has increased significantly due to this item. And the president is very angry about this, as they haven't been able to germinate even a single cherry tomato. No matter how much money they invest, a new harvest has emerged in the meantime. He says that they can no longer silence the dissatisfaction of Gago's advisors, so they must at least show some kind of results to appease them. But then a scientist arrives. System recognizes that he harvested a sweet potato imbued with the blue moon's energy. He receives a significant amount of class points, and his level 1 harvesting proficiency increases substantially. There, calling for the vice president. So he goes over there, asking what's going on, and they manage to create something that looks a little threatening, and he asks if that creation is a cherry tomato. The scientist says that a mutation seems to have occurred due to the growth promoter. Then, he says she should have gotten rid of it a long time ago, questioning why she let it grow, and saying that this doesn't look like a crop, but a living monster. However, when he cuts it, he receives a notification informing him that a cherry tomato contaminated with it has gained 27 XP. He is extremely surprised that it grants XP when dealt with as a monster, and the assistant says that she believes this mutation happened and it became a monster due to the tower's influence. Instead of water and nutrients like plants, it lives on food, such as insects or small monsters. And thanks to these mutants, she was able to enter the sustainable tower easily, without any danger, which is good. She can also personally witness the results of the research right before her eyes. And furthermore, it might not be what they intended, but they also reproduce, with another one being born right beside it. And she says that this is a recent discovery, and, if everything goes well, the tower's hierarchy will be defined. And she begins to embrace this idea, thinking that this is her chance, ordering them to discard all the existing harvests, because he wants to replace them with contaminated cherry tomatoes, saying that if they can't cultivate magic cherry tomatoes, they will cultivate something different, basically an XP farm. And this is going to be a wonderful business. Look, if you stop to think about it, an XP farm is pretty awesome, you know? You can get to level 999 just by killing that thing and leveling up directly. I think it's a good deal. Every now and then, when I play some games, I farm XP so I can face the others, right? I don't know. Man, it's finally reaching the maximum level. His level increases, and he gains 50 experience points. When he looks at the tomato, he picks it as well, obtaining 2 fruits imbued with the blue moon's energy. And, cool, it's cool. Meanwhile, back with Prota, he's super chill, waiting for the queen bee to hatch. I believe that's the day the cocoon of the 3rd poisonous bee he caught during the blue moon's seclusion, and he's rooting for her to succeed, and Clodier is too. When she leaves, the 3rd queen bee is already looking at him, the one who hatched the cocoon of the poisonous queen bee, Kokon. He managed to make the newly born queen bee consider him her owner, and so she stands in wonder, looking at him. Then the other 2 appear, saying it's a pleasure to meet her. If you take a look, each of the queen bees has a different type of hairstyle. Man, that's so cool. And she is also amazed as he presents these first flowers, and then leaves to fly along with the other 2. And the protagonist just sits there calmly, observing, thinking that this is too peaceful, and hoping that this peaceful life continues like this. However, nothing is ever that good, and he ends up getting a spray of mud in the face. It's Koing calling him to play, and saying that something he's never seen before appeared in the lake, and it's simply the protagonist is very surprised by it. So when he looks ahead, several of the bunnies are painted black, and they're still saying that they've all turned into black bunnies. Man, what a blunder. The mother rabbit is cleaning the black rabbit, thinking he's dirty. Oh my God in heaven. My God. Stop, author, stop. I can't laugh at this. No, man, for God's sake. Then, the protagonist goes down into the cave, looking at the lake, and seeing that there are several squids there, and he says that many of them have entered there recently. Then Koing says that, according to the black rabbit, he caught one while he was hunting in the lake, and, because it seemed strange, but it continues to release the black liquid. It's also the first time the rabbit has seen them, so they don't know what it is either. And the rabbit says it seems strange because he says it's as if he holds the world in his hands. But then, an additional mission pops up for him, and he says he knew it was coming. And the mission is to offer the blue moon potato. Kind of soft. And the protagonist says that they probably don't know what a squid is, and they really don't know. And he says it's extremely delicious, asking if they want to try some. So, he will. Preparing the squid by frying everything perfectly, putting it in oil, and serving it to them, announcing that the squid recipe is ready, and that it's spicy sautéed squid. And he completes that recipe, earning 2 cooking proficiencies. Also, Lula's recipes were recorded in the system. He also prepares a whole grilled squid and squid sashimi for them to enjoy. Everyone is completely amazed, drooling over it. And the protagonist asks how long it's been since he last ate squid, because the spicy flavor makes him crave rice. Then, they devour everything, remarking that it is delicious. And the black rabbit is surprised that such delicious things exist, thinking that maybe he needs to take a closer look at the dimensional sea. And Quang says that he wants to go with him. But then, the protagonist asks if Quang knows how to dive, but he says he doesn't, so he says that's fine, and after they finish clearing the field, he will teach him how to dive. And Kong is overjoyed. He's taking Tae and Yona to the 99th floor, but he's startled to see something ahead, and a line is forming. They say that shortcut is unavailable, and ask them to take a detour instead. Then Tae asks Elka what's going on. She says she has no idea, since the passage manager is controlling the traffic. Then one of them asks the boss, saying that he inquired around. They said that red locusts have also appeared on floor 69. Elka is surprised that the red locusts came back, and Tae asks what they are. Yona explains that they are pests called the Shadow of Destruction, like the harbinger of a disaster. So Tay asks about these pests, asking what. It's for the ADM, and failure means death. He makes that very clear. And the mission begins. He also wants the blue moon tomato, and neither of them will give him any reward, but if he fails, he will die. They are beings created to eat and destroy everything. They are beings that try to take over the homes of those who live in the tower. And at this moment, the Magic Tower and the Mercenary Alliance are probably controlling the movement through the shortcuts to fight the Red Locusts, mentioning that she was originally supposed to join the Alliance, but finding the Black Dragon is her priority, so they will go to the other quick shortcut. Then Tay asks about it, questioning his other shortcut, which is a special passage that only high-class merchants can use, explaining that he is a middle-class merchant, so he can't go that way, but she says it's okay because they have her, showing him her badge. He is surprised, as it is a badge of gold, which only great merchants can receive, and a symbol of power that allows unlimited use of all shortcut routes. Then he tells Iona that they will get along very well, but she says that she doesn't want to, looking all suspicious. Meanwhile, Prota laughs is cutting his scallions, and he is surprised that the green scallions grew in the blink of an eye. They continue separating and planting, and before he knew it, the field had expanded to 4 miles wide, transforming into a forest. But he wonders where everyone is, because he can hear the sound of chives being chopped, greens being cut, but he can't see anyone around. Then, the bunny starts making a fuss near the protagonist, and he questions his scythe bunny, asking what the problem is, and also asking if something is wrong. And the scythe bunny says that the green onions in that area seem strange and are impossible to cut, so he thinks this is impossible, but when he picks them up, is surprised by their texture. Then, they ask him what happened, wondering if he is okay. And the protagonist notices that the chives he cut are incredibly hard, like iron. He's surprised that 2 missions came at the same time, and the ADM says that maybe he will actually kill him if he refuses. So, he says that in that case, he will complete the last mission. Believing that it's a hard-bladed chive, he earns a new achievement in the tower, and the tower grants him exclusive cultivation rights for these new varieties. And no one. You can even grow weaponized green chives without permission. That particular chive is a weapon chive, and because its leaves are continually cut, it's a mutant green onion that it has metallized its leaves for protection, and because it grew inside the tower, it uses all available nutrients to make the leaves sharp and hard, resulting in a decrease in both flavor and nutritional value, rendering it ineffective when consumed. But it's still quite useful. He's surprised that it's a new variety, but that it has absolutely no effect when consumed, and comments that it is metallic. So he uses it, cutting several other green onions in the area, thinking it's incredible because he used a green onion to cut other green onions, and says that it could be useful anywhere and that he has to plant a lot of them. But then he receives some news, and Aelin speaks with him. He's surprised because she wasn't answering his calls, and he was useful anywhere, and that he has to plant a lot of them. But then he receives some news, and Alan speaks with him, which surprises him, since she wasn't answering his calls, and he was worried. She arrives all times, Jururu *, asking for advice about her problems, and Prota complains about what happened, and Ain cries because of that notification, and Prota is very surprised by it. Then she tells him everything that is happening, and he learns that red locusts have invaded the 67th floor of the tower, and she confirms that yes, that was it. Mother Rabbit almost gets sick just hearing about it, that those things entered the tower again, and Father Rabbit asks her to calm down, as it's not good for the babies in her belly. Damn. What? But my friends, you have to. Stop, man, you have to do something else. Wow, it's not possible, bro. Someone get this family a TV, because they really need one. Then Prota asks Ian if they are telling him to get the rest of the magic cherry tomatoes. But with the mission complete, the administrator is happy with the basket of magical cherry tomatoes, but starts mumbling, wondering what beings that annihilated the kingdom of rabbits in the past. And she says yes, and he asks what they are like in detail, and she says that only one of them isn't really that threatening. But as they mention, the colony will evolve as their numbers increase, and if this isn't resolved quickly, none of the creatures living on the invaded 67th floor will survive, and they will enter the other floors by following the landmarks. Then, that place won't be safe either. Prota starts to consider something regarding this swarm of locusts that evolve when they devour everything, and Ain explains that there are circumstances preventing her from doing anything on the 69th floor right now. So, she's very sorry, but she needs his help. So, he tells her not to worry, because if there is anything he can do to assist, he will. And so, he says that she doesn't need to apologize, because he is the farmer of the tower, and that place is their home too. Now, he can't allow it to become unsafe, saying that Tay and the rabbits, the wolves, and the minotaurs will do everything they can to help as well, if it's for the greater good of the tower. And everyone urges him to agree, asking him to trust the tower's residents. And the protagonist says that they will discuss this thoroughly, creating a plan. And she is surprised that they all want to help him. But the protagonist asks how they are going to resolve this, since he can't even get down from the tower. But then T returns to him, and he is surprised, saying that it's good that he's there, asking if anything important is happening. But then he is surprised, and T says that they have a guest there. And Yana says that it is a pleasure to meet the protagonist, asking if he is the great black dragon. And Sejun doesn't even know how to respond, because there's a hamster in front of him, and he asks T who she is, and T says she didn't believe it's about how he survived after getting lost in the tower. Then, 10 years ago, on one busy day, a 99-story black tower appeared in the middle of Gang. And it wasn't just in Gang, a total of 100. That is all about. And the protagonist says he takes back what he said about him being simple. So, he says he will give it to him later, asking him to let it slide for today. But the ADM continues to assert that he was a subordinate of the Black Dragon, so he brought her there, asking if he did a good job. And she salutes the protagonist again as the Black Dragon, saying that she will be the head of the association of mages, and Iona were greeting him. Then Prota saw a message from Iene, saying that Iona must be there for him to see, since the tower manager hadn't resolved the red locust problem on floor 67 a while ago. And she says that if the head of the association is a high-level monster from the tower, she wants him to listen to what Iona has to say. Then he asks if her name is Iona, saying that he can't send away a guest who came from so far away, and asks if she would like something to drink. She is surprised by the hospitality, and he says it's no big deal, asking her to enjoy herself in the meantime. Everyone there is surprised, and T himself is also surprised by Quang's size, so he asks what brought her there. She says that she has a sincere request for the Great Black Dragon, and he asks if it's because of the appearance of the swarm of red locusts on floor 68, and she is surprised. He says that, as expected, he already knew, and asks why he hasn't done anything yet. Then, he asks for forgiveness, explaining that there were some circumstances. But at that moment, Tay starts to pester him, talking about he wanted to see a little crying. Meanwhile, Aang also says that he wants to eat, but he reminds them that they have a guest there. So, he wonders what's with that peaceful atmosphere, wondering if he's really the Black Dragon. And most of all, why are they calling him President Daddy? And, besides his black hair, he doesn't have any features that would remind them of the dragon. Black. On the contrary, his appearance is closer to that of the human species that recently entered the tower. The same goes for the lack of power they are sensing, and he is weak. But the energy, you absolutely have to give him the sweet potato. And Prota even agrees, questioning what he should do with it. Then he asks what else there is, saying he's going to eat it, and throwing it into his mouth. And as soon as he eats, of the black dragon cannot be surpassed by any living creature in the tower. Unquestionable and strong traces of magic are weakly flowing only from certain areas, and he says he doesn't know why this is. That's right, and she asks who he could possibly be. When she drinks it, she's surprised and asks what it is, because she can feel an intense burst of energy coming from the thick, red liquid. And furthermore, if it tastes sweet and delicious. The protagonist asks if it isn't delicious, explaining that it's magical cherry tomato juice with honey, and that the rabbits grew all the ingredients themselves, along with honey from poisonous bees. She's surprised by this, and asks if she can see these tomatoes. Then, the father rabbit brings them to her, and she asks if he came from the Red H Rebel Kingdom on floor 55, and he confirms, saying that the Great Black Dragon is the one who brought them. When she picks it up, she says she's never seen that item before, asking if he has any other items, and he says that they have the sweet solar pumpkin potato, agile carrot, and vigorous popcorn, and he thinks they'll be harvesting peanuts soon too. She continues to be surprised throughout all of this. Everything seems to be going well. There's Koenjeg saying he's going to make him cry, and the protagonist, seeing that, says he's proud of Tay. Meanwhile, the Minotaur, Elka, and the rabbits are acting completely friendly, and she, seeing that, she says she understands, wondering if he has been taking care of the monsters who have nowhere to live while working to solve the food crisis and searching, and the fact that she feels that only the Black Dragon's energy vaguely should be outside of his consideration for monsters. Then she starts to compose herself, saying that she now realizes how stupid she was for not understanding him, who sacrificed himself for the tower. Then, Perota talks to Yona about the problem with the red locusts, and she asks for forgiveness, as a humble creature like her could not understand that. He starts to tremble all over, and talks about the sweetness and refreshment. He feels like he's having a festival in his mouth, and, as he consumes that tomato imbued with blue moon energy, his mana, deep grace of the black dragon, saying that she committed a serious sin, but as she kneels, he questions what she is doing. But at that moment, the protagonist puts that cutting chive in the brings in front of her, asking if she thinks this will help, and she sees Laminadora's green onion, so she doesn't understand at all. But then it's explained that Eskimos are capable of hunting, easily even fierce wolves with just a blood-stained knife, and it's simple. They repeatedly freeze the knife with blood, bury it upside down in the snow, and the hungry wolves would smell the sweet scent of blood and start licking it. And as time passes, the blade would cut their tongues, and they would spill their own blood. But because their tongues are numb due to the cold, they don't realize they are dying. And in that way, they keep licking their own blood and die. And that's what he once read in a book. And T thinks this is scary, telling Elka that he'll give him fish so he shouldn't lick blades. But the protagonist says he doesn't do things like that. Iona says it's a good story. They can't differentiate between green onions with hard blades, as well as normal ones, will then blindly head towards them. And red grasshoppers that have tasted the green onions will look at the other green onions and run towards them. The shredder, trying to gnaw at them, but in the end they will only cut themselves to death. Red locusts have a habit of hunting individuals weakened by wounds, and as a result, they may be capable of defending the passage area. Then she says that this is really what is expected of the great black dragon, who is developing new weapons to deal with the red locusts while solving the tower's food problem. But then, he gives a wry laugh and says that it seems like he caused an irreversible misunderstanding, and he says that, anyway, he would like to test if it will work, increases permanently, and feeling overwhelmed, he throws the sweet potato into the fire to cook it perfectly. He laments that it's a shame he doesn't have aluminum foil, but, according to his theory, and it hasn't been long since he collected them, so he needs to see how many he has and how to divide and plant them. So, Yonaval is the problem. He shouldn't worry, for she has some red locusts with her. He's surprised she possesses them. Then, she opens a dimensional portal, pulling out some locusts and throwing them right in front of him. The locusts keep flying around her, frightening everyone there. Then the protagonist asks if those are the red locusts, and she replies that she captured some for experiments, and it's incredibly fortunate. Then she asks the black dragon what he intends to do with them, and the protagonist asks her to wait a moment. He plants 2 chives, placing the real one in the front and the one that cuts behind. Then he speaks to Iona, asking if she can release those red locusts now. And when she releases them, they quickly target and fall inside the first chive, managing to devour it completely. Then they look ahead, seeing that there's another one there, but when they charge at it, they end up dead, all of them passing through and killing each other. Alone in that situation, the protagonist remarks that it was indeed a success, and as a result, he also receives notifications from the tower, informing him that he achieved the great feat of a farmer by killing pests with crops, and a job feature was added as a reward for the achievement. Furthermore, job trait points can be earned when the crops kill pests, and the protagonist is surprised that he gained a farmer achievement, because if he kills red grasshoppers with something he harvested, he can gain XP points, thinking that this is definitely incredible. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Guild leader is overjoyed with Don Sheik, as his succeeding faster than expected on floor 38 is just amazing, and Don Sheik thanks him, but the leader says that that's what the onions are for. And he says, as expected, waiting for the food to be ready is the best. And so, while he waits, the blue moon disappears, and the rabbits prepare to. The fact that he came to visit as soon as he exited the tower means that he has good news, and he replies that, as expected, his master is insightful. Then he shows him the solar potato and tells his master that everyone anticipates the hero's return, summoning him to ascend the tower. With this, the master rejoices, as the curse of flames is neutralized for 5 hours, and on the 67th floor, things are not going well at all, with everyone fighting and suffering considerably against those locusts. Furthermore, the Lizardman team is in dire straits. They are overwhelmed by the sheer number and must press forward. But behind that lies the area passage. So, they attempt to do something, but Ia instructs them to retreat, appearing there herself and activating her magic. And with that, she simply creates a massive explosion, wiping out numerous locusts in one fell swoop, and she states that she has bought them time instructing them to plant the chives uniformly in front of the field, and they are surprised that it is a green onion. But then, she urges them to hurry, asking them not to question it too much, and just do it. The locusts resume their attack, but then they simply pass by. Those chives are dying, one after the other, and they notice that the grasshoppers are running towards the chives and simply dying there. And she tries to make them go to the same place, while one of those troublemakers asks her what it is, and she says that it's the black dragon's grace. They are surprised that the black dragon did something, and Yona speaks to those great warriors and war wizards, telling them to no longer fear those invaders, and they will just attack and drive out the red grasshoppers that are passing through the green chive blade formation. Blade. And he says it's all for the Black Tower, and they all go into battle to finish off what's left, passing through Prota's chives, dedicating that victory to the Black Dragon, leave with their family, and, arriving outside, the father rabbit asks what Prota is doing, and he replies that they arrived at the right time, presenting them with the sweet potato imbued with the energy of Black Dragon. Meanwhile, Prota is very calm, planting the wheat and receiving notifications that he defeated a pest, and he keeps acquiring XP non-stop. He says no. There were problems with the chives, with the others wondering if Queng was doing well over there. And Queng is doing his part, splitting a chive in half so he can plant it, and he says he sliced the rolling green onion in two. And Prota says he did a good job, saying that the rolling green onion is quite resilient. So he was worried about how to divide and plant them, but it's a relief that Engang is super strong. He says that, because he is strong, he can break them all at once. And Prota says that, a few days ago, he made an agreement with Iona to build a line of defense with the rolling green onions, and he remembers when he spoke with her, handing her the chives and asking her to take them to protect the tower, and she says she is very grateful for the Black Dragon's kindness. However, she thinks that, if it isn't monitored properly, there could be cases of abuse of this plantation inside the tower, and believes that handing over the deposit of the Somme, planting through trade will also help T, a haunt merchant, under the command of the Black Dragon. He mentions that the protagonist is doing very well, and that there's no reason for her to refuse, so she responds that they will be establishing a defensive line in the passage area to prevent the numbers from increasing, and since she will be leading the war milestones to eradicate the red locusts, when she descends, it will be difficult to return to the 9th floor. Therefore, she will request transportation from the Wandering Traders Association on behalf of the hotel, and then he looks over, surprised, to the side, and sees Queng eating one of those locusts, telling him that he shouldn't eat that, and asking if he ate them all. He simply replies that it's delicious, and so Elka asks if Blue Moon, fully cooked and ready to eat. He says it's not much, but everyone will eat together. Then, everyone approaches, but the father rabbit asks them to wait, and the protagonist, she can eat the red locusts too, and the protagonist doesn't understand anything. He comments that it seems the monsters find red locusts tasty, and she says that she just needs to take those sliced green onions for the 67th floor, and the protagonist confirms that's correct and that he can handle it, telling them to be careful when transporting the red locusts, and she says she understands. Well, she'll be right back. And so, the lizards fighting the red locusts on the 67th floor have been using the dead red locusts as food, and since so many of the red locusts have already, died, the amount supplied is much greater than what's being consumed, and it seems to be getting out of control. And if their corpses are left unprotected, other red locusts will eat them. So, they decided that the Silver Wolf tribe would transport the dead red locusts to be contained and used as food. And furthermore, they plan to sell more than a certain amount to increase profits and use the money to rebuild the 5th floor farm, which is suffering from the drought. And, of course, he also arranged for the Silver Wolf tribe to receive a portion of the income generated as a commission, guaranteeing another source of profit in addition to the sliced green onions, since the profits are proving to be very good for him. But then he speaks to the intern, Tay, asking if he isn't going to fan him properly, because it's not refreshing enough, and Tay is already starting to get scared, saying that his arms hurt, wondering if he can't go back to being a sales cat again. The protagonist says that it hasn't even been 5 minutes since he started fanning him, saying that the sin of selling the pumpkin potatoes, solar sweets is serious, saying that thankfully they can plant them by dividing the shoots, and it almost could have been a permanent goodbye to their new crop. And he says he won't, asks what's wrong. Then, the father rabbit points to the protagonist, saying something about his family, and the boy asks if the rabbit wants him to eat alone, just because there's so little. He will make that mistake again, looking all sad, saying that it's still a relief that she sold the potatoes to Dom Sheik, because Dom Sheik is a gentle hunter who keeps secrets. and it seemed that he really needed those sweet solar pumpkin potatoes. And with that, the trust between them will increase more and more, with someone saying that he did a good job, but the protagonist says that he will spend another 30 minutes fanning the kid with tea, and he questions why, saying that he is doing his best to fan him, asking the protagonist to take pity on him. But the protagonist said that his shoulder suddenly hurt, and so Tae asks for a massage and says he wants to be serious. Then he tells Sejun that he is in trouble, asking him not to get sick. But then, the protagonist, he wonders if he should tease him a little more. But then he starts receiving even more notifications about the death of those locusts, noticing that there has been a new attack from them, and he levels up, and ends up receiving a mission to harvest 1,000 crops. And he finally reaches level 20, getting all excited, because gaining XP for harvesting crops and killing pests makes everything easier. He says it's not a difficult mission, and he'll do it soon. If he levels up and gains bonus stats, his mana will increase, so something will improve. But then T talks to Sejun, asking him what. He thinks that's what he's doing, but he was actually giving him a massage, telling him to sit back down immediately. And Prota even agrees, but then T says that there is something wrong with his face too. And since they are already there, he's going to massage him. However, Prota thinks that somehow this isn't very cool, and a while later something is happening, and that tree is moving. But then the mother is finishing off all those mutant trees, completely irritated, and she questions why those stupid trees from O are invading her territory, saying she's going to have to patrol more often. Agrees, and the protagonist is touched by the father rabbit, saying that he's the only one who cares about him, saying that he's moved. And while he's petting the rabbit, the father rabbit gets all giddy. But then she thinks it's time to go back, killing one of the trees, wondering what's for dinner today, since Seeing must be well fed, wondering if Sejun is going to cook something delicious again. Meanwhile, Ain, for some reason, is salivating excessively and ends up devouring a huge plate of food, washing it down with a large glass of tomato juice, explaining that eating something spicy, this greatly relieves her stress, and she mentions that she's been so out of it lately that she hasn't been able to eat properly. So, this meal was more delicious than usual, and the pro tells her that he's grateful to hear that she enjoyed it, and then offers her some dried sweet potatoes for dessert. But it turns out that he keeps receiving numerous notifications about the deaths of those grasshoppers, and he says that there must have been even more attacks happening, wondering how many there will be, since their numbers aren't even decreasing. And she points out that, even so, the number of red locusts, which was previously rising rapidly, is almost stabilized. So Ojota says that this is a relief, because he has also evolved quite a bit thanks to the red locusts, and so he hopes that he can, helping on floor 67. But then Ayan notices that the top contribution for exterminating the locusts belongs to Prota, with over 300, and second place is Kununa, with 123,000. Wow. And as she looks at that, thinks that her mana is low, so she can't be sure what's going on the 67th floor using her crystal orb, but she can guess what the situation is like, based on the contributions. And she says that the chives played a crucial role in that, and says that she doesn't use empty words. And furthermore, after the red locusts are eliminated from the AT tower, he will be able to receive rewards depending on his contribution, so they will stay stronger for a little while longer. And Prota asks about this reward, wondering if there is a reward. He says that the rabbit doesn't know that he's already eaten Blue Moon cherry tomatoes. He says he'll eat everything at once, but they're both still hungry. When he bites into it, it's extremely hot. For killing the invaders, wondering if this was also a quest, and asking what kind of reward it is. She says that she already said it's a secret, and that she can only say that the more a person contributes, the greater the reward will be. And then Prota thinks that he will have to work harder, harvesting yet another one of his crops. That is a grade C agile carrot. So he is happy with that and says that he got a grade C carrot, telling them to each take one, because that way their speed will increase, and they will be able to finish the work even faster. And all the rabbits are very happy about that. But Tae arrives and speaks with Prota, saying that he is going down, and Prota is surprised that Tae is awake, but asks why he is going down now. Jonan, if he is going to meet Elka on the new floor, and he says yes, because after taking the cargo to the 67th floor, he plans to go to the 38th with Elka, while transporting those red grasshoppers. Prota asks him to take care of himself, but asks if he harvested the crops correctly this time. He questions who Prota thinks he is, saying that he doesn't make the same mistakes twice. But then, one of the rabbits, Sinza, arrives, calling out to Prota and announcing that his house is finally finished. He arrives to see the completed house, and it's quite large. They mention that everything from the structure to the kitchen is Very good. He thinks it's exactly as he requested, and he wonders how they managed to do it so well. Then, Kang notices that the floor is warm inside, and he explains that it's heated flooring. When you're tired, you can just lie down on the floor and stay warm. Ah, my friend, that's just too good. If you understand, you understand. And then Tae lies there, completely sprawled out, saying how comfortable it is. Prota asks if he ever explained the details of the underfloor heating structure to them, but the Gray Rabbit says that towers appeared simultaneously in cities across different countries, including Korea, and each country investigated the tower that appeared within its borders. But the only thing they discovered was that the tower immediately regrets it, burning his tongue, and says that it's ruined his sense of taste, with the sweet potato falling nearby. The two rabbits are tempted, and the father notices that this is his chance to grab it. Among the traders, there's a tribe that also lives in houses with a similar style, and he's built some houses before, so it was easy. Prota then realizes that what he sees has some tower residents who also use heated floors and boilers. But then he asks the protagonist what the thing in front of him is, and the protagonist, equally curious, goes over and opens it to see what's inside. When they open it, they find a scythe rabbit along with another bunny rabbit. The scythe rabbit says sadly that they should have knocked. They run away, covering Kwang's eyes, so he doesn't see too much, because the scythe rabbit was in a more intimate moment. As he runs away with Tae and Kwang, Kwang asks why he is covering his eyes, and as he runs away from there, he is sad because it is his house, but he wasn't the first to break it in. Isong asks him why he is sad. Meanwhile, Kwang's mother arrives, and he tells her that she is late. Kwang is overjoyed to see his mother, but the protagonist asks if she isn't too busy with her patrols that day, and she says that strange things are happening out there. And then she shows him that monster tree was attacking in front of him, and she mentions she thought it might be useful. So, she brought it over, and he thanks her. But this tree appears to be quite old. And just then, Komal, seeing that he seems to be heading back to the forest, he asks her to take him along, and she replies that his journey will not be lonely, so she takes him. And the protagonist asks them both to take care of themselves and wonders what they should do with that old tree, wondering if they should make furniture for the house. And the Gray Rabbit notices that the quality of that wood is very good, saying that, first, they will have to cut down the tree, pulling out his axe, and then the protagonist says that he will be organizing things around there, telling him to make a bed for him as well. But then the rabbit notices that there is something, but all the pups grab a piece for themselves and toss it in their mouths, only to suffer from the intense heat and spit it back out again, so nobody manages to eat any, shining inside it, and the monster grabs him with its vine, squeezing the rabbit too tightly. Then it comes back to life, standing up again in front of the protagonist and threatening the Gray Rabbit. So, the Prota prepares to pull out his dagger while Kwang charges once again, growing in size, attacking the tree, throwing himself at it and swiping with his paw, freeing the rabbit and saving it. Then, the tree throws its roots, catching Kwang again and trapping him. But Kwang is too strong. He grabs it with his mouth and bites into it, tearing it apart and engaging in a fierce battle, screaming and threatening the tree. And the protagonist questions what he should do and what he can do. Then, he speaks to it, asking what a corrupted tree is doing there, and it says that it doesn't know, because the tree woke up out of nowhere. He asks what he can do to kill it. So, she starts reading in the book about the corrupted tree, and simply tells him to eliminate the tree's carnivorous fruit. But the protagonist doesn't quite understand, while Kwang is being held by that thing, and he tells Kwang to quickly shrink down. Kwang actually does so, getting rid of roots of that thing. So, the protagonist stuck his dagger into its mouth, and somehow, he manages to hit right in the middle of that carnivorous fruit, killing the tree as it says that everything is in that place. And when it falls, the protagonist is left wondering what it meant by everything is in that place, and he gets 50 XP for killing that big, corrupted tree. But then, he looks back as Queen calls him. Then, several other trees appear there, and he is surprised that invaders are arriving. Small, corrupted ents are invading their home, and the protagonist sees that sea of little trees coming towards him, and is scared, saying that there are intruders there. They look like that tree from before. So, Queen is already growing up behind. That's when the father is shocked by what happened, while the protagonist sees his sweet potato almost go to waste, and it's said that on that day, he ate something incredibly hot, and regretted it. Him, ready to take that thing down, and the protagonist sends for the Black Rabbit and everyone else who can help, and so, the Builder Rabbits run there to call. Someone is there to help Koang, who attacks everyone, jumping on those things and ready to destroy several of them, falling to the ground and throwing sticks in the air. He starts to beat them up, everyone around there, while Prota tries to help with his dagger. He starts by killing some, and manages to succeed, and questions where those things come from. Imagine that. The black rabbit comes, running to help, along with the scythe rabbit. They say they need to stop them there, so they won't reach the fields. And the black rabbit charges forward, saying that he is the warrior and that it's time to properly show off his skills, passing through and killing several of those trees in a single advance. And Prota thinks the black rabbit is amazing. He gets all pumped up, getting ready for the fight, but a tree almost hits him. However, it is cut down by the scythe rabbit, who also arrives to help, chopping it to pieces. So, he tells the black rabbit, "Don't get distracted, as it's dangerous." And so all the other rabbits climb up those trees and order them to leave their home, along with the bees that are coming to help, and everyone is fighting a war against those things. And Prota tells them to hold on a little longer, because they're almost succeeding. But at that moment, the black eye says that there is something behind Prota, and a huge tree appears nearby, stepping close to him, and the parents apparently came along with their offspring to threaten Prota's home. So that thing starts to scream. They are the great corrupted Ents, and Prota, seeing that, realizes that there won't be much he can do, and runs away with all the rabbits. But, completely. And sometime later, he speaks to all the rabbits, telling them that from that moment on, they will begin planting the sweet potato sprouts. Then the rabbits are surprised. Then Quang comes back to fight that thing, taking on the fight and holding it back, and he tells it not to mess with his father. And Prota said that they can't fight it alone. And the mother, Quang, went to the crossing area with Tae, which is too far for King Minotaur to cross the wasteland in time. He wonders what he should do, when suddenly, appears near him, almost crushing him. But King Minotaur himself appears there, cutting it down with his axe, and Prota is surprised that King Minotaur is there, arriving and asking Park Sejun if he is alright, saying that they came to help. All the other Minotaurs arrive there as well, and Prota is happy that Boy 4 and Boy Tar are there. They all generally start to get up, and Quang's mother also returns, asking how they dare invade her territory and disturb Sejiao's fields, saying that she won't leave them unpunished, and cursing all those things. And so, the Minotaur King says that the Red One seems very angry, but Prota asks how he knew that he needed help. Ain tells Prota that he warned them and confirmed that things were going his way. Far away, she spoke with the Minotaur King, Red, and convinced them to come there. She told him that he could trust her, so Prota is happy with him for his help. So, he asks everyone to protect their fields, because as soon as it's all over, he will cook extremely delicious things for them. And, with the promise of food, everyone becomes even more motivated, and they all go after those things, and the Prota tells them to go ahead for the food, putting an end to all of it. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, in the dense lizard forest, much of the forest is destroyed, but several red grasshoppers are lying on the ground. Elka arrives there with Tae, and he asks Elka if he didn't say it was a sick forest, and he says that, wherever the red locusts pass, and they're all looking at him, none of the pups really understand, and the protagonist explains that's right, it's the thing they just ate, that's why they're forbidden from eating the sprouts. And it becomes desolate like this, and not a single blade of grass is left. Then everyone notices that they are terrifying, but Tae asks what they're doing now, questioning if they weren't only supposed to. They are tasked with carrying the red locusts. However, Elka mentions that the lizard folk also requested their help in cleaning up the ruined land. Since they are still battling the red locusts, they are unable to fulfill that request at the moment. But Tae asks if he's getting paid for this, but Elga says no, claiming it's not even that difficult. Then, Teo gets angry, asking if he is stupid or something. Elk doesn't understand anything at all, and he asks where Tae is going, and he storms off, stamping his foot, saying that things can't be done this way, asking Elk to follow him, saying that he's going to earn money for, and so. Along with the lizards, Tae arrives there and speaks to them, intimidating them, and Tae tells them to get out of the way, because he is there to find their leader. But the lizard says that not just anyone can enter, but Tae retorts that he is not just anyone, demanding that they summon Iona or someone like that. But then the lizard says that Iona is busy, and that not just anyone can meet her. But he says that it's not like they are strangers, stating that he is Iona, who has an important relationship with her, and everyone there gets scared hearing that, not even understanding what Tae said. And Elle wonders what the hell that brat cat is planning. And since I don't know Elle, I ask Tae what he's talking about, and Tae asks why he is so scared. Today he is Sejum's subordinate, and Iona greeted Sejumon. Therefore, Iona is Sejum's subordinate, and they are both Sejau's subordinates. That's why they have a very important relationship. Important. And Tae, after making this crazy connection in his head, says that the truth is that they have a close relationship. And Elka is scared to death while everyone gossips around them, and with that, she leaves. All the little bunnies dislike this news immensely. Then he explains that sweet potato sprouts are the baby rabbit's favorite food, but he tells them all that it's no use to them. From inside to be able to find Tae, telling him to stop saying things that could be easily misunderstood by others. But Elle doesn't understand anything, and she takes him inside, and everyone watches them. Kat Ia says that they were in the middle of an important meeting to prepare for the next attack of the Red Locusts. Then, she asks what brings him there. Because if it's to take the money from the Laminadura green onion sales, this is not the time. But he says that wasn't the reason, it was because of the wolves, explaining that the wolves are cleaning the ruined lands, even though the contract stated that they were only to clean up the locust bodies. This is very hard work, so it's an unfair contract. And Yona says she has no idea why he was on the battlefield asking Taurus if this was true. He says that they, the lizardmen, are always in battles and only had young and old lizards, willing to clean up the recovered territory. So, they asked for help, but T says that won't work, ordering them to give them adequate compensation for the extra work. But then the lizard asks how much it will cost, but then questions how dare he give orders to his subordinates without his knowledge. Then, he will charge the tower 1 coin for each wolf, and he must give him 100 tower coins. And then Toro starts to get angry, saying that this merchant cat is very corrupt. But then Yona yells at him, telling Toro that this cat is a subordinate of the great black dragon, and she orders him not to forget that it was because of his grace that they were able to recover the lands on the 67th floor and that they obtained the green onions from there. Then Tae agrees, saying that without this incredible orange cat, a subordinate of the great black dragon, this place would be in trouble, so he must pay the price. They complain, wanting him not to plant it. He says that if things continue like this, there will be nothing left since they eat all day long. He tells them they will eat super delicious sweet potatoes, but then one of those lizards asks Toro to calm down, and he starts to get angry, but ends up saying that he understands, saying that they must pay the price, handing over what Tae asks for. So, with this, along with Iona and Tae, who looks very happy holding that bag of money, he says he got it and told Noel to pick it up, and that he's doing well. They're already subordinates and are already earning enough money by selling a portion of the red locusts. And with that, he says he's proud of him, because treating a crucial subordinate of the Black Dragon recklessly is the same as treating the Black Dragon recklessly. But then he tells him to be confident, take his money, and not to let anyone take advantage of him. Then Elka agrees. But Tae also speaks with Iona, thanking her for everything, since everything went well because she helped them. But she tells him not to say that, because she had no idea what was happening, while commanding the front line, so she feels bad. And so, Tae tells Elka and the 99th to go on ahead, as he himself will go to the 38th district. Then, Iona is surprised, because the lizard folk tribe is famous for never giving up on what belongs to them. And so, rumors will spread far and wide about Tae, a merchant cat who used the Black Dragon's grace as an excuse to demand compensation. Fast. And that won't be good for Tae, but that's not the point. What matters is who is behind him, the Great Black Dragon, and all sorts of authorities are governed under that name. And what can overcome that? Right now, the tower is corrupted, and the Food Guild is an authority that can control that tower, and they can't allow unreasonable scoundrels like Grid to monopolize it. Many authorities in the tower will keep a close eye on that merchant cat, but then Tae talks to Iona, telling her that they are going back now, and that they will come back to visit her next time, and she, delicious for dinner. But if they help him with the sprouts, he will give them all special snacks, asking what the bunnies think about it. And he says that he has decided to expand the area of the wonders if he really will. So Tae asks her to take care of herself, while she also says goodbye to him in an adorable way, and she stays there thinking that there's no truth to the rumors, and the story will be exaggerated, and Toe will become a great merchant, while he happily skips away. But then, Proto receives some notifications that he has leveled up, reaching level 22, and acquiring a bonus stat. Then he mentions he was taking a break, and didn't realize he had reached level 22. Meanwhile, several of those minotaurs continue to smash those dwarves, and he, looking at the scene, is surprised, because there is a mountain behind him, and he comments that they still have a lot to clean up, and it looks like they rolled down the mountain. And the surprise attack of the corrupted ones, with the help of Quang, Mom, and the Minotaurs, ended the fight very quickly, and he managed to level up due to Quang's consideration. He then mentions that he defeated some tree idiots for their father, telling them to kill them and get stronger, and so he thanks Quang for having thought of it. They were now planning to build fences, getting rid of the Endes' corpses, and so they really start fighting. And the protagonist thinks about those corrupted Ents, recalling them saying that these are the monsters that live in the sinister western forest. Then Mom Quang says that, yes, she says that they have never set foot on her territory, but recently, they have been infiltrating the lands, and she didn't expect them to come this far. And the protagonist asks if everything is all right. Well, it seems like she really likes it here. And Leela says she's sorry because she should have done a better job with the patrols. However, the protagonist says that she doesn't need to apologize, saying that she must be overwhelmed taking care of everything by herself. And he says that the poisonous bees are reproducing, so he will ask the second and third queen bees to help. Sweet potato plantation. And he talks to the bunnies, trying to bribe them with special snacks. They actually fall for this trick, and he calls everyone to work, finding them, to help. And so she thanks him, but the protagonist asks why the corrupted Ents are going there. He also says that what they said before dying is worrying him, because everything, he is in that place, and he questions what it means. Aang explains that the corrupted entities are like viruses, prompting the protagonist to question this further. Aang responds that no matter how many he kills, they somehow continue to multiply and reappear. They are irritating beings that will try to corrupt any powerful tree they find, at any cost. And that is why all the large trees on the 99th floor have been contaminated by the corrupted entities. Aang says, if there are no targets for them to contaminate, they sleep. But the question is, why? Are they awake and active now? Aang asks if the protagonist has any guesses. The protagonist replies that he doesn't know, because there are so many cherry tomatoes and corn plants around that he doesn't know what to think about it. But then, his stomach starts growling, and he realizes that they still haven't eaten since the fight. Koang starts complaining about being hungry, and the protagonist invites them to eat first, making fried fish for everyone, along with a big pot of soup. And with that, he serves the Minotaurs outside together with Koang, and they all get ready to eat there, setting up bonfires. Huge bonfires, roasting fish, and preparing various banquet dishes, and everyone starts eating peacefully, sitting outside, and Prota has fun with everyone in his kingdom. And the Minotaur King, he also really likes that tomato juice, and so, even Aang receives her portion. Meanwhile, Mom realizes that it's finally over, and Prota goes to her, alerting her that there's a little more to eat. And Elka arrives with several grasshoppers there. She, looking at that, is surprised, throwing several grasshoppers inside, until someone calls Prota, and the rabbits are around Mom. And, very cute, and the bunnies actually go and plant those sprouts. And he talks to his wife, asking if she can leave an onion to grow, saying that he might be able to get some seeds from the Een. Prota asks what happened and if something is wrong, and she simply says that she thinks the babies are coming, and he gets desperate, saying that there isn't time for them to go to the hospital. Cave, telling her that they will take her home, and asking her to bring something comfortable. He says that the babies must be trying to get out, but that everyone needs to calm down. And so, after a while, Prota leaves from there, and with so many aunts and uncles around, the third generation of baby rabbits was finally born. And after a very difficult labor, 3 new little bunnies join the family. And on the 52nd floor, on Red Flame Mountain, Java is once again with the guild leader, who speaks to him, surprised to see a human from outside the tower there, who thought he would die from his flame curse. He says he's had great vacations these last few years because of it, and it looks like he's enjoying his life in the tower, even with asking how much he has been eating, saying that he thinks he can even smell barbecue from there. But then he gets angry, saying that if he is going to regret coming back, he will attack the leader. But that attack that lifts the entire ground doesn't have much of an effect. The Phoenix leader says that these little tricks won't work anymore, stating that it's all thanks to the potato, the sweet solar pumpkin that he has with him, and he takes a bite, summoning all of that fire aura and becoming immune to it. And Java asks him how he can do this. Then the leader goes after him, attacking with everything, but he crashes head-on into a wall of fire. However, he passes through it without being hit, crossing the fire and attacking the boar directly. Then the boar starts to laugh, saying that he's turned into fried food, but the leader passes through that wall of fire, going straight to him, saying that he had already said that it doesn't work anymore. And the boar is surprised as he advances, but he was 990 meters high and made of an incredibly resistant material, so much so that even nuclear bombs couldn't penetrate those towers. Then, one day, people started emerging from the tower through the blooming onion, and he says that the more he plants, the greater the chance of them becoming items. And so, they really start digging the hole and planting little by little. Manages to hold the leader with both hands, saying that he's going to crush him so he won't be able to do anything. But then the leader says that it seems he's already forgotten, since it's been quite a while since their fight. Then, he begins to invoke his latent power, causing everything around him to change, and several stars rotate above him, and he declares that he is a mage, and the boar is powerless to do anything, while being hit by all of those mana attacks from the guild leader. Finally, he falls to the ground, and the master thinks that he has finally managed to defeat the boss of the 52nd floor. The destruction caused by the flaming boar gem begins to disappear, and the land destroyed by the boar begins to be restored. He is surprised that everything there is changing. Furthermore, the curse of flames is fading from his body, realizing that that floor was also cursed, and he says that all of this was only possible thanks to the solar pumpkin potato, and how he is going to repay that debt. But then, Yu appears there, seeing that the grass is growing out of nowhere, making it uncomfortable to walk, until he runs into the guild doctor, and he is surprised to see the merchant cat wandering, and Tay sees it in his hand while he's talking to Grandpa, asking where he got that thing. Seeing it, the man explains to Tay that he is Don Chick's master, and Tay realizes that he bought the solar pumpkin potatoes for the master and thinks, "That's one cool disciple." The master thinks that's right, is very proud of him, and asks if he said that. It was Tay, saying that he was able to get rid of the curse thanks to him, thanking him as well. He says that Tay saved him, that he owes him a lot, and he will never forget that kindness. And Tay simply says that he can pay him now. So, the master is surprised that he wants to be paid now, and Tay tells him to make a contract with him. But then the master thinks about the contract, saying that in the tower, placing and fertilizing smoothly. They are working well while the father waters right behind them, and one of the chicks gets hungry for that Bronto and actually gobbles it up. But the Esser of contracts, they are an important restrictive magic, and he doesn't want to be restricted by the hotel. But Tay says that he said he would pay his debt to him, ordering him to become his subordinate. But the master says he doesn't want to, and Tay continues to beg. So, the master suggests a compromise, saying that they will be friends, and if anything happens, that Grandpa will grant his wishes, requests as a friend. So, Tay asks if he will really fulfill any request, and he says he will do anything Tay wants, since they are friends. So, Tay immediately starts to take advantage right there, talking to that competent old friend, asking him to follow him to the 38th floor. Meanwhile, the protagonist is cooking on his floor, commenting that the smell of that soup is incredible, saying that he thinks it's been boiling for almost 12 hours and should be ready soon, and the little white bunny next to him agrees. And the protagonist says that what he is cooking now is the red grasshoppers, asking that other rabbit to season them with salt, and apparently, the rest of those grasshoppers are right there beside them, and he says that he noticed that the rabbit himself, monsters like to eat them. So, out of curiosity about the taste, he tried cooking one. Visually, it wasn't appetizing at all, but getting plenty of protein is important. Then he finishes up. He cooked a red grasshopper and gets an achievement for cooking the creature, and his cooking skill increases to level 3. He remarks that it is what it looks like, implying no one in the tower has cooked it before. Elizond. He removed the skin, cut the meat, and cooked it, wondering what it would taste like. When he eats it, he is surprised that he can't even bite into the thing. When he finally manages to bite through, he hits his head against the wall with the force he used. Then, the black rabbit appears, asking what happened, and the protagonist, dying of pain on the floor, says that it's too hard and Luffy's rabbit goes over to scold his son, arguing with him for doing that. And Froda continues to harvest his tomatoes along with him. While he is harvesting those, dry. But in the process, he acquires red locust meat, and a small amount of poison remains in the meat, so he is poisoned with a degree of neurotoxin. But he is also detoxified, and Prop is surprised that there was poison in them, saying that if it weren't for the detoxifying green onions, he could have died. But then he says it's a shame he can't. You can eat that delicious food, wondering how weak his teeth are. And Prop says, Komang, mentioning that he can even devour green onions from the rolling mill, adding that he shouldn't say something like that. And the most anticipated recipe, which was finally ready after several failures, is the one he is giving to Mother Rabbit, along with the little bunnies. And he says that eating something soft is good when your body is recovering, telling her to let it cool down and eat it leisurely in her room. And she thanks him as he delivers that soup, and the red grasshopper soup and the completion of cooking combat food for the first time is accomplished. And that soup grants an increased strength of 5.1 after being consumed. And an additional 0.1 strength is added due to the cooking effect of the, and due to the combat food's effect, it will keep him feeling full for 3 hours. So, he thinks the title combat food is pretty ordinary, but when he eats it, he's surprised. Getting up immediately, he asks what's going on, and the protagonist says that the red grasshoppers taste like chicken. So, he asks what chicken is, and the protagonist simply says that it's something he likes. So, he figures that if Daddy likes it, he'll like it too, and he gets excited about being able to eat it. And so, 235 days after getting lost, he finally discovered a meat in the tower that resembles chicken. I don't know about you, but whenever a friend comes along saying, "Oh, I ate some really exotic meat, alligator, opossum, snake, whatever," they always, tomatoes, his level 2 harvesting proficiency increases slightly, and he gains class experience points. Furthermore, he gains 10 experience points and levels up, earning a plus. Say it tastes like chicken. I've never believed that. Never believed it. I'm completely against those exotic meats. If it tastes like chicken, just eat chicken. I don't know. If it's available, eat chicken, right? I don't know. A little meat would be good. Man, something simple. But definitely no eating those animals that we're not supposed to be eating. Eliza says that after the protagonist drinks another bowl of that combat soup, he says he's sweating like crazy and his strength has increased by 5.1. This skill will remain active for 3 hours, and he mentions that this is the first time he's tasted something with chicken flavor in 8 months since he entered the tower. And he ended up eating way too much, and Kwa says he also really liked it a lot, but the protagonist wonders why it seems like he's forgetting something important. Then she speaks to him, asking if she is, asking if he finally remembered her, and he is surprised that he remembers her. Then she asks if he devoured it all without her, and he asks how long she has been watching him. She says that from the beginning he warned that the Zen were coming and even gave him rewards for the contributions he accumulated for exterminating the red locusts, and he does that with her. And the protagonist thinks, who is very worn out, telling Ain that he is knowledgeable, and in fact, he was going to make a special soup just for her. And with that, she is completely moved, wondering about the special soup just for she. He says yes, saying that this was just a test. He saw that the red locusts contained a bit of poison, so he was testing things to detoxify them and improve the flavor. And he was always thinking about her. My friend, the guy is really cunning, a total stud. So, she starts wondering if he has always been thinking about her. He asks her to wait, as he is going to make it quickly for her. Then, she drops the crystal ball, completely love-struck, saying that everything is fine, and she will wait while he cooks. But the system sends him a message in bonus attribute, and it is mentioned that his class points have reached the maximum, and he rose from a level F tower farmer to a level E tower farmer, and his class level increased, and his class a slightly scary way, saying that the tower manager said she will be waiting for him while he observes very carefully, and the protagonist gets all worried, thinking he's screwed if he doesn't. He's getting good at it, and so, he prepares the soup with all the care in the world and ends up thinking it's good. Finally finishing this, he completes the achievement of cooking his first combat soup. The Capoto Vermelho cherry tomato dish is completed, and his cooking proficiency increases significantly to level 3, and the recipe is recorded at cooking level 2. And he mentions that he put the tomato, cherry instead of potatoes, since Ain likes it so much, and asks if she waited too long to have a bowl, but she asks for everything he made, because she wants all the soup in the pot, and he ends up agreeing, saying that he will send everything, sending her a copasso, big glass. She thinks the smell is really good, getting ready to taste it, and so, she puts it in her mouth. She drinks the entire glass and she starts laughing, all happy, wagging her tail, thinking that it is delicious, and the most delicious thing that she has ever eaten. And her strength is increased by 7.1 for 30 minutes, and the anxiety lingers for 3 hours, and she's shocked that he added the tomato she likes instead of potatoes. Besides that, he cooked it longer, making the meat more tender, and he cooked it thoughtfully, sharing his tenderness only with her. How could it not be delicious? And she thinks that her little heart doesn't want to calm down, questioning what she should do, thinking it's because of the mana increase, trying to get rid of it. But then Prota keeps calling Ian and asks if she's listening, asking how the soup is, wondering if she's feeling better now, and she says that she said she liked it and the taste was great, and Prota is relieved, saying he's sorry because he really didn't forget about her earlier, and it's been a while since he's had something with that. Skills were strengthened, and the protagonist realizes that he has reached level 8, and his class has improved, and he says that at this rate, he can just keep planting, and mentions he's going to make some snacks, flavor since entering the tower, and asks her not to be angry, telling her to also have some dried sweet potatoes, telling her to eat them as a snack. Then the manager apologizes he justifies his actions, saying that she did it because she felt he was neglecting her, but he says he would never do that to her, and that it wasn't like that in the beginning. The fact that he was able to enjoy his time in the tower the whole time was because of her. He is very grateful to her, who becomes more and more invested, and her heart beats even faster. So, she sends him a mission. The protagonist is surprised that he can gain a new talent, thinking that this reward is great. Then, he says that a normal hunter would have to work very hard to achieve this, asking if she can give him something like this. And she says that she used some of her contribution to the eradication that she mentioned before, as well as a bit of her power. It is a reward that he rightfully deserves, and that he will definitely like. So, he sends the sweet potato and completes the mission. And the talent is land ownership, an acquired talent that only a farmer with a vast plantation can own, and he can designate up to 30 tenants who can utilize their labor skills. And if a tenant uses the landowner's skill, the landowner will receive 1% of the rewards. The larger the farm, the more the talent improves. The protagonist is surprised that this talent is so unique, as it is a talent that only a farmer can possess, designate tenants with 1% of the rewards. So, he calls Quang over, and Quang questions why his father is calling him, and whether he is listing him as a level 1 tenant. He finds it amazing that Quang was actually assigned. Then, he notices something on top of Quang's head. The protagonist speaks with Quang, asking him to, now sticking some tomatoes on a little stick. And with that, the ADM continues to spy on what he's going to do that day. And the protagonist is surprised by that notification. And as soon as he looks at, bring some cherry tomatoes, Quang asks how many he should bring, and the protagonist tells him to bring about 6. Quang flies off, almost throwing the protagonist backward, and the protagonist remarks that he is too fast. And so, he receives 1% of the harvest that he makes, and the protagonist notes that even if he doesn't directly use his skills, he can gain 1% XP through the tenants. And in that case, when he can't harvest all the crops, because there's too much for him to harvest, even if it's a small amount, he can earn XP and other things with the partial rewards. He says he had difficulty because the field has expanded so much, but if he can gain XP, even a little bit, that's great. And it says there that the larger the plantation field, the more his talent increases. So, he tells everyone that they are going to work and thinks that he needs to increase the field size. But then, the black rabbit says that he is very full, asking if they can't rest a little, as he is too sleepy and lazy. And so, he simply assigns the black rabbit as a tenant in space 2. He says they have to stay awake. And he says that if you eat soon, after lying down, you'll end up turning into a cow. And so he says that they are going there now to enjoy the cultivation, calling everyone to his field. But in the meantime, the Zend begin to advance more and more, closer to Prota, appearing again. And with the return of those entities, attacking Prota's plantation, Quang raises a piece of wood while Prota sets fire to it. So, he asks the Quang to carry and throw it at all of them. That tree on fire sets fire to all the creatures that are coming, and Prota finishes killing them along with Quang. As for the rest that are coming, he says that the fire is very effective against the small ones, and they catch fire quickly, so they can just get rid of the others by taking them away. But he says that the bigger ones are a huge problem. The notification disappears, and he notices that the ADM is there, spying, and he doesn't like it at all. But then he calls the bunnies, because it's time to eat, and everyone gathers around him, and he says, problem, while they still keep coming. As they advance, the black rabbit attacks them, finishing off most of them with brute force alone, chopping each one to pieces, until her mother arrives and completely obliterates it, and together, they deal with the larger ones without much trouble. Seeing this, you'd think it's terrifying, because only the black rabbit and Quang's mother are enough to handle them. But then, a small one gets close, and he manages to finish it off quickly with that dagger. So, he realizes the corrupted seeds are appearing again. Luckily, thanks to Quang's mother's quick response, they prevented further destruction of the fields. And after the last invasion, he asked Quang's mother to move to a nearby place, an underground cave, and it seems like it was a good idea. He mentions that his relationship with the Minotaur has improved, and the areas that need patrolling have significantly decreased, and he thinks it would be a good idea to prepare a place nearby to focus on guarding the western forest, and he tells her that she can eat a ton of grasshoppers. Red too, asking for her opinion, and she immediately agrees, telling Quang to pack their belongings. He gets all excited until he realizes that this was very effective. Then Mother Quang tells Sejum that she got rid of everyone, and that they were no big deal. He thanks everyone involved, thinking about the mess in front of his house, and asks when they will clean it all up. But then the Minotaurs arrive, saying they are there to help, but they are surprised that the trees are back again. Prota asks them to help clean up those things and says that, because of all of this, the entire new expansion of the camp is ruined and they can't even work. So that they're going to love these, as they are special skewers of cherry tomatoes roasted with bones. And it is said that those cherry tomatoes were roasted on piranha bones that had already been washed thoroughly. Says he doesn't have time to use the landowner skill, but then he notices something. One of those things is moving. Then she says it's over there, but Prota stomps his foot, leaving. Annoyed by this, he wonders where the hell these trees are trying to corrupt. Meanwhile, on the 52nd floor, Tae is walking with the guild doctor and asks where they are headed. He says that this street leads to a dead end. Then Tae asks if he isn't from outside the tower, mentioning he overheard Dadam Chike saying the 38th floor waypoint was registered, and questions how he ended up there, how he ended up in that place. And he remarks, "What a beautiful place, huh?" Looking quite surprised. In the background, he's discussing the fleet's dimensional fragment, saying it has bad energy, so he can't use it recklessly. He points out that it's not even from the Dark Tower, implying that it's illegal, and says he'll have to report it to the Passage Management Department, ticket management. But then the master says it's no wonder the Lindens he had frequently disappeared, as they were being discovered by the local residents. After all, he says it's a good thing he hid this, so no one could see it. Then he takes it out, revealing one of those monsters, and it's a beautiful green linden. And Tae says it's the first time he's seen a linden, and they look like a snake. And the master says that they have a short lifespan, and if he doesn't use it now, it will die, calling Tae to come over. But Tae asks if he should wait for him to use something illegal, saying that he doesn't want to. But then, the master says he will give him 2 tears, asking him what he thinks. He asks if he thinks he would be tempted with so little, and so he shed a tear. But Tae ends up going after him and jumping into the tree. The master sees that everything went well and follows him. Tae ends up using it, even unintentionally. He goes to the 38th floor, to the camp of the. This makes the tomatoes sweeter and softer, and each of them gets a skewer to eat. And the protagonist says it's easy to carry around while eating, and tells them to remember. Phoenix Guild. While everyone is calm there, Don Cheek notices that his master has arrived, and Tae came along. He asks when they met, also questioning him about the curse of the flames, asking if he defeated the wild javelier, and he replies that Don Cheek has a lot of questions. He says he defeated it easily thanks to the sweet solar pumpkin, that he found Tae on the 52nd floor, and they became friends and came all the way here. Then he notices that Tae's face doesn't look good at all. Tae keeps telling him to never throw him into a plant again. But then, Don Cheek asks how many lindings he used, saying that it's a very rare item, even in his country. So he tells Don Cheek to calm down, because besides the wild javelier, there was one more thing he needs to see, and he tells Tae he would like to ask Jantan something, and asks if Jantan could answer him. Then Tae asks what it is. Then he says that he checked approximately from the 4th to the 52nd floor using several lind, and he asked the other locals if other hunters came before him, but they said that no other humans from outside the tower went to their floor except for him. So, that brings him to his point. Ask where Sejum Park is now. The hotel manager finds himself cornered, thinking he's in a lot of trouble because he was caught red-handed. Meanwhile, Sejum is taking advantage of the level 4 harvest effect, harvesting a higher grade crop, and his work proficiency increases significantly, earning him 290 XP for collecting that. Tomatoes, specifically grade B cherry tomatoes. He harvested something a grade higher than what he should have, thanks to his skill. If this continues, the day will soon come when he will be able to harvest all the magic cherry tomatoes above grade C. Just then, a rabbit approaches him, announcing that the last shipment of food is arriving. He replies that he's heading there as well, but when he looks, completely captivating. And if you want a continuation of this, because it only gets better, don't forget to comment down below so I know to tell YouTube that you want more. Hyping. Wall. And everyone was surprised to see them wearing real-world clothes. They wondered how they entered the tower, and he says that, out of nowhere, a black hole appeared, and when he woke up, he was to stop before eating, as they are hot, and he says that they've already planted quite a few sweet potato sprouts, asking what they think about digging up more sweet potatoes. And so, he wants to see. Back, he's startled, noticing something strange. He looks at his plantations, remembering that being saying it's there, and wonders if the tree is in the cave, but then he says that there's nothing there. Then, looking down, he notices something. The fire is out. He comments that it hasn't gone out since he first lit it upon arriving at the tower. He says he had no idea the fire had gone out, and the babies are there too. He thinks he has to relight it, but he notices something under the ashes, a plant sprouting. Realizing it's a sprout beneath the ashes, the protagonist is surprised when the sprout speaks to him, saying he finally looked there. He thinks the sprout is speaking in his mind, but she says it's a pleasure to meet her master, explaining she has been waiting for this day underground, and that she is Flame, the apple seed that Master Sejun planted there. And that's her, the protagonist is. Seeing that little fairy coming from the sprout, he's surprised that she was the tree. I have no idea what kind of apple he planted. I'm just going to follow along. And the protagonist finally realizes that she was the tree they were looking for, and she confirms it, but is actually even happier that she can talk to him. So, she spins from one side to the other, another, because she hasn't been this happy since she gained consciousness. And the protagonist asks if her name is Flame, pointing out that the name has nothing to do with an apple tree, and adds that, besides her appearance, how can a plant even speak? And she explains that it's because a flaming red apple tree is directly transmitting this consciousness into his mind through magic, and he shaped this appearance so he could impress him, asking if he didn't like it. He says no, clarifying that he liked it and that she is very cute, but she's still sad. But how they are doing. And when he pulls on it, each of those sprouts yields several sweet potatoes. So, it's a sweet potato grown inside the tower, and when consumed, it will consume 10 grams of. Says that she is extremely cute, but she is the flaming red apple tree, mentioning that she also brought up magic, and that she must be an incredible tree, wondering if the apple he ate, was it really that impressive that day? And she says no, stating it's not that impressive, explaining that when she was just a seed, she felt intense heat and had to take root to survive. And it kept growing, and growing downwards, endlessly, to the point that it doesn't know where it ends. But in doing so, she arrived in another corner, finally finding water there, below, and discovered ice-cold underground water and drank it to withstand the heat. And in that darkness, she had been waiting for Jin, who would receive sunlight and turn into a new sprout. And so, she says that now that she has found Sejun, Flame no longer has any regrets, and he says the problem is that he forgot he had planted an apple seed there and then made a fire right on top of her, saying that he's really sorry, but she says no, stating that it's okay because he made her strong and she can do this kind of magic now, simply a ball of fire. Coming out of the stem of an apple tree, he questions whether she can control fire. She replies that it's obvious, and like she said, she's a flaming red apple tree. After all, the protagonist thinks that plants, they are normally vulnerable to fire, and controlling fire is pretty incredible. He sees that she is very cute, all curled up, and she says that, for now, she can only do this much, but she will grow as quickly as possible and help her master. As quickly as possible, and help the master. He says it's obvious and that he's proud of her, saying she's very cute, but he says she must have suffered a lot underground, so she doesn't need to push herself so hard. Try so hard out here. He asks her to just grow healthily and without worries, as she will get sick if she overdoes it, and she gets all giddy saying that everything is fine, asking him to give her more fat from your body and increase your strength by 0.1 for 10 minutes, and up to 10 effects can be stacked within a 1-hour period. And when consumed by an unawakened person, it will. Kindness. He says he will give her as much affection as she wants, and she thinks this is the best day of her life as a Sira, and she is so happy that she can be spoiled and receive affection from him. So he can hide his roots from the master for a little while longer, considering her root is gigantic, reaching into that sea of dimensions down below, where he fishes for all those fish. But she asks to be able to keep it a secret. Okay, sorry, that's it, I can't find it. What if it shows up here at home? Who knows, right? Look at the size of that root. And so, on the 39th floor, everyone from the Phoenix Guild is together. Meanwhile, the master is talking to Tae about where Sejun Park is now, and Tae starts to tremble. Dom Chick says that, now that he thinks about it, Tae had said that Sejun was on the 4th floor. Dom Chick says that Tae said that on the day he found him. So, he says he can't tell him that, but the master questions why, saying that Sejun is the center of attention in the entire world. On his home planet, Earth. He doesn't know how it works for those who live in the tower, but he is an extremely important figure to the humans outside the tower, and asks on which floor is and how he's doing, wondering if he needs help and why he won't leave the tower. As the leader of the South Korean Hunters Association, he's asking the hotel why they need to know this and questions whether they can't show a little generosity. Alan is begging the hotel, and feeling awkward, the hotel representative tells him to sign a contract stating that he will have to keep everything they exchange secret, that Han Taeon will only tell the truth to the hotel, and that he will also offer his life as collateral in the contract. Only then will he tell him. So Joe agrees to this. Dom-chik is surprised. Tae-jo asks what Dom-chik is doing, telling him that he should also sign, and so they both agree to that. Tae and Han Taeon consume the 10 grams of fat and activate their digestion. Then he notices that he got 15 of them, with 5 coming from each root. He thinks it was a very good yield for their first harvest, and John verbalizes the contract, swearing on his honor as a hunter that he will only tell Tae the truth and will keep everything he hears a secret, and the same goes for Dom-chik. Then he asks where he is. Sejum now? And Tae says that, honestly, Sejum isn't on the 4th floor. Dom-chik is surprised, and Tae explains that Sejum asked him to tell people that when they inquired. Then Don-chik asks where he is now. Tae responds that all he can say is that Sejum is in a place so high up that humans can't even imagine it, much less go there. So he can't leave the tower. Tae-jon is surprised along with Don-shik, and with that, they let Tae leave. Don-shik then asks the master if it's true, questioning what he means by that. Chick says he knows better than anyone that, no matter how strong a hunter is, it's difficult to go beyond a certain floor using a linden, and he's even farming there, which doesn't make sense. He presumes that Sejum Park is around the 60th floor, but he wonders if, in that case, he's being held hostage by the monsters there. But in fact, Tae-jon, that doesn't make sense, but he assumes that Sejumon Park is around the 60th floor, but he questions if, in that case, he is being taken hostage by the monsters there. But actually, Tae-hon thinks this could all be true, but Don-chik doesn't believe it. Then, he discusses the description of the sweet solar pumpkin potato, which states that it absorbed the sun's rays from the highest point, higher up in the tower, asking if he didn't see it as well. Don-chik admits he saw it, but still didn't believe it. Tae-jon points out that since it's the highest point of the tower, he questions where else he thinks it could be. It must be, and Don-chik is taken aback. Then, the master confirms that's correct. They don't know the reason, but he believes Sejumon Park is currently on the 99th floor. As they're conversing, the protagonist wonders if someone is talking about him, as if he can sense it. Meanwhile, in the hotel's hometown, in Grana village, at the residence of Israel, the village's wealthiest family, one of the cats, he notices that there is a sweet potato sprout nearby and thinks it would be a waste not to plant it, so he puts it in the ground. Then the system sent him a notification because he planted the. He mentions hearing that the war against the red locusts is lasting longer than anticipated, but the other 2 cats are indifferent. He adds that they're predicting food shortages, similar to a great famine from decades ago. And that's why the price of food being imported into Villa Grana has almost doubled or tripled lately, which is proving to be a real headache. That's Oren, Israel's father, and he says that, with so little information, there's no way to know what's happening in the tower or anything else. But then he starts to get irritated, asking if Oren isn't even listening. Then the 2 of them stop, and Oren says that his heart almost jumped out of his chest, saying that, of course, he's listening, and asking why the war matters, since they have plenty of money. And that cat says that it startled him, and the 2 start cuddling again. Then Or asks if he's going to continue acting like a fool at his age, saying that if he doesn't go immediately to the commercial district to buy food, he will disown Oren, shouting this so that everyone outside can hear. Oren is actually thrown outside. He goes to the shopping center and gets angry with, that old man is asking if he thinks he's incapable of even doing that, saying it's Oren, wondering what's so difficult about buying that damn food, and stating that he needs a scout, so they should follow him. Meanwhile, that same swindler goblin from the beginning, who tricked Tae, is approaching his next victim. And that's how you can't get 75 at the food market. Oren walks around trying to negotiate prices. He goes everywhere and sees that things are very expensive, and he questions what is happening there, asking why the food is so expensive. And then one of the cats speaks to him, explaining that, due to the ongoing war, some merchants on several large floors have begun buying large quantities of food and hoarding it instead of putting it up for sale. Sweet potato sprout, and the effects of seeding level 1 increase the likelihood of the sweet potato sprouts growing, and the proficiency of seeding level 1 increases slightly. He is surprised, and that must be why the price of food has increased, and Oren says, those damned wandering merchants, the idiots, too much. He then states that, instead of continuing down this path, he needs to take control of the situation and go directly to the farms to purchase food at a lower price, rather than relying on those vendors. Wondering why he hadn't thought of this sooner, he addresses everyone, announcing that they are going to the Merchants Association. He declares that he will become a wandering merchant and suggests that they too should become wandering merchants, offering to sponsor them all. He believes they will multiply the money 2 or 3 times over, stockpile food like a mountain, and leave his father speechless. He then considers the 1,000 coins he possesses from the tower, confidently stating that he will multiply them tenfold and achieve all of this using his skills as a wandering merchant. He proclaims that when the Great Famine arrives, they will dramatically appear with a datum, and the legends of Grana Village and his subordinates will shine, asking for their opinions. Just imagine those guys. He arrives, introducing himself as a wandering merchant and suggesting they might want to become one as well. Oren agrees, but asks what the catch is. The merchant replies that he has something good, asking if Oren wants to multiply his money with it. Oren questions what it is. Scarin asks if he's heard of goods from outside the tower, explaining they are rare items that he can't find anywhere else. Meanwhile, in another corner, Tay buys spices, blankets, and the things Sej requested. He mentions needing to drop off some boxes of nails as well. He moves on to the next items on the list until he recognizes something. Looking ahead, he notices something among the goods that caught his eye, and asks how much it costs. But then Oren arrives, let this count as sowing seeds, and he finally realizes that he needs to plant them all to increase his level. So, he asks all the bunnies to stop planting and tells them to let him do it, asking if he isn't Tay, the guy who ran away from Grana Village at night. Tay is surprised to see Oren there and asks what he's doing there. Then Oren shows him a coat of arms, and Tay is surprised, became a wandering merchant as well, and he confirms it, saying that a kind goblin helped him and that a stupid cat earned a lot of money, so he wanted to try it too. But he is a middle-class merchant and must have approached him, asking how much Tay earned from the items he acquired outside the tower, and Tay is surprised, not believing that he bought things from Scar, and he says that he's an idiot, but that idiot is an even bigger jerk, asking him to give him those things, because he will take care of them for him. But Oren asks what is wrong with him, saying he heard everything, calling him an ungrateful rascal, believing everything Scarin told him about how he showed him generosity, but he lied about the Passage's management office, calling him a scammer, just to keep all the items from outside the tower that Scarin gave him. Then Tay asks what he is talking about, because he is deceiving him, but Oren says that no matter how much he covets what others have, he should know his place, adding that he remains the same as when he confessed to Mariel. Even if he was a humble beggar, Tay becomes increasingly surprised, asking if Mariel is okay, and Oren replies that he doesn't know who that woman is. But then the cat reveals that on the day he went, although Mariel dumped Oren, saying she didn't like him, then Oren claims that Mariel didn't dump him, and that he was the one who dumped her. But at that moment, Tay says that Mariel has always been fickle, telling him not to take it to heart. But Oren asks if Tay thinks he wants to be comforted by him, stating that they are going to sell items from outside the tower to King Minotaur of the 19th floor. He said that the king, that's right. Meanwhile, Dem is happily eating his tomato snacks, which he is also making by imitating Prota. He notices that they are bitter because he did it wrong, wondering what. Minotaur likes items from outside the tower, and he plans to use this as an opportunity to build a relationship and make the strongest individual in the tower his biggest supporter. Reliable, and even if he only had one supporter, it wouldn't be a problem for someone as talented as him to become a great merchant. Hans says that someone like Tay couldn't even dream of achieving that. With that, he calls his boys to go there. However, Tay just wishes them good luck, finding it too hilarious, and saying that he'll see them on the floor. Meanwhile, Prota, Ing, and his mother are fighting a hell of a battle against those dwarves. Then, he notices that they are targeting Flame, saying that they are all screwed, and with that, they all eat that combat food, gaining even more strength. Then, one of the little bees takes that pot, and while Prota thanks her, he calls everyone to go into battle and show what they are made of, attacking those entities and getting rid of a large part of them. And with that, the battle continues as they get rid of everyone. But one of those trees attacks Prota, almost hitting him. However, Tay appears, using his claw attack to cut that thing, and declares that he won't allow it. Then, he completely breaks the tree apart with just his nails, and the protagonist is surprised that Tay can do that. He asks Sejum what's going on with those guys, who explains that as soon as he came down, those idiots invaded. Furthermore, they are corrupted trees. He also discovered that there is an apple tree called Flame inside the cave. At that moment, Tae asks what he's talking about. Then, one of those things appears behind the protagonist, startling him, but Tae appears nearby, cutting them down, and the protagonist says that they will get rid of those scoundrels first, and then they can talk. Tae understands, and says that he brought something that might help. The protagonist then asks what happened, since the humans seem to have enjoyed it. He says the inside is sweet, so that's what the taste should be like, until he manages to make it, and says it's delicious. He says he'll go see what he's up to. He meant, looking back to see that Tae brought a hatchet, explaining that this thing attracted his front swords with so much force that he had to buy it, and the protagonist is happy with. Aquilo is talking to Ain, and she says she sees it, quickly grabbing that axe and analyzing it. She completes the quest, returning it to Prota, and that over there is a throwing axe that belonged to the great warrior. Prota, seeing that, is surprised that it's yet another named item, gaining another hack coming directly from the blessed paws of our dear Tae. My friend, if my orange cat did that, I would definitely make him so fat with whiskas, you have no idea. And if you want me to continue and show you what this axe does, leave a like, subscribe, and I'll bring it to you. You guys, and I'll see you next time. I'm out. Looking at Prota. But as he looks, everyone is eating sweet potatoes together with Prota. So, he thinks that this is impossible because those bastards dared to roast the sweet potato. On the first floor of the tower, which became worldwide news, all 100 towers are interconnected, and upon entering a tower, you awaken on the first floor. Therefore, you need to. Without him, the great black dragon Ain Fratani. Meanwhile, Prota is doing great with his family and parents, and an additional mission starts for him out of the blue, and the mission is to offer sweet potatoes. A sweet, strong roasted sweet potato for the tower administrator, and the reward, yet again, is nothing, but the consequence of failure is supposed death. And the protagonist doesn't like this at all, and tells the ADM to come back another time, and he'll give him one. But then the system says that the ADM insists on a strong roasted sweet potato. It's saying that he won't leave him alone if he doesn't hand one over. But the protagonist says that there is only one left, asking if he has anything as a reward. And the ADM thinks for a bit and says that he reviewed the mission, and the reward is a skill related to his class. He notes that it is another ability, saying that he can get the sweet potato by completing the mission, and the reward, when he unlocks it, is the seed store, which means that when the skill is activated, one product can be purchased from the seed store once, every 30 days. And he is surprised by this, noticing that he can buy things inside the tower, and says that this is incredible, asking how he could give him this ability only now. And so, he activates the seed store, but when the system analyzes his purchase history, it notices that he doesn't have any. He replies that, of course, he doesn't have anything like that, then asks how to buy. He wants to buy, but he has no money, so he asks if they can make an exchange. The system responds that they are happy to offer Sejun access to their services, congratulating him for becoming the seed store's first new customer. Then, they will promote the store by depositing currency into his account so he can make a purchase. He is surprised that the seed store is so generous, saying they are the best. He notes that since he received a coin, this must be the money used inside the tower, and if he's not mistaken, one coin costs about. Choose a role, wizard or warrior. Monsters begin to appear on the second floor, and each time they clear a floor, they receive a different reward. The man being interviewed states that if a 1 million wands. Then he asks what he can buy at this store. The system replies that, as a novice-level customer, 3 types of randomly selected seeds will be drawn to appear. So, he generates the 3 random seeds of the day, and at his current level, he can only afford to buy one type of seed. He can only buy in quantities of 1,000, meaning 1,000 seeds of cabbage, 1,000 red pepper seeds, and 1,000 carrot seeds. And he realizes that, as the name already indicated, they only sell seeds, and the cost is 0.1 tower coin per seed. So, it's 100,000 coins for 1,000 seeds, which is quite expensive. He realizes that red peppers and cabbage are too uncertain of a crop, since he can't compost there. So, only the carrots remain as an option. Upon hearing about carrots, the bunnies get very excited, and Prota asks what's going on. The 2 bunnies go to talk to him, and he asks if rabbits like carrots. They become incredibly happy just hearing that word, and Prota repeats it just to see them get excited again. And everyone wants him to buy carrots, and Prota keeps teasing them, wanting, may they stay excited. But his father confronts him and kicks him, telling him to buy it right away. He actually buys carrot seeds, and 10 cents was deducted from his coin account. He got a mileage point at the seed store, and the mileage points can be used to increase the level of Sejong Park, and he needs 100 points to level up. level. Then, the seeds are given to the boy. He says it seems like the bag is more expensive than the seeds themselves. So, it's mentioned that now he can only buy again in 30 days. He questions why the system was happy with this, and the ADM says it is satisfied with his purchase. And so, another day passes, and he says they are going to start planting the carrots. Person is lucky, they can obtain that ticket. Then, one of the journalists asks, "What is that ticket?" He explains that it's an item that allows awakened individuals like themselves to freely enter and exit. Now, feeling happy that he got the carrot seed right away in his first exchange with the store. But while they are preparing to plant, a bee appears nearby, curious about everything the protagonist is doing there. And after planting the carrots, the bunny couple is overjoyed, closely watching the carrots grow and barely able to contain their excitement. They are all full of love because of it. And the protagonist mentions that it has been a few days since he planted the carrots. Even though the seeds haven't sprouted yet, they've been acting like this since the day of planting, wondering if they like carrots that much. He says he's going to take a nap because he plans to pollinate the flowers and cut the onions in the afternoon. And he falls asleep with a bunny in his hand, but he notices something flying by, making a buzzing noise in his ear, like a mosquito. He starts waving his hand, trying to shoo it away, until he gets up, very irritated, asking if insects have started appearing around there. But when he stops and looks at what's in front of him, it's a very cute little bee, right next to the protagonist. And that bee looks at him. All cute and innocent, he thinks she's very adorable, wondering if there's some insect-like monster trying to lure her in. Already saying her name. But here she's a poisonous bee. And the system alerts him, scaring the protagonist half to death. He tells everyone that it's dangerous there, but the bunnies are already far away from that bee, running away from the protagonist backwards. He says that those rabbits are too shameless, leaving him to die, and asks how they could abandon him like that. Then, the system warns the DM that the poisonous bees are carnivorous beings that hunt monsters with their poisonous bites and then eat their flesh, and their stingers are very dangerous. Avoiding them is the best course of action. And the protagonist is quite shocked that, freely from the tower, but ordinary people require this ticket to enter the tower. Only awakened individuals can climb the tower, and she asks if he believes people. Those bees eat meat, asking if they even call something like that a bee, and he asks her not to get near him, trying to scare the insect away, saying that he's not tasty and is just bone, begging for her to spare him. The bee in his mind, however, is full of hatred and heads towards him, until he picks something up from the ground, placing it in front of the bee and asking it to eat. And it turns out to be a bunch of flowers that stop right in front of the bee, who becomes curious about them. Then, she gets close to the flowers, and the protagonist ends up noticing that things aren't going quite as he imagined, and the bee starts eating the pollen from that flower, becoming all happy, which is totally different from the wild beast he imagined her to be. Then he asks if the system didn't say that she was carnivorous, and the protagonist ends up thinking something about the humidity and talks to the little bee, saying that if she is hungry, she can eat the other flowers, showing her several flowers around there, and tells her to jump in and devour them. The bee is completely happy and heads over there in search of pollen. The protagonist thinks that, at this rate, he won't need to continue pollinating the cherry tomatoes. So, he talks to the rabbits, saying that after ignoring him, they still have the nerve to come back, stating that he doesn't want to know and that he will continue to be upset, telling them to stop touching him, and everyone wants to ask the protagonist for forgiveness. Then, the bee returns there, and he asks if it's finished and if it isn't full, asking the bee not to get too close, very close to him. But it turns out that the bee is all loving, stretching and laying on the boy's belly, and he wonders if she's going to sleep, thinking she's really cute, but he wonders if she won't sting him. It won't sting you. And, it seems, his family in the tower has just grown, and, after some time, he continues planting and counting the days he has been trapped there, noting that 120 days have passed since. Would consider going to such a frightening tower, filled with monsters, and inquires if he knows anything about the tower's origin. He replies that no one has discovered its origin yet, but indicates that he was lost. He continues planting and living peacefully with his family, and he talks to everyone, saying that he is busy there, asking the bunnies to go play somewhere else. And the bunnies are beating each other up in the middle of the plantation. He notices that they're having a lot of fun and thinks that, of course, they need to enjoy their youth. And the bee, she has also become part of the family. He asks if she has already sucked out all the nectar for the day, and several weeks have passed since that little bee arrived, and he tells her that it's almost just about time for lunch, and she's already being affectionate with him. He says that she works in the morning, sucks the nectar, and returns to the forest outside the cave in the afternoon, and he tells all the bunnies that it's time for lunch. He thinks maybe she isn't returning to her group anymore, and a few days ago, she started releasing honey like that, spitting it on one of those chives, which turned into a chive item with honey. And the sweet flavor of fresh, grilled green onions is intensified by the poisonous bee's honey. And the protagonist, upon eating it, noticed that it was very light and a delight, and the bunnies really seemed to like that. And the protagonist remembers that at first, he had panicked, thinking she was poisonous, but thanks to her, he was able to quickly expand the field to get the honey. He's happy with this achievement and thinks that in a few months, he'll have so much honey that the bears will be jealous. But then, the ADM says he's happy for him, for Aniel, nothing, and the protagonist finds him strange. When he turns around, the message disappears. So, he changes the subject, because, when he stops to think about it, he notices that the blue moon is coming soon, and says that that's the problem, because he hopes nothing happens this time either. So, he starts putting things away to prepare for that moment, and thinks he should have enough food. The assistant who was at her side opens a small chest, pulling out a large amount of gold and precious jewels. Everyone is surprised by the sheer quantity of items emerging from that tiny chest. And he has there, and says that Little Bee has stopped coming. She must also be preparing for the blue moon, and all the bunnies are getting ready to go home. And he realizes that the rabbits, they seem more nervous than usual. Then, he notices it's almost time, and asks everyone to come in quickly, but the bunnies aren't coming in this time, and seem to be praying, even hugging each other. He finds this very strange, until both his father and mother run away, leaving the bunnies behind, and he asks himself, what is happening? And they both stop at the door of their house, greeting everyone who stayed outside, and simply closing the door. The protagonist yells at them both, asking about the babies and how they can leave them behind, as the blue moon is about to begin. Before he can finish speaking, the blue moon takes over the sky, darkening the entire area, and he's scared to death. And at that exact moment, he hears the scream. The cute bunnies that were there transform into wild rabbits. The protagonist asks himself, what the hell is going on? And seeing that, the bunnies messed up the trenbolone dosage, start to get scared, and then they all go crazy, freaking out and wanting to fight everyone, becoming totally aggressive. So they, close to the protagonist, they begin to glow, almost blinding him. The bunnies change a lot, reaching their adult forms and changing color, with one turning black and the rest all white. And the protagonist can't believe what he's seeing, noticing that they've become adults and even their color has changed, and that they all look different. Now, he says that this is the 5th blue moon since they were born, and he wonders if it's like a rite of passage for them. They confirm this, and the protagonist says that he thought something was wrong with them, and starts crying. And he states that he is certain of one thing: climbing the tower will make him rich. Consequently, the Awakened Association announced that the price of tickets for the Dark Tower will be increased from 150. Bunnies are shocked by this, and the little black bunny goes to him, comforting the protagonist, and he says that they are too cute, calling them over to receive kisses as punishment. They even try to escape, but the boy manages to catch them and drag them back. And in the morning, as the moon disappears, the parents emerge from the house, and the protagonist calls them, along with all the bunnies, to around the bonfire. And the mother and father go to embrace their little ones who are nearby, and he says he's going to prepare a banquet to celebrate. And one of the bunnies is overjoyed and summons a toy shovel. And the protagonist wonders what these things are. And one of them obtains the white rabbit's scythe, another the white rabbit's cart, and the third obtains the white rabbit's watering can, white along with the white rabbit's shovel. Then he is surprised that they can summon items, and he notes that when he becomes an adult farmer rabbit, they obtain their own item. He can't borrow it, but he asks, where is the black rabbit's item? And the black rabbit pulls out a mallet. He is surprised by this, as it doesn't seem like a farm tool. And the black rabbit is acting all tough. He realizes his name is Black Rabbit Warrior. He's so cocky, seriously cute. I think I'm going to adopt a rabbit. I'm really considering seriously about adopting a rabbit. And after a while, each of them is doing their part. Unlike his father, the little bunny has a watering can that looks like a toy, and the rabbit with the scythe is helping his mother in any way he can, cutting everything neatly. And the bunny with the cart is helping by carrying the tomatoes, and the bunny with the shovel is in charge of digging holes. So the proto thanks one of them, asking them to put the tomato there. He brings and stores all of them in the location and says that they've started helping their parents on the farm. And he notices that million won to 200 million won starting next week. They also announced that hundreds of thousands of people are waiting to purchase tickets before the prices increase. Those little babies that used to run around are growing up, and he even thinks he's going to cry. But when he looks back, he thinks he doesn't know what to do with the warrior rabbit standing there. Lying down and eating calmly, he wonders if there's anything else for him to do. He figures that since his rabbit is a warrior, its job is to fight, and since they're in the cave, no monsters that harm the farm will appear. So there's nothing to fight, and the warrior bunny really has nothing to do. Then the protagonist realizes that the hammer can't be used on the farm, questioning what they first should do, until the bunny has an idea and goes near the river, where they catch the piranhas and show them to the protagonist. He agrees that it's true, that he can hunt in the lake, because hunting is also a type of fight, so he says that the rabbit can help and that he will attract the piranhas with the torch. He catches the piranhas, telling the rabbit to show the power of a warrior, and the bunny is really all fired up. The protagonist stays there, attracting the piranhas, who jump to grab the fire from his torch. Then he calls the rabbit to go after them, who really slams one with a sledgehammer, throwing the piranha against the wall. But the impact is so strong that the piranha turns into ground meat and splatters down the wall, making it completely inedible. And Prota is scared, while the bunny is completely proud of what he did. But Prota is scared because the fish died instantly, meaning they have nothing to eat since it turned into sushi, and the atmosphere becomes horrible between them all, because it's not edible. And he tells the warrior rabbit that he will have to improve and keep practicing, but tells him not to be upset, and to just eat what they have for now. And little by little, the rabbits got used to their roles, so the warrior rabbit is now managing to kill the fish more. Meanwhile, a boy is attempting to pay for his groceries at the convenience store, and the cashier isn't paying attention as she should be. She comments that the world is going crazy and people are risking easily. And on day 125, the seed store reopened, and when he opens the store, he notices that he will be able to get 3 more seeds, wondering what he can buy this time. And then, they appear. 10 watermelon seeds, 50 pumpkin seeds, and 200 corn seeds. But this time, each seed type has a very different price. Watermelon costs 5 coins, pumpkin costs 1. The 200 corn seeds cost just 50 cents. He's surprised because the prices are completely different from the last time he bought seeds. He notices he only has 0.9 coins, which will only allow him to buy the corn seeds, making him wonder what to do. If the prices keep increasing, he won't be able to afford them next time. He realizes the biggest problem is that he doesn't know how to get more coins. It's mentioned that there's a reward for clearing a floor. Although it's a decent amount, you only get 1 reward per floor. Because of this, the profit margin for hunters isn't very high. The second method is to hunt monsters and sell their parts to merchants or at the first floor store. And this is the best way for hunters to profit, since they can continue profiting. The third method is completing missions to obtain rewards. He points out that the reward for the mission varies greatly, and it's difficult to acquire coins. Among those 3 options, clearing the floor is impossible for him, and he can't even escape that cave. The only option left to him is the missions that the tower administrator gives him. So he asks if the ADM can hear him, inquiring if he can reward him with tower coins for completing his missions. But the ADM replies that he doesn't understand, but maybe he'll understand when he gets older. Then he realizes that he doesn't know about the tower's own coins, becoming curious about what he meant by, "The video is also very important." So, without further ado, let's get to the continuation so you can understand what I'm talking about. And at the very beginning, we find ourselves in some ruins in the middle of their lives just to make money, but they want 200 million won for it, questioning whether they don't think they are exaggerating. Then, 6-year-old Pa Jun agrees with the cashier, and shortly after, understanding when he grows up, and asks how old the ADM is. Then he simply says that it's a secret, and the protagonist questions how many more years he needs to grow up, and he says that he will need it. Wait for at least 300 years. But the boy asks if he's joking, because then he'd have to postpone the coin reward he was supposed to receive, and pass it down from generation to generation, until eventually his 7th generation of grandchildren receive it. Besides, he remembers that he is not in any situation to create descendants, and thinks that the situation is so bad that he's the one who loses out. If he gets angry, he decides to prioritize what he can do for his survival, and the only item he can buy is corn seeds. And it's not like corn is a bad choice. Bad. Then he remembers that it's delicious, steamed or grilled. He can also grind it into flour and make something like bread. He just doesn't know if that would work, and says he'll choose the seed, buying 200 corn seeds. Then 50 cents were deducted from his account. he earns 5 points at the seed store and will be able to use them again in 30 days. And when the seeds arrive, he asks the rabbit and his father what they think of it, and they say it looks good. So, he gets ready to start, but before that, he realizes he's starving and calls everyone to eat something, making a fish for everyone. After eating, he's so full that he can't eat anything else and says he thinks he'll dry the rest so he can store it. Then, he notices the little bee, going back there and talks to her, mentioning that she has been spending a lot of time in the cave lately and asking if it will be okay if she doesn't go home. Then, she starts rubbing on him. He says it's okay and that he'll be happy to have her there if she doesn't want to return. Suddenly, the little bee hears a noise, picks it up with her antennae, and immediately goes into battle mode, going to. From this, he returns home, mentioning that after calculating tuition, interest, and rent, he managed to save almost 12 million. He then wonders when he'll be able to buy a ticket if prices rise again. See what the noise is. The warrior rabbit also becomes alert, looking up, and the protagonist wonders if it's a monster. Then, the warrior rabbit starts screaming that thing. So, the invader asks them not to misunderstand, clarifying that he's not some shameless cat who came to steal their food, and Prota is surprised that it's a cat, questioning the reason why. He jumps down from above, landing on his feet right in front of him, introducing himself, and asking if he happens to be the client, PX Sej. Then, he says his name is T and that he is a merchant. That day, he met a merchant cat for the very first time. And Prota is surprised to meet T, realizing that he is the merchant, and mentions that he had heard that sometimes, while climbing the tower, it was possible to encounter one, but he never imagined there would be merchant cats. He notices those bright eyes and those soft, chubby cheeks. Man, he looks a lot like my cat. He also notes that soft little paw, wanting him to pet the jelly bean toes. He says that now they're really pushing it and it has to be a scam, since Sej really likes cats. Then, the cat keeps calling out to Prota. He speaks that he is right to introduce himself to the kitten, asking what he wants. He says he heard that a new rookie made a purchase at the seed store and that he came to greet him and do business. The protagonist questions him about it. The cat then says he has an item that he will love and starts pulling something out of his bag, but his meat bag starts rumbling. He apologizes, saying that he hasn't eaten anything today and ended up showing something embarrassing in front of a customer. Seeing the kitten looking so awkward, the protagonist saw an opportunity and asked Tay if he would like to eat a roasted fish, and the cat seems to really like that. So, while the cat is eyeing the fish, the protagonist says that he knows what he wants, but Tay, for some reason, restrains himself, saying, if ticket prices increase, he wonders when he will ever be able to afford one. He questions if he will really be able to buy the ticket at all and grows weary of his life, but tells himself that he won't, that he doesn't need it, and that he can't touch the customer's food. But then the protagonist asks if he's sure he doesn't want it, because the smell of the sweet, soft meat grilled over the fire must be enticing him. He says that the fish tastes divine, and no cat could pass up such an opportunity. Asking if he's sure about the offer, he tells the cat that he can stay and encourages him to eat some, and the cat ends up succumbing to the temptation. The cat eats everything, saying that it was very tasty and that his tummy is now full. To tell the truth, he ate 5 fish, so he must have been quite hungry. The cat gets up to thank him for receiving him with such hospitality, saying that he doesn't know how he could possibly repay him, but the protagonist says that he is the one who is grateful, since he came all the way there just to meet him. And then the cat gets down to business, but the protagonist charges him 50 tower coins, and the cat questions what that's for. The protagonist explains that he needs to pay for the roasted fish. Then Toe asks if it wasn't free, but the protagonist says that nothing in this world is free, and he questions if the cat didn't say he came there to do business, asking if he was just planning to eat the customer's fish and simply run away. Then, all the rabbits begin to surround the cat, and the cat actually hands over the coins that he had essentially extorted. He thanks him, saying that he got even more coins, looking very happy. And then the cat says, who had gone there to take the client's money, but instead, he was the one who lost money, and the business venture that had already started in the red is not doing very well. He thinks that he can't be defeated like this, and he has to sell his belongings. Then, the cat says that now it's his turn, asking him to take a look at what he has to offer, and asks what he thinks of it, explaining that these are the successful products from the other floors. It's a thermos that costs 5 coins, a mini fan that costs 5 coins, and also a hand warmer, which also costs 5 coins. But he asks if these aren't items from outside the tower, and the cat give up, because he needs to stay positive, saying that there must be a way to save even more money. He then mentions that he bought those vegetables at a good price and wonders if he should. Is all smug that he noticed and explains that this thermos has magical preservation, and if you put hot or cold items inside, the temperature won't drop, making it an excellent item, and that the fan has a magical enchantment. You need to press the button, and it starts releasing wind. However, the protagonist, apologizing for interrupting, states that all the items he brought are junk. He questions how they could be junk, asking what the protagonist is talking about since they are items from outside the tower. He asks how he cannot recognize their value, but the protagonist says that he is also from outside the tower, which greatly surprises the cat. He explains that there is nothing magical about them. It's a thermos that preserves the temperature by blocking external contact, and if he turns on the mini fan and hand warmer for a few hours, they will stop working because the battery will run out. But the cat argues that this is not true, insisting that he was guaranteed they were magic items. Then the protagonist asks if he can see for himself, as the fan's battery has already died. But he claims that this is impossible, questioning why it stopped and demanding the fan to move. And the protagonist says that he thinks he was deceived by that Scarin guy, that he sold those things and he can't believe it because that Scarin was so kind to him, and he starts crying. The protagonist reacts, asking what happened, because his way of speaking changed, and the cat continues crying, saying that this guy is a terrible goblin, wondering why he always gets deceived. Then the protagonist talks to Tay, asking if he could explain what happened. So Tay says that he is from the 65th floor and that it is one of the neutral zones of the tower. Then he says that for a long time he admired Mar, the most beautiful girl in Grana village. So he goes to her, saying that he likes her, asking if she would go out with him, confessing his feelings with a bouquet of fish in his hand. Try planting some himself, since it seems like they will also become more expensive. He then remembers a girl mentioning that automatic vegetable cultivator for home use, and he recalls seeing his hand. But then she becomes utterly disgusted with him, getting irritated by the smell of cheap fish and throwing his fish on the floor. He questions what she is doing, saying that he worked so hard to get those fish. But then, another cat arrives, laughing at T, telling him that he should know his place, and asking how he dares to try to win Mary over. Then he notices that this is Oren, the son of the wealthiest cat in the village, holding a huge fish in his hand. And he asks how T could give such a low-quality fish to this lady, saying that he should at least bring a high-quality salmon as a gift. She is completely touched. And T says that Mary doesn't like fatty food because she's afraid of gaining weight, but she apparently is really enjoying the big fish, and he is shocked by this. Then, the rich cat invites Mary to his house to eat the salmon there. Then, T asks her to wait, taking her hand and asking Mary to come back. And he asks her to remember all the things they experienced together, their memories, and asks if none of it was sincere, questioning if it was all a lie, asking for her to look him in the eyes and swear that she doesn't feel the same way. Then, he talks about those unforgettable days he spent with her, but she simply pulls her hand away with utter repulsion, questioning what he is talking about, telling that stray cat to get a grip, saying that she only smiled at him a few times, and he became completely delusional and continued to follow her, when she told him she didn't like him, and she says that every time she meets him it's a drag, saying that she already asked him not to follow her, and that she hates poor cats that smell like cheap sardines. He falls into complete despair. What's that about, guys? It's complicated, isn't it? It's that saying, you already have the no. So he went looking for humiliation, right? Gotta make a name for himself. And he says that after favorite idol, Syrah, talking about it in a vegetable commercial, and says that he needs to save as much as possible to buy the ticket, and maybe he can join a good guild when Mary was taken by Oren, the son of the wealthiest cat in the village. He left there crying and says that he decided to run away and become a merchant, determined to get rich and win his revenge, and everyone is very tense about that story. He mentions that he even purchased a merchant license and the necessary equipment to become a merchant, using his savings, his 50 coin savings. He intended to buy something from the street vendor to resell, using the 5 coins he had remaining. Then, a goblin approached him, inquiring if he was a new merchant and introducing himself as Scarin, and offered his assistance with any questions he might have. Then, he recounts meeting Scarin in that location, where Scarin discussed items from outside the tower. Scarin explained to him that these items are highly valuable and that he could make a significant profit by taking them to the upper floors, as the creatures there collect these things as a sort of hobby. However, he questions why Scarin is selling such good items for such a low price, and the goblin replies that it's because he took a liking to him. One could say that this is the goodwill of a veteran who wants to train a novice merchant. It's impossible The poor thing is really dense, man. He actually fell for that line. Seriously, folks. Listen, if a seller tries to sell you something using that kind of cheesy talk, there's a 200% chance that you're being scammed and buying garbage at premium prices. Then the goblin says that if he doesn't want to do it, that's fine with him. He can just try another merchant, using yet another cheap trick. But the cat refuses, saying that he will buy it, and the goblin says that, because he's in such a good mood, he'll give him a bonus. And this is a map showing the location of a new customer for the seed shop. And since he's a new member, he'll be able to make a significant profit if he gets lucky. And since he's providing this extra information, that day's beer is on him, asking if that's all right. So, the cat says that, see his talent, and, if he completes the tower, he will be able to marry her. He gets all goofy about it, and thinks he should persevere, but behind him, a black hole begins to open. Of course, and then explains that he gave all his money to this guy to pay for the items, hoping to be able to sell them there. He almost starved to death and barely managed to arrive, but all those things are garbage, and on top of that, the client took away what little he had left, ultimately deciding that he was completely useless, and Proto thinks to himself that the cat is very dumb, but he thinks he has an idea, realizing that there actually is a way for him to get coins in that tower, and he asks Tay to calm down, asking why he doesn't feel better by eating some fish roast. But the cat is a little smarter this time, questioning if he is only offering food to charge him for it later, saying that he is not stupid, but Sejun says no, saying that he can stay, and that he might even consider returning the coins. And the cat asks if he's serious, and Sejun says that in return, he asks if he thinks he can work with them, saying that that day he found a, wow, isn't that right, a partner. And Proto immediately asks, what does the cat think? Yeah, look at that, the dream of the oppressed is to be the oppressor, huh? He was there being robbed by the ADM, and was pissed. Now that he's seen a cat that's a little lacking in intelligence, he wants to sign a work contract with him. And the cat is surprised that Proto wants the two of them to work together. And the boy says, which is exactly right. It turns out he needs a merchant to sell his items. Then the cat asks, with irony, if he thinks he's good enough for that, considering he's heard his story, and says he's nothing more than a novice and useless merchant. But Proto says that he definitely has a future, despite having made some mistakes, and says that he managed to convince him to be his business partner with the stories he told him, so he is surprised by this, and Proto says he wants to be business partners, calling all the rabbits over. They've already prepared too. He doesn't even notice, and the hole becomes so big that it starts to pull him in, and he is surprised by it, realizing that it is the phenomenon that sucked in the first generation of Awakened, wondering if this will chairs for the two of them to talk a little, and they sit down to negotiate, while the bunnies are there setting the mood. And Proto talks about those things he bought, wondering if he didn't. He managed to sell them because he was backstabbed, and now he doesn't have the money to start a new project. The cat agrees with him, and Proto says that's exactly why he's there, making a business proposal that could be advantageous for both of them, saying it's simple. He takes his items and sells them to other people, and will offer him a percentage of the profits as an incentive. The cat questions this incentive, and Proto says that he needs to sell the items above the price that he chooses, and adds that, of course, he can sell them for a much higher price, because he was born for this. So, he will keep 3 to 5% of the value of the items he sells. Meanwhile, the bunnies are roasting the fish so it can be served. Then the cat is surprised that he will earn only 3 to 5%, and notices that the conditions are terrible for him. He questions if Proto thinks he's stupid enough to be fooled like that, but Proto says he forgot to tell him something. The most important part is that he asks the rabbits to bring the main incentive, stating that their deal doesn't end there, and that he will pay him with 10 grilled fish, or the equivalent value in coins per week. Then, the cat is very surprised, and Frodo says that these are the terms and conditions of the proposal that he's offering, and the cat wonders if he's going to get grilled fish too, and Frodo asks him what he thought of it, wondering if the cat wanted to sign the contract with him, but the cat, in his mind, starts to refuse, questioning if he has already forgotten what happened in the past, remembering all the three who ended his life, and he thinks he must be smart, because he can't let himself be fooled again. But still, he's dying to eat that fish, and he says that only pull him in, and says that he is ready to risk his life by climbing the tower, asking the black hole to take him. But both the black hole and he are in an awkward situation seeing that ridiculous thing. If he gives him 20 fish, he will reconsider. And Frodo sees that he has fallen for his act, saying that everything is fine, and since he is in a good mood, he won't just give him 20 fish, he will give him 5 more. And the cat is even more surprised because there will be 25 grilled fish, and the protagonist says that, in addition to the weekly payment, he will be able to eat as many grilled fish as he wants while he is there. And the cat becomes even more surprised by the conditions, saying he can eat as much as he wants. And the cat ends up falling for it, and the protagonist asks if he has a role there, and the cat says that he does. So he starts to draw up the contract, and the two sign it and make the deal. Then the cat says he didn't even realize he was being hired because he was so excited, but the signature is already there, and the paper disappears from in front of him while he's asking the paper to wait. But the tower system creates a lifetime distribution contract if the purpose and content of the contract is that the purpose of this is for Party A and Party B to mutually cooperate in the promotion and sale of Party A's bolitas to obtain benefits for each party, and the remuneration will be 25 grilled fish, or the equivalent amount of money per week. A special condition states that Party B will receive escorts from Party A as an initial arrangement, and the contract will be terminated if the total amount of sales falls below 5 tower coins per month, and Party B is obligated to sell the crops for a value equal to or greater than the stated value. Furthermore, Party B cannot create any Party B additional accounts. Besides that, Party B must use the NHA accent when selling the items. At that point, the cat, upon reading this, is shocked, and the protagonist mentions that he'd heard that inside the tower, the contract is one of the most important documents, so much so that it cannot be destroyed. And so, the cat is shocked, wondering how Riss signed his first contract like that, and the protagonist says that he had been wondering, ridiculous thing, he just said. Then he asks why the hole started to shrink, because apparently our protagonist was so cringe, so very cringe, that he caused an extra axial phenomenon, why they made it so difficult to erase or tamper with, but now he understands, because that way it is more effective and respected, and that is very intelligent. However, the cat questions the meaning of that fourth clause, regarding the special conditions, asking what he meant, and Suda questioning himself. He needs to use a cat's dialect, saying that it's a little embarrassing, but Ri himself says that he will understand when the time comes and that they will get along well. However, Dio says that there's no way of knowing whether he will do well or not, as there is still the first clause of the special conditions, which states that if he doesn't sell well, he can terminate the contract, but the protagonist asks him to relax because he will sell well. He believes in Tae, the truly resourceful one. He starts petting the kitten, and Tae falls for Juhyun's sweet talk when he's called ingenious, saying that he loved it, and the protagonist realizes that the kitten is too simple, but he asks the boy what kind of thing he is going to sell, and the protagonist simply says that they are cherry tomatoes, and the cat doesn't quite understand, and when the boy picks it up, he is surprised that it's that thing, because it is a magical item that increases his mana by 0.1 for 10 minutes. Then he asks how much Alan intends to sell them for. Alan thinks that if he's lucky, he'll get 0.01 tower coins for each, and that's a lot for awakened ones who haven't been in the tower long. In the tower, that's too much, but the protagonist says it will be 0.05 per fish. He questions what idiot would buy them at that price, but he ends up thinking that maybe it's better this way, because the contract is going to end soon. If this month's sales are less than 5 coins, the contract will be terminated. Plus, he'll be able to eat the grilled fish in the meantime. But then, he gets straight to the point with Sejun, and since it's the first sale of the contract, he asks how many he should take, and the protagonist says that he should take 1,000 with him, and that he has already prepared the 25 grilled fish for that week, but asks how he is going to carry all of it. Forrest and several people are preparing for battle. But then, someone arrives, calling out to the humans, and asking for a second of their attention. And it turns out to be a kitten wearing clothes, walking around, not wanting to take him. He thinks he can't miss that opportunity, because, since it's not going to pull him in, he's going to do it himself. And the crazy guy throws himself into the middle of that black hole, so he can seize his chance to. And he says he will put it in his item, the big bundle. This big bundle has preservation magic, space expansion magic, and magic that will make it light. It can store many things in it, and still will remain in their original state for a long time. Then, he throws the cloth over the items and gathers everything into the bag, and the protagonist thinks this is far too convenient. And the cat, he puts the small backpack on his back, saying that he's going to depart. As he leaves, the entire family stays behind, waving goodbye to him. And so, a few days later, on the 38th floor of the tower, a group is facing a gigantic spider, beating it down at its base, and one of them shouts that only one was left, trying to attack the spider, which goes all out against the tank, and the mages stay behind, casting fireballs at the creature, until the tank manages to finish off the monster, removing its head with a single attack. And they say that it was to be expected from the leader of the Phoenix Guild, King Sheik. And they state that they knew he would finish it off with that skill, but he asks everyone to stop with the compliments, saying that they need to prepare for the next battle. Especially, Jessica says she won't let it slide if the girl steals again like she did before. Then she speaks to the leader, telling him she loves him. He then notices that the girl is being deceitful, but at that moment, a bush. Behind him, something begins to stir, and he starts to prepare for a fight, asking who's there. Then Tay appears, addressing the humans and asking if they would like to see some quality merchandise. They are surprised that it's a cat and realize that it's a merchant cat. Then he says it's a pleasure to meet them while talking to Niar. And all the girls get emotional when he speaks, saying that it's cute. And he starts asking if he's still cute to her, imitating a kitten, and they keep talking about his little paw. Then he remembers Sejun telling him not to forget to say that when he talks. He climbs the tower. Then, after a while, he falls face first into a completely different location. He wonders if he actually made it into the tower, noticing sophisticated chandeliers and marble inside. With humans, saying this will help grab their attention, he realizes that was actually the reason why. And, seeing that he has everyone's attention, he asks everyone to take a look at what he brought, placing the cherry tomatoes in front of them. And everyone wonders what it is, but they are disappointed to see that he only came to sell food, and the leader says that if he's going to sell food, it should be something like bread or meat, and cherry tomatoes are just so-so. Then the cat calls them fools, saying that he knew they would say that, explaining that these cherry tomatoes are different from the ones they know. And the wizard becomes interested and asks them to analyze them. Then they wonder if it's an item, and when the mage analyzes it, he is surprised that it increases mana by 0.01 for 10 minutes, and he says that this increase is very low, asking how much it costs. And the cat says it's 0.05 coins per unit. And the wizard questions if he has gone crazy, since he would prefer to buy equipment rather than spend his hard-earned coins on that. Then he says it was a waste of time, but one of the girls continues analyzing the description and notices that if she eats them, she will lose 10 grams of fat. So, both the leader, pumped up, the other girls become interested and question what she said, realizing they can lose weight just by eating that, and they are surprised that they can eat 10 per hour. So, the leader asks to buy 200, saying he will buy everything available, and the other girl says she wants 100 as well. The cat is surprised, and everyone starts fighting over it, but the cat asks them to. They form a line, and everyone wonders if they should buy it. Meanwhile, the protagonist is harvesting and leveling up, even getting bonus attributes, so he wonders if he's doing well, and thinks he must have met up with the hunters by now. And at first glance, magical cherry tomatoes might seem like an item to increase your magic, but they sophisticated and marble outside the first floor plaza, expecting it to be full of equipment and potions. But as he looks around, there is nothing but a hole in the middle of a automatically dissolve 10 grams of fat and revitalize the body. It's the best product for losing weight, not to mention it has no side effects, and in addition, they are super tasty, he says, which he has no doubt will sell a lot because he trusts the land's diet. And Teo, in turn, after speaking with those adventurers, is surprised that he sold everything, absolutely everything he brought. Wow! Not to brag, but diluting 100 grams of fat per hour just by eating tomatoes? My friend, if I could plant something like that, I would build an empire. If I planted something like that, I would build an empire, like an empire that would directly compete with Grove, selling this at the gym entrance or in the United States, where people tend to be a little on the heavier side, and eats terribly. Oh my god, I would become one of the first trillionaires in the world. So, in the meantime, Broda is analyzing the carrot sprouts, assuming the germination rate should be around 70%. And out of the 1,000 carrot seeds that he bought and decided to plant, only 700 actually germinated, in contrast to the 1,200 magic cherry tomato seeds that he decided to plant after the harvest. Only the 732 seeds managed to sprout and grow. And he mentions that the germination rate of the corn and sweet potato seeds that he personally bought at the seed store and planted is around 60 to 70%. And the germination rate of carrots and tomatoes is quite similar. He says it would be great if they germinated more, but maybe it will improve when he levels up, or perhaps the land inside the find cave isn't very fertile, and he says he'll keep trying for now, because later on, he should be able to find a better way to cultivate them, and since they now have the teleport to help them acquire coins from the tower, they need to harvest as much as possible. Then he notices something happening, and behind him is the warrior bunny tossing a torch upwards, cave and a lone stone there. Completely isolated, he wonders what this is, and what the hell is going on, because he's in the middle of a deserted forest, questioning where he is, and he's quite drawing the attention of several piranhas. And when they jump out of the water, he manages to kill them all in a sequence of attacks and farm on his own. He notices that it seems the black rabbit has become very, well, he's hunting and feeling all confident until he starts glowing like a Pokemon. He wonders if the rabbit leveled up and congratulates the bunny, mentioning he's seen the others level several times while planting, but this is the first time it's happening to him, saying he's gradually becoming a true hunter. He gets all giddy with his brothers and suggests they take a break, calling everyone over for some coffee, and there really was coffee in the cup. He wonders about the goblin who injured Tay's leg, Scarin, and says it seems like they didn't even open the magic cup, because if Tay sold that coffee, he might spend all his money buying it. And thanks to their stupidity, he got that beauty for free, and says that even though they don't have magic utensils to boil water, much less ice cubes to make an iced Americano, that thing, it's already a luxury. He thanks the bee for always providing him with honey, and the Melicano is ready, a combination of instant coffee dissolved in fresh cave water, mixed with thick honey, poisonous bees, creating a perfect harmony between the bitter and sweet flavors. Only a small sip remained. That combination can alleviate fatigue and hunger, and the protagonist is drinking it, thinking that the Melicano is too good, asking if they want to try some, and the black rabbit tries it and doesn't like it at all, spitting it out along with his little brother. And the protagonist begins to suspect that rabbit tongues are more sensitive to bitterness than humans. Meanwhile, the bee starts flying around him and goes to eat the food that she herself planted. He calls the little poisonous bee far, apparently, from where he needs to be. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, someone who appears to be a dragon is looking into a crystal ball. He says that the crystal ball detected and she looks at him, all happy, showing off her new home, and the protagonist questions if it's a hive, asking if she has decided to live with them. She agrees. So, he tells her that it's sad that she had to come home every time for dinner, and he says that he can finally feel that they are a family, and mentions that now they are going to have a party. But the system gives a new mission, asking him to give it 10 cherry tomatoes, with failure resulting in a disappointment, and Prota says that, because he kept postponing the mission, he thinks he started to realize something after seeing the agreement he had with Tay, and the threats like, offer him up, or I'll kill you, disappeared, and now he asks him with that sad expression. Maybe he has started to like him so much as he despises him, and says he will give some, and offers it to him. The administrator thanks Prota for his kindness. He is surprised that now it is even thanking him, saying that yes, it's nice to hear, but he notices something, realizing he just acted like a brown-noser for free. Meanwhile, there with the goblin are two others. He's annoyed that that cat still hasn't. It's back. He wonders if he's talking about that suck-up cat who bought his stuff last time. He says that he's really cunning, stating that he sold his junk to that sucker, and says he has to learn some tricks from him, asking if he happens to be looking for that cat. And he says he spent all his money buying his items, and even though he has, after quite a bit of time, he didn't return to the merchant guild to say that he couldn't sell them. Then the other goblin asks if Scran is worried, asking what he will do if he actually comes back. Scran says that since he's such a nice guy, he won't be able to pretend he didn't see him. He was thinking of buying a vase of milk, telling him about an opportunity, change in the tower, and he states that he needs to find the cause, as that is the duty of the tower administrator. Meanwhile, the protagonist is scared to death by what is happening. To begin, they ask and borrowing his money, and the other goblin asks what he's talking about, and then he says that, this way, his poor kitty would have to work hard to pay back the money he lent it, but he won't be able to pay off that debt, much less the incessant interest piling up, and in the end, he'll become your slave until he dies, a lifelong slave, my friend. That goblin there, I think he's really inspired by loan sharking, right? This whole thing where you take money and then can't pay it back. And so, the others think Scarin is a genius, and the other one asks if it's still better to find him soon, because it's not easy to find a sycophant like that these days. But Scarin says that they still have plenty of time, saying that they shouldn't go after the target yet, recklessly, and the other goblins with him continue to brown-nose Scarin, and he says that he's starting to get thirsty, saying he's going to take a look at the merchant sales rankings for today. So, they say that's true, saying that they usually update it around this time, and so, Scarin says he finally made it into the top 1,000, and his ass-kissers are happy that he reached it. In 999th position, they complain that they aren't even on the ranking. This guy says it's worth stealing coins from the sycophants and mentions he's going to take a look at the people he's going to pass. but he notices something strange, wondering what the point of this is, since Tell is in position 982 with 50 coins, and they wonder if this isn't the cat, realizing that his ranking is higher than Doc's, and he gets very pissed off. With this, since he is sure that the cat couldn't have sold it, wondering what Tell is up to. Meanwhile, he returns to the protagonist all happy-go-lucky, and the protagonist asks where he was. He apologizes and says that next time, even if he sells everything, he won't go have fun on the other floor and will come straight back. And the protagonist questions, "What do you mean by that? Adventurous, what kind of place is the Dark Tower?" And she says it's something like a very bright and spacious palace, and she mentions that there are many items that you can buy in the tower, and she usually wondering if he was having fun and for how many days. Then he says it was 4 days. Then he remembers that he had told him that it would take at least 10 days to reach the 30th floor, but he remains surprised that he had time to enjoy himself for 4 days, even after selling everything. So, Tae says he's sorry, and Prota says he thought it would take a few days to be able to sell everything, but since he came back in 4 days, that means he sold everything as soon as he got there. And he talks to Tae, saying that if he doesn't want to see the scary side of Part A, then he'll. She questions why he doesn't tell her the details, in a very scary way, and the cat is scared to death, agreeing with Prota, and after sitting down, he tells Seoju Haeon everything. So, then he asks if the cat is saying that he just talked to them a little, and the hunters bought everything, and he says that's what happened, and says that there are 50 coins, and Prota actually counts them, saying that Tae did a good job, and that here are his 2 incentive coins. But he asks if the ingenious one wasn't the sales cat. But Prota says he was demoted, and asks what kind of sales cat would play around for 4 days, instead of returning promptly, saying that if he works diligently next time, he might consider returning to his position, and it will even increase the incentive rate by 5%? The incentive rate by 5%, and he agrees, saying he will strive to become a worthy sales cat. Then, the protagonist questions why he's still talking that way, and he says that, decided to live like this, because it seems humans prefer it. The protagonist just lets the cat do whatever he wants, and is happy, because soon everyone will know his name. But he questions, how so? He says that the name of his farm is written in the cherry tomato description, so people will soon discover who cultivated the tomatoes. But then, T is very surprised because he's screwed. She buys potions. But another adventurer says that the most important thing on the first floor is the training ground. And if you want to survive in the tower, you need to be strong enough to fight, once and for all, and explains that there's a system for beginner merchants that hides the strength and origin of their goods. The policy is designed to prevent traveling merchants from Seinreins. Rich people steal suppliers from novice merchants. And, since Tae is still a beginner merchant, Sejumon's name as the cultivator of the goods has been concealed. And if he finds out about this, he will become very angry. Instead of remaining an employee, he might even be demoted to a mere part-time worker. And the protagonist asks Tae if something is wrong, and he is, overcome with fear, saying that nothing is the matter, asking him to hand over the cherry tomatoes that he will be splitting up right away. And the protagonist asks if he's already planning to leave, telling him to rest for a few days, since he also needs to receive his weekly payment. But he says it's better to work, and since he's busy, he wants to gather everything and leave. He says that he needs to hurry, to remove the name restriction, because the only way to do that is to quickly earn 1,000 coins and become an intermediate-level traveling merchant. And the protagonist notices that he was engrossed in the situation along with Warrior Rabbit, who also finds it strange. And, in the real world, a group of people are talking, and the guild leader receives a message from his daughter, telling him that the effects of that tomato are great, and all her friends are jealous, asking if he will buy more for her. He is very happy with the girl, and they ask, "Leader Don Chick, what's going on?" He says his daughter was always irritated because of her diet and said that she loved the tomatoes. He says he only bought 20 units and left the rest for the other team members. He says he didn't know she would like them so much, and that he should have bought more. But then he asks if they're talking about the cherry tomatoes that Cat was monsters, and that's what they said. But the protagonist, in the place where he is buried, has none of that, and he is living only on herbs, with absolutely no hope. He says he doesn't have selling, saying he doesn't understand why all the girls were so obsessed with it. And so, one of them says that he gave the tomatoes to his crush, and they are now dating, and the other questions whether it's serious. And another one says that he bought some too, but hasn't used them yet. And that other guy who's desperate asks him to sell them to him, and the third one tells him to sell them to him, saying that he's offering 100,000 for each one. But then the leader tells them to calm down, saying that they can't do things like that, and tells them to call the others. and they're going to the 38th floor now, but one. One of them tells the team leader that it hasn't been long since they went to the tower, saying that they won't be able to gather everyone and that they're going to complain. But just then, a girl arrives. There. Actually, the three girls arrive saying that they are ready, and Jessica and the others arrive out of nowhere, already in great shape, and one of them says that they have already prepared the tower coins so that they can buy the tomato, that is, go on the expedition in the tower, and she says they're ready for the tomatoes, but they try to correct themselves to not make it so obvious, saying that they're ready to defeat. The spiders and the boss summon everyone for a meeting. He announces that he will acquire more of those magical cherry tomatoes to become a great father, and he is determined to achieve this no matter the cost. In the tower, the cat is dejected, wondering when he will finally sell a total of 1,000 coins, and notes that the maximum number of cherry tomatoes he can carry is 100. If he continues selling at this rate, he'll need to make about 10 round trips, but he decides he should focus on making as much money as possible for now, and wonders if that wasn't where those humans had gathered last time, until the humans themselves discover the kitten. They shout that they've found the cat, calling out to everyone, and T asks if an exit that way, because he roamed the cave all day, but found no exit, no training ground, no store, absolutely nothing. He lost his voice screaming, but even they were looking for him. The boy confirms that they were, explaining that they didn't know when he would return, and that they had been waiting there for 3 days, and asks if they had eaten magic cherry tomatoes. The cat is surprised that people queued for 3 days just to buy those tomatoes. Then the boy asks if the tomatoes still cost 0.05 coins, but the cat apparently is smarter. Asking them to stop, he says that the price has already increased, surprising the boy. And the boss asks what the commotion is, and inquires if something happened. The cat says that's the reason for the commotion, and the boy says that, apparently, the price of cherry tomatoes has increased, and he asks how much they cost now. And the cat says they are 0.07 coins each. Then he wonders if it has increased a lot, but the leader ignores this, saying that everything is fine and that he will want 200. The cat is surprised, while the group of humans thinks that it would be strange if such a good item was very cheap. And they think that if they can't buy it this time, who knows when they will get another chance. And they order a large quantity from the cat. And he notices that, already, he sold everything and thinks that even with the price increase, he still managed to sell all 100 tomatoes. And so the leader asks the cat when he will return and if they will wait for him again, saying he'll be back in about 10 days. And so he says that's a good amount of time between his missions, saying it's okay, they'll come back and buy more cherry tomatoes in 10 days, and tells them to hurry up and finish the spider missions and get out of the tower. Then he gets all happy that he secured regular customers and thinks that, at this rate, he'll be able to collect 1,000 coins quickly. And he thinks to himself that he needs to become a mid-rank merchant soon so he can reveal the name of his supplier and thus return to being on 2 legs. He asks if they'd like to take a look at some quality merchandise. Everyone is surprised that he's a merchant cat, and they comment on how cute he is. So there is no one around, and he wonders if he got lost. And after so long in despair and alone, he starts to go crazy until his cell phone vibrates, and he gets scared. And when he picks up his seller cat. But then, another girl talks to the kitten, and he finds it strange. The girls wonder if it was them, asking her what she thinks, and saying that it was very similar. He says his name isn't Gato, but Tay. Sora introduces herself to the kitten, and he asks what he looks like. She replies that he looks a lot like a cat she meets, and he tells her that she must be mistaken because he is the only beautiful cat in this world, adding that he is busy and needs to leave. But then, they ask him to wait, offering him some cat food, asking if he wants churu. The cat wonders what that is, since he eats nothing but fried fish. But then, when he puts his tongue on it, he goes crazy, wondering what this flavor is because even though it smells like fish, Bisco has a nutty flavor and melts in his mouth. He notices that he ate it all and asks if she has more, and she pulls out several other flavors. He says he wants more, asking her to give it to him, and she says, of course, saying she will if he takes a photo with her. And Tay once again falls for the human's talk, but says that she has to deal with everyone. And so, he agrees to take a photo with the girls, and they let him leave with only the photos. Then, they comment that it's the first time they've seen someone bring snacks from cat to the tower, but they say he's stronger than they were told, and that they think it's nice to see him smiling, asking if she'll come back to see him next time. And the girl confirms, saying that she, of course, will come back to take more photos with the kitten. Alright, I guess I'm being a little paranoid here, because I thought this girl would be evil, but apparently she's just a real cat lover, and I would probably take a photo with my cat like that if he posed. And meanwhile, down in Park's hole, the black rabbit is swimming. He says that at the moment, he is. Cell phone in hand, he notices that the alarm is going off. So, it's been a day since he arrived, but there's no signal, and it wouldn't make sense for the alarm to be wrong. He begins to feel hungry, looking to giving the black rabbit a special swimming workout. But he wonders if anyone is asking if he times is dangerous because of the piranhas. But he's just telling the little rabbit to relax his body and stretches his head forward, telling him that he is doing very well swimming. He mentions that, of course, for safety reasons, he sealed the hole where the piranhas pass through, and says that he's checked it a few times already, but he's still a little nervous in there. And he says that now the rabbit can try to swim without supporting himself, mentioning that he is doing much better than last time, when he almost drowned after jumping into the water to celebrate, saying he was in shock because he thought the piranhas were going to eat him, since he saw the rabbit practicing swimming with its oval body, and he got quite a scare. He thinks that just remembering it makes his heart race, and the rabbit gets all silly, apologizing for what he did. Meanwhile, the chubby brother and Pea's brother use the water and enjoy themselves. He says he wants to eat some sweets after teaching in the water and asks himself, "Where's the honey?" But he realizes that the jar is empty. Apparently, he already ate all the honey last time, and he wonders about the little bee, since she hasn't been out much since she moved in a few days ago, and worries if something happened. But then he notices something. Something is different, and he realizes that there are several other little bees inside her house after they were born. He notes that it's been so long since he last checked on her that the number of babies seems to have increased quite a bit. He wonders if they are all Aibileen his children, since he didn't even realize it, and says that he hasn't seen her in a while and wanted to congratulate her, but he can't visit her without a gift. So, he calls out to the little bee, holding several flowers, asking if she can come out for a second, and says that he has a gift for her hive, but several bees come towards him, ready to sting him. To the side, he sees that he still has all the groceries he was bringing home: cherry tomatoes, chives, a loaf of bread, and some potatoes. Besides that, there's a bottle of water, and the total count is 27 cherry tomatoes and he asks them what they want, telling them not to do that because they are not enemies. Inside, the mother bee realizes what's happening, and he asks the black rabbit not to fight against them, as they are practically attacking him. And so, as they approach, the protagonist gets scared, but then realizes they've stopped, and when he looks up, he wonders if by any chance, that is, what is going on here? What is this, guys? They put her in a humanoid form and gave the bee 2 mattresses. My God in heaven, what am I even looking at? There isn't a manhwa that has a cute animal that doesn't turn into a girl. Seriously, what is happening with the people from the East, man? Come on, it's not possible. Everything has to become the iPhone. He's very surprised by the little bee that is looking at him, all cute, and she turned into a poisonous queen bee, approaching him. She's the size, my God in heaven, the size of a, what am I even recording? And the protagonist is very surprised, just like the warrior rabbit. He wonders if this really is the little bee he knows. And then they explain about the poisonous bees, which are carnivorous monsters from the tower, of the type, insect, which hunts its prey using its venom. That's basically all he knows about them. But the dragon is reading up a bit, saying that there isn't an adequate explanation for a situation like this in the tower management guide, but he thinks that, since it's not dangerous, he'll just keep an eye on them for now. And later he'll ask his grandfather about that. And besides, even if it's not something simple, there is a solution. Then the bee comes close to the protagonist, that tiny, cute, poisonous bee. She's acting all cute, and he talks about the appearance of her being as scared as the warrior rabbit. He notices that she's changed, man. She's being all sensual with him. My Jesus in heaven, I won't be able to continue, man. My God, what am I? 10 chives. Furthermore, there are 7 sweet potatoes with pumpkin and an apple. He decides he'll eat the apple first. Taking a bite, he wonders if there's anything better than eating an apple in the recording. What am I doing with my life? In fact, the protagonist says that after the day she first ate honey from the Sejun cave, every time she fed, her body exuded a strong scent, and her weight had increased slightly, which caught the queen bee's attention. However, she quickly understood the reason for the queen's change in attitude. It turned out that she had become capable of laying eggs, and at that moment, the little bee decided to become independent, leaving that hive behind. She built a hive inside the Sejun cave, the safest place that she could imagine. And so, she endured a great deal of pain within the new cell. And after several transformations, she grew, becoming who she is now. And her appearance began to change, and that's how she became the poisonous queen bee they saw. He congratulates her on becoming the queen, and even though the timing is a little strange, he gives her some flowers, offering them as a gift, and she blushes. I'll just ignore it. I'll act naturally. I'll accept it. It's natural. I'm used to it. It doesn't even hurt anymore. And she runs towards him, embracing him. The protagonist asks about it. She keeps clinging to him, and all her other friends realize that he is a good person and stick by her, acting like mothers. Everyone is happy, along with the other rabbits. He says that he likes her too, and so, a few days later, he is woken up by the rabbits, who are wondering what happened. Then he says he thought he would be able to sleep during that blue moon, but something happened, because the carrot sprouted, and the carrot with the power of the blue moon appeared there. The father rabbit calls him, and he notices that there is a carrot like that there. He thought it wouldn't change, since it is small, but he thinks it will be great if he can harvest it, and he is happy with the rabbits, because they woke him up, just for that. So, when he pulls, he gets his first carrot and says, "Morning," remarking on how sweet it is. In the end, only the core remains, and he's still hungry. So he grabs a sweet potato, thoroughly enjoying what he's eating, saying that it's delicious and that it is the size of a thermos cup, and he notes that it is an agility carrot. The system says that that carrot was already nutritious and delicious, but it became even better with the energy of the blue moon, and, when consumed, it permanently increases his agility by 0.05 points. Therefore, his experience grows, and his harvesting proficiency increases significantly, earning him 70 experience points. He notes that a high-rank crop means that when he harvests better crops like this one, he will gain even more points, specifically 70 instead of 50. He realizes that this crop doesn't belong to him and says that the rabbits can pick it up, thanking them for their hard work and asking them to continue helping him in the future. All the bunnies are happy to receive the carrot. Then, the rabbit with the scythe asks for his father to throw it up in the air because he is going to do a good deed. Then, he chops it into several pieces so that each of his family members can have their share, and with each of them holding their slice, he says that it was a good job because he managed to cut them to the perfect size, saying that it was a great performance. Then, they prepare to eat and are delighted with the taste. And the predator, in turn, pulls out the blue moon tomato, noticing that there were 5, and this time, 5 special ones, and he asks ADM to pick them up, since he had asked for them earlier, saying that if he is grateful, he should give him another skill. But ADM says he'll think about it and give him one later, but he questions why he needs to think about it. But then he hears a scream, and it's the very Telkin that is there, and he is surprised that the cat is already back, and the protagonist questions him about it. But the cat tells Sejun to ask the poisonous bees not to attack him, and he realizes that Tay really wasn't there when they were born, realizing that the bees think that Tay is their enemy, and asks them to just watch, saying that Tay is not an enemy, and that he is part of that chewy texture makes biting into them so satisfying. They're tastier than he expected. He mentions that he usually cooks them, but he figures it's alright to eat them raw once in a while. Family, and he starts to grab the cat to show that he is friendly, but its fur sticks to the protagonist, and he starts to sneeze. He asks what happened, because the cat is calling him from being a brother out of nowhere to saying he's just an employee, questioning how he dares address him as if he were on the same level, and bullying the cat just to bother him. And Dell says that he had just called him family, saying that it hurts him, and apologizing, but the protagonist makes a point of calling him an employee, wanting to calculate the sales figures first, ordering him to collect the money from the cherry tomato sales. He hands it over to the boy, who realizes that there are 75 coins, saying that Tay worked really hard, and furthermore, he shows something indicating that the humans were waiting to be able to buy the tomatoes. So, he charged 0.02 coins more per unit, and he comments that the boy must be very surprised because he did so well, saying that now he can become the sales cat. And so, the protagonist offers him encouragement for having put in so much effort, still calling Tay an employee, but he asks if he doesn't. You could give him a different title, since he did well asking about it, but he hasn't become the sales cat yet. However, Prota says that he still has a long way to go, and calls him a hotel employee, saying that he needs to try harder. He says he didn't know it would be so difficult to become a sales cat, but Prota says that, in fact, he already knew that, explaining that the tower's ADM is so very useful, as he warned him that the cat had increased the unit price. He says he will give him another blue moon harvest for the information. Then, he ends up noticing something strange, because Tay is eating churu right beside him, and seeing the cat looking so happy, he asks what it is. He says it's churu. and Prota asks where he got it. He says he got it. When, however, he starts choking, nearly dying. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he pours the water bottle into his mouth, then falls back onto the rock he's using as a bed, and says, "From a human after taking a photo with her, and this one tastes like chicken, but the salmon flavor is tastier," and Prota is surprised that a human gave it to him, since there are only two ways for things from the outside to enter the tower, include being sucked in. That's how he entered the tower, by disappearing, and the things he had with him also came into the tower. Originally, those who are sucked in appear on the first floor, where they exchange items to climb the tower. The second way is when an awakened hunter brings something into the tower. They say they can only bring about 1 kilogram of items in, but when they leave the tower, they can take anything. And normally, the items that hunters bring are simple things. The hunter's cell phone, which is called hunt phone, as well as the hunter's food and general supplies, like the smoking tower's exclusive cigarettes, and they're instant foods that can be consumed while climbing the tower. He notes that a hunter bringing necessities just to find a cat is going too far, but he ends up getting an idea when he thinks about it, thinking he's a genius, and he says that he just finished. A new business idea pops into his head. He starts looking at Tay with a very greedy expression, and the cat senses it, wondering if he suddenly wants to try Koro. Maybe the protagonist is a bit of a rascal. I'm starting to realize this as the chapters progress, and with Sejun looking at T, he even offers the choro, but the boy simply takes it from him, confiscating it, and then Sejun freaks out, begging him to return it, but the protagonist tells him to stop because he's going to tear his clothes. However, Sejun says that he got it after taking a photo with the human. However, Sejun says that he's right, that he made an agreement and took the photo, but then he remembers Special Condition 3, which states that without the permission of Party A, Party B cannot have additional clients, and says that it's just, that it was a good meal. As he looks up at the sky, he wonders how long he'll be trapped there, realizing he needs to find a way out before his food runs out, wondering, a serious breach of contract, which the cat didn't know and is now scared. And the protagonist then tells Sejum to sell from the hotel so he won't be disappointed, but asks why they don't talk about their clients. Then, Tay asks if he can go back to being the salesman, and the boy replies that he'll let him stay in that role for an hour, and if he makes good deals in the future, he might get to be a salesman for many more hours. And Tay, he starts to understand and gets all giddy, and with that, the protagonist gets straight to the point, asking him to sit there, picking up Tay, placing him on his lap, and asking if the fire's temperature is comfortable, and that, while the bunnies help him by fanning the cat. Then, he tells Tay that he can lie down comfortably and enjoy the Korapan. And with that, Tay becomes increasingly happy with all the pampering he is receiving. He wonders if being a salesman comes with these perks and thinks it's the best feeling in the world. Then, the protagonist asks if he likes Korapan, and Tay also says that he wants to eat grilled fish. Grilled, and the protagonist immediately starts preparing his fish, saying that he'll serve him grilled fish. But he still wonders, regardless, how he's going to get to the 38th floor without fighting any monsters. So, Tay. He explains it's due to his traveling merchant license, piquing Prota's curiosity. T explains that the brooch serves as proof that he's a traveling merchant and that he's required to pay a substantial annual membership fee to the Merchant Association in order to maintain the license. The higher the level, the more money he needs to pay each year. But he also receives considerable benefits. He mentions that with a merchant's license, one can utilize the various facilities protected by the association and avoid monster attacks. This is one of the advantages of being a traveling merchant. Then, he inquires if he can bring hunters to this floor, but T replies that he can't, because even though the monsters won't attack traveling merchants, how long he can last with the food he has, and thinks that if he isn't rescued, he'll end up becoming a mummy, and then it would all be over. But then he gets up, thinking he doesn't want to die. They will still attack the hunters. Furthermore, there's a shortcut called the Merchant's Passage, which is exclusively available to traveling merchants, and if he wishes to go to other floors, using this shortcut, he needs to have a street vendor's license first. Otherwise, without the Merchant's Pass, it's impossible to get from there to the 38th floor in just 5 days. In this scene, the protagonist asks if it's serious, questioning what floor they're on. Tay reveals that they are on the 99th floor, and the protagonist can hardly believe it, spiraling out upon discovering this. Tay confirms that they are on the 99th floor, asking if Joao didn't know that. The protagonist really freaks out at this information and falls to the ground, devastated. At that point, Tay asks what happened to him, and the protagonist explains that, since Tay can't use the waypoints like a hunter, but the trip only takes 10 days, he assumed this place was only a few floors. from the 38th floor. But he figures he should forget about it, as it doesn't change anything. Now he knows what floor he's on. Then, Tae keeps calling him desperately, attracting Sei's attention. Joao brings him back, asking him to wake up, and then, Tae finally manages to bring him back, and tells him that his pay for the week will be reduced to ashes, because he's slacking off. The fish burns, and the protagonist goes to take the fish out of the fire, putting others on to grill correctly this time. He thinks it's only been a few weeks since the hunters started climbing the floor, and since he's on the 99th floor, he wonders if he should just give up on leaving the tower. But then, Tae starts giving him orders, telling him to grill properly, and telling him not to. Let it burn like the last one, saying that this is the seller's order. But then you'll be pissed at the audacity of that cat, saying that Tae's hour is already up. He is surprised by this. So, he declares that he's going to climb the tower, as it was his dream to get there. He can't just die like this, but when he looks to the side, he sees the remains of the apple, still with its seed, and digs a hole in the soff, saying that he is ashamed, but the protagonist thinks of something seeing that pendant on his chest. And with that, he imagines the hunters looking for his merchandise, and he'll go there if they do. Need help. They ask if they want to see some good items arriving there with Tae. So they are happy that he is the legendary merchant, itinerant, and farmer of Torre Parque. Sejun, this is the mascot, the orange cat. He says he thinks his story has already spread everywhere, and everyone starts to be happy that it's true that he appears before the hunters. Without hope, he wants to give him the money, and he keeps dreaming about it. He asks Tae if it's possible for him to become a traveling merchant, but Tae asks if he isn't an outsider of the tower and says that only creatures born inside the tower can become a traveling merchant, questioning whether the protagonist didn't know this, and he becomes desperate once again. So, Tae says that no matter how cool it looks, he's going to have to give up, and the protagonist simply freaks out, throwing a tantrum, screaming, scaring everyone around, cursing that screwed up tower, and at this, all rabbits get scared too. The bees can't understand what's going on, and even ADM hears something from inside his house. So everyone is scared to death, and T says that if scared him for a moment, wondering why he was suddenly screaming, he's already neatly lined up on top of the black rabbit, and Prota thinks it won't be much different, and says he should have been prepared to suffer the moment he decided to enter the tower. He'll only lose himself if he stresses about it, wondering what he can do, because if he can't get out of the tower, he'll live every moment to the fullest right there. Meanwhile, outside the tower, some people are talking about Prota's tomatoes, and the executive asks if that's the mysterious item that has recently become popular among, asking what the cat is selling. Then they notice it's just a cherry tomato, and the blonde is not happy about it, as he was expecting something like legendary weapons or potions. Earth, placing the apple there, planting it in the hope that something will grow. He also picks up the chives, saying he has 10 of them and will use the leaves as food and plant the roots, and then he will. Players, and that woman confirms that's exactly what it is. She says it came from her brother, a member of the Phoenix Guild. He said he happened to meet a traveling merchant and ended up buying it. So the guy asks if that's all, but the girl says she can't see it, but he can see the items in the status window. And that's Jenny, the CEO of Easter Pharmaceuticals, so he stays, surprised by that cherry tomato. And that's Michael McLaren, the vice president of Gagel Food. And Michael asks what she's going to do with that junk item, and Jenny tells him, saying that he's the one who controls 39% of the global food market, and asks if he's lost his business acumen. And Michael says that even though she is from Easter Food Company, she should be wondering what will happen if she carelessly opens her mouth, but she just points her finger, showing him some analysis. He stays, surprised by what he sees, and she says that, as expected, they failed to extract the compound from the item they obtained from the tower, but the result of the data they acquired in a short period of the last one, and she tells him that he doesn't need to worry because she has much more than enough. She even says that if he wants, she can give him the land and the technology, but he needs to do something for her in return. And he asks her what she wants him to do, and she tells him to get rid of someone. Surprised, he asks who this person is, and she reveals that it's the president's illegitimate son, Lee Gun. He realizes that Lee Gun is the one trying to take the presidency, and she confirms that he is the biggest obstacle to Michael obtaining the presidency of Gagel. And she tells him he will plant 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes, leaving the rest to eat, and says he will do everything to survive and wait for his crops to grow, and that if he manages to get rid of Lee Gun, she will give him everything he desires. He then thinks to himself that if he obtains the Gagel presidency, he will have everything he has ever wanted, even his own, telling him to go to the tower and buy his own equipment. And with that, Prota starts using his head to learn about his surroundings and also deal with daily necessities. And since they are going to settle there, they have to fix the inconveniences that they have experienced thus far. They also have to acquire more of the items they need for their daily activities, and they have to familiarize themselves with the surroundings for their own safety. He asks Tae if there are any monsters near the cave, and Tae says that there are none nearby, but there are some a little further away, and the Prota asks what kind of monsters they are. Then, Tae says it's the giant crimson bone, making Prota remember the monster from back then. He's surprised, and the cat says it's a terrible monster, and every time he passes by, it always stares at him. And Prota realizes that, as expected, it is still dangerous to leave the cave, and thousands of cherry tomatoes will bloom soon. And if he has, many flowers mean the number of poisonous bees will also increase. And in that case, he can use the poisonous bees to patrol near the cave, ensuring that no monsters get closer. And in addition, he can ask the poisonous bees to tie the rope he made from onion leaves to the nearby trees. And so, he will finally be able to get out of the cave. He tells Tae that he has a mission for him, and Tae asks what it is. He says it's an extremely important mission that only a salesman can complete, and he asks the salesman Tae if he can do it, and Tae happily confirms it for the protagonist. And so, a few days later, on the 38th floor, Dae arrives near the human camp, and he says that they will be his future. But after a while, he gets a scare, wondering what it was, asking if it's a monster, and thinking, frightened, that it was definitely the sound of a monster. But, compared to last time, there are a lot more people there, and it's like they are securing their place. He thinks it doesn't matter, because this time, the more customers, the better. And he jumps down there, below, startling everyone. He announces his presence, causing everyone to run, and they realize it's the traveling merchant cat. Then, a chubby guy arrives, asking if they have cherry tomatoes, miraculous products, saying he's going to buy them all. But then one of them asks how he can cut in line, pointing out that he's there for the first time, and everyone who arrived earlier has already made preparations to buy. And the chubby guy asks, "What the hell is this?" questioning whether the Phoenix Guild thinks it can monopolize the 38th floor, questioning with a feigned humble demeanor, pretentiously. But then, the kitten asks the humans to wait a minute, requesting their attention, and announces that, from that moment forward, he will be changing his sales method. Then, they are surprised and question what the cat means by that. He explains that, from now on, he will sell 500 cherry tomatoes to the highest bidder, and they question what he just said. He says that's why those who are well off can now leave. The sly capitalist cat is excluding the poor. So, he says there are 500 cherry tomatoes available, starting at 35 tower coins. The protagonist, in turn, realized that the popularity of cherry tomatoes outside the tower is greater than he had thought, and judging by the fact that they put on a show at the hotel to gain his favor, he bets there is some psychological competition involved to secure the items. And since the supply is limited and the number of people who need them will certainly increase, the best way to make more money from it is through an auction. He asks Coelho Preto if he doesn't agree, and says that, aside from that, he also gave Tae some important missions. He will confirm. They said that monsters don't exist on the first floor, but he becomes increasingly scared because there is a blue moon in the sky, darkening all the surroundings, and that noise grows louder and louder. Tae's negotiation skills by using this opportunity. He calls everyone to get back to work, telling Coelho Preto to go ahead and start preparing for dinner. Obviously agrees, but the protagonist receives an additional quest, tasking him with giving the tower manager a cup of magical cherry tomatoes mixed with honey, which the manager then drinks, and the reward is a job-related skill. While failure results in great disappointment, he complains that squeezing cherry tomatoes will take too long, and that he has to work now, saying he will do this for him later. But the ADM insists that he complete the mission now, claiming he will complete it faster because he has prepared an incredible job skill, incredible for him, and emphasizes that the skill given as a quest reward is quite impressive. Then the protagonist wonders if the manager wants to show off the quest reward or if he just wants to drink the tomato juice, asking if the manager can't just give it to him. But the manager insists he must complete the mission to receive the reward, and yells at the protagonist to trust him. Just trust your father. That's literally what he's saying. The protagonist looks a bit skeptical, and asks the manager to wait a moment. Then, he suddenly feels like having some tomato juice. He squeezed 50 cherry tomatoes that he had picked, mixed them with a bit of honey, and shared it with the rabbits. Because the flavor was so delicious, they whined, wanting more for a while. He figures the amount he's collected should be sufficient. Then, he announces that it's time for the deadly pulp, squeezing everything. After that, he turns to the queen bee, telling her that he needs her help. She flies over, adds some honey, forming a bubble, and carries it to the boy's glass. And just like that, the cherry tomato juice is ready. It's a juice made by squeezing. He becomes very uncomfortable and starts to feel his body shaking until he sees a shadow passing over him, which catches his attention, and that shadow stops near the moon, the shadow of a dragon. Tomatoes and cherries, extracting their thick pulp. The poisonous bee's honey makes the taste even sweeter and richer. The bits of cherry tomato that you occasionally chew provide a unique, exciting, and the protagonist tells the ADM to prove it. He becomes really curious about the taste and starts flapping his wings. Then, the protagonist reads about wings, wondering what kind of animal he is. Meanwhile, the little dragon is drinking it and thinks it's very sweet and sour, which makes him very happy. Then, he praises him, saying the juice was very delicious, and the protagonist is happy because the ADM liked it and goes straight to the point. The important thing is that he doesn't see the details of the reward ability, and the reward is a special job-related skill that he acquired, beekeeping. And he must register the beehive, poisonous like yours, in order to use the ability. And the special ability allows the user to apply beekeeping skills to their hive, and the bees from the user's hive do not show usefulness to each other. And the user can give specific instructions to the bees in their hive, and the collection range of the bees from your hive will be slightly increased. Besides that, the queen bee's spawning speed will be slightly increased, the honey collection speed of the bees will also be increased, and the pollination rate will be increased as well. His hives are currently one of a kind, and that is the poisonous bee's hive. He says that he was worried that the poisonous bees might follow him when he left the cave, but, by giving him this ability, things will become very good. And he asks if ADM heard his concerns, and ADM doesn't know what to do while Prota thanks him, and Dragoazinha is all silly and says that if he is grateful, he could give her another glass of magic tomato juice with honey. But then Prota speaks directly to him, saying that there is something that he notices that it is a black dragon, thinking it's beautiful, but he falls unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, his vegetables suddenly start to grow. Then, the next day, at 6 a.m., his also rings, makes him curious, asking if he happens to be a winged pig. And with this deduction from Prota, the dragon's mood plummets and he changes completely, cursing Prota, telling him to go to hell, calling him a cruel, stupid, and foolish. And he wonders why the ADM was so angry. Meanwhile, regarding T, everyone is surprised that he wants to hold an auction. Meanwhile, the guild leader is desperate, because if he doesn't buy the cherry tomatoes that day, his image as a caring father will be ruined, and he offers 41 tower coins, and everyone is surprised that he is doing this. He says that, for now, the most important thing is to secure the cherry tomatoes, and then they can raise money from the people who need the tomatoes. And at that moment, the chubby guy offers 45, while they keep increasing the bid until they reach 52, and then, the leader asks if she has any money, and she says that she didn't bring much because she was just going to buy a few as a gift. But then, another guy in a suit arrives there, offering 100 tower coins, and says he will buy all 500 units for 100 coins. So, the kitten simply closes the sale with him, and announces that it was sold for 100 coins. Then everyone is surprised because it's Michael, the vice president of Gagel, also known as the young master of the hunters, and they wonder what he's doing there. Behind him is someone the leader recognizes. He approaches Chris, asking what he's doing there, since he's not part of this expedition mission. The boy is surprised to be talking to Don Shink. Shake explains that his sister actually asked him to guide Mr. Michael to the location of the traveling merchant, and apologizes. Don Shink remembers that Chris's sister is the CEO of a pharmaceutical company, and realizes they now have to compete with major corporations. He didn't expect the rumor to spread so quickly. With only 2 more rounds left in the auction, he must win. The alarm goes off, and he takes out his cell phone to turn it off. Then, he thinks his head hurts, wondering how long he's been blacked out, until he realizes it's been 2 whole days. And when he moves, this time. And with that, the kitten begins the next round. Tay starts again with 35 tower coins, while the leader knows he needs to win, and offers 60. But the conglomerate offers 100 tower coins again, so the leader keeps borrowing from everyone. But, in his desperation, Tay once again sells the tomatoes to the same conglomerate. Then he starts again, but the blonde man tells the merchant to stop, as he will take all 100 for 300 coins. And so the guild leader falls to the ground, completely desolate. The highest status has been lost. So he tells the team leader to stop, as he can wait for the next opportunity. And with that, Tay collects the money, while the vice president's subordinate says that everything has been loaded, asking what they should do next. He says the product is fantastic and that it was good he came there immediately. And he says that they are heading to the first floor of the tower. And that's it. That girl who took the photo with Tae comes back, talking to him once again. He notices that she is human, and he cried trying to remember her name. And the girl is happy that he remembers what happened, but he doesn't remember her name at all, and ends up calling her by the wrong name. She just accepts it, asking if they can take another photo together, saying that it's worth giving something in return. He's overjoyed, but tries to play it cool, saying he doesn't need anything in return. She's surprised by this, and she says that in return, he should give her that thing called coffee, implying it's a fair exchange. She asks if he's talking about that coffee mix, and he says yes, asking if she happens to have maybe something like salt and pepper. They are both increasingly surprised, and the girl ends up giving him all the items he's asking for. T remembers when Prota spoke with him, saying that if he begins to feel his back hurting because of the position he was in, noticing that he is incredibly tired, his entire body aches, and he has no energy, and he wonders what tree that is behind him, and when people ask to take a photo with him, he should ask for things like coffee, salt, or pepper, and depending on how well he does, he will let him be a salesman for many hours. He's completely happy saying that I know him. He will be able to spend a lot of time on Park Sejun's lap, and the girl is very happy taking photos with the kitten, lots of photos, and striking various poses, and she says she took a lot of good photos, thanking him. He says he also appreciates the agreement, and then she touches the cat's paw, holding his paw, thinking that it's very soft, and that feeling is very good. He asks her what she's doing, and she says she can't help it because it looked really good, and says she's going to give her a koro. And he questions why. And she just thanks him for letting her touch his paws, saying that it was quite relaxing thanks to him. And he is surprised, asking if humans feel good just by touching his paw. And she says yes, because humans don't have such soft and beautiful paws. And truth be told, they're lucky just to touch it. She thinks with Zigo that it is, because cats originally don't like holding human hands. He wonders if that's the reason, and she confirms it. Then, T starts to notice that her paw pads are lucky paws, just like her friends. He enters the game wondering if he could take a photo, and comments that he offers Pepper first. He says he'll take a photo with the girl too, of course. Then, she looks at his paw, and he throws his paws forward, telling her to touch them, and demanding she give him his rewards. Then, the girl thinks he's really cute, and says she should bring Choro next time as well. He gets all giddy with everything he got from the girls, and says that just by letting them touch those paws, he can become a salesman for 24 hours. Then, he also remembers that he has another mission. He sees it's a chive, like the ones he had planted, but in a gigantic version, and he wonders when they grew so much, questioning if chives could even grow that much in so little time. Meanwhile, the girl keeps posting photos with the cute kitty, and suddenly, he comes up behind her, seeing what she is doing and asking about it. She gets startled, asking where he popped up from, that he left. He speaks to the girl who was Sorar, but he's calling her Borar, asking if she came from a place called the Republic of South Korea. She questions how he knew that, and he says he figured it out because he smelled a familiar scent coming from her. She asks him about this scent, and he asks if she can help him. The girl finds this very strange. Meanwhile, the protagonist is calmly on his plantation, with his bees and rabbits, and they are producing honey like crazy for him, and he continues to make tomato juice with cherry and honey, and his beekeeping increases bit by bit. He acquires more and more of this juice. His level 1 beekeeping is completed, allowing him to level up, and the protagonist thinks that this is going very well. And as the bee population continues to grow, his beekeeping skill has also leveled up. He looks at the hive, noticing that it is spawning, and she mentions it's difficult to see her these days, and the option changed from increasing it minutely to increasing it a little. He wonders what the difference is, since that's very ambiguous, and it is said that the types of food he could have increased from 1 to 2, and if he can split the hive later on, he will be able to have 2 hives, and he says he will need another container to collect the honey later. It would be good to have a bottle today, but he can think about it calmly a little later. But for now, he's harvesting the carrots, calling the rabbits, inviting them to eat. And as he harvests that carrot, his work experience continues to increase, raising his harvesting proficiency to level 2. He acquires 10 time, but he thinks not, because maybe it happened because he was in the tower. He says he saw a documentary that mentioned the shape of a plant changes depending on how it grew, and some power must have XP. He says that yesterday, a few days after harvesting the moonlight carrot, he was able to harvest the normal carrots as well, and all the rabbits are very happy about it. So, he sends, they each take one for themselves. He mentions that the variety of food they can enjoy in the cave is increasing, and he sees Vas choosing, bowing respectfully, and wonders if that's something that warrants such a bow. And they all sit around the campfire to enjoy the meal. He then thinks about the agile carrot, which, when consumed, causes a person to lose 10 grams of body fat and increases agility by 0.1 for 10 minutes. And the effects accumulate up to 10 times for an hour. When consumed, 10 grams of body fat is lost, and vision is improved. He is surprised by the effects of this. And he thinks that, 1. Once the number of crops increases and it becomes possible to sell them, they will become really famous. He thinks this is delicious, and says he's going to eat quickly so he can then harvest the carrots and store them away. And so, several of them are placed together with the tomatoes and taken to their storage. They replant some crops while harvesting others. He asks if Black Rabbit is tired yet and tells him not to be so clever as to try and steal and eat the carrot. The father sees what his son is doing and notices that the storage is almost full, and wonders if they should stop and tidy things up around there. But then, he starts receiving more XP notifications and wonders when he managed to reach level 10. And then, another mission appears, and he asks the ADM if this is his doing, but he says that he wasn't the one who created this mission. It's a job-related mission that appears at level 10, and he has to complete it in order to, they can get new class attributes and advance to the next level. And the protagonist says that he's already heard about job-related missions, and says that, for normal hunters, the missions are related to combat, mysterious items. They question why it's just a fruit, saying they can eat things like that anywhere. But the cat thinks these humans are too foolish, because he knew, affected the chives, and he says that perhaps the others have also grown, and notices that they really did appear, and there are several of them, 52, and says that they won't get enough light because of the shadow, and says, it would be defeating 100 giant orcs or defeating 500 slimes, since normally the missions involve subjugating monsters, and since he is a farmer, then the type of mission is different. He has to expand 50 square meters, and thinks that it's very easy to manage there. He completes the quest, and as a reward for completing it, he levels up to level 11 and receives a bonus stat. And as a reward for completing the any mission, he also acquires 10 tower coins. As another reward, he acquires a job, and finally finishes the expansion, nearly dead from exhaustion, along with the other rabbits. He notices that the job attribute he received as a reward is really good, since he can acquire XP every time he creates 1 square meter of farmland as a job attribute. He says that it's a good thing he completed the mission quickly, because after eating and planting carrots, the field grew larger than he had anticipated. He ends up exhausted, thinking that he can't do any more of this. He calls everyone over so they can sleep and finish tomorrow, saying that they all did a good job. And the bunnies try to enter the house with their parents, but the parents block them, leaving them outside and locking themselves in alone. So the bunnies keep knocking on the door, wanting to get in with their parents, and the protagonist questions what's happening, asking if they were expelled from their home, noticing that they will once again become adult white and black rabbits, and he says it's time for them to become independent, because it's already too late to do anything about the storing tunnels for today, asking if they should all sleep together. Then they all go to bed together with Prota, sleeping all over his body. He says that this is nice sometimes, because it's very warm. Meanwhile, the guild leader thinks that his daughter is going to torment him, and then that Churu girl arrives, talking to Don Sheik, and calling out to him. Then he asks why the traveling merchant, that he should pick the chives, but thinks they are too thick, making it more difficult than he thought. When he finishes harvesting, he wonders what they will taste like, and when is there, and she says that Tae has something to say. He asks if he happens to be the leader of the people who came from Korea, and Tae confirms, questioning the cat. Why is he asking this? Out of the blue, Tel proposes a contract with leader Don Shiker, and then the guild leader finds it strange that the cat is talking, so Tel shows him the contract. He speaks about giving 50 million to Park Sejun's family, who lives in the Suza district, and Tel also says that he has to tell them that Sejum is doing well, and they will pay him 50 tower coins and 200 magic cherry tomatoes. So he is surprised by this, because with this, he can be the best father to his daughter. But then the leader asks who Pax John is, and since he told the family, he must be a hunter who can't leave the tower now. Then Tel talks about it, remembering when Sejum asked him for this, saying that it's a secret to the others, that he's on the 99th floor. And Tel thinks of something and says that Sejum saved his life on the 4th floor. He's just doing tasks for them. Then he is surprised that the cat spoke of the 4th floor, saying that he means it is. A hunter who had already cleared that floor was the one who discovered that magical cherry tomato. and To says he can't reveal anything, asking him to be a good man, implying he has many secrets, and the leader is giving it a lot of thought, because even if his guild assembled a team of its best members, it would be difficult to pass the 39th floor. He's never heard of any official records about a player who has made it this far, and mentions that you are a solo hunter who hasn't joined any guild. This is a great opportunity, because using this as an excuse, if he stays in contact with the boy, they might even recruit him into their guild and monopolize the distribution of those rare cherry tomatoes. So, he says he's going to draw up a contract, and To tells him to just sign. He eats, but it's way too hot. He spits fire because of the heat and rushes to the water, because it's much spicier than the original flavor, and he thinks it's this paper, and when he signs, it says it's done, and the system confirms it, and the leader says that, as To already knows, the agreement is effective even outside the tower, but he will see him in 10 days to update and ensure the information is delivered, even sending updates himself, and says that he, Sheik, will take on the responsibility of delivering the news to his parents. Meanwhile, Prota says that the rabbits are busy building their houses right now. They are really dedicated, and he asks if they have already finished construction, and many of them are already done. And when he looks, everyone is quite proud of their individual little houses, and he notices that they have roofs made of onion leaves and walls of clay, and the shovel, rabbit, and the scythe rabbit worked very hard. And then, he mentions that the other rabbit made a room to rest in after 3 hours of work, saying he'd like to have something like that too. He says they all did very well. He mentions that it has been a few days since the rabbits moved out of the rabbit couple's house, so he calls everyone together to have a housewarming party, and Prota explains that the baby rabbits, they started building their houses, and the rabbit couple is still clinging to each other just like before, and so, he toasts to the rabbits, who work together with everyone, and speaks to the rabbit. Black drinks a glass of juice, thanking him for offering excellent quality fish. He's all happy and cheerful. And Froda says that they are very clever, and that it was a great idea to make a cup, digging a hole in the carrot. They really liked it, as they just finished drinking, and then ate it as if it were an ice cream cone. He says that, although it's too small for him, it's still fun since he can eat the cup after drinking. But then he notices both Loft's rabbit and his wife being all lovey-dovey, and she's giving him a pinch. The protagonist realizes this and, weird, because it doesn't hurt his stomach. So, he decides he'll eat it when he wants something spicy, since he should be able to get used to it, and says he'll save the other chives. Notes that this seems suspicious, very suspicious, wondering why they made their children leave, and he starts to think that they will have more little siblings soon, and the black rabbit is in doubt about this. And the protagonist receives a notification that the seed store is now open. He remembers that it was the deadline, and that he had completely forgotten about it. He wants to see what he can buy. Upon opening the store, he sees 100 potato seeds for 5 tower coins, 1,000 lettuce seeds for 0.1 coins, and 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coins. He notices that finally, there's lettuce available, because he really wanted some optional blood, but since Lily doesn't have any meat to wrap inside the lettuce leaves, he thinks he'll have to pass on it. At that moment, he notices that what's left are the potato and strawberry seeds. He has some money, but he can only choose one of them, and it's a really difficult choice. But he thinks carbohydrates are the best option, so he chooses the potato seeds. He buys them, and 5 tower coins are deducted from his account, earning him 50 loyalty points, bringing his total to 56 points. He can level up to store level 1 in 30 days, and they thank him for using the store. Then, a huge bag is thrown onto the protagonist's lap. He's nearly flattened and says it startled him, with potatoes spilling everywhere. And El's rabbit gets very angry because his wife was almost hit. He apologizes, and the protagonist opens the bag, noticing that the potatoes look delicious, and says he wants to plant them right now, and says he's going to cook, boil, and even make potato pancakes. He's already excited about cooking, asking if the rabbits don't feel the same way, and then answers himself, saying he's sure they do, saying that they're going to take today off, and tomorrow, they'll plant the potatoes. And everyone agrees. But, while he's excited, he remembers something, wondering if Tay is also picking his cherry tomatoes. Then, when he starts eating one, he feels that it tastes a little different, but he also notices that the sun doesn't set in the tower. However, occasionally, they're doing well, since he must have just finished those tasks. Meanwhile, in the central merchant district, there are various species, with furries of all kinds, and T goes to find blankets, packed pillows, a ladle, bowls, and a spoon. And the narrator mentions this should be good enough to substitute for a frying pan. So, he asks the wolf how much it all costs, and the wolf says, which is 1.6 tower coins, but because he's been spending so much time with the protagonist, he still asks for a discount. At that, the wolf laughs, telling him he's too direct and that he's never seen anything like it around there, and then, to be generous and sell it for just 1.5 tower coins. So, he asks for an even bigger discount, but the wolf says that he won't have anything left, and that he can't give any more of a discount, and the cat questions if he's serious and says he's going to buy it somewhere else, leaving everything behind. But then, the wolf despairs and asks him to wait, saying that he can't just leave like that. But in this, T says that he said he wouldn't give a discount, so he's leaving, and the wolf gives up, saying he lost and that he'll do it for 1.3 tower coins. So, the cat says he will pay just 1.2 or to just go away. He says that everything is fine, that it will be like this and nothing more. And with that, the cat gives him the coin and happily leaves. It's then that the wolf says to himself that he thought that he was a novice, but in reality, he had met a master. But when he looks at the coins that the cat left there, he notices some strange marks, like sweat, on them. Meanwhile, Tell is sweating profusely, nervous, and thinking that he finally did it. He bought something without looking like a screaming idiot there, and he remembers the protagonist teaching him something, telling Tell that it's time for Sejum's lesson on how not to be a stupid shopper. And he says that, first, when they suggest a price, he should ask for a discount, no matter what. And second, if they say no, sun is hidden by the moon on each floor. He calls this phenomenon the blue moon, but he notes that the blue moon only happens on the 10th floor. He thought he was somewhere on the 1st floor, but he notices he should just leave. And third, if they stop him, he must ask for a discount 3 times, and he asks if Tell understood, telling him to just remember those 3 things and not be stolen. And he realizes that what Prota said was true, and it really worked exactly as he described, so he declares that he is now the traveling merchant who knows how to get a discount. Then, he overhears someone talking about an item from outside the tower, realizing that these guys are trying to scam someone. He says he's going to tell him a secret, because he only wants to help the 5 novice merchant become a high-level merchant. And so, Tae gets very angry that this cheeky goblin is scamming yet another person. He witnesses the scene and thinks that he can't forgive him for deceiving other beginner merchants. Then he shouts, announcing that he has finally found him, and the goblin is surprised to see Tell and greets him as if they were old friends, asking where he's been all this time, wondering if he knows how long he's been waiting, and inquiring if the items he gave him were any good. But then, Tae tells him to get lost, asking how he dares, acting friendly around him and telling the other person not to believe that bastard, because he's a fraud. Then, he questions what he's talking about, asking how he can say these things, saying that he gave good items for an affordable price, all because he sympathized with his situation, but he is holding a knife to the neck of the person who saved him from drowning. But Tae tells him not to mess with him by talking about that glass, saying that he must have sold it with magical preservation, and tells him not to believe him, because that glass cuts off contact with the outside and blocks heat circulation, causing the temperature to drop slowly. But that's not magic. All those items he gave are rubbish. And this guy is surprised that there's a dragon around, and it wasn't a hallucination. 10 years ago, when the tower appeared, one of the largest guilds, the Phoenix Guild, managed to clear the 37th floor. The information that he knows this, wondering where he heard this information, he says that this is just a misunderstanding, and says that Tae is right. He must have made a mistake about the item, and invites him to talk for a bit. But Tae calls the guards, saying that the goblin is there, and that he is a wicked goblin, trying to deceive the beginner merchant. Then, the goblin asks Tae to just wait, because he won't let him get away with this. Then, he runs away, and Tae gets angry, telling the newbie not to recklessly believe what the goblin says. That newbie thanks Tae, saying that he survived thanks to him, and asks what his name is. So, he introduces himself in a cute way, and she is surprised that he is the one she heard about, and thanks him for helping her. But he says that everything is fine and that he is leaving, telling her not to get robbed again. But apparently, that little fox knew something, and says that the mission is complete, and tells everyone to reveal themselves. Then, the ninjas come out from above, and 3 dogs gather near her. She questions what is happening there, asking if she didn't tell them to get rid of all possible threats that could hinder the mission. Then, they apologize to her, explaining that their agents have secured a 100-meter perimeter, as planned. However, they are unaware of how that merchant cat appeared and stated that there was no excuse, while apologizing to us, Zaraf. She is a secret inspector from the Boreal Inspection Unit of the Traveling Merchants Association, and asks if he dares to call this an excuse, adding that the operation to arrest the individuals they have been preparing for over the last few months is about to fail. They will be returning to the Boreal Inspection Headquarters for a while. She mentions something about 100 letters of apology, and that dog asks what she is talking about. So, she tells him it's to reflect on his mistake today and orders him to bring to me. Floors 30 and above are a guild secret, but a lot of information regarding the floors below 30 can be found on YouTube. From the 2nd to the 10th floor, skeleton soldiers appear, 100 letters of apology, and everyone is left trembling as she departs. She reflects that, lately, they have been receiving numerous reports regarding a fraudulent merchant within the Merchant Association, street vendors, and after a long time, they manage to track Scaren's movements. He knows where and how to acquire items that can only be found outside the tower. They were unable to discover if he obtains the items through an illegal channel, and it was impossible to apprehend Scaren hastily. And yet, she somehow managed to make contact with this face while disguised as a traveling merchant. However, faced with an immediate arrest, they were interrupted, and she thinks they have to revise the plan, remembering that his name was T, and he didn't seem to be on good terms with the guys. She says she's going to have to investigate that guy, and with that, T starts to feel good as he heads home. Meanwhile, Prod is talking to the rabbit with the scythe, telling him that this is how he should cut in an X pattern. He's a really quick learner, doing a great job. He says that after that, you just need to moisten the area a little, soil, and place the cut piece on the ground. He then asks if the father rabbit isn't surprised, because with his trick, he'll be able to plant 400 potatoes with just 100 seeds. Then he mentions he saw this spent on YouTube, and to think he saw something without even paying attention while eating, and it's helping him now. He gained 1 XP for a Pong, and says, it's not much, but it feels like extra income. Extra. He says that now that he's finished with the potatoes, he wonders if they should dig up some sweet potatoes, and everyone gets excited. He mentions it's been a while since he's been able to eat them, since their days as baby rabbits, so it's been a while. But he asks the bunnies if they know what to do, clarifying that he's talking about the sweet potato sprouts, and since he has to, from the 11th to the 20th floor, goblins appear. From the 21st to the 30th floor, orcs begin to appear. And, according to some rumors, from the 31st floor onward, monster spiders begin to appear. They never remove the sweet potato vines before digging them up. They can't just throw away the sweet potato sprouts, which will yield sweet potatoes after they plant them, and that's something they don't. They can do it. And upon saying this, all the bunnies become very sad, but the black rabbit reassures them and reminds them of everything that happened that time. Apparently, they have a somewhat wicked plan, and he asks them if they think planting the sweet potato sprouts is part of their job anyway. Then he says no, explaining that he decided not to monopolize the fun of planting the sweet potato sprouts, and says that farming is all about timing, and he can't ruin the cultivation just because of his skill proficiency. And they are all sad because they will have to work. So, both the mother and the one with the scythe cut the shoots. The chubby one carries them with his cart, and the warrior follows behind, struggling to carry very little, trying to keep up. And so, they sow everything, and after the work is completed, the protagonist stands up proudly, having created 500 square meters of sweet potato land, and he is surprised that, even without farming himself, he can gain XP by terraforming. He benefits greatly from this, earning 150 XP and a bonus stat. And so, the Lord Father Rabbit, together with the Mother Rabbit, they dance, and they all start dancing while singing, and the protagonist doesn't understand anything that's going on. He wonders what they are doing, and the system informs him that the white rabbits are awaiting the complete sweet potato harvest, and explains that it is a lively dance of abundance dedicated to the tower's farmers. And the tower manager is also shouting sweet potato, along with the white rabbits. He wonders if he should harvest them with their help, and when he pulls out the first one, something begins to shine from the ground. Mentioned anything about dragons. This has been widely discussed online, but they never mentioned anything even remotely similar to a dragon, like lizards, or anything of that nature. He wonders what floor this is, and when he looks, the brightness increases dramatically, almost blinding him. He eventually notices that it is a sun pumpkin sweet potato, a mutated pumpkin sweet potato that has absorbed the light. From the sun at the highest point of the tower, it possesses the energy of the sun. When consumed, it burns 100 grams of fat and grants cold resistance for 24 hours. And it's said that he received an achievement for it, to reproduce a new species in the tower, and the protagonist is very surprised by what he has achieved, especially with the news that he managed to reproduce a new species. But meanwhile, in the real world, in reality, on a certain residential street, the team leader, Phoenix stops there and realizes that this is the place he should go, Sejum's house. And upon seeing that new variety, both the protagonist and how amazed the rabbits are, the system then says that he harvested it, and the XP increased a lot, with him receiving many rewards for it, and the tower grants him exclusive rights to cultivate new varieties. No one can grow the sunshine pumpkin sweet potato without his permission, and he finds this incredible, because it's like saying that he is the only one who can have that sweet potato. Even if he harvests and sells it to someone else, no one else can plant it because he owns the cultivation rights, which is the best part. He places it back in the ground. He says he's curious about the taste, but since it's a new variety, he has to make sure to plant it and ensure it grows well. Then, he says that they should dig up some more sweet potatoes, going after others. He gets several of them and starts gathering them together with the rabbits. As time passes, he puts the fish on to bake for everyone in the world to eat along with the sweet potatoes. Then, when he takes it out of the fire and taps one of them, they are amazed and say they would die just to be able to eat it, and the rabbits fall in with him. They would react this way. He explains that this fruit is different from a regular cherry tomato. He tells them to look at its description, and the girl asks how it's different, while the magician asks if it's an item. Then, wondering if he got lost on a floor that even the best hunters haven't reached. While he's calmly looking at the sky, something falls on his face. He wonders if that's rain, but he asks everyone to eat slowly, as the father rabbit is almost settling down, and the system reminds him that the ADM is waiting for his turn while wiping away saliva, and the protagonist thanks him for letting the rabbits eat first, asking him to get 10 sweet potatoes. He says that he is grateful and will appreciate them, and then it's his turn. He asks the rabbit, with the scythe, if he's just finished eating, and if he can give him a hand. Meanwhile, the little dragon is happily eating the sweet potato and shoving it in his mouth. He says it's a shame he ate them all, and if Quazon should ask for more sweet potatoes. But then he sees the protagonist doing something different, making several fillets with the help of the rabbit with the scythe, and he says that, after drying them, so they have to turn them over 1 or 2 more times. And he asks the scythe rabbit for another potato, and he throws it up, chopping it beautifully for the protagonist. And he says that's cool, because he cuts them very evenly, and asks him to keep doing it that way. And the bunny gets all excited, and then the ADM is wondering if he is wasting the delicious potatoes, but he says he's not throwing her away, but rather drying her out and making something really good, asking if they've ever heard of dehydrated sweet potatoes. But while the pro is taking his culinary skills there, to the tower, Sheik goes to his family's house, and someone inside asks who it is. Another person asks if this is Park Sejun's house. Then, the door quickly opens, asking about him, but they question who that man is. So, after learning who he is, they welcome him inside the house, and mention that they haven't had any guests these days, so they aren't sure if it will suit his taste. But he says it's okay, adding that he would be grateful if they just served him water. But they ask what led him to look for Sejum, since they don't, saying that he heard that the weather in the tower was almost always clear, but never rainy, and that there was something strange that vanished as soon as he looked at it, making him wonder what it was. Know if he's already aware. However, Sejum is currently missing, and so he apologizes for the late introduction, stating that he is King Sek, the leader of the Phoenix Guild's 5th team. They are then surprised that he is from Phoenix, and the little brother quickly recognizes that he's from the famous Phoenix Guild. And then the father asks what Sadu's problem is, and Sadu wonders if this is real, and if he is the leader of the 5th team, and mentions that it's one of the top guilds that represents their country, and, on top of that, it's the 5th team. He's the wonderful high-level hunter, but Dancy continues to act in a very restrained manner, in a very measured way, saying that this isn't so incredible. Then the protagonist's father questions why such an important person would come to his house, and asks his wife if she knows where the expensive melons are, asking her to bring them. Expensive melons, asking her to bring them, but he says it's okay, telling them to sit comfortably, and his wife says that if he's a hunter, that probably means their son is in the tower, and they ask when he entered and, besides Sejao, why is he there? Then he says he's there to deliver something at Park Sejun's request, and he simply places the letter is on the table, and everyone is horrified by it, calling him a damn ungrateful person, and questioning what good it does to need them to do something if he abandoned his parents who are still alive. There's a lot to see, and he starts crying for the boy, but Don says that this isn't a will, and the father doesn't understand anything. If it's not a will, he opens it and sees a lot of zeros, totaling 50 million won. And then Don says that Park Sejun is sorry for having to go to the tower urgently, and wanted to tell him that he is fine, and that he asked him to deliver this to his family. family. And the father starts laughing, saying that his son is smart like him and knew that he would be successful wherever he went. But the mother asks if Sejumon is really okay, wondering if it's a monster. But it turns out to be just a starving bunny. He's surprised by this, and questions if the bunny is also a monster. And then the bunny simply hops away, didn't come to deliver it in person. And Don says that Sejumon said he can't leave because of the mission. It's something that often happens with hunters, asking the lady not to worry. And he also confirms Sadal's name, telling him to call him by it comfortably. And Sadal says that, of course, the name came from his parents. Sejun is missing, wondering if he had any idea that Sejun had entered the tower. They say yes, because they suddenly lost contact with him about 5 months ago, and haven't heard from him in months. And only in that case, they asked the South Korean Awakened Association if there was anyone named Park Sejun, but they said no. They wonder if people use pseudonyms there. He says that there are some people who do that sometimes, but there may have been a simple mistake. He will investigate this for the association through the guild. Then, he notes that, according to this family, he entered the tower 5 months ago and was not registered with the association. And he is surprised that Sejun climbed all the way to the 4th floor as a solo player. And in the 10 years since the tower appeared, there hasn't been a hunter who has climbed to the quadro floor in such a short amount of time, and he begins to wonder if an unprecedented genius hunter was born in history. And with that, Sadhu calls the leader from the team, asking if he happens to be involved in any kind of talent development within the guild. Then his father argues with the boy, saying that his brother is working hard inside the tower, and the more he helps outside the tower, the better it will be for his brother. But the boy says that he could also be talented. However, the team leader says that becoming a hunter is an extremely dangerous job, where you could lose your life, and the association doesn't even recommend registering more than 1 hunter per family, because one misfortune is enough. And then he says he's going to say goodbye. From up there to down below, he tells it to be careful, wanting to catch the rabbit to prevent it from splattering everywhere, but the rabbit simply lands on the protagonist's head, jumping calmly. But then the father says that they were of no use to him, and he leaves, suggesting that he should at least have a meal there, but he doesn't accept the offer, saying that he went there right after leaving tower, so he has to find his family. Then, they realize they kept a busy person waiting and ask him to be careful on his way out, and when he returns to the car, the system sends a notification that the contract mission has been completed. So, he wonders if he should head over when he receives a call from his daughter, and he asks if she missed her father, and asks her to guess what he brought, saying he brought what his daughter likes. But, meanwhile, he's in the tower, saying the 99th floor is too far, and he's finally reaching the protagonist's hideout. Protagonist. Meanwhile, he is at home doing something with the carrots, putting them in water, and after they take root, he plants them, saying the planting of the carrot tops has been completed, and the honor first together system keeps giving him rewards. He talks about the process of soaking the leftover carrot tops from the rabbit's daily food in water for days. And when the leaves grow, of a certain size, he needs to cover it with soil up to the root and sow the ground, because the roots that have been eaten will not grow back. And when the flowers grow on top, the seeds are collected, and it actually works out well. He says that's what he likes about agriculture, and the bunny is happy with him. He says that working hard gives him the feeling of being rewarded with unexpected gains that accumulate over time. But then we hear that the tower manager is wondering if the dehydrated sweet potatoes are ready. It ends up accepting the DM's anxiety, saying that he was going to check on them anyway. And when he goes with the rabbits, they get excited and notice that they have dried very well. So he picks one up so he can to the ground and heading towards his chives. And he begins to think that this is no ordinary rabbit. And the fluffy rabbit points at his chives, and the protagonist asks if it wants them. Try it with them, and when he puts it in his mouth, he's happy with that tasty flavor, saying that the crust is at the perfect point, retaining the moisture and sweetness underneath. And all three, they really like what they're eating. And he says that no one can resist this softness. It's like jojoba, but it has that addictive texture, and that's dehydrated sweet potato. It's a potato. Cooked sweet potato that has been sun-dried for 24 hours to maintain its sweetness and moisture. And it has a gummy texture and is sweet with an addictive, salty flavor. He says he's very excited and that he has to dry a few more to eat when he's bored. Then, ADM asks if he forgot something, and he apologizes. And the system says that the ADM wants to eat quickly, saying that they want him to complete the mission quickly and send something to them. But Proto wonders if ADM can wait a while. And he questions what Proto is doing. He says it doesn't seem like it's appropriate to send his food and a bowl of onion leaves every time, saying he has a better idea. ADM says he doesn't need that, and just wants him to ship it quickly, but he says it will only take a little while and then it'll be ready, sending it in a bag. He mentions it's a gift package of dehydrated sweet potatoes and says it looks nice, explaining that he used to do a bit of packer work as a side hustle. And he remembers that the DM said it's his first time trying dehydrated sweet potatoes, so while he's at it, it'll be good for him to eat properly. And, even if that's not the reason, they'll be preserved for a long time because the moisture will be sealed inside the package, and the ADM doesn't even know what to say, and the panda asks if he won't take any, and he just says he's grateful to the boy. Then he asks what's wrong, because he thought his reaction would be better, but it was very bland, and he wonders if he's one of those who thinks. The rabbit somehow confirms this, so he picks that chive, harvesting it and offering it to the rabbit, who starts eating it in an adorable way, and the protagonist asks if it liked it, mentioning that he's playing around with his food, but meanwhile, the little dragon is finding it very cute, wondering how he can possibly eat something so cute, and the reaction was overwhelming. While, that's right, Prota thinks to himself as he devours 40 baked potatoes, but he wonders why they vanished in a single day, especially since everyone is eating them with him. That explains how they disappeared. Until the queen bee approaches him, he asks what's wrong, and she hands him something, which he finds strange, and it turns out to be a packet of compressed corn pollen, which minutely increases his level of kale. Beekeeping. And compressed corn pollen is something he's never encountered before. Plus, the corn is actually growing. He realizes he hasn't been paying much attention, but it has already grown. Quite a bit. The flowers have even bloomed. He wonders if there's corn, honey, and figures that must be why the worker bees are collecting pollen instead of honey, and he contemplates that compressed pollen, wondering if he should try it. After all, since people eat pollen as a health supplement, everything should be fine. And when he pops it into his mouth, he thinks it's slightly bitter, but it's sweet and feels like he's eating candy, saying it's extremely good, and he thanks Belle, the queen. She gives the others the go-ahead to start working, and they bring several to the Prota acts all smug and says that because there are so many, he can't eat those because they are very precious. But then, Tay turns back into a happy Joao, and he is surprised because of this. But when he looks down, he gets scared seeing the queen bee and starts saying that he's afraid of her, but the Prota asks him not to worry, as they all know he's on the same side as them. And the queen bee throws some pollen at the cat, and when he smells it, his goodwill backfires, and he starts sneezing, saying he hates pollen, and the Prota asks him not to. He can take more because there's plenty, and the rabbit happily accepts. Then Prota starts to notice that they've grown this much overnight and says that it looks like he's going to have to harvest. Do that to his clothes, saying it's his only shirt. After that, he talks to the salesman Tell, asking if he did what he asked him to do, and he says that, of course, he completed all the missions, and he even sold everything. But then he asks if there was any news from his family, and the other person replies that must be the case, since there's even a contract present. And the protagonist notices that the contract is complete, and it means your regards, and 50 million won must have been delivered successfully. And Tay says that everything must have gone well, because the tower's contracts are very strict. He's planning to go there one of these days to be able to check on it. And then he says that the cat is very trustworthy, thinking about his father, his mother, his little brother Seedle, and how he was in trouble when he entered the tower, and he was bothered by not being able to contact them. They must be worried about him. And he starts to think that they probably can't even imagine that he entered the tower and became a farmer with rabbits, not even in their wildest dreams. And he wonders what kind of face they would make if he told them his job is a farmer in the tower. He says that if it's that brat, he would definitely make fun of him. Boy, because despite being annoying, his specialty is talking about how his father has a hobby of growing flowers, so he would certainly ask about the nutrients and give you some tips. And now that he thinks about it, he definitely inherited his father's talent, and he thinks of his mother, remembering how she always served a pot full of hot stew, and remembers of the days he spent with all of them, saying that he misses his family. But then, they all gather around the protagonist to show that he has a family there too. He says that he is right and that they are his family now, and Tay asks if he's also part of it, and he says of course, because he is like his family, and his one and only most competent employee. So, he tells twice a day, and the rabbit is happy about it, talking to him, though Prota doesn't quite understand. The rabbit shouts upwards as if talking to one of the others, and another rabbit jumps down him to take a look at the tower coins and the items he got, and mentions that he used 50 tower coins for the contract fee and 14.2 tower coins for the messenger. There are still 208.8 left. Tower coins. And Prota is surprised by this, saying that it's incredible. Then Tay says that, as expected when doing business, people raise their prices on their own, just like he said. And there are also other things that he bought at the market for Prota, and Sej wonders how long it has been since he last saw that item from civilization, and they all become curious, with the things that the cat brought. He says that, as expected, it was made in the tower, so it has its own item mark, but he thinks, with Sej wondering why the manufacturer isn't revealed. Then he looks at a dagger over there. It's a short dagger. He says it's the first weapon since he entered the tower that actually looks like a weapon, and the usage restrictions are level 10 or above, and the strength requirement is 5 or above, and the manufacturer is also not revealed. He wonders about these question marks in the description and talks to Tay, questioning where he got it. He says he heard the blacksmith's lottery stall sells items at a cheap price, so he just picked something that looked good and was surprised by the result. But how does he meets the usage conditions? He wonders if he should use it. But then an unrated item by the system is mentioned, and the ADM warns him that if he uses an unrated item in a reckless manner, he could get into big trouble. He questions what might happen if he just uses it, and the ADM says they will evaluate it for him. Then, he receives a new quest, which is to send the unrated short dagger to the tower ADM. The reward is nothing, but the penalty is being unable to get it evaluated, and also receiving a new quest to send a baked sweet potato as a gift to the perpedo. Down comes a rabbit wearing an apron. That rabbit brings a hat and also a watering can for the rabbit that came down first. He notices that there are already 2 rabbits there and wonders if they are married, and the ADM. And the reward is the appraised short dagger, and the penalty is being unable to retrieve his short dagger, and he asks if he really has to do it this way, and the ADM says yes. He strongly refuses, saying it's not because they want to eat dehydrated sweet potatoes. However, it's clear he's saying yes, but with strong reluctance. And then he says, who knew? Because the tower manager is wiping away his saliva, and the protagonist is irritated by the ADM's audacity, since he picked up quite a lot of potatoes earlier. He says it's alright, since it seems it's strange to use an item with unknown information, so he accepts the deal and tells the ADM to get it. Then, he uses his appraisal skill and says that, fortunately, it's not an item that will cause damage. The mission is completed, and the dagger returns to him, dealing potato damage. And this is a Kurdish training dagger from Keys. It is the Kurdish dagger that the Red Mountain hunter Keenes used to train during his childhood. And the blade is made of black iron to give it weight, making it quite heavy for a dagger. Also, some mithril was mixed in during its production. So, like this, once sharpened, the dagger's sharpness is maintained for a long time, and the usage requirement is level 10 or higher, with a strength of 5. And the manufacturer is Kovo Ferreira, the black hammer of the ARF. She also has a skill called Increased Proficiency, which causes all proficiencies of skills that use this short dagger to increase 5% faster, and he is surprised that it bears the name of the weapon, noting that this makes it a named piece of equipment, and he says that named equipment starts with a base price of 100 million hans if it were to be sold, and it's so rare and precious that it is called named equipment, wondering if that cat got it in a lottery somewhere, and he is increasingly surprised by Tay, as he thought he was just a naive, little guy. Bunnies confirm that they are, and Prota thinks that, a few days after getting lost in the tower, a couple of rabbits have joined him in the cave. Wow, bro, I thought this Luffy rabbit was really cute. Then June starts to wonder if the cat actually has talent, but the truth is that he just keeps staring at the little pads on the kitten's paw. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Redbone is calmly eating. But that's not just any Redbone, it's a baby Redbone. My friend, this is a problem. Don't touch that thing. No. Have you seen how big the mother is? Whenever there's a cute baby of a very large animal, the mother, who is the very large animal, will come looking for it. And Dona Caverna continues talking about her delicious crying. And the protagonist prepares to use his dagger, cutting several chives very easily. So he asks the rabbits what they think of his dagger skills, asking if it's really good, and everyone likes it. But then, Tay asks Sejun if he liked that little sword, and he says yes, he did like it, and says he's impressed that Tay brought it. Estelle reminds him of the promise he made, telling him to call him Seller Tay, as he had promised him that an hour ago. And the protagonist says he's right, actually calling him Vendedor Tay, saying that the cat is amazing, but then he says he'll let it pass this time, telling him to be careful. He wonders what's going on, because he thought Tay was just a naive softie. But he really has gold in his hands, gold in his paws. He really likes the cat's paw pads, and says that he suddenly looks very cute, but he asks what Joao is doing. He says his little paws look really adorable, Talking to the seller, Tae asks if he should give him another packet of churu, placing the cat on his lap, and Tae thinks that, as expected, Park Sejun is still a human after all, and all humans kneel before his paws. And now that he is aware of this, he will use it to his advantage, and so he says that his